Chapter 3402 Shiva knew. Interesting, did he find someone to help him? Elder Huo smiled faintly as he looked at the two figures in the distance. I wouldn't have shown mercy if I knew he would come looking for trouble. I didn't expect this as well, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. I was being gracious by sparing his life since he looked compassionate. To think, he dares to bring help and return to look for trouble. At this moment, the old monk had already arrived in front of the Smudge Crow sect. He had brought a fat middle-aged monk who was 2 meters tall with him. As soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ru Feng, and Elder Huo, he cried out, "Brother! It's them!" Shiva Ping, the old monk, glared at Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo. The compassionate expression on his face from a few days ago had vanished without a trace and was replaced by a vicious expression. He looked like a completely different person. Meanwhile, a huge wine gourd could be seen hanging on the waist of the fat middle-aged monk. The wine gourd was the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Upon hearing Shiva Ping's words, he looked at Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ru Feng, and Elder Huo. When his gaze landed on Elder Huo, he narrowed his eyes and asked frostily, "Are you the one who injured my third brother?" "That's right." Elder Huo took a step forward toward the fat monk fearlessly. "Your third brother intervened in matters unrelated to him and tried to save those who deserved death. I had spared his life because I felt he harbored no ill intentions. Do you intend on seeking revenge on his behalf? He's my brother, is it so surprising for me to stand up for him?" The fat monk said, "Sir, state your name. A titled celestial emperor who had comprehended triple-fused profundities can't be a nobody." There were reclusive and sectless titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, but their numbers were not a lot. Most titled celestial emperors who had reached a certain level of strength would mostly join heaven-grade forces or the heavenly palace of their respective Devata realms. The fat monk had learned from his third brother that the red-clad old man before them had learned how to fuse 3 profundities. With such strength, he was certain the red-clad old man had to be somebody important. "Perhaps, you should introduce yourself first," Elder Huo said indifferently to the fat monk. Before the fat monk could speak, Shiva Ping scoffed. Then, he lifted his chin arrogantly and said, "You better listen carefully. My eldest brother is Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor under the purple revelation heaven's heavenly emperor. His title is the Wine Gourd Celestial Emperor." After Shiva Ping finished speaking, he stared at Elder Huo's face intently, looking for traces of fear. "So you're the Wine Gourd Celestial Emperor, Shiva Nu." Elder Huo nodded as he looked at the fat monk, Shiva Nu. "Tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, and I can be considered acquaintances. We had a chat once." Shiva Nu frowned upon hearing these words. "You're acquainted with our Lord Heavenly Emperor." Tattoo was the name of the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation emperor. He lived a reclusive life and did not make any new friends since he became the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. It was not because he was opposed to it, it was mostly due to the circumstances. After all, once one had reached a certain height, it would become more difficult for them to find friends on equal ground with them. As the saying went, it's lonely at the top. For this reason, most of Tattoo's friends were people he knew before he became a heavenly emperor. He was someone who valued friendships, therefore, he almost never said no to friends who sought help from him. Knowing this, Shiva Nu's attitude eased up slightly when he found out Elder Huo was acquainted with Tattoo. On the other hand, Shiva Ping's expression turned unsightly upon hearing Elder Huo's words. "Are you sure you're acquainted with our Lord Heavenly Emperor? I think you're lying to get out of this situation." After finding out about my brother's identity, although he was not certain if Elder Huo was lying, he was unwilling to give up. He continued to say, "I'm rather curious actually. Who are you? How do you know our mighty Lord Heavenly Emperor?" Elder Huo glanced at Shiva Ping icily. A disdainful smirk appeared on his face as he turned back to Shiva Nu and said, "I'm Elder Huo, the 3-legged golden crow from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I met Tattoo when he came over to the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor's return from the Asura hell. If you're truly the strongest titled celestial emperor under Tattoo, I'm sure you must have heard about this matter. Back when Feng Qingyang just returned from the Asura hell, many heavenly emperors had come to the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate him. Among them was Tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. Most importantly, the other heavenly emperors were disdainful of Tattoo and ostracized him at that time. He did not even get to speak to Feng Qingyang at length after greeting Feng Qingyang. The only person he had spoken at length with was Elder Huo. At that time, he had even invited Elder Huo to visit the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Are you the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor? Shiva Nu's eyes widened imperceptibly. It was just as Elder Huo had said. When Tatu returned from the solitary destructive heaven, he had mentioned Elder Huo. That was when he had first heard of the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Shiva Nu was quick to regain his senses. After taking a deep breath, he said with an attitude that was much more polite than before, as it turns out you're Elder Huo. I apologize if I have offended you. Although Shiva Nu and Elder Huo were peers, with both of them being subordinates of a heavenly emperor, Tatu could hardly compare to Feng Qingyang. Due to the differences in strength between the two heavenly emperors, Tatu even had to curry favor with Feng Qingyang. For this reason, Shiva Nu was respectful toward Elder Huo. Before Elder Huo could reply, Shiva Nu said sternly, "Third brother, apologize to Elder Huo now." Shiva Ping had recounted everything to Shiva Nu, so Shiva Nu knew Shiva Ping's conflict with Elder Huo was just a minor one. Even if it was a major one, he would still make Shiva Ping apologize. When he saw the dissatisfaction and unwillingness on Shiva Ping's face, he warned Shiva Ping through voice transmission, "Let me tell you, even if I don't consider the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, I'm not confident I can defeat the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor once told me the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor should be ranked second among the titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. This means his strength is below Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The Golden Crow Celestial Emperor isn't someone we can afford to offend." After listening to Shiva Nu's words, despite feeling unwilling, Shiva Ping still apologized to Elder Huo. "I apologize, Elder Huo. I was wrong, and I hope you can forgive me." "There's no need for you to apologize to me," Elder Huo said as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who stood beside him, and said, "This is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. He's the one you should be apologizing to." Shiva Nu's expression changed instantly. He had assumed Shiva Ping had only offended Elder Huo. He did not expect Shiva Ping to have offended the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven as well. He inhaled deeply and looked at Shiva Ping meaningfully with a dark expression on his face. "Third brother." At this time, a hint of fear could be seen in Shiva Ping's eyes. There was no need for Shiva Nu to warn him anymore, as he bowed and said, "Young master, I was nosy. I hope you'll forgive me." Duan Ling Tian had no intention of making a big deal out of this matter, so he nodded and said indifferently, "Let this be the end of this matter." "Thank you, young master." Shiva Nu was quick to express his gratitude. Following that, he asked with a smile, "Young master, since you're here in the Purple Revelation Heaven, why don't you visit our heavenly palace? I'm sure our Lord Heavenly Emperor will be happy to meet you." Elder Huo was certain Duan Ling Tian would refuse the invitation when Duan Ling Tian nodded. "All right, however, I'm afraid it'll have to wait until my mother is done dealing with the Smudge Crow sect." It's fine. We can wait," Shiva Nu said enthusiastically. After that, he asked curiously, "Young master, the Smudge Crow sect is just a 6th grade sect, I wonder how it's related to your mother." Meanwhile, Shiva Ping alternated between looking at Duan Ling Tian in awe and avoiding Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He thought to himself, the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I know he only had a few nominal disciples in the past. His status should be of equal value with Meng Luo in Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's divine artifact was destroyed when he was forced to enter the Asura Hell. Despite that, I heard after he left the Asura Hell, he gave Meng Luo a divine artifact. This means that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang probably collected many divine artifacts while he was in the Asura Hell. Greed flashed in Shiva Ping's eyes, and he quickly lowered his head to hide it. If this young man is Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple, it stands to reason that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang must have given him a divine artifact as well. Even our Lord Heavenly Emperor doesn't own a divine artifact. Chapter 3403, The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Duan Ling Tian briefly summarized his mother's experience in response to Shiva Nu's question. Shiva Nu said furiously, "This Smudge Crow sect is utterly devoid of conscience. If all the major sects in the Purple Revelation Heaven are like them, the Purple Revelation Heaven would be doomed. This kind of sect shouldn't exist." Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said righteously, "Young master, just say the word and I'll annihilate the Smudge Crow sect on your behalf. There is no need to use a hammer to kill an ant. My mother can handle it, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. After waiting for another day and night, Duan Ling Tian finally saw Li Ru and Huaner. At this moment, Huaner was supporting Li Ru, who wore a dark expression on her face. Although the Smudge Crow sect had been destroyed, she was not happy at all. A group of women, ranging from young to old, followed behind Li Ru. Most of their eyes were red, speaking of the grievances they had suffered. Tianer, Li Ru said when she arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, I'd like to send them back to the elegant sect before leaving with you. Can you think of a way to protect them after our departure? All the powerhouses from the elegant sect have perished. It would be tough for the sect even if I'm around. Elder Li Ru. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, a group of elegant sect disciples fell to their knees and said in unison, please return and stay in the elegant sect to lead us. Although they knew Li Ru's strength was not strong enough to protect the elegant sect, they had witnessed Huaner's strength. In their opinion, if Li Ru stayed, Huaner would stay as well. With the protection of someone like Huaner, the elegant sect would definitely be better than before. Li Ru said gently but firmly, don't worry. Before I leave, I'll make sure the sect is well protected. I won't let any of you be bullied or wronged again. However, a frown appeared on her face as she continued to say, I've already told you I can no longer stay in the elegant sect. As for Huaner, it's even more impossible for her to do so. The group of elegant sect disciples could detect a hint of impatience in Li Ru's tone, so they wisely remained silent. Even if there were other elders from the sect present who were stronger than Li Ru, there was nothing they could do to force Li Ru to stay. After all, the peerless beauty next to Li Ru was so powerful that it was beyond their imaginations. They had seen how the celestial lord from the Smudge Crow sect could not even withstand a blow from Huaner before he died. At this time, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly before he said reassuringly, Mother, I know what to do. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and the others accompanied Li Ru to escort the members of the elegant sect back to the sect's estate. After everything was dealt with, before they left, Li Ru looked at the elegant sect's estate with a hint of reluctance. Tianer, since Duan Ling Tian had not told Li Ru about his plan to protect the elegant sect after their departure, she could not help but worry. Moreover, to leave after escorting them back to the sect felt like she was abandoning them. Mother, we'll visit the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven with Senior Shivan Nu before I deal with the matters of the elegant sect, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Following that, he sent his mother a voice transmission and continued to say, Mother, I plan to ask for a favor from the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. I'll ask him to look after the elegant sect. I know the sect means a lot to you, so I won't just abandon the sect. Although Duan Ling Tian was grateful to the elegant sect for taking care of his mother during his absence, he knew they could not stay for long. Even if his mother and Huaner could stay, it would only attract trouble. The best solution was to ask for a favor from the Tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, to look after the sect after their departure. This was the only reason he had accepted Shiva Nu's invitation to visit the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven and to meet Tattoo. Although Feng Qingyang was much stronger than Tattoo, the purple revelation heaven was not the solitary destructive heaven. It was only natural that Tattoo had a bigger influence here. For this reason, he decided to meet Tattoo. When the group arrived near the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven, Shiva Ping said, Eldest brother, I'll take my leave first. Shiva Ping did not even spare Duan Ling Tian and the others a glance before he made his way to the nearest transportation site. No one noticed the greed flashing in his eyes. The heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven was located high up in the sky among the clouds above a desert. From afar, it was shaped like a huge crouching beast. Lord Nu. As soon as they arrived at the gates of the heavenly palace, everyone they encountered greeted Shiva Nu respectfully. This treatment was not surprising since Shiva Nu was the strongest titled Celestial Emperor after the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. His position was similar to Meng Luo's position in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In the absence of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, Shiva Nu would be in charge. Our Lord Heaven Emperor lives in the mountain valley over there. Shiva Nu pointed at a huge floating island that was like a world of its own as he led Duan Ling Tian and the others to the eastern side of the island. Currently, Duan Ru Feng, Li Ru, and Huaner had already returned to Duan Ling Tian's little world. Only Elder Huo remained outside to accompany Duan Ling Tian. as soon as they stepped foot into the valley, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Elder Huo, it's been a while since we last met. Duan Ling Tian saw a courtyard up ahead. A tall and muscular old man who was 1.9 meters tall could be seen standing outside at this time. His hair was cropped close to his head, and what could be seen of them was grayish-white. He was dressed in a luxurious golden robe that would be considered tacky back on Earth. So this must be Tattoo, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Otherwise known as the Great Origin Celestial Emperor. During their journey here, Duan Ling Tian had learned a little about Tattoo from Elder Huo. Lord Tattoo, Elder Huo greeted Tattoo with the respect he was due before he introduced Duan Ling Tian to Tattoo. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Tattoo, Duan Ling Tian said with a bow. Tattoo said with a smile, there's no need for you to be so formal. After all, you can be considered as my junior nephew since you're Heavenly Emperor Feng Qing Yang's true disciple. You can just refer to me as junior uncle if you don't mind. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Tattoo was trying to curry favor with him because of Feng Qing Yang, he obliged and called out, junior uncle. Junior nephew Duan, since this is the first time we meet, I should prepare a meeting gift for you. However, as Heavenly Emperor Feng Qing Yang's true disciple, I'm sure you lack nothing. Therefore, I shouldn't embarrass myself by giving you material items. Instead, I'll give you my word. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say the word, and I'll do what I can. Tattoo's generosity shocked even Shiva Nu. Regardless of Tattoo's strength in comparison to other heavenly emperors, he was still a heavenly emperor who ruled a Devata realm. After all, upon hearing Tattoo's words, Duan Ling Tian's lit up immediately. Since Tattoo himself mentioned this, he said without beating around the bush, Junior Uncle Tattoo, to be honest, there's something that I need your help with. Tattoo was stunned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would have something to ask from him so quickly. He could not help but smile bitterly as he thought to himself, although I'm nowhere as powerful as your master, my words still hold weight. Are you really going to use it so easily? Duan Ling Tian knew what was going through Tattoo's mind, so he shook his head and said, Junior Uncle Tattoo, please don't misunderstand me. It's not that I take your promise lightly, but only you can help me with this matter. Tattoo looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of curiosity. It seems like I've misunderstood you. What is it that you need my help with? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he said, Junior Uncle Tattoo, my mother. Tattoo listened as Duan Ling Tian explained what had happened. In the end, Duan Ling Tian said, although the elegant sect is just a mere 7th grade sect, my mother was there for some time, and she cares about the sect's future. At present, the sect isn't strong enough to protect itself. Therefore, I hope Junior Uncle Tattoo will warn the other sects and clans to stay away from the elegant sect to ensure the sect's safety. There's no need to raise the strength of the sect or anything like that. As long as the sect is safe, that's more than enough. Although Duan Ling Tian could easily intimidate the forces around the elegant sect to stop them from harassing the elegant sect, the effect of the intimidation would not last for long since he would not be in the Purple Revelation Heaven. It would be much more effective for Tattoo, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, to take action. Is that all? Tattoo, who had been expecting Duan Ling Tian to ask for a huge favor, was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's request. In the end, he said, Junior Nephew Duan, there's no need for you to waste my promise on such a small request. Chapter 3404 A Stalemate. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Then, he said solemnly, Junior Uncle Tattoo, this might be a small matter to you, but it's important to me. The sect matters to my mother, therefore, it matters to me as well. All right, Tattoo said with a sigh, your mother is truly lucky to have a son like you. In any case, I'll help you with this matter, but there's no need to waste the promise I've given you on it. It was beneficial for Tattoo to have a connection with Duan Ling Tian, after all. If Duan Ling Tian used up the promise so quickly, he would lose all connections to Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with the purple-clad young man in front of him. After all, the purple-clad young man was the only true disciple of Feng Qing Yang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Thank you, Junior Uncle Tattoo. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Tattoo did not waste time. He looked at Shiva Nu, who was standing next to him, and said, Nu, pass down my words. From now on, the elegant sect is under the protection of the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Those who act against the sect will be considered as acting against the heavenly palace. His eyes glinted coldly when he spoke. Understood, Lord Heavenly Emperor, Shiva Nu responded before he left. After Shiva Nu left, Tatu invited Duan Ling Tian to stay for a few more days in hopes of bettering his relationship with Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian politely refused the invitation and said he had urgent matters to attend to. Now that Duan Ling Tian had found his parents, his daughter, Feng Tian Wu, and Feng Wu Dao, he was even more eager to find the others. Little Fair, Nian Tian, Shui Nai, and junior sister Mu Yi's soul pearls are all intact. I must find them soon. He felt even more worried about the others ever since he rescued his mother. After all, if he did not arrive in time, his mother would have died. He was afraid the others would be in similar situations like his mother, and he would arrive too late to save them. Tatu did not force the matter. He said with a smile, I'll summon someone to bring you to the transportation site in the palace. In that case, I shall summon someone to bring you to the transportation formation which leads to the solitary destructive heaven. Tatu said smilingly. Soon after, a gray-clad old man with an extraordinary bearing appeared. It was clear he was someone important. When he smiled, he looked even more terrifying than if he were to frown. Young Master Duan, Elder Huo, this way please. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Tatu before he and Elder Huo followed the gray-clad old man. Before they arrived at the transportation site, a figure rushed toward them. It was none other than Shiva Nu. Young Master Duan, Elder Huo, you're leaving so fast. Senior Shiva Nu, I thought you've left for the elegant sect. Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw Shiva Nu. He assumed Shiva Nu had left to pass down Tatu's words. I was about to leave when it occurred to me that I didn't know if you're leaving or staying. If you decided to leave, I thought I'd send you off before I leave for the elegant sect, Shiva Nu said with an amicable smile. I appreciate the thought, Senior Shiva Nu, Duan Ling Tian said with a small smile. However, there's no need for that. Don't worry, it won't take up much of my time. The transportation site is just up ahead, Shiva Nu said. Then, he turned to say to the gray-clad old man, Li Yu, I'll accompany young Master Duan and Elder Huo to the transportation site. You may take your leave now. Understood, Lord Nu. Although the gray-clad old man, Li Yu, was also a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven, he was only slightly above average among his peers. How could he dare to disobey Shiva Nu, who was the strongest titled celestial emperor under Tatu? After Li Yu left, Shiva Nu took over and led Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo to the transportation site enthusiastically. It did not take long before they arrived in front of a huge stone platform that contained the transportation formation. Two old men stood guard over the transportation formation. They were merely ordinary celestial emperors. After all, it was impossible for titled celestial emperors to do such menial tasks. The duo greeted Shiva Nu as soon as they saw him. Lord Nu. Shiva Nu nodded indifferently at the two old men. After that, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo. Young Master Duan, Elder Huo, I hope we'll have a chance to meet again. Senior Shiva Nu, you can visit us at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven when you have time, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. However, I won't be in the solitary destructive heaven for some time due to certain matters. However, I'll definitely return once I've dealt with everything. You're welcome to visit any time. Elder Huo had also nodded at Shiva Nu. Alright, Shiva Nu nodded and watched Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo fly toward the stone platform. Before Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo landed, Shiva Nu suddenly called out, wait a minute. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo stopped in their tracks immediately. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to speak, Shiva Nu said with a slight frown, I just received a message from the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo looked at Shiva Nu in confusion. Shiva Nu flew up to the stone platform and said, Elder Huo, the Lord Heavenly Emperor says he has a gift for Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I said that I'll fetch the item and pass it to you, but he said it's inconvenient for me to do so. Do you mind collecting the item? Elder Huo frowned slightly. The matter was too sudden after all. What could Tatu have for Feng Qingyang? Elder Huo, just go, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, it's not too far away. You'll be done in a few minutes. Junior Uncle Tatu seems nice, don't make him wait. Understood. Elder Huo nodded before he transformed into a ball of flames and flew up into the sky, disappearing in just an instant. As soon as Elder Huo left, Shiva Nu's eyes flashed coldly. Following that, two loud explosions rang in the air. They came from the two old men who were guarding the transportation formation. Their bodies had exploded and were strangely emitting vitality energy. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the two old men were already dead a long time ago. They were probably killed by the vitality energy. A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind instantly. The law of life. As an attack fell on Duan Ling Tian, a huge tree promptly shrouded him. However, the tree seemed to be under a huge pressure at this moment. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Duan Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood before he said weakly, "Senior Shiva Nu, what are you doing? You won't be able to get away with killing me. Let alone my master, even Heavenly Emperor Tattoo won't let you off." His voice grew weaker and weaker as he said, "I'm really curious. Why did you send Elder Huo away just to kill me? When did I offend you?" Shiva Nu laughed heartily upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. "Duan Ling Tian, your response is really fast. I didn't expect you to dodge my sneak attack. You're right, Shiva Nu has no reason to kill you. There's no enmity between both of you after all. Before you die, open up your eyes to see who I am." With that, Shiva Nu's huge belly began to shrink. After a short moment, Shiva Nu had vanished. In his place stood Shiva Ping. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Shiva Ping had left long before they entered the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. Moreover, he was surprised he did not sense Shiva Ping's disguise at all. "I didn't expect it to be you. Where did you learn the technique? And why do you want to kill me? What do you think? Of course, it's for the divine artifact in your possession," Shiva Ping said with a sneer. Following that, celestial origin energy boosted with the law of life swept out toward Duan Ling Tian. Then, he watched as he said, "Brat, if it weren't because we're running out of time, I would have made you suffer before killing you. Now, die." Chapter 3405 Mu Yi Yi's whereabouts. Similar to the law of wood, apart from possessing the ability to injure and kill, it possessed the ability to heal as well. When Shiva Ping attacked, the unique silhouette of a snake-like plant appeared. It was green and covered in deadly-looking thorns. After boosting his celestial origin energy with the law of life, he swiftly sent it toward Duan Ling Tian. It was as though tens of thousands of saber rays were sweeping toward Duan Ling Tian and the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon. All of a sudden, a thunderous explosion rang in the air and the ground shook just as Shiva Ping's attack was about to land on the pine willow divine tree. A terrifying and deadly flame surged, destroying his attack. "Why is he here? Didn't he leave?" Shiva Ping's expression changed drastically when he saw the red-clad figure shrouded in flames. The person who appeared in the nick of time in front of the pine willow divine tree to stop Shiva Ping was none other than Elder Huo. Shiva Ping was confused. He had lured Elder Huo away, so what was Elder Huo doing here? At this time, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air. His voice sounded clear and strong, unlike how weak it was before. It was as though everything was an act earlier. "Elder Huo, it seems like I was mistaken. I thought Shiva Nu was up to no good, but it turned out to be Shiva Ping instead." Following that, Shiva Ping watched as the pine willow divine tree disappeared. In its place stood a purple-clad young man who was looking at him mockingly at this moment. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shiva Ping as he coldly asked, "You must be wondering why Elder Huo is here." Shiva Ping's expression grew worse as he listened to Duan Ling Tian's words. "When you said Heavenly Emperor Tattoo had told you that he wanted to see Elder Huo, I thought it was strange. After all, he could have just contacted the person who was leading us here. Moreover, in Heavenly Emperor Tattoo's eyes, Shiva Nu should have already left the purple revelation heaven. That's why I told Elder Huo to go along with your plan and pretend to leave so I can see what you're trying to do. As it turns out, you masqueraded as your brother to kill me. I really didn't expect it to be you. I was so sure it was your brother who harbored ill intentions. After all, your disguise was flawless and impressive. If I'm not mistaken, it should be your innate skill, right?" Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Shiva Ping mockingly. At this time, Duan Ling Tian knew Shiva Ping was not human but a type of plant, based on Shiva Ping's earlier attack. It should be a plant with strong camouflage skills. Otherwise, Shiva Ping's disguise would not be without flaws. Shiva Ping's expression darkened now that his plan had been exposed. He hurriedly reverted to the snake-like plant earlier and fled, looking like a green dragon. Trying to escape, Elder Huo sneered. With a wave of his hand, he sent the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda after Shiva Ping. It caught up quickly and took Shiva Ping down. Shiva Ping fell to the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not free himself from the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda's restraint. When he finally realized he could not free himself, he grew terrified. He knew if he did not beg for mercy now he would definitely die. Young master, I'm sorry. I was just joking earlier. Duan Ling Tian said derisively, didn't you say you want my divine artifact earlier? Don't you want it anymore? Shiva Ping trembled. Young master, I was just joking. Duan Ling Tian asked frostily, why do you think I possess a divine artifact? Shiva Ping replied honestly, in my opinion, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong must have obtained more than one divine artifact when he was in the Asura Hell, since he gave the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor a divine artifact after his return. Everyone has heard about this. I heard from my brother that even Heavenly Emperor Tattoo thinks that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong must have obtained a few divine artifacts during his time in the Asura Hell. If that was true, I was sure he would have given you one as well. I see, so you plan to kill me and snatch it away. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. Young master, please forgive me. Please show mercy. Shiva Ping did not hesitate to grovel when he sensed the killing intent Elder Huo emitted while controlling the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian smiled icily as he said, Shiva Ping, you might not be aware of this, although I'm Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple, I've yet to meet him. How could he have given me a divine artifact when we haven't even met? Duan Ling Tian's words were like an unexpected lightning bolt that struck Shiva Ping silly. He felt like a joke. From the beginning until the end, his actions were futile. He thought he would be able to gain a divine artifact by killing Duan Ling Tian, who knew Duan Ling Tian had not even met Feng Qingyong. Then, he began to say in desperation, young master, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my eldest brother will definitely hunt you down. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. Is that so? Then, he turned to Elder Huo and said, Elder Huo, since he's so sure about his eldest brother's stance, let's bring him to Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. I want to see how this matter plays out. Tattoo was surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo returning to his cultivation ground. Junior Uncle Tattoo, Duan Ling Tian briefly recounted what had happened to Tattoo. Tattoo's expression grew darker and darker as he listened to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Shiva Ping did not stop pleading for his life. Please show mercy, my lord. I was temporarily blinded by greed. Please spare me. My brother has been so loyal to you all his life, so please spare me. Tattoo ignored Shiva Ping. He remained silent as though he was lost in his thoughts. After a while, he finally said indifferently, I've just spoken to your brother and told him about what happened. He said it's time for you to take responsibility for your actions. He said he has done enough for you all this time, cleaning up your messes. Since you offended the solitary destructive heaven, there's nothing he can do to protect you now. Shiva Ping fell into despair when he heard Tattoo's words. Suddenly, a strange black mist shrouded him. When the black mist dissipated, all that was left of Shiva Ping was a puddle of blood with a spatial ring sitting in the center. Tattoo, who did not move at all when he attacked, asked, Junior Nephew Duan, are you satisfied with the way I dealt with this matter? Thank you, Junior Uncle Tattoo. Duan Ling Tian nodded and expressed his gratitude. Before Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo left, Tattoo said, Junior Nephew Duan, Shiva Nu wants to clarify that he doesn't take this matter to heart. In fact, he and Shiva Ping aren't related by blood. Shiva Nu treated Shiva Ping as his brother because they grew up together. For many years, Shiva Ping had offended many people without any care due to Shiva Nu's status as the strongest titled celestial emperor under my command. This time, it was Shiva Nu who requested that I kill Shiva Ping. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a faint smile on his face, there's no need to explain, Junior Uncle Tattoo. I'm not the kind who would unreasonably shift the blame to another person. With that, Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo left. This time, Duan Ling Tian had spent quite a long time in the purple revelation heaven. After all, he had to deal with the matters regarding the elegant sect. He knew his mother cared about the elegant sect, and if he did not ensure the safety of the sect, his mother would definitely worry and feel unwilling to leave. With Tattoo's promise to protect the elegant sect, Duan Ling Tian knew he had helped lift the weight off Li Ru's shoulders. After leaving the purple revelation heaven through a transportation formation, Duan Ling Tian said, Elder Huo, let's continue to look for the others. The duo continued to search through various Devata realms. Little Fair, Nian Tian, Shui Nai, junior sister Mu Yi, where are you? Since Duan Ling Tian found a few of his loved ones, he managed to find out the status of the others whom he had yet to find through their soul pearls. Apart from those he found in Ka, who was still in the divine offering land, the only ones who were still alive were Li Fei, Duan Nian Tian, Han Shui Nai, and Mu Yi. With Li Ru's close brush with death, Duan Ling Tian grew even more desperate to find the others. He was afraid something would happen to them if he failed to find them quickly enough. One day, after traveling to a few Devata realms and arriving in the Luo River Heaven, Feng Tianwu suddenly said, "Brother Duan, I received a response from senior sister Mu Yi." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. Where's junior sister Mu Yi now? Although Mu Yi was not younger than Duan Ling Tian, she was considered as Duan Ling Tian's junior sister since she was ranked below the Fog Rain progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect. On the other hand, Mu Yi was ranked higher than Feng Tianwu, who was the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, so Feng Tianwu had to address her as senior sister. Chapter 3406 Mu Yi is possessed. Mu Yi was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator and the successor of the Second Absolute, the Prophet progeny, in the Saint Province Realms' Seven Absolutes sect. She was also one of Duan Ling Tian's friends who were brought to the Divine Offering land by Yun Qing Yan from the Yun clan. She was later sent back to the mundane realm by Ka's third uncle, Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family. However, Mu Yi was sent to another mundane realm instead of the Saint Province realm due to an accident. Similar to the others, after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in a realm of gods, her innate talent rose. It was not long before she ascended to a Devata realm called the Luo River Heaven. Things went well for Mu Yi even after she had ascended to a Devata realm. She was the proud female prodigy of the Luo River sect. The Luo River sect was the force that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven belonged to. In fact, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was also the sect leader of the Luo River sect. This had been the tradition of the Luo River Heaven. The Heavenly Emperors were always the sect masters of the Luo River sect. It was rather to the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The only difference was there was a slight distinction between the Qilin clan and the force at the Heavenly Palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, whereas the Lu River sect and the Heavenly Palace of the Luo River Heaven were considered one and the same. Currently, Mu Yi was a four-phenomenon celestial lord. She was also the disciple of the Saint Girl of the Luo River sect. The Saint Girl of the Luo River sect was the biological daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. When Duan Ling Tian finally met Mu Yi, he could hardly recognize her. Junior sister Yi. Mu Yi was dressed in all white. Her aloofness made Duan Ling Tian feel as though she was a different person from the Mu Yi he used to know. When she greeted Duan Ling Tian, her tone was indifferent. Although she was not a particularly cheerful person in the past, she was still friendly to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly, it seems like time has changed her into a different person. Junior sister Yi, I'm here too. Duan Ling Tian told Mu Yi about his plan to bring her away from the Luo River Heaven and that he could provide her with a better cultivation environment. Although she had changed, he believed she did not lose her innate goodness. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he did plan to let her enter his little world. Since he did not fully trust her, he felt would be inviting trouble if he let her know about the existence of the five divine elements and the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods in his little world. He could not but put his guard up after he sensed her change. Senior brother Duan, who is this? Mu Yi asked after Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. She shifted her eyes to Elder Huo, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian. This is Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian said and introduced Elder Huo to Mu Yi. Elder Huo frowned slightly when he looked at Mu Yi. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Young master, I sense two soul auras in your junior sister's body. Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion, two soul auras? What does that mean? It seems like she's possessed, but the possession isn't complete, Elder Huo explained. She's possessed. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. It was not the first time he had heard about possession. In fact, he had experienced it when he was in the mundane realm. His soul had traveled from Yanhuang realm to the Saint Province realm before entering the body of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. At that time, his soul and the Rebirth Martial Emperor's soul had struggled for dominion over the body. Fortunately, he was not bound by the heavenly rules of the Saint Province realm and was able to take control of the Rebirth Martial Emperor's body. Although the rebirth martial emperor's memories slowly faded away as time passed, it helped him to build a great foundation that paved the way to where he was today. Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically, isn't it difficult to possess a celestial? It'd be difficult even for a celestial emperor to possess another celestial since the celestial could destroy his or her own body. Even if the possession is successful, it's said one's cultivation base would not advance after that. For all these reasons, no one would possess another person unless it's absolutely necessary. You're right, what I said is just my speculation, I'm not entirely sure, Elder Huo said. At this time, Duan Ling Tian recalled Feng Tian Wu was the one who contacted Mu Yi and arranged for them to meet at the entrance of the Luo River sect. He asked, Tian Wu, why don't you come out? Feng Tian Wu seemed unwilling to leave Duan Ling Tian's little world. She said hesitantly, Brother Duan, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but senior sister Yi seems strange. She feels like a different person from when we spoke to each other. Feng Tian Wu could sense something was amiss with Mu Yi. She was hesitant to meet Mu Yi because the current Mu Yi was like a completely different person. Duan Ling Tian studied Mu Yi for a moment. He could see there was not even a trace of delight at all in her eyes at being reunited after so long. His heart sank immediately. Was Mu Yi really possessed? At this time, Elder Huo said, Young master, I suggest we take her and leave. I can sense a weak soul aura in her body, it should be her real soul. The stronger soul doesn't seem to have any intention of destroying her soul. Instead, it seemed like it's trying to make her soul submit. Make her soul submit. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Yes, Elder Huo nodded. If it could make her soul submit, it would inherit all her memories and knowledge. It would be able to complete the possession perfectly without any side effects. However, not everyone is capable of using this technique. Even among titled celestial emperors, very few are capable of this. A hint of fear could be heard in Elder Huo's voice when he spoke. All right, let's bring her away, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Physically, Mu Yi seemed fine, but he knew possession was a serious matter. Elder Huo nodded slightly. He immediately restrained Mu Yi without any hesitation. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo brought Mu Yi away from the Luo River sect. The disciples of the Luo River sect guarding the entrance were stunned when they saw Mu Yi being taken away. Junior sister Mu Yi has been kidnapped. Hurry, inform the elders. Hurry, inform the saint girl. If anything happens to junior sister Mu Yi, we're dead. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo did not encounter any obstacle as they returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven through the transportation formation in the Luo River heaven. Now that they had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Elder Huo released Mu Yi from his restraint. Due to the restraint, Mu Yi had been unconscious the entire time. Now that she regained her consciousness, she looked at the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion. Although she did not know where she was, it was not hard to figure out Duan Ling Tian had taken her away from the Luo River sect. Senior brother Duan, what are you doing? Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and coldly asked, who are you? Why did you possess junior sister Mu Yi? Senior brother Duan, what are you talking about? Mu Yi seemed stunned and confused by Duan Ling Tian's question. However, the subtle panic that flashed in her eyes briefly did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. Elder Huo, under such circumstances, what should we do? Duan Ling Tian asked. He was confident Elder Huo would have a solution since Elder Huo suggested bringing Mu Yi back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Sure enough, Elder Huo said, I've sent a message to the profound soul celestial emperor. He should be able to help us since he specializes in soul attacks. Shortly afterward, a medium-build middle-aged man with dark green messy hair flew toward Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo. His hair fluttered in the air like dark green pythons even though there was no breeze. As soon as he arrived, he bowed. Greetings, young master. I'm Mo He, the profound soul celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by Mo He's hair. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly said, Senior Mo He, Elder Huo must have told you everything, right? Mo He nodded as he studied Mu Yi. His eyes flashed with a green light as a strong soul energy and his divine consciousness swept toward Mu Yi. At this moment, Mu Yi could no longer remain calm. She glared at Mo He and said threateningly, I don't care who you are, but if you act recklessly, my mother will never let you get away with this. My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Mo He, shocked by Mu Yi's words, instantly withdrew his soul energy and divine consciousness before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo. Duan Ling Tian sneered before he said, "So, you finally decided to come clean." Chapter 3407 Annihilate Her. The sect leader of the Luo River sect, also the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, had a pair of twin daughters. One of them was the saint girl of the Luo River sect, and the other was the soul who possessed Mu Yi. When the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven gave birth, the younger twin's chances of surviving were incredibly low due to her physical disabilities. For that reason, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven forcibly extracted her youngest daughter's soul before letting it take shelter in her eldest daughter's body. Hence, many people thought she only had one daughter. This was, naturally, just a temporary measure. After all, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven loved both of her daughters equally. How could she allow her youngest daughter to take possession of her eldest daughter's body? Since long ago, she had planned to look for a suitable body for her youngest daughter. Alas, many years passed, but the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven still did not find a suitable body. It was only when Mu Yi joined the Luo River sect 100 years ago, that she discovered the perfect vassal for her youngest daughter. It was also for this reason that the saint girl of the Luo River sect accepted Mu Yi as a disciple. The clueless disciples of the Luo River sect were envious at that time because the saint girl had never accepted a disciple before. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was the sect leader of the Luo River sect, most of the sect's affairs were handled by the saint girl of the sect. Therefore, the saint girl was only second to the sect leader in the sect. Even the titled celestial emperors of the sect had to listen to her orders. Mu Yi was naturally unaware of the saint girl's intention to let her younger twin sister possess her body. In order to avoid suspicion, the saint girl treated her exceptionally well. After gaining her trust, the saint girl cast a spell on her when she let her guard down, allowing the saint girl's twin sister to possess her. She did not even have time to retaliate. The name of the saint girl of the Luo River sect was Feng Jian Yu, and her younger twin sister was called Feng Jian Shui. I just need another 10 years to completely take over her body, soul, and memories. Feng Jian Shui thought to herself anxiously. She really regretted letting Mu Yi's memories overwhelm her for a moment, resulting in her meeting Duan Ling Tian. She did not expect to be knocked unconscious and kidnapped to an unfamiliar place. When Feng Jian Shui saw Mo He, the profound soul celestial emperor, she could tell Mo He was incredibly strong. His soul energy had almost crushed her soul before it even swept over her. Although her eldest twin sister was a titled celestial emperor, Feng Jian Shui, who was only taking shelter in her sister's body, was naturally not strong. Feng Jian Yu was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, but she was only a 10 directions celestial lord. The difference between the strength of the twin sisters was like a chasm. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was finally certain his junior sister was possessed. As his junior sister and the successor of the prophet progeny in the 7 absolute sect, he naturally would not allow any harm to come to her. Moreover, it was his fault that she was kidnapped to the divine offering land and fell prey to the Luo River sect later on. It was because of the change in her constitution and innate talent after being in the divine offering realm that she was chosen to be possessed by Feng Jian Shui. Feng Jian Shui took a deep breath to calm down before she said, "Duan Ling Tian, my possession of Mu Yi is nearly complete. Even if I leave her body now, it won't be without side effects for her. In fact, her brain might be damaged. If you let me go and send me back to the Luo River sect, I'll let this matter slide. Otherwise, it'd be too late for you when my mother and eldest sister come looking for me. Before I met you, I'd informed my eldest sister about it. I even told her that you're Mu Yi's senior brother in the Saint Province Realm's 7 absolute sect." Her tone grew threatening nearing the end of her words. Duan Ling Tian looked at Mo He and asked skeptically, "Is it really impossible for my junior sister to regain control of her body without any side effects? Is it true that her brain might be damaged?" Mo He nodded with a grim expression on his face. "She's telling the truth. The possession is almost complete, and she has worn down the original soul a lot. Therefore, there'll be many side effects when the incomplete soul of your junior sister regains control of her body. It's impossible for her to return to the way she was." Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. His eyes glinted coldly as he asked, "What if my junior sister devours the soul that's possessing her?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, Feng Jian Shui laughed. "It won't work. Not only is she incapable of such a feat, but even if she's capable, I won't allow her to succeed." Duan Ling Tian, your only option is to send me back to the Luo River sect. I promise I'll let this matter go. In fact, for Mu Yi's sake, it's not impossible for me to maintain a friendly relationship with you. My mother is the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, and my sister is the saint girl of the Luo River sect. If you need help in the future, you can look for me. You should consider yourself lucky for being able to meet someone like me. Ordinary people can only dream about it. Feng Jian Shui looked at Duan Ling Tian arrogantly. She grew more and more confident as she spoke. Naturally, all her words were lies. She planned to have Duan Ling Tian killed when he returned her to the Luo River Heaven. She knew she was no longer in the Luo River Heaven because she had tried to send a message to her eldest sister and her mother but did not receive a response. Junior sister Mu Yi, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned unsightly. He had been delighted to hear his junior sister was alive. He did not expect her to be in a state worse than death. Moreover, there was nothing he could do to help her. Even Mo He, whose ability was acknowledged by Elder Huo, was helpless. After a moment, he asked Mo He through voice transmission, "Is it truly impossible to save her?" "Yes, young master. This is because of the irreversible damage on her soul," Mo He replied. "All right," Duan Ling Tian responded. He looked at Feng Jian Shui and slowly said, "It doesn't matter if it's impossible to return my junior sister to her original state. Annihilate the soul possessing her. Even if my junior sister suffers from the side effects, at least she'll still be alive." Duan Ling Tian, Feng Jian Shui's expression changed drastically. "Do you know what you're doing? You're really going to kill the beloved daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. If you kill me, not only you, but the people around you are doomed." Mo He smiled bitterly as he said, "Young master, is it necessary to take such drastic measures? If she's telling the truth." In Mo He's opinion, it was an act of madness to kill the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was no match for Feng Qingyong, it was still best to avoid trouble if necessary. Duan Ling Tian said decisively, "Senior Mo He, don't worry. Just do as I say. Let Elder Huo bear witness that I'll shoulder all the consequences for this." Elder Huo said to Mo He, "Make a move. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven is nothing. Even if she knows the young master is behind this, there's nothing she can do about it." Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Mo He no longer hesitated. A formidable soul energy shot into Mu Yi's body, causing her face to distort in fear and anger. She cried out wretchedly, sending chills running up everyone's spines, before she asked with great difficulty, "Di Duan Ling Tian, who are you?" Based on Elder Huo's words, Feng Jian Shui realized she had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. After all, her memories of him from Mu Yi were from their time in the Saint Province realm. Before Duan Ling Tian replied, Elder Huo said tonelessly, "What do you think? We're in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Our young master is our Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple." Chapter 3408 Situ Zhu Qing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. "Why you're the true disciple of Feng Qingyong, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven?" Feng Jian Shui, who was in excruciating pain, was shocked by this revelation. She roared in pain and anger, "Although Feng Qingyong is stronger than my mother, do you know who my father is?" "My father is..." Before Feng Jian Shui finished her words, her soul was destroyed by Mo He. Since Mo He was a titled celestial emperor who specialized in soul attacks, it was indescribably easy for him to destroy the soul of Feng Jian Shui, who was a mere 10-direction celestial lord. If he did not have to consider Mu Yi's soul, it would have been even easier for him to destroy Feng Jian Shui's soul. Mu Yi's flashing eyes suddenly dimmed before it regained a little bit of life. Who are you?" Mu Yi asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others fearfully. Her behavior was like that of a 3-year-old child now. Although Duan Ling Tian had prepared himself for the worst, his heart still sank when he saw Mu Yi acting in such a manner. She was no longer the elegant Mu Yi of the past. "Elder Huo, can you confirm that the woman's soul has been destroyed?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes, it's been destroyed." Elder Huo nodded. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he said to Feng Tianwu, who was in his little world, "Tianwu, I'm afraid I'll have to entrust junior sister Mu Yi to you for now. She will need your care and guidance during this time." Mu Yi, who was like a child now, would definitely need guidance. Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly the best candidate to look after her since the two women had a close relationship. Feng Tianwu suppressed the heaviness she felt. in her heart and said, "Brother Duan, I'll take care of her." After Mu Yi entered his little world, Duan Ling Tian looked at Mo He and said, "Senior Mo He, thank you for your help. Young master, you're being too courteous. It's an honor to serve you," Mo He said with a smile. "Senior Mo He, remember to keep this matter to yourself." Duan Ling Tian could not help but remind Mo He when he recalled Feng Jian Shui's unfinished words. If it was possible, it was best if the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven remained unaware. Under normal circumstances, it would be indeed difficult for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. After all she knew about Duan Ling Tian was his name. It would be like searching for a needle in the ocean for her to look for Duan Ling Tian in all the Devata realms. "Young master, rest assured. I'll keep this to myself," Mo He hastily replied. He knew if Feng Jian Shui was truly the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect, his life would be in danger as well, even if Duan Ling Tian had promised to shoulder the consequences. After all, he was the one who dealt the killing blow. Moreover, he was just an ordinary titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For all these reasons, he was determined not to tell a single soul about this matter and pretend it never happened. As though he could read Mo He's thoughts, Duan Ling Tian said, "Don't worry. If news of this spreads, I'll say I'm the one who destroyed her soul." Upon hearing these words, Mo He sighed in relief inwardly. After Mo He left, Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Huo. "Elder Huo, based on her words, it seems like her father is not a simple person. Do you know who her father is?" "I have no idea." Elder Huo shook his head. Since he did not pay attention to gossip, he had no idea at all. "I'll ask around, but now isn't the time to do so." "No, there's no need to ask around at all," Duan Ling Tian said hastily. "It'll only allow the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven to find us faster. Since master hasn't returned, we'd be at a disadvantage if she comes looking for us." "You think she'll come looking for us?" Elder Huo was stunned. Then, he shook his head as he laughed. "She won't have the guts to do such a thing unless she loves her daughter to the point where she doesn't mind everyone and everything she holds dear falling into ruins. Don't forget that she still has another daughter." Based on Elder Huo's words, he seemed confident that the heavenly emperor of the Luo River did not have the support of a stronger force in the Luo River Heaven's Luo River sect. A huge commotion broke out after Mu Yi was taken away. Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the sect and the person in charge, left with a group of powerhouses to search for Mu Yi. However, their search yielded no results. Where did Duan Ling Tian bring little sister? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, was dressed in a silver robe. She looked holy and elegant as a white energy flashed around her. At the same time, two old women trailed behind her. One of them wore a white long loose robe while the other was dressed in a black long loose robe. Their faces were both expressionless. Suddenly, Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. She felt her heart sink. She had casually checked her spatial ring and discovered one of the two soul pearls that was intact 15 minutes ago had shattered. Little sister. Apart from Feng Jianyu and her mother, only a few trustworthy people knew of Feng Jian Shui's existence. Little sister died, but Mu Yi's soul pearl is still intact. Did Mu Yi's senior brother discover his junior sister was possessed, so he killed little sister to help Mu Yi regain control of her body? Feng Jianyu thought to herself as her eyes shone coldly and her body emitted a terrifying killing intent. The two old women's expressions changed as well. Although they were titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect, they were unaware that Feng Jianyu had a younger twin sister. Did something happen to Miss Yi? Elders, continue the search for Mu Yi. I need to return to the sect to speak to my mother. Feng Jianyu said. Without waiting for the two old women's reply, she vanished into thin air after she finished speaking. The heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven was naturally the Luo River sect's estate. At this moment, Feng Jianyu rushed into a forbidden area in the sect where those who entered without permission would be killed instantly. She cried out, "Mother!" Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, was in the middle of cultivation when Feng Jianyu appeared. Upon sensing the urgency in her daughter's voice, she emerged from a huge courtyard that was built on a vast stone platform. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious?" Situ Zuqing was familiar with Feng Jianyu's temperament. Her daughter was always calm, and it was rare for her to lose control of her emotions. For this reason, she knew something must have happened for her daughter to come looking for her with such urgency. "Mother." Feng Jianyu fell to her knees and lowered her head as she said, "Please punish me." "What happened?" Situ Zhu Qing frowned. "Mother, I failed to take care of little sister and deserve to be punished." Feng Jianyu said as her body trembled. Situ Zhu Qing's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. She opened her spatial ring and discovered her youngest daughter's soul pearl had shattered. "No, impossible." Situ Zhu Qing widened her eyes in disbelief. Although she had tried her best to stay calm, she was so overwhelmed by her emotions that her celestial origin energy began to surge into the surroundings. Feng Jianyu hurriedly mobilized her celestial origin energy to protect herself. However, just as quickly as it started, Situ Zhu Qing's celestial origin energy vanished without a trace. She composed herself and asked tonelessly, "What happened? How did Shui die? Didn't she possess Mu Yi's body? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her and to never let her leave the Luo River sect?" Her voice turned cold at the end of the words. She clearly blamed Feng Jianyu. At the same time, killing intent shone in her eyes. Chapter 3409. God. "Mother, this is what happened." Feng Jianyu hurriedly recounted what happened. 2 days ago, little sister received a message meant for Mu Yi. However, there was no reaction from Mu Yi's soul when the message was received. Based on Mu Yi's memories, little sister found out the person who sent the message as Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi's junior sister. Feng Tianwu was conveying a message for Duan Ling Tian. He's Mu Yi's senior brother in the mundane realm. He said he wanted to meet Mu Yi. Duan Ling Tian is the reason Mu Yi and his family and friends were brought to the divine offering land. That was also when they were separated. Since her innate talent and constitution underwent a big change after being in the divine offering land, I thought her body would be the perfect vassal for little sister. I didn't expect Mu Yi would become the reason for little sister's death. Her expression was one of sorrow when she spoke. She did not expect her little sister to die. Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Duan Ling Tian were disciples of a sect in the Saint Province realm called the Seven Absolutes sect. "Mother, you know that little sister told me everything she learned from Mu Yi's memories. I remember her saying that Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Mu Yi was the successor of the second absolute, the Prophet progeny. Feng Tianwu was the successor of the fifth absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Duan Ling Tian came to meet Mu Yi at the entrance of the sect. However, not much time passed before he suddenly ordered his subordinate to kidnap her away. The disciples guarding the entrance couldn't even react in time. However, they remember Duan Ling Tian's appearance, so a portrait of him has been drawn out. There was an old man following him, but the disciples didn't pay much attention to him, so they don't remember what he looks like. After Feng Jianyu finished speaking, she brought a portrait out and handed it to Situ Zhu Qing. The portrait of a young man with extraordinary bearings looked so realistic that those who knew Duan Ling Tian would definitely be amazed at how lifelike it was if they were to see it. Duan Ling Tian. Situ Zhu Qing's eyes flashed with killing intent again as she looked at the portrait. She asked through gritted teeth, "What about Mu Yi's soul? Is it destroyed as well?" Since Situ Zhu Qing did not possess Mu Yi's soul pearl, she was unaware that Mu Yi was still alive. "No, she's still alive. That's why I believe Duan Ling Tian must have discovered that Mu Yi was possessed by little sister and brought her away," Feng Jianyu said solemnly, giving voice to her suspicion. "Very well." A terrifying killing intent surged out of Situ Zhu Qing's body. "After she left to meet Duan Ling Tian, I didn't hear from little sister at all. This means she must have been unconscious and restrained so she couldn't contact me. With that, there are only 2 scenarios left. 1. She was killed before the restraint was lifted. 2. She was brought out of Luo River Heaven so she couldn't contact me," Feng Jianyu said. "Investigate Duan Ling Tian at once." Situ Zhu Qing said coldly. "If there isn't any clue in the Devata realms, send someone to the Saint Province realm in the mundane realm to investigate Duan Ling Tian's descendants. Remember to kill everyone. If nothing comes out of the investigation, kill every living creature in the Saint Province realm. They should feel honored to be my daughter's sacrificial offerings." Situ Zhu Qing's voice was so cold that even Feng Jianyu felt chills running up her spine. "Mother, I'll order our men to investigate Duan Ling Tian immediately." Feng Jianyu narrowed her eyes. "If nothing comes out of the investigation, I'll personally go to the Saint Province realm and kill every living creature as a sacrifice for little sister. I'll arrange for someone to investigate him as well." Situ Zhu Qing nodded. At the same time, She put away the portrait in her hand. I'll keep this portrait. Tell the others to draw another one for you. Understood. Feng Jianyu nodded. You may leave now, Situ Zhu Qing said. Before Feng Jianyu left, she tried to comfort her mother. Mother, the dead can't be brought back to life. Please don't be too sad and watch over your health. Leave. I'm fine, Situ Zhu Qing said dismissively. After Feng Jianyu left, Situ Zhu Qing's gaze grew colder. How dare you kill my daughter? I hope you're prepared to die. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are. I hope I can catch the culprit within a few hundred years. Otherwise, I might have to ask that person for a favor. Situ Zhu Qing's eyes softened briefly and a bitter smile appeared on her face at the end of her words. Only she and her daughters knew who fathered them. Their father was a god in a realm of gods, a superior being whom even the heavenly emperor of the Luo River was not a match for. Duan Ling Tian knew Situ Zhu Qing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, must be searching for him in a frenzy now. However, he was not too bothered since he thought it would take years for her to find him. Nevertheless, even if she succeeded in finding him now, he did not regret his actions at all. If Yunqing Yan didn't kidnap junior sister Mu Yi, she wouldn't possess such extraordinary innate talent and be targeted by the people from the Luo River sect. Duan Ling Tian blamed himself for what happened to Mu Yi. Therefore, he would never regret killing Feng Jian Shui. If he were stronger, he would have killed everyone in the Luo River sect who was privy to Mu Yi's possession. Feng Tianwu said gravely, Brother Duan, since senior sister Yi's intelligence is affected because her soul is damaged, I'm afraid she'll remain this way for the rest of her life. A normal child's intelligence will develop as time passes, but I'm afraid this won't be the case for senior sister Yi. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes reddened as he clenched his hands tightly. Junior sister Mu Yi, rest assured, one day, I'll go to the Luo River sect and kill everyone who's involved in this matter. Although I can't completely avenge you, at least I killed that person who possessed you. Elder Huo, who could sense the turmoil in Duan Ling Tian's heart, swiftly changed the topic. He said, Young master, should we bring the two little fellows from the dragon clan with us and let them stay in your little world? Duan Ling Tian knew Elder Huo was referring to Little Black and Little White. He nodded, yes. Although Elder Huo did not know the actual conditions of Duan Ling Tian's little world, he knew its cultivation environment was far superior to any places in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heavens cultivation environment was no match for Duan Ling Tian's little world, which was almost like a miniature realm of God. This was the reason he suggested bringing Little Black and Little White into Duan Ling Tian's little world to cultivate. Since the core element of a realm of gods, a tree of life, was in his little world as well, the heaven and earth spirit energy would never be exhausted unless something happened to him. Therefore, although Little White and Little Black were still in closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian woke them up. The duo was naturally delighted when they saw Duan Ling Tian. The entire purpose of their visit to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was to meet him. Brother Ling Tian, you've returned. Little Black, Little White, there are guests waiting in my little world. Both of you should meet them, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Guests. Little Black and Little White did not think much about Duan Ling Tian's words. They thought he was referring to Little Gold. However, their eyes lit up in surprise, excitement, and happiness when they saw familiar faces they had not seen in a long time. Little White was so overwhelmed by emotions that she rushed forward to hug Feng Tianwu and Li Ru. Senior sister Tianwu, Aunt Ru. Chapter 34 Ten Li Fei, Duan Nian Tian, and Han Shui Nai. Apart from Ka and Lo Fei, the three little fellows were the closest to Feng Tianwu and Li Ru. At this moment, after meeting the two women after so many years, let alone Little White, even Little Black's eyes flashed with emotions. At this moment, the usually aloof Little Black was like an excited child as he called out, Sister Tianwu, Aunt Ru, Uncle Feng. Little White's eyes glistened with tears, she was unable to hold back her emotions. Meanwhile, outside of the little world. Elder Huo, let's go. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo left the solitary destructive heaven again through the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian's heart was rather heavy when he left. Although he found his father and Feng Wudao in rather good circumstances, his mother and Mu Yi's circumstances had shaken him. Since he arrived in time, he was able to rescue his mother and avoid a tragedy. However, he arrived too late to help Mu Yi. Therefore, he could not help but worry about those he had not found. Although their soul pearls were intact, he did not feel reassured at all. After all, Mu Yi's soul pearl was intact as well. Chills ran up his spine when he thought about what happened to Mu Yi again. He prayed fervently that the loved ones he had not found were safe. Little Fair, Nian Shui Nai. In the heavenly palace of the floating heaven that was located in the floating territory. The heavenly palace was located high above the clouds, overlooking a vast expanse of water. It was a huge floating island that was as majestic as the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. In fact, most heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were mostly similar. They were located high up in the sky, so they were not easy to locate and were rarely disturbed. At this moment, in a courtyard located in a secluded valley, a stunning purple-clad woman could be seen stroking the branch of a plant in front of her. When she removed her hand from the branch, it caused 2 leaves to fall. She looked at the 2 falling leaves in a daze as she murmured, "In just a blink of an eye, 300 years are about to pass since I came here. Once I become a celestial emperor, I'll be able to leave the floating heaven to search for that scoundrel, mother, father, and Ling in the other Devata realms." Sister Fair. A voice rang in the air, breaking the purple-clad woman out of her reverie. Shui Nai. After a few moments, a figure flew into the courtyard. It was a beautiful woman whose expression was one of indescribable excitement. Shui Nai, what's going on? The purple-clad woman was none other than Li Fei, who had left the purple spike realm and came to the floating heaven 300 years ago. At that time, she had brought her son, Duan Nian, and Han Shui Nai to the floating heaven as well. Sister Fair. I received a message from Sister Tian Wu, Han Shui Nai said excitedly. After I responded, I received another message from her saying Brother Ling Tian is scouring the Devata realms and searching for us. They're in the floating heaven now. Aunt Ru, Uncle Ru Feng, and Uncle Wu Dao are with them as well. They've all been reunited. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are with them as well. I've already told Sister Tian Wu that you, Nian Tian, and I are together. Following that, Han Shui Nai's excitement seemed to diminish slightly as she asked hesitantly, Should I tell her about our location? Tell her. Of course, you have to tell her. Why wouldn't you tell her? Even if that scoundrel didn't come looking for me, I would have gone looking for him once I become a celestial emperor. Li Fei's eyes reddened before tears rolled down her face like pearls. She was so impatient to reunite with the others that she sent a message to Feng Tian Wu as well. Tian Wu, we're in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. After traveling through the transportation formation, go to the floating territory's grand mansion and find an inn to lodge in. I'll meet all of you there with Nian Tian and Shui Nai. Meanwhile, Feng Tian Wu was rather moved when she heard Li Fei's voice. Although she had heard from Han Shui Nai that she was with Li Fei, she still could not help but feel emotional when she heard from Li Fei. Big brother Duan. Feng Tian Wu handed Li Fei's soul pearl to Duan Ling Tian and said, Sister Fair is also in the floating heaven. Duan Ling Tian had already guessed Feng Tian Wu had found someone when she handed a soul pearl to him. However, his expression brightened even more when he discovered she had found Li Fei. Little Fair. In this life, Duan Ling Tian had 2 official wives, Ka and Li Fei. Although he tried to be impartial, there was no doubt that Ka and Li Fei held slightly more important positions in his heart. After all, the 2 women were with him the longest after he came to this world. In regard to this, he felt slightly guilty toward Feng Tian Wu and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian was no less excited than Li Fei as he sent a message to her, Little Fair, I'm coming to meet you now. In Duan Ling Tian's little world, Duan Ling, Duan Ru Feng, Li Ru, and the 3 little fellows also heard that Li Fei had been found. Sister Fair is in this Devata realm. Sister Fair has been found. The 3 little fellows' eyes shone with excitement. Meanwhile, Duan Ling was also overcome with emotions. We've found second mother. Although Ka and Li Fei were both Duan Ling Tian's wives, Li Fei had also always considered herself second to Ka since she had met Duan Ling Tian later. Ka naturally did not care about such trivial matters, but Li Fei had asked Duan Ling, Ka's daughter, to address her as second mother and even told her son, Duan Nian Tian, to address Ka as first mother. Needless to say, both children addressed their respective mothers as mother. Before they were separated, Li Fei's care and love for Duan Ling was not any less compared to her son. In fact, she seemed to spoil Duan Ling more than Duan Nian Tian. Therefore, the relationship between her and Duan Si-ling was very good. Duan Si-ling treated her as though she was her real mother as well. Feier is in this Devata realm, Nian Tian as well. Li Ru and Duan Rufeng were also moved when they found out their daughter-in-law and grandson had been found. Although they were happy, they could not help but worry about their present circumstances. Are they all right? Li Ru asked. Aunt Ru, don't worry. Sister Feier is fine. She's the direct disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven Celestial Emperor and one of the two strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Palace's command, Feng Tianwu explained. She knew everyone would be worried about Li Fei's circumstances once they found Li Fei was in the Floating Heaven. Following that, she said to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Duan, Sister Feier wants us to take the transportation formation to Floating Territory's Grand Mansion. She said to look for an inn there and that she'll meet us there. Outside of the little word. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said to Elder Huo, let's head to the nearest transportation site. There's news. Elder Huo was keenly aware of the sudden change in Duan Ling Tian's emotions. His eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The remaining 3 people are all in the Floating Heaven. Duan Ling Tian smiled. The Floating Heaven was the 78th Devata realm Duan Ling Tian had visited. There were only 3 Devata realms he had yet to search. At this time, he finally found all his surviving family and friends. At the same time, Li Fei sent a message to her son, Duan Niantian, asking him to come and see her. When she saw her son, she said with a smile, Niantian, your father is coming to meet us. Father. Duan Niantian's eyes brightened immediately as a dazzling smile appeared on his handsome face. I thought we would have to wait until you become a celestial emperor before we'd be able to look for father and the others. I didn't expect father to find us first. Initially, Li Fei wanted to leave the Floating Heaven to look for Duan Ling Tian and the others. However, when her master discovered her intention, her master forbade her from leaving and dispatched experts to guard her in the dark. If she left the Floating Heaven, they would definitely bring her back. However, it had to be said the celestial emperors guarding her would not use excessive force to bring her back even if she escaped. As long as she did not leave the Floating Heaven, she was free to do what she wanted. Li Fei replied, I've already told your father to meet us at the Grand Mansion. When they find an inn to settle down, they'll let us know. At that time, we'll head over there to meet them. Duan Niantian nodded. He could barely suppress his excitement. The person he admired most in his life was his father. Although he had met many titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, none of them could compare to his father at all. At this moment, Han Shui-nai asked with a frown on her face, Sister Feier, I know you want to meet Brother Ling Tian, however, if Kong Yuyi finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble. Chapter 34:11 Reunited after 300 years. Kong Yuyi, who does he think he is? Li Fei's eyes flashed coldly as she narrowed them. Kong Yuyi could be considered as Li Fei's senior brother. He was the only son of her master's senior brother. As soon as Li Fei arrived in the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, Kong Yuyi had been trying to get close to her. Although he knew she was married and even had a child, it did not deter him at all. In his opinion, it was unlikely her husband was still alive. Even if her husband was still alive, he was confident and did not think her husband could compete with him at all. I'm just worried that Brother Ling Tian will suffer a loss. Han Shui-nai smiled bitterly. Her forehead creased in worry as she said, Sister Feier, although you have the support of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, he has the support of the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Moreover, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. Moreover, Kong Yuyi is far stronger than us. Despite being less than 1,000 years old, he's already a celestial emperor and has mastered all the profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Upon hearing Han Shui-nai's words, Li Fei's expression turned grim. Meanwhile, Duan Niantian said, Mother, at most, we'll just meet them outside. We don't have to bring them back to the heavenly palace to meet the heavenly emperor. Don't have to bring them here. Li Fei shook her head. Impossible. Since your father is here, I naturally have to introduce him to Master. After all, Master has helped us too much. Then, she continued to say in a solemn voice, if Kong Yuyi looks for trouble, I believe Master won't just watch and not do anything about it. In fact, Li Fei felt rather helpless when faced with Kong Yuyi. Not only was she unable to defeat him, but her background was at most on par with his. He did not even fear her master, the purple spike celestial emperor. After a while, Li Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. Tian Wu just informed me they've arrived in Nangu City. Duan Niantian and Han Shui Nai grew excited upon hearing these words. It had been too long since they had last seen Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there were their family and friends as well. Let's go. Li Fei led Duan Niantian and Han Shui Nai out of her residence and left the heavenly palace. Unbeknownst to the trio, a beautiful woman who was dressed in robes similar to that during the Tang dynasty on Earth was following them. She was none other than the subordinate of the Purple Spike, Celestial Emperor, whose strength was almost equal to a titled Celestial Emperor. She had been assigned to protect Li Fei and to prevent Li Fei from leaving the floating heaven. As long as Li Fei remained in the floating heaven, she would be contactable through communication talismans. If she left the floating heaven, she would no longer be contactable. With that, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not be able to track her whereabouts. For this reason, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was worried about Li Fei's safety. Therefore, before Li Fei became strong enough to protect herself, she was prohibited from leaving the floating heaven. The beautiful woman kept watch over Li Fei from a distance. Despite feeling suspicious, she had no plans of stopping Li Fei as long as Li Fei did not leave the floating heaven. Young Miss rarely leaves the palace. I wonder what happened. After leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, the trio entered the Grand Mansion's territory. Since the Grand Mansion was located near the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it was directly under the command of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The mansion master of the Grand Mansion was also a titled celestial emperor of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, but his position was not high in the heavenly palace. As an ordinary titled celestial emperor, it was not surprising he did not hold much importance in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. In Nangu City, that was part of the Grand Mansion's territory. After entering Nangu City, Duan Ling Tian told Feng Tianwu to inform Li Fei of their arrival. After a moment, Feng Tianwu replied, "Brother Duan, I've already spoken to Sister Li Fei. She's on the way here with the others." All right. Although Duan Ling Tian looked outwardly calm, great waves of emotions were surging in his heart. Even his heart was thumping quickly in his chest. At this time, his mind had traveled back to the time when he first saw Li Fei. At that time, Li Fei, who was from the Li clan, was the #1 beauty in Aurora City. Duan Ling Tian could vividly remember her 18-year-old self, who was dressed in a light purple robe, and her mature charm that was a stark contrast to Ka. Her beautiful eyes were capable of capturing the souls of men who looked at her. She was the first woman who had invoked a strong desire in him just based on appearance alone. From the beginning, she had held an extremely high position in his heart. It had been a long time since he heard her calling him a scoundrel. Not long after she gave birth to his son, they were separated. The separation lasted for 300 years. With all these thoughts in his mind, his eyes glistened slightly with tears. At this moment, "Brother Duan, Sister Fei is here." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but tremble. His eyes lit up like the brightest star in the night sky immediately. As though guided by a mysterious force, he instinctively looked north. Soon after, he saw 4 figures flying toward him from the distance. 3 figures flew in the lead while 1 figure flew at the back. He was not familiar with the person flying at the back of the trio. Duan Ling Tian was incredibly familiar with the 2 women flying at the lead. After so many years, his wife's appearance did not change much. Her biggest transformation seemed to be the otherworldly air around her. On the other hand, Han Shui Nai seemed to have matured a lot, no longer resembling the mischievous young girl from the past. As for the young man who resembled him, it was not hard to guess that the young man was his son, Duan Niantian. Before Li Fei and the others arrived, several figures appeared next to Duan Ling Tian, one after another. They were none other than Feng Tianwu, Duan Si Ling, Li Ru, and the others. At this time, Duan Niantian and Han Shui Nai tacitly came to a stop when they were near Duan Ling Tian and the others. As Li Fei rushed forward toward Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian flew forward to Li Fei as well. The husband and wife were finally reunited after being separated for so long. They embraced each other tightly to the point where they could feel each other's breaths. Neither of them spoke, as though worried the happiness of the moment would be broken as soon as they spoke. They continued to embrace each other tightly as though they wished they could merge into one. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman caught up to Duan Niantian and Han Shui Nai and came to a stop. She was taken back as she watched Li Fei embrace the purple-clad man with a dazed expression. She had never seen Li Fei acting in such a manner. After following Li Fei for so many years, it was not difficult for her to guess the situation. Moreover, she paid close attention to Li Fei since she treated Li Fei as her daughter as well. That man must be her husband. Li Fei was usually aloof. She would only show hints of happiness when she was with her son, Duan Niantian, and Han Shuinai. When Li Fei was with her master, she seemed to be able to relax slightly, letting her true self peek out. However, this was the first time she was so unabashedly happy. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally broke the silence. "Little Fair, you've suffered." As he spoke, he ran his fingers through Li Fei's long hair that cascaded down her back. As soon as Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's voice, she felt the tension in her body, accumulated over the years they were apart, melt away. Tears rolled down her face like pearls as she buried her face in his chest and said, "Scoundrel. Do you know how much I missed you? I miss you so much. I'm sorry, I'm late." Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei tightly. His voice was indescribably gentle, and a tinge of guilt could be heard in it. "No, you're not late." Li Fei shook her head, feeling overwhelmed by her emotions. After a while, the lovers finally seemed to be aware of the gazes that were trained on them. When Li Fei raised her head, her cheeks were red. After that, she pulled Duan Lingtian's hand and made her way toward Li Ru and Duan Rufeng. Li Fei bowed at Duan Lingtian's parents and said, "This unfilial daughter-in-law greets mother and father." Duan Rufeng laughed happily before he said, "How are you unfilial? Fair, if Tian'er ever bullies you, you have to let me know, I'll definitely discipline him on your behalf." "That's right." Li Ru stepped forward and held Li Fei's hand. "Fair, if Tian'er bullies you, you have to tell mother. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he stood at the side. He wondered if these people were really his biological parents. At this moment, Li Fei turned around to look at Duan Niantian, who stood frozen in the distance, and called out, "Niantian, come and meet your father and grandparents." Upon hearing his mother's words, Duan Niantian immediately flew forward. When he arrived in front of his father, he looked at his father emotionally with a burning gaze as he called out, "Father." Chapter 34:12 Reunion. "My boy, you're all grown up now." Duan Lingtian's eyes glistened with tears as he hugged his son. He felt sorry for failing to carry out his duty as a father. Fortunately, his son was understanding and did not blame him. "Father, we finally meet again. I thought we would only be able to meet after mother becomes a celestial emperor," Duan Niantian said excitedly. He had idolized his father since he was a child, and it did not change even though so many years had passed. "The wait is over. I'm here now, we'll never be separated." Again, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with determination as he said, "Believe me when I say we'll never be separated again." "I believe you, father." Duan Niantian nodded seriously. He did not doubt his father's words. Although he did not know how strong his father was now, he had complete faith in his father. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was his father's #1 fan. "All right, go and greet your grandparents, Aunt Tian Wu, and your sister," Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he released his hold on his son. Duan Niantian nodded and walked toward Duan Rufeng and Li Ru. "Grandfather, grandmother, Niantian, you've grown up." Duan Rufeng sighed emotionally. "Niantian." Tears trickled down Li Ru's face. In a blink of an eye, her grandson had grown up. Although she did not know what had happened to him over the years, she knew it must not be easy for him to survive until now. Shuinai, overwhelmed with emotions, Han Shuinai walked toward Duan Lingtian and wept in his arms. "Brother Lingtian, I miss you so much." Duan Lingtian and Han Shuinai were like siblings. In the past, she depended on him a lot and had idolized him. During the years she spent with his wife and son, she had missed him very much as well. "Silly girl, you're an adult now. Don't you feel embarrassed to cry?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and said teasingly, "How are you? Did you meet anyone you like over the past years?" "Brother Lingtian, stop teasing me." Han Shuinai smiled. "I've already told you, I'd only be interested in a man if he's as outstanding as you." Duan Lingtian chuckled and said, "Then prepare to stay single for the rest of your life." "Brother Lingtian, you're being narcissistic again." Han Shuinai laughed and said, "We're in the Devata realm now, is there really no other man as brilliant as you throughout all the Devata realms?" "Only time will tell." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Duan Ling Tian was pulled back to his senses by Li Fei's voice. He turned to look at her. At this moment, she was surrounded by little black, little white, and little gold. Li Fei glanced at the peerless white-clad beauty standing in the distance and asked, "Why didn't you introduce us?" Huan Han followed Feng Tian Wu and the others when they left Duan Ling Tian's little world. Duan Ling Tian felt embarrassed when he saw the meaningful gaze that Li Fei shot him. All this time, Huan had been standing silently at the side as she watched Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's reunion. A faint smile could be seen on her face. She was genuinely happy for Duan Ling Tian since she knew how much he had missed Li Fei over the years. Huan. Duan Ling Tian teleported next to Huan and said, "This is my wife, Li Fei." "Greetings, Sister Li Fei." Huan greeted Li Fei with a smile. "Brother Ling Tian often spoke about you. You're much prettier than what he'd described. Thank you for your compliment, younger sister Huan. You're really beautiful. No wonder this scoundrel is smitten with you," Li Fei said with a nod and a smile to Huan before she looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly. At the same time, she said to him through voice transmission, "Scoundrel. I don't care about how many women you fall in love with. However, before Sister Ka is rescued from the divine offering land, you aren't allowed to marry them except for Tian Wu. Even if Sister Ka won't blame you for it, I won't allow it. Little fair, am I such a cold-blooded person in your eyes?" Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly and replied through voice transmission, "Rest assured. Before Ka is rescued, I won't marry any woman, this includes Tian Wu." Li Fei furrowed her brows slightly. "Don't you think you're being cruel to Tian Wu?" Li Fei furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "Little fair, I've spoken to Tian Wu regarding this matter. She understands my situation and feels it's the right thing to do as well," Duan Ling Tian said. "Tian Wu is too kind," Li Fei said with a sigh. Duan Ling Tian had been worried Li Fei and Huan might not get along. To his relief, the two women seemed to get along rather well, and Li Fei seemed to like Huan as well. At this time, Han Shui-nai asked with a gleam in her eyes, "Brother Ling Tian, is she my new sister-in-law? She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. How did you trick her to follow you?" Duan Ling Tian feigned indignance when he heard Han Shui-nai's teasing words. He said, "Hey, watch your words. Where did you pick up such bad habits?" Now that they were reunited, they naturally had so much to catch up on. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Little fair, how did you end up in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? I heard from Tian Wu that you're now the disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor who's the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven." "Everything started when I was in the mundane realm, the Purple Spike realm," Li Fei said before she briefly recounted her experience in the Purple Spike realm after she left the Divine Offering land. Coincidentally, Nian Tian and Shui Nai were also in the Purple Spike realm. "After I found them, we ascended to the Floating Heaven and joined the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven." Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief and gratitude. "You're lucky to have come across such a fortuitous encounter. It's all thanks to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering land. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come so far. Naturally, if given a choice, I'd rather for all of us to live peacefully in the Saint Province realms instead of being forcibly brought to the Divine Offering land. It would be great if we could live in peace in the Saint Province realm," Li Fei said as a hint of wistfulness shone in her eyes. "Don't worry, I promise we'll have peaceful days in the Devata realm as well," Duan Ling Tian said resolutely. He was determined to grow stronger to gain a foothold in the Devata realms to ensure his family would be able to live peacefully. Li Fei nodded. Then, she said, "Scoundrel, let's go meet Master." While Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo followed Li Fei back to the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven, Duan Nian Tian and Han Shui Nai followed the others back to Duan Ling Tian's little world. "This is Father's little world." Duan Nian Tian and Han Shui Nai were shocked when they discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Ling Tian's little world was similar to the one in the Divine Offering land. The inhabitants of the realms of gods were extraordinarily gifted due to their superior heaven and earth spirit energies. Before becoming celestials, they were tempered by the superior heaven and earth spirit energies in the realms of gods, resulting in them having high innate talent and potential. Han Shui Nai still had not recovered from her shock. The heaven and earth spirit energy in here is exactly the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering land. The others were naturally no longer shocked since they had been staying in the little world for some time now. The cultivation environment here is excellent, I'll become a celestial lord very quickly if I cultivate here. Duan Niantian and Han Shui-nai could not wait to begin cultivating. Li Ru and the others could not help but chuckle at the duo's reactions. After all, their reactions were all similar when they first entered Duan Lingtian's little word. Outside of Duan Lingtian's little word, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei, "Little Feier, you should have the other soul pearls, right?" Li Fei's expression turned grim immediately. Apart from mother, father, Ka, Si Ling, senior sister Mu Yi, Tian Wu, and Tian Wu's father, the other soul pearls have shattered. Although Duan Lingtian was already aware of this, his expression could not help darken again. He clenched his hands tightly as he gritted teeth. He swore to himself inwardly, "Yun Qing Yan, one day, I'll make you pay for everything." Chapter 3413 The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Yun Qing Yan was the cause of the deaths of his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and the others. After all, they would have led peaceful and good lives in the Saint Province realm if Yun Qing Yan did not kidnap them and bring them to the Divine Offering Land. There are less than 700 years to go before the passages from the Devata realms to the realms of gods open. At that time, I must go to the Divine Offering Land to avenge them. Duan Lingtian was furious when he thought about the deaths of his loved ones. He was so affected by this thought that he remained silent throughout their journey to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Li Fei understood Duan Lingtian's thoughts, so she only silently held his hand and stayed by his side to provide him with support. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman trailing at the back of the couple along with Elder Huo looked at the peerless couple that seemed like a match made in heaven. Although she was unfamiliar with the purple-clad young man, based on his bearing and behavior, she could tell he was outstanding. Moreover, it was rare for someone as young as him to be so mature. Based on what she knew, Li Fei and Duan Lingtian were only slightly over 300 years old. She thought to herself, perhaps, only this handsome and talented young man is worthy of the young miss. Soon after, they arrived in front of a floating island above the vast ocean that was shrouded in thick clouds. "Scoundrel, we've arrived at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven," Li Fei said. Although she had many questions for Duan Lingtian, she had remained silent throughout their journey here since she could sense Duan Lingtian's inner turmoil. Duan Lingtian looked at the floating island and the clouds swirling around and beneath it. He thought it was rather similar to the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. Unlike the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven that was hidden with other means, the heavenly palaces of the purple revelation heaven and the floating heaven were hidden by the clouds. "Let's meet my master." Although Li Fei had prepared herself, she was still nervous about bringing Duan Lingtian to meet her master. It was just like on Earth where women were nervous about bringing their boyfriends home to meet their parents. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had treated Li Fei as her daughter over the years. Moreover, compared to other elders and even Duan Lingtian, she had spent the longest time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Li Fei was raised by her grandmother since she was a toddler when she was in the Saint Province realm. As far as her memories stretched, she did not have many, if any, memories of her parents at all. Perhaps, that was why she treated the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, who had taken great care of her, as her mother as well. How could she not feel nervous now that her husband was about to meet her master whom she treated as her mother? "My master's courtyard is up ahead." While Li Fei led Duan Lingtian into the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, many disciples she encountered along the way would greet her. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven had 3 true disciples, and Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, was the youngest disciple, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor stayed in a valley filled with lush greeneries. The sound of birds chirping permeated the air. Before Duan Lingtian and Li Fei stepped foot into the valley, a flock of birds at the entrance began to gather and fly around them. "Miss Feier." The flock of birds that were capable of speech greeted Li Fei happily. A red sparrow looked at Duan Lingtian and asked excitedly, "Miss Feier, is he the man you spoke about all the time? We didn't believe you previously, but it seems like you weren't lying, you're really married." "Why would I lie to all of you?" Li Fei shook her head gently before she introduced the flock of birds to Duan Lingtian. "Scoundrel, these are my senior sisters, they're my master's nominal disciples." With this, the flock of birds suddenly transformed into a group of teenage girls and young women. They gathered around Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as they giggled. One of them said, "So you're Miss Feier's husband? You're quite handsome. It's impossible to find a man as handsome as you in our heavenly palace." The group of female disciples looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a rare animal. Although Duan Ling Tian was slightly discomfited by the gazes, he maintained a friendly smile on his face. Thank you for taking care of little Fair all these years. At this moment, the beautiful woman trailing behind Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei said, enough. Make way for the young miss. She's going to bring him to meet our lord. With these, the group of girls reverted to a flock of birds and flew away. As soon as they stepped into the valley, the fragrance of fresh flowers and wine wafted into their noses. As Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply, Li Fei explained, my master has a hobby of brewing wine. This fragrance is from the flower wine she brewed. The flowers in Devata realms usually contain spirit energy, so my master planted many celestial flowers and celestial herbs here that have the potential of gaining human forms. Before me, my master has a disciple who's a celestial herb. Senior sister is already a titled celestial emperor, and she's normally not in the heavenly palace. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At this moment, he discovered the beautiful women had stopped following them. Elder Huo was the only one left trailing behind them. Elder Huo naturally followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. After all, in his eyes, it was his duty to protect Duan Ling Tian and ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety. He would do anything to keep Duan Ling Tian safe. It was not just because he had a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian from before. It was also partly due to Feng Qingyong, whom he felt greatly indebted to. Without Feng Qingyong, he would not have such achievements today. Meanwhile, they walked deeper into the valley. After a while, Duan Ling Tian saw Li Fei's master, the purple spike celestial emperor, in a courtyard brimming with flowers, plants, and herbs. She looked like a young woman in her 20s. She was tall, and her body was curvaceous. At this moment, she was tending to her garden. Master. Li Fei bowed and greeted her master as soon as they arrived. The purple spike celestial emperor straightened her back to look at Li Fei. When her gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian, they flashed briefly with a cold light. Fair, is he your husband? After Li Fei and Duan Ling Tian were reunited, the beautiful woman had sent a message to inform the purple spike celestial emperor of this matter. Yes, master, Li Fei responded respectfully, this is my husband, Duan Ling Tian. As Li Fei spoke, Duan Ling Tian bowed at the purple spike celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian greets the purple spike celestial emperor. Thank you for taking care of little Fair all these years. Words can't describe how grateful I feel. I'll certainly repay your kindness in the future. The purple spike celestial emperor replied faintly, since you're Fair's husband, you should stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It wasn't easy for both of you to be reunited. If both of you were to separate again, Fair won't be able to concentrate on her cultivation. I hope you won't affect her cultivation in the future. With her potential, she would at least be on par with me in the future. Duan Ling Tian was moved by the purple spike celestial emperor's direct words. It could be seen that she regarded Li Fei highly. He had no doubt that she treated Li Fei very well. Nevertheless, he had plans of his own that contradicted the purple spike celestial emperor's plan. Duan Ling Tian looked at the purple spike celestial emperor and said determinedly and confidently, Purple spike celestial emperor, I'm here not only to thank you for taking care of little Fair all this time, but we're here to bid farewell to you as well. Since we've reunited, it's natural that we won't be separated again. I plan to bring little Fair with me and leave the floating heaven. You plan to bring Fair away from here? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the purple spike celestial emperor's expression turned icy immediately. At the same time, a bone-chilling energy suddenly descended on the valley, causing a layer of frost to form. Based on this, it was clear she had comprehended the law of ice. Master. Li Fei's expression changed instantly. Although she knew her master had high hopes for her and felt that she would be throwing her future away if she left with Duan Ling Tian, she did not expect her master would be so furious. She could not help but feel helpless. Chapter 34:14 As You Wish. Although the purple spike celestial emperor had unleashed the law of ice, she had only done so to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. She had no intention of hurting him at all. However, her actions had angered Elder Huo, causing his expressions to darken. Elder Huo's body was instantly shrouded by surging flames. Duan Ling Tian stopped Elder Huo through voice transmission. Elder Huo, there's no need for this. Meanwhile, the purple spike celestial emperor was inwardly shocked when she discovered not only was Duan Ling Tian unaffected by the law of ice, but it seemed like he did not feel pressured at all. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang in the air. Kong Yuyi greets third junior aunt. You may enter. the purple spike celestial emperor said as she raised an eyebrow and withdrew her energy. In just a moment, a tall and muscular young man entered the courtyard. He was dressed in a silver long robe with golden trimmings. He carried an arrogant air about him. He bowed at the purple spike celestial emperor. "Greetings, third junior ant. Yu Yi, what brings you here?" The purple spike celestial emperor asked as she looked at Kang Yu Yi. "I heard that junior sister Li Fei's husband is here, so I came to see what kind of outstanding person he is for her to ignore my pursuit of her," Kang Yu Yi said bluntly with a smile on his face. It was clear he had intentionally spoken bluntly for his own purpose. "Kang Yu Yi, can you stop talking nonsense?" Li Fei glared at Kang Yu Yi with a frosty expression on her face. Just as Li Fei was about to lose her temper, Duan Ling Tian held her hand and shook her head gently. Then, he said with a smile on his face, "Little Fei, your temper is still as bad as before. Is it necessary for you to retaliate when a dog barks at you?" As soon as Kang Yu Yi appeared, Duan Ling Tian had already sensed Kang Yu Yi's hostility when their eyes met. He was briefly confused by Kang Yu Yi's hostility since it was their first meeting after all. Kang Yu Yi's open declaration of his pursuit of Li Fei enlightened him immediately. Li Fei struggled as she tried not to laugh after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. It felt as though they had returned to the days when they were still in the Saint Province realm. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian was still so pointed with his words. At the same time, the purple spike celestial emperor could not help but frown upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, but she remained silent. On the other hand, Kang Yu Yi's expression darkened as he looked at Li Fei and asked, "Junior sister Li Fei, is your husband always so rude?" "Kang Yu Yi, before you ask such a question, why don't you reflect on yourself to see if you're rude?" Li Fei said nonchalantly as she glanced at Kang Yu Yi. She did not mince her words even though her master was present. Kang Yu Yi inhaled deeply to suppress his anger after listening to Li Fei's words. Then, he scoffed as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Brat, did you come here hoping to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven using junior sister Li Fei's connections?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Kang Yu Yi and said pointedly, "Some people aren't even able to use little Fei's connection even if they want to." Kang Yu Yi's expression further darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's provocative words. He said, "So you admit to using junior sister Li Fei? She must be blind for choosing to marry you." Then, he turned to say to Li Fei, "Junior sister Li Fei, such a man isn't worthy of you." Li Fei retorted tonelessly, "It's not your place to comment if he's worthy or not." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said, "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, if there's nothing else, little Fei and I will take our leave now. We'll visit you in the future." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. "Can you guarantee Fei's safety if she follows you? Can you guarantee her cultivation won't suffer? You may leave with her if you can truthfully answer yes to these questions. Otherwise, I won't let her leave with you." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor could sense Duan Ling Tian was not as simple as he seemed to be, so she did not go overboard with her words. However, before Duan Ling Tian or Li Fei could reply, Kang Yu Yi exclaimed in shock, "Junior sister Li Fei, why you're leaving with him? You have to think this through. Where else can you find a cultivation environment as good as the heavenly palace of the floating island after leaving?" Li Fei replied indifferently, "Nothing matters as long as we're together." Following that, she kneeled in front of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and solemnly said, "Master, I've been cultivating hard all these years because of my husband. Now that we're reunited, nothing is more important to me than him. I'll never forget your kindness and the lessons you've taught me over the years. If you ever need my help in the future, I will never refuse you. Moreover, I promise to visit you in the future." Although Li Fei was unaware that Duan Ling Tian could indeed provide her with a better cultivation environment, she was insistent on leaving with him. "Fair." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's gaze softened as she looked at Li Fei. "I understand you, otherwise, I wouldn't have offered to let him stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. I only want you to live up to your potential and cultivate properly. However, since he has refused, there's no doubt your cultivation will suffer if you follow him." After the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor finished speaking, Kang Yu Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian and said indignantly, "Brat, you're too selfish. How dare you let junior sister Li Fei sacrifice her cultivation and her comprehension of the law for your own desire?" Duan Ling Tian ignored Kang Yu Yi. Instead, he looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and solemnly said, "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, I'm grateful for your care toward Huoner until now. However, I can assure you that her cultivation environment and the cultivation resources she will receive will be better than those in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Since the cultivation environment in Duan Ling Tian's little world was comparable to a realm of gods, how could the heavenly palace of the floating heaven compare to his little world? However, he naturally could not reveal the secret of little world to these people. The purple spike celestial emperor frowned and looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically. At the same time, Kong Yuyi laughed out loud. What a joke, brat, you should think carefully before you boast. How many places are better than the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? It's a place where many people yearn to cultivate at. Only the cultivation environment of a few top heaven-grade forces and heavenly palaces of Devata realms can compare to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You're not even 400 years old, and your innate talent isn't as high as junior sister Li Fei. How dare you boast in front of us? Previously, Li Fei had spoken openly to her master. She had mentioned that perhaps, Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was not as high as hers since she had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The purple spike celestial emperor had spoken about this with her senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor, who was Kong Yuyi's father. Kong Yuyi, who had heard about this from his father, naturally assumed Duan Ling Tian was weaker than Li Fei. Shut up or I'll rip your mouth apart. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned unsightly. He had grown impatient after Kong Yuyi continued to provoke him. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Kong Yuyi. Kong Yuyi was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he laughed. Then, he said disdainfully, rip my mouth apart. I'm much stronger than junior sister Li Fei in terms of strength and cultivation base. You're not even stronger than her, but you dare to say such words. Let me guess, you're probably not even a celestial king, right? How hilarious of you to say you're going to rip my mouth apart. Kong Yuyi, Li Fei said furiously as her expression changed. Just as Li Fei was about to attack Kong Yuyi, terrifying space energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body, causing the corners of his robes to flutter in the air. It seems like you really want me to tear your mouth apart. In that case, let me fulfill your wish. Duan Ling Tian's space energy contained his celestial origin energy as a one basic celestial emperor and the energy of his fused profundity from the law of space. Before Kong Yuyi could react, two sword rays appeared near Kong Yuyi's mouth out thin air through Duan Ling Tian's use of the transportation profundity and the teleportation profundity. Stop! The purple spike celestial emperor cried out in shock and disbelief. She tried to intervene but was unfortunately stopped by Elder Huo. Chapter 34:15 A furious Kong Yuyi. A bone-chilling energy permeated the surroundings immediately. The cold was more intense than before since the purple spike celestial emperor did not hold back this time. Master, please show mercy. Li Fei's expression changed drastically as the bone-chilling energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian. She tried to move in front of Duan Ling Tian to block the attack for him but found that her feet had been frozen to the ground by the cold energy. The purple spike celestial emperor had attacked Duan Ling Tian to stop him from hurting Kong Yuyi. After all, Kong Yuyi was the son of her senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor. It would be troublesome if Kong Yuyi was injured. Alas, she was too late. Duan Ling Tian was not bothered by the purple spike celestial emperor's terrifyingly cold energy. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays slashed both sides of Kong Yuyi's mouth. When Kong Yuyi tried to mobilize his celestial origin energy to staunch the bleeding, he discovered he could not do so because he was restrained by the space energy. Without access to his celestial origin energy, not only was he unable to staunch the bleeding, but he could not numb the pain as well. His face twisted in pain as he cried out miserably. Duan Ling Tian, the purple spike celestial emperor roared. There was no mistaking her fury. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted immediately. At this moment, she was determined to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson he would never forget. As the cold energy was about to land on Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei cried out in horror, no! A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air just when the purple spike celestial emperor's attack was inches away from Duan Ling Tian. Flames that seemed to have woven themselves into a net appeared above Duan Ling Tian, blocking the purple spike celestial emperor's attack. The attack was easily stopped since the purple spike celestial emperor did not attack with her full strength. After all, she had no intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. Nevertheless, she did not expect her attack to be so easily deflected by the old man who trailed behind Duan Ling Tian like a subordinate. At this moment, Elder Huo, who was shrouded in golden flames, stepped forward. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, do you think you're qualified to teach my young master a lesson? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened. She raised her hands and an ice spike that was roughly 10 meters long appeared out of thin air before shooting toward Elder Huo. The ice spike flew out like a released arrow. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had focused her attack only on the red-clad old man by Duan Ling Tian's side to avoid accidentally hurting or killing the others. Very well, if this is what you want. Elder Huo narrowed his eyes. At the same time, his robes fluttered in the air. Soon enough, 2 flaming beams of light shot out of his eyes. The flaming lights merged and spun as it flew forward to meet the ice spike. Swoosh. 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 The flaming light collided with the ice spike silently. Both attacks vanished without a trace. Based on this, one could see the 2 opponents were equally matched. At this moment, hints of fear flashed in the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes when she looked at Elder Huo. She finally realized her opponent was at least as strong as her. Apart from that, she could also sense that Elder Huo was not human. To be precise, he should be a fire-type celestial beast. Most importantly, she could tell he was a top-tier celestial beast that was rather close to a divine beast. If Elder Huo had fought with her in his true form, she might not be a match for him at all. With this, she withdrew her bone-chilling energy immediately. Then, she looked at Li Fei with a gentle gaze and said, "Fair, stop your husband." Although Yu Yi was rude, he has already learned his lesson. When the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian, shock and disbelief were flashing in the depths of her eyes. She had assumed Duan Ling Tian was weaker than Li Fei since she was also under the assumption that his innate talent was not as high as Li Fei's. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's attack, she realized she had been incredibly wrong. Not only was Duan Ling Tian a one basic celestial emperor who had not reached the age of 1000 like Kong Yi, but Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Most importantly, he had also learned how to fuse his profundities. He was not even 400 years old but had managed such feats. It was truly unprecedented. At this moment, she realized Duan Ling Tian was a monstrous talent who made Li Fei and Kong Yi pale in comparison. Li Fei sighed in relief when she saw Duan Ling Tian was unharmed. At the same time, she looked at Elder Huo in slight surprise. She did not expect Elder Huo to be so powerful. When they were in the mundane realm, she had thought that Elder Huo had perished. Who knew that not only was Elder Huo alive, but he had also managed to leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and become so powerful that his strength was at least on par with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. After all, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Although she was the youngest among the disciples of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, her strength was comparable to her seniors. "Scoundrel, release him," Li Fei said as she glanced at Kong Yi. She could not help but laugh when she saw the injuries at the sides of his mouth. At this moment, Kong Yi's voice had turned hoarse from all the screaming. He had grown quieter as well. Since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor could not stop Duan Ling Tian, he could only look at Li Fei. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing Li Fei's words before he withdrew the space energy. Soon after, Kong Yi's injuries glowed with a green light. In just a moment, his injuries were healed. Since he comprehended the law of wood, it was easy for him to heal the injuries. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had only inflicted shallow injuries on him. After Duan Ling Tian withdrew the space energy, he looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and ignored Kong Yi. Flames of fury mixed with lingering fear rose in Kong Yi's heart as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The flames of fury were stoked when he saw Duan Ling Tian disregarding him. However, he knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian after experiencing Duan Ling Tian's earlier attack. Although they were both one basic celestial emperors, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law was far deeper compared to his. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. Impossible. Isn't he the same age as junior sister Li Fei? Why is he so powerful? Kong Yi did not understand how Duan Ling Tian was so strong when Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was supposedly lower than Li Fei. Was this the same man whom Li Fei constantly spoke about? At this moment, he felt as though Li Fei had deliberately tricked him. He had forgotten that it was his father who caused him to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. "Yu Yi, it's best if you leave first," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said to Kong Yi. Since Duan Ling Tian was the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei, it could be said this matter was only between them. There was no reason for Kang Yuyi to stay here and make matters worse. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo's strength, she had a feeling they had an extraordinary background. Yes, third junior aunt. Kang Yuyi naturally did not have any objection and left with an unsightly expression. He swore he would never forget the humiliation he had to suffer in front of the woman he liked because of Duan Ling Tian today. Duan Ling Tian, you better watch out. Kang Yuyi thought to himself furiously as he left. Chapter 34:16 Nominal Disciple. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the hatred, anger, and vengeance that Kang Yuyi harbored in his heart. Nevertheless, he would not have cared even if he was aware of it. Kang Yuyi had insulted him multiple times today. He did not want to bother with Kang Yuyi, but after he gave an inch, Kang Yuyi took a mile. He felt his actions were completely justified. Since Duan Ling Tian dared to make a move, he was not afraid of the consequences. In his eyes, Kang Yuyi was just like a clown. Therefore, he no longer pursued the matter when Li Fei asked him to release Kang Yuyi on behalf of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Now that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had witnessed his and Elder Huo's strength, Duan Ling Tian knew she would no longer dare to look down on them. He said solemnly, "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, I'm little Feier's husband, it's only natural that I want the best for her. I wouldn't bring her away if I couldn't provide her with a superior cultivation environment and resources. You can't even begin to imagine how important she is to me." It was as Duan Ling Tian expected. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was certain her disciple's husband was no ordinary person after witnessing his strength. He was the same age as her disciple, but he was far stronger. His strength was not something that could be attributed to luck alone. In the cultivation world, everyone abided by the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was just like everyone else and had to abide by this law. For this reason, she longer took to heart the matter of Duan Ling Tian injuring Kang Yuyi. Her gaze was much gentler as well as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "It seems like you lived a much better life than Feier during all those years. You're not even 400 years old, right?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. When the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked about his age, he could not help thinking about his other wife, Ka, who was being held captive in the Divine Offering Land. There were slightly more than 600 years left before the passages from the Devata realms to the realms of gods opened again. Perhaps, he would be satisfied with his current progress in the past. However, after meeting so many powerhouses, he realized his strength was still insignificant. Just among titled celestial emperors, they were divided into so many categories based on their strength. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, the weakest titled celestial emperors were 1-star gods of war, while powerful titled celestial emperors were mostly 7-star or 8-star gods of war. The strongest among titled celestial emperors were 9-star gods of war. Unsurprisingly, 9-star gods of war already had one foot on the path of attaining godhood. For this reason, they were known as imminent gods. For their strength to exceed those of 10 directions celestial emperors, their comprehension of the laws had reached an incredibly high level. The difference between a god and an imminent god was not just their strength. Their souls were completely different as well. For an imminent god to truly become a god, their souls had to undergo a change. The key to the change was their comprehension of the law's profundities. Meanwhile, Li Fei was still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's act of overpowering Kang Yuyi. "This scoundrel is even stronger than me." Li Fei regained her senses when she heard her master asking about her husband's age. She really did not expect him to grow so strong in such a short time. Previously, she had assumed only Ka was stronger than her due to Ka's past life's identity. She did not expect him to be stronger than her. "I'm not an unreasonable person." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's gaze turned even more gently when she looked at Li Fei. Her voice grew gentler as well as she continued to say to Duan Ling Tian, "Although Feier has only been my disciple for a few hundred years, I treat her like my biological daughter. Fate brought us together when she inherited my legacy in the mundane realm. I'm someone who believes in fate. I believe Feier is the heavens' gift to me. I only want the best for her. I understand your importance to her. Not only are you her husband, but you're the father of her child as well. I won't force her to stay with me, but I do want the best for her. Like I said, as long as you can provide her with a better cultivation environment and cultivation resources, I won't object to her leaving," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor continued to say, making her stance clear. It was obvious that even if it would hurt her, she would let Li Fei go as long as it was beneficial to Li Fei. Master, Li Fei called out in a trembling voice when she heard her master's words. At the same time, a guilty expression appeared on her face. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Elder Huo said, "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, there's no need for you to worry. What the heavenly palace of the floating heaven provided Li Fei, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be able to provide her as well." The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Elder Huo's words. Although she had suspected Duan Ling Tian must have a strong backing from a heaven-grade force or a heavenly palace of a Devata realm, she did not expect it to be the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had fought with the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven once. The fight had ended in a draw at that time. It was no secret that Feng Qingyang was forced to escape to the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor remembered her master had sighed wistfully at that time upon receiving the news that Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Asura Hell. Her master had said that Feng Qingyang might not be the strongest heavenly emperor yet, but there was no doubt Feng Qingyang was the most talented heavenly emperor. Feng Qingyang was also the one with the highest potential to attain godhood. Her master had said that if Feng Qingyang were to die in the Asura Hell, the heavens must have been jealous of his talent. If Feng Qingyang were to survive the Asura Hell, he would surely soar to a high place and achieve great things. Subsequently, when Feng Qingyang returned from the Asura Hell and returned to the solitary destructive heaven, he easily defeated Chen Chubo, who had usurped his throne during his absence. One had to know Chen Chubo was not only a titled celestial emperor, but he was also a 7-star god of war who made a name for himself in the 9 Serenities battlefield. At that time, her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had speculated that Feng Qingyang's strength was likely that of an 8-star or 9-star god of war after his experience in the Asura Hell if he had not become a god. Needless to say, if a heavenly emperor grew stronger, it went without saying that the status of the Devata realm he or she governed would rise as well. When Feng Qingyang returned and killed Chen Chubo, a 7-star god of war, it had already pushed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to a height that other heavenly emperors, including the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, could only dream of. You're with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked, slightly skeptically, as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. A wild thought appeared in her mind at this moment. She knew Feng Qingyang did not have any true disciples, so she could not help but wonder if Duan Ling Tian was one of Feng Qingyang's nominal disciples. "That's right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Hence, you don't have to worry about little Fei's cultivation environment or cultivation resources after she leaves the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will provide her with the best cultivation environment and resources." Despite Duan Ling Tian's words, he planned to provide Li Fei with a cultivation environment even more superior to those in the heavenly palaces. The cultivation environment in his little world was the best in all Devata realms, after all. Han Shuinai and Duan Nian Tian, who entered his little world ahead of Li Fei, had already discovered the wonders of his little world. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked to confirm her speculation, "Are you Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's nominal disciple? If you're not, you still won't be able to provide Fei with a better cultivation environment even if you belong to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Nominal disciple? Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, I'm not." "You're not?" The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor frowned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. "If you're not, you won't be able to provide Fei with a better cultivation environment. I still think it's best for her to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven." At this moment, Elder Huo said, "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, my young master isn't a nominal disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. He's the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. If we're a stickler for etiquette, our young master's status is equal to yours since you're both true disciples of a heavenly emperor." True disciple? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was thoroughly shocked. As far as she knew, Feng Qingyang did not have any true disciples. Was Duan Ling Tian recently accepted as a true disciple? If Duan Ling Tian was only recently accepted, how did he become so strong in such a short time? Chapter 3417, The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. In the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's opinion, it was impossible for someone of Duan Ling Tian's age to possess such strength in a short time. However, if Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, took Duan Lingtian in long ago, it was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess such strength under Feng Qingyang's care. However, since Duan Lingtian was only recently accepted by Feng Qingyang, it meant that Feng Qingyang did not have much to do with Duan Lingtian's current strength. How was this possible? How did Duan Lingtian grow so strong without Feng Qingyang's help? Such strength could not be attributed to luck alone. Li Fei was the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's most treasured disciple. After Li Fei inherited her legacy in the mundane realm, she had sent her subordinates to bring Li Fei to the floating heaven even before it was time for Li Fei to ascend to a Devata realm. She had taken care of Li Fei and trained Li Fei without any reservations and had given the best to Li Fei. Despite all that, Li Fei was still not as strong as Duan Lingtian. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor furrowed her brows as she looked at Elder Huo and said, "I didn't know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has a true disciple." It was not that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor doubted Elder Huo. After all, if Elder Huo was lying, it would not take much to uncover the truth. She was just puzzled and curious. Why did Feng Qingyang suddenly accept a true disciple? Just because my Lord Heavenly Emperor didn't have a true disciple in the past, it didn't mean it was going to be that way forever, Elder Huo said with a faint smile on his face. My young master had inherited the Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm. After that, Lord Heavenly Emperor had been paying close attention to him and had been searching for him since he returned from the Asura Hell. It's a pity it took us so long to find him. Elder Huo continued to say, "There's no need for you to feel confused. Our young master's strength has nothing to do with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He grew so strong all on his own. His innate talent is beyond your wildest imaginations. He inherited Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was stunned. Then, she asked, "As it turns out, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang left his legacy in a mundane realm as well." At the same time, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Upon seeing the curious expression on Li Fei's face, he said with a small smile, "Little Fair, in a way, you know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven as well." "I know him." Li Fei grew even more confused when she heard these words. "Try to remember. His name is Feng Qingyang." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and continued to say, "Do you remember the sect I belong to in the mundane realm, the Seven Absolute sect? My predecessor of the First Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, is called Feng Qingyang, remember?" What? Li Fei, naturally, remembered the Seven Absolute sect. She had spent time in the sect's estate with the other successors of the Seven Absolutes. Not only was her husband the sect leader, but Feng Tianwu and Han Shui-Nai were also part of the sect. She did not expect the famous Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was from the same mundane realm she was from and had such a close connection to her husband. Previously, she had learned a lot about Feng Qingyang through her master, so she knew Feng Qingyang was incredibly remarkable. She did not expect Feng Qingyang would have such a close connection to her husband since they were in the mundane realm. After processing this information, Li Fei finally nodded. She said to the puzzled Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, "It's true that I know about Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but I had no idea he was the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven until now." At this time, the eyes of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperors brightened. Feng Qingyang's improvement was the fastest among the 81 Heavenly Emperors. Previously, he did not seem keen to accept disciples. Who knew he already had a successor in the mundane realm whom he was waiting for? Most importantly, Feng Qingyang's true disciple was her disciple's husband. Since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was someone who believed in fate, she believed Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian were fated as well. In her opinion, apart from innate talent when accepting disciples, one had to consider fate as well. This was one of the reasons she cared about Li Fei so much. She felt she had fate with Li Fei. Otherwise, she would have accepted Duan Niantian and Han Shui-Nai, whose talents were not inferior to Li Fei as well. Feeling assured, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor finally said with a sigh, "Fair, don't forget to visit me when you have time in the future." At this point, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew it was in Li Fei's best interest to leave the floating heaven with Duan Lingtian. There was doubt Li Fei's treatment would be just as good or even better in the solitary destructive heaven. If she continued to insist on Li Fei staying with her, she would only be separating Li Fei and her husband for no good reason. She had no intention of doing such a thing. After all, she cared about Li Fei, and doing such a thing would only make Li Fei resent her. Master. Li Fei was overwhelmed by emotions when she heard the purple spike celestial emperor's words. Her eyes were red as she said, "I'll definitely visit you often, master. You're not just my master, but you're like a mother to me as well." All of a sudden, she turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Scoundrel, I want to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years. If you have matters to attend to, you can leave with Nian Tian and Shui Nai first. Come and get me in 2 years, okay? I hope you can understand my decision." "Of course, I understand." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "In fact, there's no need for me to return here in 2 years to get you. It's only 2 years, so I'll accompany you here." Since he had completed the search for his family and friends, it was not a problem for him to temporarily stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Moreover, 2 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. "Thank you." Li Fei was moved. "There's no need to thank me. We're husband and wife after all," Duan Ling Tian said as he gently shook his head. Then, he turned to Elder Huo and asked, "Elder Huo, I plan on staying in the floating heaven for 2 years. Will you be returning first, or do you plan to stay with me?" "It's merely 2 years, I'll stay with you, young master," Elder Huo said with a smile. If 2 years was a short time for Duan Ling Tian, then 2 years were even more insignificant to Elder Huo, who had lived for such a long time. For example, a millionaire and a billionaire would not care about $100. However, to a billionaire, $100 was even more insignificant compared to a millionaire. "Silly girl, there's no need for you to do this." The purple spike celestial emperor was touched by Li Fei's decision. Li Fei said resolutely, "Master, I've already made up my mind." Then, she continued to say, "I don't plan to cultivate during these 2 years, I just want to accompany master. Although I'll visit in the future, it won't be the same." The atmosphere had just grown warm when a slightly angry voice rang in the air. "Third junior sister, your senior brother is here to visit you." The purple spike celestial emperor frowned as soon as she heard the voice. Then, she said, "Second senior brother, if there's nothing important, I'll visit you another time. Now's not a good time for me." The person who had spoken was the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the purple spike celestial emperor's second senior brother and the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. It was not hard for the purple spike celestial emperor to guess the purpose of the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's visit. He must have come to avenge Kong Yuyi. However, she was not too worried. If she did not know what she knew now, she would have protected Duan Ling Tian. However, she knew Duan Ling Tian did not need her protection at all. Moreover, if their master learned of Duan Ling Tian's identity, there was no doubt her second senior brother would be reprimanded by their master. If it was before, she thinks she would need to take Duan Ling Tian under her wings. But now, she knows Duan Ling Tian doesn't need it. In fact, her second senior brother will surely be scolded if their master, the heavenly emperor of floating heaven, knows of this. Was it not akin to offending the solitary destructive heaven and its heavenly emperor if the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor hurt Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qing Yang's only true disciple? How could their master allow this? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice rang out again. "Third junior sister, are you protecting Duan Ling Tian?" At this moment, 2 figures entered the purple spike celestial emperor's cultivation ground without her permission. One of them was Kong Yuyi, who had left after being taught a lesson by Duan Ling Tian, and the other person was a muscular middle-aged man dressed in a long robe. The middle-aged man's complexion was fair and jade-like, and he had a majestic air about him. Kong Yuyi bore some resemblance to him. Obviously, he was Kong Yuyi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. "Second senior brother, didn't you hear my words? You've crossed the line by entering my cultivation ground without my permission." The purple spike celestial emperor's expression darkened immediately. She did not expect her second senior brother would disregard etiquette and enter her cultivation ground without permission. Out of anger, she decided not to inform her second senior brother about Duan Ling Tian's identity as the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. She did not want her second senior brother to suffer initially, but after seeing his blatant disregard for her, she thought he needed to be taught a lesson. "Third junior sister," the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor shook his head and said, "I know you love your disciple, but what about my son? Can't I stand up for him when he's bullied?" "Father, that's Duan Ling Tian," Kong Yuyi cried out at this moment. He stood behind his father and pointed at Duan Ling Tian with a twisted expression on his face. The hatred flashing in his eyes could hardly be concealed when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3418 The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Kang Yi glared at Duan Ling Tian, his gaze was brimming with hatred. Although the injuries Duan Ling Tian inflicted on him were superficial, he could not forget the pain and humiliation he suffered. Since young, his life had been easy. He had never suffered like he did today. No matter his wrongdoings, even his father had never punished him so harshly. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian had humiliated him in front of the woman he liked. He was jealous of Duan Ling Tian for being Li Fei's husband. Apart from that, Li Fei had always treated him coldly because of Duan Ling Tian. Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was already in a bad mood, to begin with, due to Li Fei's imminent departure. Now that her second senior brother came looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian and blatantly disregarded her, her mood naturally worsened. She said in a low voice, "I'm a witness to the incident earlier." Although Duan Ling Tian's reaction was slightly stronger than warranted, it was not unjustified. Who doesn't have a quick temper when they're young? From what I know, didn't you annihilate an entire clan when you were young just because the young miss of the clan refused you? Compared to what you did, I think Duan Ling Tian's action is rather mild. Her tone grew icier and icier as she spoke. What do you mean by this? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened as his eyes flashed coldly. So you're intent on protecting this person because he's your beloved disciple's husband? Second senior brother, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said indifferently, "It's best if you show restraint." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor glanced at Duan Ling Tian and scoffed. Third junior sister, if it weren't for you, I would have made him kneel and beg for forgiveness. However, for your sake, all he needs to do is bow and apologize to my son. After that, I'll let the matter go. Father, Kang Yi cried out. His expression turned unsightly as soon as he heard his father's words. How can we let the matter go so easily? In Kang Yi's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's punishment was too light. After all, Duan Ling Tian had injured him and forcefully prevented him from healing his injuries, causing him to suffer excruciating pain and humiliation. On his way here, he was determined to make Duan Ling Tian give up one of his limbs as compensation. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sent a voice transmission to his son, asking his son to keep quiet. Currently, your third junior aunt is as strong as I am, and she'll definitely surpass me in the future. Moreover, she's your Grandmaster's favorite disciple. If she insists on protecting Duan Ling Tian, I can't go overboard with my demands. Just be patient. When she's not around, we can do whatever we want to Duan Ling Tian. We should focus on putting on a show now. She'll let down her guard once she thinks we've let the matter go. At that time, we'll strike. Upon hearing his father's words, Kang Yi had no choice but to endure his anger and hatred for now. Nevertheless, he felt much more at ease after listening to the latter part of his father's message. Then, he replied through voice transmission, "Father, you're wise." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor replied with a sigh, "This is the only way. Not only is she your Grandmaster's favorite disciple, but she's progressing so quickly that I can't simply offend her." Meanwhile, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was stunned by her second senior brother's concession. Since when did he become so reasonable? However, it did not take long for her to figure out his thoughts. He probably did not want to offend her if it was possible. Nevertheless, despite his compromise, she shook her head and said in a gentler voice, "Second senior brother, why don't you let this matter go for my sake?" Naturally, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor did not wish for any harm to come to her second senior brother despite being angry at him. Her words were also helping him. After all, he would get into trouble if he offended the solitary destructive heaven. Although she could scare her second senior brother into backing off by revealing Duan Ling Tian's identity, she wanted to resolve this matter with her own ability. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression was terrible to look at when he heard those words. Third junior sister, all I ask for is an apology, but you won't even agree to it. Please let this matter go for my sake, second senior brother, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said firmly as she met her second senior brother's gaze unflinchingly. After the fellow disciples stared at each other for a moment, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor finally said with a sigh, "Fine. I'll let this slide for your sake, third junior sister." Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said with a sneer, "Duan Ling Tian, you're lucky this time. If it weren't for my third junior sister, you would have suffered. After saying that, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor left with Kong Yuyi. As soon the pair of father and son turned away, their eyes gleamed with killing intent. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian remained silent the entire time as he watched the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor deal with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Although he could intimidate the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with his identity, he decided to let the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor deal with the matter since this was her territory. Moreover, since she was helping him, it did not seem right to refuse her good intention. After the father and son left, Duan Ling Tian said, "Thank you, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor." "There's no need to thank me," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor shook her head and said, "Moreover, I don't wish for my second senior brother to offend the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If anything, I should thank you instead for staying your hand. With your identity, you can easily make things difficult for him if you so wished." Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor suddenly looked away as though she was listening to something. Following that, she said, "Duan Ling Tian, I told my master about you earlier. I just received a reply from him. He wishes to meet you and Elder Huo." Then, she turned to Li Fei and said, "Fair, your Grandmaster wants to see you as well." Subsequently, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor led Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Elder Huo to the cultivation ground of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The cultivation ground of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven seemed to be located in an overgrown and wild forest. However, when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor waved her hand, the scenery before everyone's eyes changed. The trio found themselves standing in front of a vast mountain valley. All kinds of celestial beasts with remarkable auras could be seen in the sky and on the ground. They had clearly cultivated and were strong. Nevertheless, when they saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, they made way for her and looked at her in admiration from afar. On the other hand, the stronger celestial beasts looked at Elder Huo, who was walking behind Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, fearfully. They could obviously tell he was a celestial beast who was far superior to them. His aura when in his human form was more than enough to strike fear into their hearts. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor led Duan Ling Tian and the others to a lake in the center of the valley. Then, she bowed respectfully at an old figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the lake with his back facing them. The lake was calm and crystal clear. It seemed like there were no fish in there at all. The person who wore an emerald robe blended in harmoniously with the lake's clear water. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor continued to say respectfully as she looked at her master's back, "Master, I've brought everyone here." As soon as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian watched as the person turned around. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven's skin was without wrinkles despite his white hair. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. He looked at Li Fei and asked, "Fair, how long has it been since we last met?" 10 years, 20 years. Li Fei responded respectfully with a bow, "Grandmaster, it has been 19 years. 19 years had flown by just like that," the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven sighed. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as he said, "Now that you're reunited with your husband, will you introduce us?" Li Fei held Duan Ling Tian's hand as she said with bright eyes and a happy smile on her face, "Grandmaster, this is my husband, Duan Ling Tian." Chapter 34:19 I'll let him live for 2 more years. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating laughed. "It's rare to see you so happy." Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I didn't expect Fair's husband to be the true disciple of someone I know. Duan Ling Tian, your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, challenged me to a duel back then, and we were evenly matched. Although he said he'll come back to challenge me again after his next breakthrough, I already knew at that time I was no match for him whether he returns or not. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is one of the most remarkable people I know. He didn't have any fortuitous encounters and achieved everything on his own. Through the Sword Tao, he comprehended the law of destruction and learned to fuse the profundities. When fighting him, you'll see that laws that seem difficult to comprehend for others come naturally to him." After a brief pause, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven said, I just went on and on without introducing myself, didn't I? I'm the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Yang Yunxiao. You can address me as senior uncle. After all, your master did address me as elder brother at one point." His smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. Senior Uncle Yang. Duan Ling Tian would not show disrespect to Yang Yunxiao. Not only was Yang Yunxiao the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven and was acquainted with Feng Qingyang, but most importantly, Yang Yunxiao was Fei's grandmaster. Yang Yunxiao laughed happily after Duan Ling Tian greeted him. Then, he retrieved something from his spatial ring and said, "Let this be my first meeting gift to you." As soon as Yang Yunxiao's voice fell, a small dull-looking bead hovered in front of Duan Ling Tian. "Senior Uncle Yang, I can't accept this," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Although he did not know what that small bead was, since it was given by Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, it had to be precious. "Take it," Yang Yunxiao said with a smile. "This is something I found in the Nine Serenities battlefield. It's incredibly unique. Extreme force is unable to destroy it, at most, its shape would change. Even forces strong enough to destroy spatial rings can't destroy it. I've studied it for tens of thousands of years and still haven't figured out what it is. I kept thinking about what I should give you. After all, what I give you, your master probably has as well. Therefore, I decided to give this to you. Although I don't know what it is or what it does, there's no doubt it's something extraordinary. Now that I know it's so precious, even more so I feel that I can't accept it," Duan Ling Tian said with a wry smile. He could naturally tell the bead was special after listening to Yang Yunxiao's words. How could something that could withstand extreme force that could even destroy spatial rings be ordinary? By refusing, are you refusing to acknowledge me as your senior uncle? Yang Yunxiao asked. Duan Ling Tian was slightly at a loss. The warmth and kindness he received from both Yang Yunxiao and the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven were rather overwhelming. Based on this, he further realized how much influence his master whom he had yet to meet wielded. Even the two heavenly emperors he met wanted to curry favor with his master. Although Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet Feng Qingyang and had no idea how close Feng Qingyang was to Yang Yunxiao, he was certain their relationship should be good. After all, Yang Yunxiao was willing to give a unique treasure he had found in the Nine Serenities battlefield and had studied for over tens of thousands of years but failed to uncover its mysteries to Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian accepted Yang Yunxiao's gift. Not only because Yang Yunxiao insisted, but also because of what Wanzher, the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, had said. Wanzher had said, "Master, you should accept it. It'll be useful to me, and you'll be pleasantly surprised." Wanzher was the sword soul of a prominent grade divine artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. In the past, she was also the sword soul of another prominent grade divine sword. It was not surprising she recognized the bead that was given by Yang Yunxiao. Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask curiously after listening to Wanzher's words, "What is it?" "It has many names. Every realm of gods called it by a different name. Master, all you have to know is that it's likely I'll be able to transform the Seven Orifices exquisite sword from a prominent grade divine artifact to a supreme grade divine artifact with it." A supreme grade divine artifact. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Wanzher's words. In the past, he had asked Wanzher if the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was the highest grade divine artifact, and she had told him no. At that time, she explained to him there were supreme grade divine artifacts that were a grade above prominent grade divine artifacts. However, there were only a handful of supreme grade divine artifacts, and they were mostly in the hands of powerful leaders of realms of gods. Most people would not even have a chance to encounter them. Finally, there were prime divine artifacts that were above supreme grade divine artifacts. Prime divine artifacts were usually forged by supreme powerhouses, and needless to say, other divine artifacts could not compare to them at all. Only supreme powerhouses or those who were close to becoming supreme powerhouses possessed prime divine artifacts. Master, there's actually no difference in the materials used to forge a prime divine artifact and a supreme grade divine artifact. The prime divine artifacts are only superior due to the supreme divine energy from the supreme powerhouses who forged them. Supreme powerhouses would use their supreme divine energy to nourish the divine artifacts for tens of thousands of years after all. Therefore, if two opponents of equal strength fought, the one who possesses a prime divine artifact can easily defeat the one who possesses a supreme grade divine artifact. The difference in strength between a prime divine artifact and a supreme grade artifact is even greater than the difference in strength between a supreme grade divine artifact and a primitive grade divine artifact. In fact, the difference in strength is even greater than the difference between a supreme grade divine artifact and an emperor grade celestial weapon. After speaking to Wanzher, Duan Ling Tian realized the Seven Orifices exquisite sword could only be considered as a fairly powerful weapon at best. Supreme grade divine artifact. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited after listening to Wanzher's words. After returning to his senses, Duan Ling Tian said, "Thank you, Senior Uncle Yang. There's no need for that." A bright smile appeared on Yang Yunshao's face after Duan Ling Tian accepted the item. Then, he turned to look at Elder Huo who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian and said, "Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, I've heard of you. Among Feng Qingyang's subordinates, you should only be second to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage Celestial Emperor, right? When I met Feng Qingyang, I think you still haven't joined the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, right?" Elder Huo replied respectfully, "You're right, Heavenly Emperor Yang. I only started serving our Lord Heavenly Emperor a few hundred years ago." Duan Ling Tian could tell Elder Huo was much more respectful toward Yang Yunshao compared to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. This was obviously because Yang Yunshao was much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Yang Yunshao was an 8-star god of war while the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was only one of the top 7-star gods of war. "That's what I thought." Yang Yunshao nodded. After that, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei and asked with a smile, looking like a kind elder, "When do you plan to leave?" "Grand Master," Li Fei responded respectfully, "I plan to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years to accompany my master before leaving." "All right," Yang Yunshao nodded, "it's good that you have such thoughts." Then, he turned to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, "Please look after junior nephew Duanen. Elder Huo on my behalf." "Yes, Master." Then, Yang Yunshao said to Duan Ling Tian, "I'll be absent for quite a while. If there's anything you need, you can look for Si Jing." "I understand, Senior Uncle Yang." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Following that, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor led Duan Ling Tian and the others out of Yang Yunshao's cultivation ground. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked at Kong Yuyi who was standing in front of him with a frown on his face. "Duan Ling Tian still hasn't left." "Father, I'd spoken to a few people," Kong Yuyi replied icily with a dark expression on his face. "Duan Ling Tian plans to stay in the floating heaven for 2 years before bringing that bitch, Li Fei, away. That bitch said she wants to accompany third junior aunt a little longer." 2 years, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression eased. 2 years will pass in a blink of an eye. Don't be anxious. I'll personally capture him for you so you can torture him as much as you like at that time. However, we have to do that before your third junior aunt comes to his rescue. If your third junior aunts find him, you mustn't do anything rash. I'm afraid she'll lose her temper and attack you." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor continued to say, saying that, "It shouldn't be a problem for us to kill Duan Ling Tian as long as we spare Li Fei. With that, your third junior aunt will probably only challenge me to a fight. Worst case scenario, I'll suffer some injuries. After that, the matter will pass." Kong Yuyi's eyes brightened when he heard his father's words. Then, he said through gritted teeth, "Fine. We'll let him live for another 2 years, after that, I'll make Li Fei watch as I tear him into pieces." I wonder what kind of expression she would have at that time. Chapter 34. 22 years later. Due to her personal feelings and her master's orders, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor happily arranged for Duan Ling Tian to stay in an independent courtyard in her cultivation ground. Elder Huo was also given his personal courtyard that was located opposite of Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. 2 years were just like a blink of an eye to Elder Huo. While it was not long for Duan Ling Tian, it was still more than enough for him to continue improving his strength. Li Fei stood in the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Scoundrel, there's a formation outside of the courtyard, to begin with. Why did you add more? You even asked Sister Huaner to place a few illusory formations." A peerless beauty dressed in white stood next to Duan Ling Tian at this moment. She was so beautiful that it made everything in her surroundings pale in comparison. The peerless beauty was none other than Huaner, who had placed a few illusory formations in the courtyard under Duan Ling Tian's orders. Huaner was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, a divine beast who was skilled in illusions. Although she had yet to become a celestial emperor, her formations were difficult to detect for those who had yet to attain godhood. With her formations, unless others forcefully break in or break the formation, they would not be able to see what was going on in the courtyard. "You'll see soon enough." Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously at Li Fei. Then, he turned to Huaner and said, "Huaner, please explain the situation in my little world to Little Fair later." "Understood." Huaner nodded obediently. "Explain the situation, isn't everyone's little worlds almost the same?" Li Fei asked, puzzled. When Li Fei finally entered her husband's little world, she finally discovered how different her husband's little world was. It was almost like a small independent realm. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was even richer than the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. In fact, she was certain the heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was unrivaled in all Devata realms. The heaven and earth spirit energy here, it's like, Li Fei murmured. Soon after, shock and disbelief flashed in her eyes. She had difficulty accepting what she was sensing. She even thought she was dreaming. Li Ru walked over to Li Fei at this moment and said with a smile, "Fair, you're not dreaming, and you didn't sense it wrongly. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is indeed similar to the divine offering land." Li Fei secretly pinched herself the moment Li Ru finished speaking. Based on the sharp pain she felt, it seemed like she was really not dreaming. "Sister Fair," Huaner began to explain at this moment, "Brother Ling Tian obtained the heaven and earth spirit energy here from the remnant of a realm of God. Therefore, it's similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The remnant of a realm of gods." Li Fei was the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's disciple, and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven. Therefore, she had heard about the remnants of realms of gods. That scoundrel actually found a remnant of a realm of gods. Li Fei knew one had to be incredibly lucky to chance upon a remnant of a realm of gods. Even celestial emperors might not be able to find one in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The remnants of the realm of gods were usually devoid of living things and contained numerous divine artifacts and other treasures. In Devata realms, remnants of realms of gods were like treasure troves. Not only did Duan Ling Tian find a remnant of a realm of gods, but he even managed to bring the heaven and earth spirit energy in there into his little world. How could Li Fei not feel shocked? Li Fei asked, how did he manage such a feat? Li Fei knew Huaner had accompanied Duan Ling Tian most of the time he was in the Devata realm, so Huaner was privy to many matters. "Sister Fair, Brother Ling Tian managed to obtain the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of the realm of gods and bring it to his little world because of them," Huaner said as she led Li Fei to the 5 divine elements that were gathered around the divine tree of life. At this moment, the 5 divine elements looked like 5 streams of light. They looked like ribbons fluttering around the divine tree of life at this moment. Li Fei grew even more confused. "These are the 5 divine elements," Huaner said before she asked, "Do you know about the 5 divine elements, Sister Fair?" "5 divine elements." Li Fei was in a daze. When realization dawned on her, her eyes widened in shock again. Needless to say, she had heard about the 5 divine elements. At this moment, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words rang in Li Fei's mind. "Fair, there are many precious treasures in the Devata realms, but none can compare to the 5 divine elements. This is because those who obtain any one of the 5 divine elements at a certain form would definitely be able to attain godhood. If they're lucky enough to and are able to improve the strength of their divine elements, even among the gods, they would be extraordinary." Based on the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, Li Fei knew how rare and precious the 5 divine elements were. Li Fei looked at the 5 streams of light and asked again in shock, "Huaner, these are the 5 divine elements?" Although Li Fei had never seen a divine element before, she could sense the laws of the elements from the streams of light that resembled ribbons. "That's right," Huaner nodded. It feels like their forms are rather high, am I right?" Li Fei asked. 4 of them are in their 7th form while 1 is in the 8th form. Li Fei was dumbfounded. Her husband did not only have 1 divine element, but he had all 5 divine elements. Moreover, they were all in rather high forms. When Li Fei calmed down, the tree that the 5 divine elements had gathered around finally caught her attention. The tree, it looks extraordinary as well. Needless to say, Li Fei was shocked again when she learned that the tree was the divine tree of life that existed in all realms of gods. She knew one could even comprehend the law of life through the divine tree of life. Li Fei really did not expect her husband to have so many fortuitous encounters. After a moment, she felt her heart ache. She knew that these fortuitous encounters did not come free. She could only imagine the struggles and sufferings her husband had endured over the years. In fact, she was certain he must have had many near-death experiences. Tears began to well up in Li Fei's beautiful eyes. After a moment, she asked Huaner, "Huaner, will you tell me all about your experiences with him over the years? If I ask him, he'll definitely not mention the hardships and dangers he faced in the past. You won't be like him, right?" With these words, how could Huaner withhold the truth from Li Fei? She could only honestly recount her adventures with Duan Tian. Li Fei was shocked and distressed when she heard about Duan Tian's many near-death experiences and the dangers he faced. This was especially true regarding the time he had to save Huaner's parents. "I am sorry, Sister Fei, I didn't ask him to save my parents on his own," Huaner hurriedly explained herself when she saw Li Fei's eyes that were shining with tears. She knew Li Fei held an incredibly important position in Duan Tian's heart and did not want Li Fei to have a bad impression of her. "Silly girl," Li Fei held Huaner's and said as she shook her head, "I know him very well. He would rather risk his life than put you in danger. He would have done the same for me, Ka, Tian Wu, and those he cares about under the same circumstances." Indeed, Li Fei knew Duan Tian well. Nevertheless, her heart still pounded fiercely when she heard about the danger he was in. She was grateful and relieved he managed to survive. She could not imagine what would happen if something were to happen to him. After staying with Duan Tian for a few days, Li Fei said to him, "Scoundrel, I'm going to accompany my master after this. I won't be coming here often. If you want to see me, come to my master's place." Duan Tian did not object to this. After all, he knew the purple spike celestial emperor was like a mother to Li Fei. It was natural that she wanted to spend her time with her master before leaving. During the 2 years, Duan Tian would visit Li Fei and the purple spike celestial emperor. Many times, he was given a chance to taste and enjoy the wine that the purple spike celestial emperor personally brewed. Over time, Duan Tian had also fallen in love with the wine. He could help wonder if the purple spike celestial emperor had anticipated this and encouraged him to drink more of her wine so that he would visit with Li Fei more often in the future. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. "Master, I'll visit you often." Duan Tian stood by Li Fei's side as she bade farewell to the purple spike celestial emperor. When Li Fei left with Duan Tian and Elder Huo, Duan Tian saw the tears gleaming in the purple spike celestial emperor's eyes. Chapter 34:21 Has he gone crazy? After leaving the valley where the purple spike celestial emperor resided, Duan Tian could sense that Li Fei was heavy-hearted. He said in an attempt to console her, "Little Fei, we can always visit the purple spike celestial emperor whenever you feel like it." Li Fei felt better after listening to Duan Tian's words. "You can enter my little world to cultivate," Duan Tian said to Li Fei. "We'll return to the solitary destructive heaven with Elder Huo. Apart from cultivating, we can travel the Devata realms or return to the floating heaven to visit your master whenever you want." After Li Fei entered Duan Tian's little world, Duan Tian followed Elder Huo and headed to the transportation site in the heavenly palace of floating heaven. During the journey to the transportation site, he marveled at the buildings in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. They were rather majestic, inspiring awe in those who saw it. Even when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he did not have a chance to look around since he was always in a rush. Hence, he decided to explore the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after he returned. When they arrived in the valley where the transportation site was located, Duan Tian felt puzzled. There was no one around at all. Why isn't there anyone here? Duan Tian could not help but feel something was amiss. Usually, there would be at least 1 or 2 people in a transportation site. Even if there were no one traveling, there should still be people guarding the transportation site. Nevertheless, Duan Tian did not dwell on this matter. Just as he and Elder Huo were about to step into the transportation formation to leave the floating heaven, Elder Huo suddenly cried out, "Watch out!" Flames surged out of Elder Huo's body immediately as he hastily brought Duan Tian, who had bewildered expression on his face, away. As soon as the duo moved away, the sound of sword howling rang in the air. When they looked at the transportation site from above, they saw a wave of wind blades sweeping through the site toward the spot where they were previously standing. If Elder Huo had been a little slower, they would have been injured by the wind blades. What a high comprehension of the law of wind! Duan Tian's expression was solemn. The person who had attacked them with the law of wind was undoubtedly an expert. A figure appeared in his mind at this moment. It was none other than Kong Yuyi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Emperor was the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's second senior brother and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. At this time, an indifferent voice rang in the air. "I didn't expect your old subordinate to be so capable." Killing intent and fury flashed in Elder Huo's eyes when he heard these words. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past before the almighty wind celestial emperor and his son, Kong Yuyi, appeared. Kong Yuyi glared at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, you're finally leaving. Alas, you'll die today. At the same time, Li Fei, who was in Duan Ling Tian's little world, had yet to cultivate so she could sense the commotion in the outside world. Her expression darkened and flames of fury danced in her limpid eyes when she discovered Kong Yuyi had come looking for trouble. This Kong Yuyi is unexpectedly relentless and stubborn. Duan Ling Tian did not block the outside world from those in his little world so they could see what was happening outside if they wanted to. He did not want his family to feel trapped or suffocated in his little world after all. You want to kill me? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. He thought the pair of father and son only wanted to teach him a lesson. He did not expect them to want to take his life. Kong Yuyi said viciously, Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei must be in your little world, right? I'll make sure she gets a clear view when I kill you. How dare you attack me? Today I'll crush you into bits and pieces. With your strength alone. Duan Ling Tian scoffed. Duan Ling Tian, do you think that old man next to you is capable of stopping my father? How ridiculous. My father is the almighty wind celestial emperor, the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Kong Yuyi said contemptuously. Following that, he said to his father with a hint of urgency, Father, kill him now. Otherwise, it'd be difficult if third junior ant comes. The almighty wind celestial emperor silently responded through his actions. The wind stirred up violently in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye, forming a flurry of hurricanes. Following that, wind blades shot out from the eye of the hurricanes toward Elder Huo. At the same time, a huge gust of wind seemed to form an invisible hand that was making its way toward Duan Ling Tian. I'll catch him so that you can kill him, the almighty wind celestial emperor said to Kong Yuyi. Kong Yuyi's eyes lit up when he heard his father's words. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian immediately. Before this, he could only look at Duan Ling Tian warily from the distance. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian would attack him before his father could make a move. Since 2 years ago, he knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all, so he knew it was impossible for him to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian without his father's help. Duan Ling Tian, I bet you didn't expect this when you humiliated me 2 years ago, right? Kong Yuyi said smugly as he flew toward Duan Ling Tian with a narrow saber in his hand. He had hoped to see fear and despair on Duan Ling Tian's face, but he noticed Duan Ling Tian was calm and unfazed. Killing intent surged from his body when he saw the giant hand was about to catch Duan Ling Tian. He roared, Die, I plan to slowly torture, but in order to prevent mistakes from happening, I'll kill you instead. Consider yourself lucky. At this moment, the almighty wind celestial emperor suddenly cried out, clearly panicked, retreat. Kong Yuyi looked up instinctively and discovered the giant hand formed from the wind was dispelled before it could even touch Duan Ling Tian. Chills ran up his spine immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him with a faint smile. What happened? You want to kill me with such meager strength? A hint of ridicule flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space swept out, easily knocking Kong Yuyi away. He could easily kill Kong Yuyi with just a move, but he was not in a hurry. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to kill my son, I'll kill you and your family. The almighty wind celestial emperor's furious and thunderous voice rang in the air. Father. Kong Yuyi was baffled. He did not understand why his father had stopped trying to restrain Duan Ling Tian. When he heard the nervousness in his father's voice, he instinctively looked at his father. He saw his father and Elder Huo engaging in a battle, and it seemed like his father had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Who are you? The almighty wind celestial emperor stared at Elder Huo. He did not expect Elder Huo to be so powerful. To be precise, he did not expect Elder Huo to be stronger than him. In fact, the gap between their strength was quite substantial as he felt he was about to be defeated at any moment. Almighty wind celestial emperor, you're really bold. You even dare to attempt to kill the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace of the floating heaven owes the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven an explanation for today's incident. Elder Huo's voice that had been infused with his terrifying celestial origin energy echoed through the entire heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Although the heavenly palace of the floating heaven had many defensive formations, there were not many noise-canceling formations. Therefore, Elder Huo's words were heard by almost everyone, stirring up a commotion among the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Whose voice is that? Did he say the almighty wind celestial emperor wants to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven? That voice came from the transportation site. Let's go and have a look. It did not take long before many figures could be seen in the sky, flying toward the transportation site in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. On the other hand, since the purple spike celestial emperor's cultivation ground was equipped with a noise-canceling formation, she was unaware of the commotion outside. Fortunately, the beautiful woman who had been in charge of protecting Li Fei informed the purple spike celestial emperor immediately of the matter when she heard Elder Huo's voice. Has he gone crazy? The purple spike celestial emperor's expression changed drastically when she heard that her second senior brother attempted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 34:22 It's just a joke. The transportation site in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven was in ruins. Even the stone platform that held the transportation formation had been destroyed, rendering the formation useless. High up in the sky, fiery red flames surged, entangled with a green tornado. What did you say? The almighty wind celestial emperor exclaimed in shock as he hastily blocked Elder Huo's attack. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. An ominous feeling rose in the almighty wind celestial emperor's heart immediately. However, since when did the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven have a young master? From what he knew, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, only had a few nominal disciples. Although Feng Qingyang's nominal disciples were extraordinary talents who had made their marks on the Nine Serenities battlefield, none of them could be considered the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven. The young master of the solitary destructive heaven could only be Feng Qingyang's son or true disciple. Although the almighty wind celestial emperor was a true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, he was only one of 3 true disciples. His eldest senior brother was the son of the heavenly emperor of the floating island, so he was, naturally, not qualified to bear the title of the young master of the heavenly palace of the floating island. Is there something wrong with your hearing? Elder Huo scoffed. I said I'd like to see how the heavenly palace of the floating heaven is going to answer to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Can you even prove you're a member of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven? The almighty wind celestial emperor solemnly asked. Who are you for me to have to prove myself to you? Elder Huo said derisively. If you have no proof to back up your claims, it only means you're an impostor and lying about the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on what I know, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven doesn't have a young master, the almighty wind celestial emperor said coldly. Despite his words, he felt rather uneasy and fearful. If the old man was telling the truth and Duan Ling Tian was indeed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he would be in deep trouble. It would be impossible for him to get away with his actions today even if his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, wanted to protect him. Feng Qingyang was known to be incredibly protective of the members of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, when Feng Qingyang's subordinate, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, unintentionally provoked a heavenly emperor and was almost killed even after he apologized for his offense, Feng Qingyang personally killed that heavenly emperor to avenge Meng Luo. Normally, the heavenly emperors would never kill their peers unless it was absolutely necessary, since it would be troublesome and they had their reputations to maintain. However, Feng Qingyang did not care about such things. At that time, Feng Qingyang even boldly declared that no one was allowed to lay their hands on his people. Since that incident, Feng Qingyang was known throughout the Devata realms for his protectiveness. For this reason, nobody would even dare to lay a finger on an ordinary titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven unless it was necessary. Imposter. Lying. Elder Huo laughed. Then, he said disdainfully, is there anybody who's bold enough to pretend to be a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Let's not talk about the others. Do you have the guts to pretend to be a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The almighty wind celestial emperor's expression turned grim when he heard Elder Huo's words. Indeed, there were not many people bold enough to pretend to be a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang was not an ordinary heavenly emperor, after all. With Feng Qingyang's current strength, there were only a few forces in all Devata realms who were capable of standing up to Feng Qingyang. Moreover, if Feng Qingyang wanted to kill someone, there would be no lack of people volunteering to help him in order to curry favor with him. Meanwhile, Kang Yuyi's current expression was one of disbelief when he saw the mocking smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Impossible. How's this possible? Terrified, Kang Yuyi instantly sent a message to his father, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Father, what should we do now? What else can we do? Run. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to his useless son, this is all your fault, brat. Run. Kang Yuyi was stunned. Father, why should we run when we aren't even sure if they're really from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Do you think we'll have a chance to run once the matter is confirmed? The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor replied. At this time, he began to feel regretful. He was filled with self-pity as he thought about how he, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor of the heavenly palace of floating heaven and the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, ended up in such a state. Let's leave first. If they aren't members of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it won't be too late for us to return. If they're really members of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, we'll be able to escape the consequences. When things subside, perhaps, we'll have a chance to return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was only trying to placate his son. In fact, he knew that if Duan Ling Tian was really the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it would be impossible for them to return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for the rest of their lives. Even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven did not hunt them down, it was impossible for the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven to accept them again in fear of offending the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Many years ago, his master was evenly matched with Feng Qingyang. Moreover, in terms of innate talent, his master was inferior to Feng Qingyang. Now that so many years had passed, Feng Qingyang was undoubtedly stronger than his master now. Apart from that, he had also heard from his master that Feng Qingyang seemed to have attained godhood. With all these factors, he was certain his master would not offend Feng Qingyang. Meanwhile, the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven who had gathered at the transportation site discussed among themselves as they watched the battle before them. It's the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Who's that? He's stronger than the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If it weren't for the law of wind that grants him speed, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor would have been defeated by now. Kang Yuyi is here as well. Who's that in front of Kang Yuyi? Is he the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? At this moment, a woman with a curvaceous body landed among the crowd and called out, "Second senior brother." The crowd's attention shifted to her immediately. The purple spike celestial emperor is here. Her expression is quite bad. Since the purple spike celestial emperor is here, they should be able to defeat the red-clad old man if they join forces. The crowd thought the purple spike celestial emperor had come to help the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, so they were shocked by what happened next. Second senior brother, my disciple's husband, Duan Ling Tian, is indeed the only true disciple of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Li Fei leave with him. The purple spike celestial emperor looked at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said, confirming Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo's identities. As for your opponent, he's Elder Huo, the golden crow celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He's only second to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, was the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang. After Feng Qingyang returned from the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Meng Luo had risen to fame as well. Elder Huo was lesser known compared to Meng Luo. The members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were shocked by this revelation. They looked at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor in confusion, wondering why he wanted to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. So it's true. That young man is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Lord Feng Qingyang, has accepted a true disciple. Moreover, he's also the husband of the purple spike celestial emperor's disciple. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wants to kill someone with such an identity. Once our Lord Heavenly Emperor finds out about this matter, it's likely he won't forgive the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, right? At the same time, hints of fear and despair filled Kang Yuyi's eyes when he heard the purple spike celestial emperor's words. Even the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor shuddered in fear as he cursed inwardly, "This bitch. So you've known Duan Ling Tian's identity from the beginning. Why didn't you warn me? Following that, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor through voice transmission, "Third junior sister, when I went to look for you 2 years ago, you already knew about Duan Ling Tian's identity?" "Yes," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied. A hint of anger could be heard in the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice as he asked, "Why didn't you tell me about it?" Since the matter had been resolved at that time, I didn't think there was a need to reveal his identity, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor fumed in anger when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's reply. Subsequently, he took a deep breath before he hurriedly stepped aside. Then, he forced a cheerful smile on his face before he said to Elder Huo, "Elder Huo, this is a misunderstanding. My unfilial son and I were just joking with you and your young master." Chapter 34-23 Useless Brat. Just a joke. Upon hearing the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words, not only Elder Huo and Duan Ling Tian were stunned, but even the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and the members of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven were stunned. They did not expect the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor could be so shameless. However, after they thought about his current situation, they did not find his reaction surprising, considering the desperate situation he was in. Perhaps, they would have done the same if they were in shoes. After all, if the situation continued to escalate, even their Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven would not be able to save him. However, did he really think such a lame excuse would work? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian and humbly said, "Duan, young master, since my son has been disrespectful to you, I'll certainly punish him severely and make sure he doesn't appear in front of you in the future. Is that okay with you?" Quit playing the fool, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. It was clear he refused to let things slide. He said frostily, "Since you and your son, Kong Yuyi, want to kill me, how can I just let you get away with it? Is the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven a joke to you? In the future, am I supposed to let those who fail to assassinate me go just because they begged for mercy? How ridiculous. If you were in my shoes, would you let me off?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression soured for a moment before he continued to maintain the forced cheerful smile on his face and said, "Young master, since your wife is my third junior sister's disciple, it means I'm her senior uncle. Can you forgive us for the sake of my third junior sister?" Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor who had just arrived. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. She felt a burning sensation on her cheeks when Duan Ling Tian looked at her. She said icily, "Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, when you tried to kill him, didn't it cross your mind to hold back for my sake?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was taken aback. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was clearly trying to alienate herself from him by addressing him using his title instead of using the term, second senior brother. She had clearly drawn a line between them, making it clear she was not going to help him. With this, it was clear to him that there was no turning back. Left with only one choice, which was to flee, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor dashed toward his son, Kong Yuyi, to bring him away. Kong Yuyi was still frozen in shock after the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor confirmed Duan Ling Tian's identity. Although he had mentally prepared himself, nothing could prepare him from the fear and panic that rose from the bottom of his heart. Duan Ling Tian was the young master of the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. Let's run away." Kong Yuyi finally regained his senses when he heard his father's words. His eyes brightened immediately. In his opinion, it would be difficult for him and his father to escape due to his father's speed. Even if his third junior aunt was stronger than his father, her speed was slower since his father comprehended the law of wind. Trying to flee, Elder Huo naturally knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was going to flee when he saw the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor make a beeline for his son. With this, golden flames danced in his eyes before he suddenly flashed and transformed into a giant golden bird that was the size of a small hill. Golden flames raged around the bird, making it look dazzling even from afar. Although the law of fire that Elder Huo comprehended did not boost his speed much, as a flying celestial beast, he was gifted with speed. Coupled with his comprehension of the law of fire was higher than the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, his speed was on par with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead of the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, Elder Huo flew toward Kong Yuyi. He knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor would not leave without his son. No, The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not expect Elder Huo to be so fast after reverting to his true form. His expression changed immediately. Then, without any hesitation, he abandoned his son and fled toward the distance. Since Elder Huo's speed was only on par with the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, it was difficult for him to catch up to the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor since the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had a head start. If the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was an outsider, it would be difficult for him to leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, as a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and its heavenly emperor's second true disciple, he knew the heavenly palace like the back of his hand. Since Elder Huo was not familiar with the heavenly palace of floating heaven, it would be impossible for him to catch up even if Elder Huo's speed was faster. For these reasons, Elder Huo did not bother to give chase at all. Instead, he turned to look at the purple spike celestial emperor, whose expression was unsightly, and solemnly said, "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, please inform the Lord Heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven about this matter. I demand an explanation from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven." Rest assured, Elder Huo, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will give you a satisfactory explanation, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said. At the same time, she sent a message to her master, Xianxia, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked at Kong Yuyi, whose expression was twisted, and smiled faintly. "Kong Yuyi, your father is really amazing. He can even abandon his son." Duan Ling Tian. Kong Yuyi glared at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, "My father just sent me a message. He wants you to know that if you dare kill me, he'll never let you get away with it even if you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can't spend the rest of your life being a coward and stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, can you?" "Oh, is that so?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. At this moment, the purple spike celestial emperor slapped Kong Yuyi's cheek and said indignantly, "Kong Yuyi, even if Duan Ling Tian doesn't kill you today, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven won't let you get away with this." Third junior ant. Kong Yuyi held his swollen cheek as he spat out a few teeth. He looked at the purple spike celestial emperor and said in a grave tone, "My father wants me to tell you that if the heavenly palace of the floating heaven kills me, he will kill the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven as soon as they leave the palace. If I die, he'll definitely avenge me." A smirk appeared on his face when he finished speaking. He looked at the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven meaningfully. Was the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor crazy? He was willing to make an enemy out of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven because of his son. Did he have a death wish? The purple spike celestial emperor looked at Kong Yuyi and said airily, "Do you think he's capable of running away?" Kong Yuyi was taken aback when he heard these words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately when he saw the triumphant smile on the purple spike celestial emperor's face. He sent his father a message immediately, panicking. "Father." After a while, Kong Yuyi still did not receive a reply from his father. A gust of wind blew past suddenly before an old man appeared out of thin air, surprising everyone. The old man's hair was completely white, but his appearance was rather youthful for his age. A person with a grim expression on his face stood next to the old man. Was this not the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who had just fled? When the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven regained their senses, they hurriedly bowed at the old man. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Xianxia, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had finally arrived after catching the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who apparently failed to escape. He looked at Kong Yuyi, who had turned pale, indifferently as he said, "I've already heard about what happened. Both of you are really bold to attempt to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Xianxia said as he looked at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and Kong Yuyi. Kong Yuyi hastily kneeled and bowed at Xianxia before he pleaded, "Grand Master, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. Grand Master, I've learned my lesson, so please forgive me." Kong Yuyi knew his Grand Master loved him dearly, hence, he pleaded with his Grand Master. However, he had underestimated the severity of his actions. Xiao's expression darkened further when he heard Kong Yuyi's words. "You useless brat," Xiao barked. Following that, Kong Yuyi exploded into a mist of blood without any warning. Chapter 3424 The Sly Old Fox. Xiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, killed Kong Yuyi with just a thought. The members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven gasped. For most of them, this was the first time they had seen Xiao making a move. "Yer!" The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor cried sorrowfully. Apart from hatred, Fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Yang Yuanshao. Although he was powerful, he was nothing in front of his master. Junior nephew Duan, Yang Yuanshao looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, I've killed Kong Yuyi since he was the instigator. As for Kong Fen, is it okay to spare his life since his actions were born out of his love for his son? Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to reply, Yang Yuanshao continued to say, naturally, Kong Fen will still be punished. He'll be imprisoned for 100 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Yang Yuanshao's words. On the other hand, Elder Huo's raised an eyebrow. It was clear to the duo that Yang Yuanshao was trying to save the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's life by pushing all the blame to Kong Yuyi. What kind of punishment was it to be sentenced to 100 years of imprisonment? It was nothing for someone like the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Moreover, who could guarantee Yang Yuanshao would keep his words after they left? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Elder Huo said, Lord Heavenly Emperor, don't you think your disciple's punishment is too light? Although he was not the instigator, he should be held responsible for his actions as well. His expression darkened at the end of his words. Yang Yuanshao did not respond to Elder Huo. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he knew who called the shots. I feel the same as Elder Huo, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Yang Yuanshao narrowed his eyes. Junior nephew Duan, you think the punishment is too light as well? Just like before, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he continued to say, if that's the case, I'll increase the duration from 100 years to 300 years. Junior nephew Duan, this should satisfy you, right? After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened, he felt as though he had been insulted. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to speak, he received a voice transmission from the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian, it's obvious my master is determined to save my second senior brother. No matter what you say, it won't change his mind unless your master is here. I've underestimated the importance of my second senior brother to my master. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was surprised by this outcome as well. She had been certain her master would not forgive the pair of father and son for their actions. After all, their actions could lead to disastrous consequences. Everyone knew how protective Feng Qingyong was of his people, let alone his true disciple. She did not think her master would only kill Kong Yuyi. Perhaps, my master doesn't think that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong will be dissatisfied with his decision. They're friends, after all. Moreover, no one can say my master has dealt with this matter inappropriately since it's hard to determine how great the responsibility my second senior brother should bear in regard to the matter. Duan Lingtian, who was furious, calmed down after he mulled over the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. In the end, he said, since Heavenly Emperor Yang has spoken, I have no objections. Duan Lingtian's attitude had obviously turned frosty. He did not even bother to address Yang Yuanshao as senior uncle. Yang Yuanshao had already expected this, so he remained calm. He said, since the transportation site in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven is destroyed, it will take some time to rebuild it. Junior nephew Duan, if you're in a hurry to leave, you can go to the transportation site nearest to my Heavenly Palace. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for the transportation site here to be rebuilt. We're in a hurry to return to the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian replied tonelessly. He did not want to stay a moment longer. After bidding farewell to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, he left with Elder Huo. At the same time, discontentment and dissatisfaction flashed in Elder Huo's eyes. After they left, he said furiously, how dare Yang Yuanshao protect his second disciple so shamelessly? Isn't he afraid our Lord Heavenly Emperor will demand an explanation from him? Even if Master looks for Yang Yuanshao would still push everything to Kong Yuyi and insist that the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had only acted out of love. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head, think about it. If Master decides to let things slide, then the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor will live. If Master demands an explanation, at that time, it's not too late for Yang Yuanshao to kill the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor to appease Master. Either way, Yang Yuanshao won't have to bear any consequences. He's really a sly old fox. Before today's incident, Duan Lingtian had a rather good impression of Yang Yuanshao. It helped that Yang Yuanshao had given him a unique treasure even if Yang Yuanshao did not know how precious it was. The treasure was so precious that it could help Wanjir upgrade the Seven Orifices exquisite sword to a supreme-grade divine artifact. However, after today's incident, that good impression had diminished greatly. Since Yang Yuanshao refused to kill the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he decided to acquiesce. He would just treat it as an exchange for the small beat he received. The only reason that Old Fox had given him a gift was only due to the fact that he was Feng Qing Yang's true disciple, after all. Young master, you're wise. Elder Huo sighed. He realized Duan Ling Tian was right after he thought about it for a moment. Yang Yuanshao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had boldly protected his disciple because he had thoroughly calculated everything. Just as Duan Ling Tian had said, it was not too late to kill his disciple if Feng Qing Yang expressed his displeasure later on. With this, he successfully grabbed the chance for his disciple to survive. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Huo left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven feeling frustrated. In Yang Yuanshao's cultivation ground, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked at the white-haired old man with bloodshot eyes. Kong Fen, I hope you won't blame me, Yang Yuanshao sighed as he said, I had to kill your son to save your life. Since you're both at fault, I have to do something as an explanation for Feng Qing Yang. If I don't act, the situation will escalate if Feng Qing Yang shows up later. Since your son is dead, it's unlikely that he'll personally come to demand an explanation and risk falling out with me. However, if he really does come and demand your death, there won't be anything I can do to protect you. Therefore, you should consider your next step carefully. It's up to you if you want to continue to stay here or leave and find a place to hide. Your fate is uncertain if you stay here. If I were you, I'd leave temporarily until we can determine Feng Qing Yang's stance. Master, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor fell to his knees and kowtowed. Please forgive me for being disrespectful after you killed Yer. I thought you would kill me as well to appease the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect you to protect me. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed another 3 times to his master. You've been with me for so many years, how could I do nothing and watch you die? Yang Yuanshao shook his head and sighed. Kong Fen, have you decided? Will you stay or leave? Master, I've decided to leave. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked grim as he said, I refuse to let someone else decide my fate even if he's the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Killing intent flashed in the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's eyes. He was determined to avenge his son. Although Kong Yuyi was killed by his master, Yang Yuanshao, his master had done it to preserve his life. How could he blame his master? For this reason, he pushed all the blame to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3425 The members of the Luo River sect came to annihilate the Saint Province. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, after he and Elder Huo returned to the solitary destructive heaven, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, Kong Fen, left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven as well. Duan Ling Tian still could not shake off his frustrations. He knew very well that Yang Yuanshao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, was adamant about protecting the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor because his master, Feng Qing Yang, was not present. His frustration mostly stemmed from him feeling weak. After all, if he was stronger than Yang Yuanshao would not be able to protect the Almighty Wind Celestial even if Feng Qing Yang was not present. I'm still too weak. In Yang Yuanshao's eyes, I'm just like a puny ant. He wouldn't have been so warm if it weren't for my master, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Indeed, he was right. Yang Yuanshao had only treated him so kindly and warmly all because he was Feng Qing Yang's only true disciple. If it were not for this fact, Yang Yuanshao would not have deigned to speak to him at all. Since Duan Ling Tian's self-esteem had taken a blow from his time in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he had been keeping himself busy, cultivating in his room, after returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, his family and friends continued to cultivate in his little world. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian cultivated using the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world as well. After all, even the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to the one in his little world. Even the divine crystal's heaven and earth spirit energy could not compare to the remnant of a realm of God's heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Duan Ling Tian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ru, felt it was best to stay in Duan Ling Tian's little world. Although it was good that they could be with their son by staying in his little world, it was rather difficult for them to be affectionate in the little world due to the lack of privacy. Therefore, the couple would leave the little world when they wanted time alone. After all, their son's accommodation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had so many rooms that there were more than enough rooms for all his family and friends. One of those days Duan Lingtian's parents left his little world. His mother, Li Ru, said, "When it's convenient, I want to visit the Saint Province realm. It's been a long time since we went back." Duan Ru Feng nodded. "All right, let's wait a while before we return." The Saint Province realm was just one of many mundane realms. Although Feng Qingyang, who was a prominent figure in the Devata realms, hailed from the Saint Province realm, nobody in the Saint Province realm was aware of that fact. At this moment, in the sky above a vast ocean in the Saint Province realm, a beautiful woman said to the man standing next to her, "Brother Chu, it's time for us to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Huaner and little Tian." Lien Chu nodded. "You're right, it's about time for us to return now that we've wandered all the places in this mundane realm. We should return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to focus on our cultivation. Although it's impossible for us to catch up to the cultivation bases of our daughter and son-in-law, being able to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is greatly beneficial to us." Lien Chu was a sword celestial from the heavenly sword mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. Like any other sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang was his idol as well. He did not imagine he would have such a connection to Feng Qingyang because of his daughter. His son-in-law was Feng Qingyang's only true disciple. The pair of husband and wife were shocked when they learned about this. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had wanted to bring them back with him, but they had fallen in love with the Saint Province realm, so they decided to stay for a little longer to explore the place. Before Duan Ling Tian left, he had told them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and look for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, if they could find him in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Lien Chu suddenly narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face froze immediately. It was as though he had sensed something. In just a moment, a series of explosions rang from the bottom of the ocean. Corpses of beasts rose to the surface of the sea soon after, dyeing the blue water red. "What's going on?" Duzan was baffled by this scene. "Someone had killed them. The person seems to be a celestial emperor," Lien Chu said with a grave expression on his face. Following that, Lien Chu hurriedly brought Duzan away and teleported to the other end of the ocean. They saw two middle-aged men hovering in the sky as well. The two middle-aged men raised their hands as waves and waves of terrifying energy shot into the ocean like beams of light, killing all the beasts in the ocean. They noticed Lien Chu and Duzan's presence almost as soon as the duo arrived. They looked at the duo with killing intent before one of them attacked wordlessly. A fireball that contained the force of a celestial emperor shot toward Lien Chu and Duzan in the sky. Fortunately, it was no threat to Lien Chu. An ear-piercing sword cry rang in the air as Lien Chu's celestial origin energy that boosted by his fused profundity converged and formed a gigantic sword to repel the fireball. The giant sword easily repelled the fireball before it continued shooting toward the middle-aged man. A celestial emperor. With this attack, the middle-aged man knew Lien Chu was a celestial emperor whose strength was at least on par with his. Since Lien Chu did not attack with all his might, the middle-aged man easily deflected his attack as well. Following that, the middle-aged man, who was surprised to see two celestial emperors in this small mundane realm, asked, "Who are you? You're not members of the Luo River sect, are you?" The River Luo sect. Lien Chu's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. There were so many heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms that it was impossible to remember all of them. However, he remembered a few prominent ones, and the Luo River sect was one of them. The Luo River sect was not only a heaven-grade force, but it was the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven as well. The sect leader of the Luo River sect was also the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Therefore, it was not a force that heaven-grade forces like the heavenly sword mountain from the solitary destructive heaven and the boundless heaven's heavenly pool palace could compare to. Lien Chu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are the members of the Luo River sect doing in this mundane realm?" "We've been ordered by our sect leader to kill living things in this mundane realm," the other middle-aged man said as he stared at Lien Chu intently. "Your sect leader?" Lien Chu's expression changed immediately. He did not expect the members of the Luo River sect were here to kill all living things in the Saint Province realm due to the orders of the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Lien Chu asked just to be sure, "You're referring to the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect heaven?" "Indeed," the middle-aged man replied indifferently, "we received this order through the saint girl of our Luo River sect." Lian Chu had heard of the Saint Girl of River Luo sect. She was the biological daughter of Situ Zhu Qing, the sect leader of the Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. She was only second to Situ Zhu Qing in both the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect. Why does the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect want to kill all living things in the Saint Province realm to be annihilated? How could an insignificant and small mundane realm offend her? Lian Chu asked. Although it was just a mundane realm, to annihilate all living things was still a terrifying act. We have no idea, the middle-aged man replied. Only both of you are here. Lian Chu asked as killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He planned to kill the two middle-aged men if they were the only members sent here before returning to the solitary destructive heaven to inform his son-in-law of this matter. After all, not only did his son-in-law come from the Saint Province realm, but Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, came from the Saint Province realm as well. Lian Chu wondered if the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven issued such an order because of a grudge against the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Even before Feng Qingyang had gone to the Asura Hell, Situ Zhuqing was already not a match for Feng Qingyang. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned from the Asura Hell even stronger than before, it was impossible that Situ Zhuqing would offend Feng Qingyang. Moreover, the rumors of Feng Qingyang attaining godhood had spread to all Devata realms. Situ Zhuqing would have to be crazy to intentionally provoke Feng Qingyang. Of course not. The middle-aged man shook his head, unaware of Lian Chu's killing intent. He said, there are at least a dozen members along here, led by two titled celestial emperors. Upon hearing these words, Lian Chu's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said with a smile, what a coincidence that my wife and I chose to visit a mundane realm that has offended the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Since both of you are carrying out your duties, we won't get in your way. Chapter 34-26 Meng Luo attacks. After Lian Chu finished speaking, he brought out the formation compass that Duan Ling Tian had given him and hastily activated it to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The formation compass was, in fact, given to Duan Ling Tian by Elder Huo. It could transport one back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven no matter where one was. Apart from that, after the formation compass had acknowledged an owner, it would be useless for others to possess it since it would self-destruct upon the death of its owner. Before the middle-aged man could respond, Lian Chu had vanished along with Duzan. When he learned that there were two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect who had come to the Saint Province realm, a sense of danger rose in his heart immediately. Therefore, he no longer dared to waste time and immediately used the formation compass to leave the Saint Province realm. If the titled celestial emperors arrived before he left, it would be too late for him and his wife to escape if the two titled celestial emperors intended to kill them. Not long after Lian Chu and Duzan left through the formation compass, an old man appeared, seemingly out of thin air. He glared at the two middle-aged men as he asked, where are they? One of the middle-aged men said with a bitter smile, Elder Shu, they left through a formation compass. Elder Shu, one of them said they came here to relax. Since they're not from the Saint Province realm, it's not necessary to kill them, right? The other, middle-aged man asked tentatively. What, just because he said he's not from the Saint Province realm, you believe him so easily? The old man looked at the two middle-aged men as though they were fools. There are so many mundane realms, do you really think it's just a coincidence that they were here? There must be a reason they were here. It's likely that they came from the Saint Province realm. After a pause, the old man said with a frown, however, it's rather strange. Why did both of them run away if they're stronger than both of you? In his opinion, if Lian Chu and Duzan were from the Saint Province realm, they should have killed the two middle-aged men when they discovered the Luo River sect's objective. The middle-aged man who had spoken first earlier froze for a moment before he said sheepishly, it must be because we mentioned that two titled celestial emperors led us here. The other middle-aged man nodded as he chimed in, that's right. Although that man is powerful, he's not a titled celestial emperor. Since they left in such a hurry, they must be afraid we'd come over and kill them, the old man said with a scoff. Clearly, he was one of the two titled celestial emperors who had led the members of the Luo River sect to the Saint Province realm. Hurry up and kill every living thing you encounter. If those two call for reinforcement, it'll be troublesome. If we return to ask for help, the saint girl and the sect leader will definitely blame us for our incompetence, the old man said in a grave tone. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two middle-aged men hurriedly moved to carry out their duties. Following that, the old man sent a message to the others to inform them of the matter. With that, the Saint Province realm suffered an unprecedented calamity. Blood flowed like rivers as its inhabitants were ruthlessly and brutally massacred by the members of the Luo River sect who seemed so invincible that even martial emperors and other powerful sectless cultivators were easily killed within seconds. After Lian Chu and Duzan left the Saint Province realm, they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The person guarding the formation was stunned by their sudden appearance. May I ask for your names? Since this formation was only exclusive to those who possessed the unique formation compasses of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the guard was naturally courteous toward Lian Chu and Duzan. Sir, is this the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Lian Chu asked. Yes. The titled celestial emperor guarding the formation was confused by Lian Chu's question. He did not understand why the man in front of him would ask such a stupid question. Sir, I'm here to look for your young master, Duan Lingtian. I'm his, it's okay. I'll send him a message now, Lian Chu said. Initially, he planned to reveal his identity so the guard would bring him to Duan Lingtian. However, he thought it would be quicker if he personally sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was in the midst of cultivating, was interrupted by Lian Chu's sudden message. Flames of fury danced in his eyes when he heard of what the Luo River sect was doing. That damned Luo River sect. Although Duan Lingtian had expected the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to come looking for him for revenge, he did not expect her to be so crazy as to order her men to wipe out all the living things in the Saint Province realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was just a small mundane realm. It should not attract any attention at all from a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Naturally, he knew this was because he had killed the soul of the person who possessed Mu Yi. The soul belonged to the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven and the twin sister of the saint girl of the Luo River sect. It's imperative to stop them at once. I should ask Senior Meng Luo for help. After Duan Lingtian calmed down, he sent a message to the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, instead of Elder Huo, while he was on his way to meet Lian Chu and Duzan. As soon as the titled celestial emperor guarding the formation saw Duan Lingtian, he hastily bowed. Young master. Since Duan Lingtian had spent some time in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, most of the members of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were aware of Duan Lingtian's identity as the only true disciple of their heavenly emperor. Seniors, I'll bring you to my residence. I've arranged for a place for both of you to stay. Don't worry about the Saint Province realm, I'll deal with the matter immediately, Duan Lingtian said before leading the couple back to his residence. Duan Lingtian did not bring them into his little world because Huaner had told him not to expose his little world to her parents. With the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, if word got out about them, even Feng Qingyong might not be able to protect him. Although Huaner trusted her mother, she was still wary of her father since she had not met him until recently. She did not want to take the risk of exposing Duan Lingtian's biggest secret. Hence, she told Duan Lingtian to keep his little world a secret until she was certain she could trust her father. If something happened to Duan Lingtian because of her, she would never forgive herself. Since Huaner was adamant, there was nothing Duan Lingtian could do. Moreover, he was moved when he saw that she prioritized his safety above all things. Although she knew the cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to that of a realm of gods and would greatly benefit her parents, she still decided to keep it a secret from them due to his safety. Before Duan Lingtian left, Lian Chu solemnly said, "The Luo River sect is the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven. You must proceed with caution. Rest assured, Senior Lian Chu. I know what to do," Duan Lingtian replied with a nod. After bidding farewell to Lian Qin and Duzan, Duan Lingtian left to meet the muscular Meng Luo, the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang's command. Senior Meng Luo, I'm sorry to have to trouble you with this matter, Duan Lingtian grimly said as he looked at Meng Luo. We have to hurry to the Saint Province realm. I'm afraid they'll successfully kill all living things in the Saint Province realm if we're late. Young master, even if you didn't ask for my help, I wouldn't have stayed idle, Meng Luo said as his eyes blazed in anger. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor comes from the Saint Province realm, and he spoke about it often in the past. It's clear that he's fond of the Saint Province realm. How can I forgive those who want to destroy the Saint Province realm? After we deal with this, I'll personally visit the Luo River sect. How dare a 7-star god of war provokes our Lord Heavenly Emperor? When Duan Ling Tian arrived in the Saint Province realm, he hid in Meng Luo's little world. He did not intend to show himself since it would expose the matter with Mu Yi. Since it seemed like the heavenly emperor of the river Luo heaven had lost her mind over the loss of her daughter, he was afraid that even Meng Luo might not be able to protect him. Chapter 34-27 Meng Luo's formidable strength. Above the sky of a vast plain in the Saint Province realm, a muscular figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in a long green robe, and his expression was grim at this moment. His face looked fierce and domineering, made even more so by his pair of bushy eyebrows. His eyes that were framed by his bushy eyebrows were glinting coldly at this moment. The muscular figure extended his divine consciousness before he flew across the sky at the speed of lightning, leaving ripples in his wake. At this moment, a blue-clad old man descended on the foot of a steep mountain. A disciple guarding the foot of the mountain asked, "Who are you? What brings you to the General Direction sect?" "I came to kill all of you." As the old man's voice fell, his eyes glinted. At the same time, a hole appeared on the glabella of the disciple who guarded the foot of the mountain. When the other disciples regained their senses, the dead disciple had already fallen to the ground with a loud thud. Their expressions changed drastically and terror brimmed in their eyes when they looked at their fallen comrade. "Report to the sect leader at once. We're under attack. Hurry, report to the sect leader." The disciples cried out one after another as they turned to fly toward the mountain peak. "Only one person is needed to report to the sect leader," the old man said nonchalantly. He lifted his hand and pointed in the air before a few streaks of light shot out like meteors, piercing the glabellas of the disciples. In the end, all of the disciples, except for the disciple who was the slowest to move earlier, died. The only person to survive was a young man. At this time, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He was frozen to the spot, too afraid to move or breathe loudly. His fellow disciples who were stronger and faster were easily killed by the old man in front of him. How could it be possible for him, who was weaker, to escape? "What are you waiting for? If you're not going to report to your sect leader, you might as well accompany your comrades in death." The young man's expression changed drastically upon hearing the old man's words. His body flickered as he rushed to look for the sect leader. Although the General Direction sect was not a top force in the Saint Province realm, it was still a rather powerful sect with many powerhouses who were almost at the level of a martial emperor. When the high-ranking officials of the General Direction sect learned that someone had killed their disciples, they were furious. Alas, they were easily killed by the old man with just a palm strike. The survivors from the General Direction were terrified and horrified when they saw this. Who is he? Even martial emperors are nowhere as strong as him, right? Good heavens! How did the General Direction sect provoke such a formidable powerhouse? The survivors of the General Direction sect were in despair. News of the massacre spread quickly in the General Direction, causing chaos to descend on the sect as many tried to flee for their lives. Alas, the old man only casually lifted his hand before streaks of light shot out toward all of the members of the General Direction sect like missiles that were locked on their targets. It did not take long before all of the members of the General Direction sect were killed. With this, a satisfied expression appeared on the old man's face. Killing is an art to be enjoyed. Those brutish and brash people don't know how to savor the feeling. The old man was one of the celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, his strength was comparable to one. Among the dozens of celestial emperors who came to the Saint Province realm, he was ranked in the top 5. When the old man turned around to leave the General Direction sect, he discovered a tall and muscular gazing at him calmly. Someone managed to escape. The old man's first thought was that the person was a member of the General Direction sect. He mobilized his celestial origin energy, getting ready to kill the man, when he discovered something odd. The man was looking at him indifferently. The man's gaze seemed familiar as well. It did not take long before he realized why the gaze looked familiar. The man seemed to be looking at him as though he was a dead man walking. Alarms began to blare in the old man's mind immediately as a strong sense of unease rose in his heart. Someone from the mundane realm would not have the courage to look at him in such a manner even if he did not make a move. After all, his aura as a celestial emperor was so domineering that even the strongest person in a mundane realm would be terrified of him. Therefore, how could he not feel that something was wrong with the man who was looking at him boldly? "You're a member of the Luo River sect." The tall and muscular middle-aged man was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. When he arrived, the old man had just finished killing the last person in the General Direction sect. The old man's vicious actions had stoked the fire in his heart immediately. Even Duan Ling Tian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, burned with fury. He had a difficult time suppressing his urge to rush out and kill the old man. It took him a long time to calm down. He knew he could not expose himself. How do you know? The old man was stunned by Meng Luo's words. Summon all the members of the Luo River sect in this mundane realm here. You have a day. At that time, if there's even one person missing, you'll die for it, Meng Luo said. As he spoke, a destructive energy surged from his body before it transformed into a giant hand above the old man. The clouds were scattered hundreds of miles away by the gigantic hand. Based on the giant hand's energy, one could tell it was formed by the celestial origin energy of a 10-direction celestial emperor that had been boosted with more than 3 profundities from the law of destruction. The old man's expression changed drastically as terror flashed in his eyes. A powerhouse like the person in front of him was rare even in the Luo River sect. He withdrew his celestial origin immediately. He knew it was futile to resist. If the man in front of him wanted him dead, he would not be alive. After that, he asked in a trembling voice, My lord, who are you? Meng Luo replied indifferently, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. The old man's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the man in front of him was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if he knew the man in front of him was strong and not inferior to a titled celestial emperor, it did not cross his mind that the man was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Despair rose in the old man's heart. He knew even the Luo River sect's saint girl and supreme elders were no match for Meng Luo. Perhaps, the only person who could deal with Meng Luo was the sect leader, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Lord Meng Luo, may I ask why? You're looking for the members of the Luo River sect in this mundane realm? The old man stammered. The ominous feeling that rose in the old man's heart intensified. He wondered if Meng Luo was the reinforcement whom the 2 unfamiliar celestial emperors called for. He had heard from his comrades earlier that one of them had run into 2 celestial emperors. The 2 celestial emperors had apparently left in a haste after learning about the Luo River sect's purpose. The 2 titled celestial emperors who had led them here had guessed that the duo had left in a hurry to call for reinforcements. Who knew the speculations turned out to be true? Most importantly, the reinforcement the 2 celestial emperors had called for was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was renowned in all Devata realms. He was famous not only because of his strength but because of his position as Feng Qingyang's right-hand man. Moreover, it could be seen how important he was to Feng Qingyang when Feng Qingyang killed a heavenly emperor to avenge Meng Luo. Hurry up, I'm not a man of patience, Meng Luo said impatiently. He did not bother to answer the old man's question. The old man quickly sent a message to summon his peers over without any hesitation and told them about Meng Luo. Needless to say, the other members of the Luo River sect were thoroughly shocked when they received the message. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens, who are those 2 celestial emperors? They even managed to ask Meng Luo for help. Hey, do you know when the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven killed another heavenly emperor to avenge Meng Luo? His strength was already comparable to our Lord Heavenly Emperor at that time. We can't go. What if he kills us? The members of the Luo River sect in the Saint Province realm were naturally reluctant to meet Meng Luo. Upon hearing his comrades' replies, the old man regretted telling them the truth. After all, even if one of them did not come, Meng Luo would kill him. After a moment, he tried to rectify his mistake and sent another message to his comrades. I'm sorry, I've already revealed all your names to Meng Luo. He has said that if all of you don't show up, he'll hunt all of you down even if you leave the Luo River sect in the Luo River heaven. He has said that as long as you show up, he'll spare your lives. After listening to the old man's second message, the members of the Luo River sect stopped what they were doing immediately and made their way to the general direction sect. In less than half a day, all of them had gathered at the sect. When these people saw Meng Luo, they bowed and greeted Meng Luo in trembling voices. Lord Meng Luo, Chapter 34-28 Feng Jian Yu is shocked. Where are 2 titled celestial emperors? Meng Luo asked indifferently as he swept his gaze across the members of the Luo River sect. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian glared at them furiously from Meng Luo's little world. Lord Meng Luo, An old man and a middle-aged man stepped forward. They were two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect, Shu, the outstanding celestial emperor, Changyi, the surging wind celestial emperor. Without any warning, a strong destructive energy surged out from Meng Luo and morphed into a giant black monster. Both men's expressions changed drastically as the giant black monster opened its mouth and devoured them. When the black energy dissipated, only two spatial rings were left. The two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect died in just a blink of an eye. Since they were just ordinary titled celestial emperors, it did not take much for Meng Luo to kill them. Upon seeing this, the Luo River sect celestial emperors kneeled and pleaded for their lives. Chills ran up their spines as they shuddered. Some of them even sent messages to the old man, cursing him for deceiving them. After all, the old man had said Meng Luo would not kill them as long as they came here. Meng Luo had killed the two titled celestial emperors so easily, it would be even easier for him to kill them. Although they had heard much about Meng Luo's strength in the past, it was nothing compared to watching him in action. Lord Meng Luo, please have mercy. We're only following orders. Lord Meng Luo, please have mercy. Meng Luo looked at the kneeling celestial emperors and asked tonelessly, do you know why I am here? Silence descended on the group of celestial emperors. The first thought that came to their minds was that the pair of the celestial emperors must have sought help from Meng Luo. Moreover, those two must have a good relationship with Meng Luo for Meng Luo to personally make a move. If they survived, they swore never to return to the Saint Province realm unless the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven could subdue Meng Luo and stop him from intervening. Finally, someone managed to muster up their courage and said, Lord Meng Luo. We're here by the orders of the Luo River sect Saint Girl. We've been told by the Saint Girl that the order came directly from the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Lord Meng Luo, you should know that our sect leader is also the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. The man naively thought that Meng Luo would be intimidated if he mentioned the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect. The Heavenly Emperor of the River Luo Heaven. Meng Luo stared at the man coldly. Do you think I'd be intimidated just because you mentioned the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven? The man's expression changed drastically upon hearing Meng Luo's words. His forehead broke out in cold sweat that trickled down from his temples. Certainly not, Lord Meng Luo. That's not my intention. Seeing that the celestial emperors were all kneeling with their heads lowered, too afraid to speak, Meng Luo said, I came after I received news that the Luo River sect intends to annihilate the Saint Province realm. Do you know why I intervened in this matter? He looked at the celestial emperors meaningfully before he said, it's because our Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hailed from the Saint Province Island, he's very fond of this place. The trembling celestial emperor stiffened immediately upon hearing Meng Luo's words, their minds turned blank. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hailed from the Saint Province realm, and he was very fond of the Saint Province realm. Goosebumps erupted on their skin when they regained their senses. Fear surged in their hearts when they recalled they had massacred the inhabitants of the Saint Province realm where the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hailed from. I'll spare one of you so you can return to the Luo River Heaven to report this matter. As for the others, don't even think of escaping. You'll only fail, Meng Luo said frostily. The celestial emperor's expressions changed again. They froze for a moment as they exchanged a look among themselves. Without any warning, all of them began to attack each other. In the beginning, many of the celestial emperors joined forces to kill the three strongest celestial emperors among them. Following that, all of them turned on each other, attacking and killing, before only one of them, who was severely injured, was left. Despite his injuries, he was relieved and overjoyed. The man looked at Meng Luo nervously as he asked, Lord Meng Luo, can I leave now? Leave, Meng Luo said nonchalantly, remember to report this to your Heavenly Emperor. Thank you, Lord Meng Luo. The man felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders after he heard Meng Luo's words. After the man left, Duan Ling Tian finally emerged from Meng Luo's little world with an unsightly expression on his face. Young master, we'll have to wait for our Lord Heavenly Emperor's return to decide our next step. However, after my intervention, I'm sure the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect won't return to the Saint Province realm, Meng Luo said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, Senior Meng Luo, you may leave now if you want, I want to wander the Saint Province realm. Young master, since there's nothing important I have to attend to, I'll accompany you. I'd like to see the place where our Lord Heavenly Emperor came from, Mang Luo said with a smile on his face. Contrary to his words, the real reason he decided to stay was to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety. After all, he had learned that the massacre in the Saint Province realm was caused by Duan Lingtian killing the soul of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's daughter. He did not dare to let his guard down. What if the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect lost her mind due to grief and came to the Saint Province realm? Duan Lingtian would be in danger if he were absent at that time. Duan Lingtian did not dissuade Meng Luo. He flew in the direction of the 10 Great Dynasty. Since the members of the Luo River sect were here when we arrived, they probably hadn't finished killing all the inhabitants of the Saint Province realm. The 10 Great Dynasty is rather remote, so they probably hadn't gone there yet, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He knew was just trying to reassure himself. After all, he knew very well that traversing the entire Saint Province realm was nothing to a celestial emperor. Even the strongest person in the mundane realm was like an ant in front of a celestial emperor. Please let everyone be okay. Although most of the people Duan Lingtian cared about had left the Saint Province realm or passed away, their descendants remained. He, naturally, did not wish any harm to come to them. Meanwhile, the only surviving celestial emperor, a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe with a jade-like complexion, from the group that was sent to the Saint Province realm finally arrived at the Luo River sect. If it were up to him, he would not return to the Luo River sect. However, he could forsake his family and friends who were still in the Luo River sect. Lord Saint Girl, the man called out anxiously with a fearful expression on his face. The Saint Girl of the Luo River sect was Feng Jianyu. She was the biological daughter of Situ Zuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. When she heard the middle-aged man's voice and expression, she knew something was amiss. Lord Saint Girl, except for me, everyone who was sent to the Saint Province realm, including Lord Changyi and Lord Shushu, is dead, the middle-aged said with his head lowered. His body could not stop trembling as he reported the matter to Feng Jianyu. What? Feng Jianyu's expression changed dramatically. How's that possible? Out of a group of celestial emperors and 2 titled celestial emperors, only one survived in the mundane realm. Speak. What happened? Feng Jianyu's expression darkened. She did not expect all men she sent to the Saint Province realm, except one, had died. How could anyone in the mundane realm contend with a celestial emperor, let alone a group of celestial emperors and 2 titled celestial emperors? Lord Saint Girl, it's the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He came to the Saint Province realm and intervened. The middle-aged man conveyed Meng Luo's words to Feng Jianyu following that. The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, intervened because their heavenly emperor, Feng Qingyang, hails from the Saint Province realm and is fond of that place. Feng Jianyu was stunned. She knew Meng Luo had deliberately spared the middle-aged man. Otherwise, the middle-aged man would not have survived. Let alone the middle-aged, even she was no match for Meng Luo after all. She really did not expect Feng Qingyang to have come. From the Saint Province realm. Chapter 34-29 Reverence for Feng Qingyang's name. How can there be such a coincidence? Feng Jianyu found this hard to believe. How could there be such a coincidence? The mundane realm Mu Yi and Duan Lingtian came from was also where Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, came from. Moreover, the men she had sent to massacre the inhabitants of the Saint Province realms were discovered by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Not only that, but Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who was the strongest person after Feng Qingyang in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, personally made a move as well. Feng Jianyu looked at the middle-aged man and said in a low voice, "Tell me everything. How did the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven discover this matter in such a timely manner?" Lord Saint Girl, I heard someone ran into a male celestial emperor and a female celestial emperor before all this happened. It should be those 2 who informed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven about that matter, the middle-aged solemnly said. In fact, it's likely those 2 are also from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There's a possibility they were stationed there by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. A male and a female celestial emperor. Feng Jianyu frowned. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. I heard 2 of my comrades ran into them. However, when they learned about our purpose in the Saint Province realm, they left in a haste through a formation compass. After that, the heavenly savage celestial emperor arrived within the hour. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said anxiously, "For the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to send 2 celestial emperors to guard a mundane realm, I'm afraid the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven must have deep feelings for that mundane realm. Moreover, out of the 2 guards, one of them has strength that's almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor." With this, we can see how much importance Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang placed on the Saint Province realm. Needless to say, this occurred to Feng Jianyu as well. A wave of frustration rose in her heart immediately. When she calmed down, she looked at the middle-aged man coldly and said, "You come with me to meet the sect leader." With that, the duo left to meet Situ Zuqing, the sect leader of Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. When Situ Zuqing learned about what had happened from Feng Jianyu and the middle-aged man, she was stunned. Feng Qingyang came from the Saint Province realm as well. Moreover, he even sent 2 celestial emperors, one who's almost on par with a titled celestial emperor, to guard that mundane realm. With this information, how could Situ Zuqing be unable to tell that Feng Qingyang was incredibly fond of the Saint Province realm? How can there be such a coincidence? Situ Zuqing's expression was rather unsightly at this moment. She was no match for Feng Qingyang in the past, let alone now. After Feng Qingyang survived the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, one could only imagine how terrifyingly powerful he had become. In fact, many heavenly emperors speculated that Feng Qingyang had already attained godhood. Someone like Feng Qingyang was not someone she could afford to offend. Did you say you massacred the inhabitants of the Saint Province realm on my orders?" Situ Zuqing looked at the middle-aged man intently. Although she had tried to suppress her killing intent when she spoke, she still could not hide it. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I said no such thing," the middle-aged man cried out in a trembling voice. Needless to say, whether the middle-aged man said such words or not, Situ Zuqing would not let him live. With just a wave of her hand, she killed the man. Following that, Situ Zuqing looked at Feng Jianyu with a hint of nervousness. She was trembling slightly, and fear flashed in the depths of her eyes as she said, "Go investigate if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has any descendants in the Saint Province realm. If the answer is yes, investigate if any of them were killed." Although Situ Zuqing was a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm as well, there were many heavenly emperors who were stronger than her. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was among them. Perhaps, she would not be so afraid if it was any of the other heavenly emperors who were stronger than her. How could she not be afraid when she knew Feng Qingyang had once killed a heavenly emperor to avenge his subordinate? Yes, mother. Feng Zhongyu was worried as well. She could naturally guess her mother's thoughts. She prayed fervently that the men she sent to the Saint Province realm did not kill any of Feng Qingyang's descendants, better yet if he did not have any descendants at all. However, why would Feng Qingyang send 2 celestial emperors to guard the Saint Province realm if he did not have any descendants there? With this thought, she mostly hoped her men did not kill any of Feng Qingyang's descendants. When Feng Jianyu was about to leave, Situ Zuqing suddenly stopped her. "Wait." Then, she continued to say, "We should leave the Luo River heaven for now. While we're away, let your men investigate the Saint Province realm to see if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has any descendant or disciple there and if any of them were killed." Clearly, Situ Zuqing already had an escape plan in mind. Feng Jianyu's eyes widened upon hearing those words. Mother, you mean, are we fleeing?" "Why, fleeing isn't embarrassing. Don't tell me you'd rather die instead. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang isn't one to show mercy. It's best we lay low for now," Situ Zuqing said. Before leaving the Luo River heaven, they hid somewhere in the Luo River heaven to make arrangements for the Luo River sect and sent men to the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, and her daughter, Feng Jianyu, would flee as soon as they found out about the matter. If he were aware of it, he would have been impressed by how Feng Qingyang's name alone was so fearsome and revered. When Duan Ling Tian and Meng Luo finally arrived in the 10 Great Dynasty, he saw that it was painted red with blood. Not a single living soul could be seen in the 10 Great Dynasty. None of his friends and acquaintances, descendants survived the massacre. No, 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 Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned red, and his body trembled. Flames of fury burned his heart, causing his celestial origin energy to roll out in waves. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Those from the Luo River sect had killed every living thing in the 10 Great Dynasty. My condolences, young master. During their journey here, Mang Luo had learned that Duan Ling Tian's hometown was located in this place. After a moment, Mang Luo said to comfort Duan Ling Tian, "When our Lord Heavenly Emperor returns, I'm sure he'll avenge you." Chapter 34:30 Feng Qing Yang's return after 200 years. The Ten Great Dynasty was considered a rural area in the Saint Province realm. The average strength of the people there was among the lowest in the Saint Province realm. Even a sectless celestial with an average cultivation base could easily massacre everyone in the Ten Great Dynasty, let alone celestial emperors who were generally considered the most powerful in Devata realms. No, everything's gone. Duan Ling Tian could not accept this. He was here not too long ago with Huaner. They traveled to the Fresh Breeze town in Aurora City before traveling to other places. There were legends about him in all the places they visited and many of his friends' descendants. Now they were all gone. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect, Duan Ling Tian said through gritted teeth. To think that a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would stoop so low as to massacre all living things in a mundane realm. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he inhaled deeply to suppress his surging emotions. Nevertheless, his expression was still terrible. If little Fair, Tian Wu, or my parents learn of this, they'll be very saddened. It's time for me to break the news to them. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had planned to keep this a secret from his loved ones. However, he knew he would not be able to keep this a secret forever. In the end, he thought it was better that they learn about this sooner rather than later. There was no need to hide this from them. Just as Duan Ling Tian expected, everyone was furious and sad when they learned about what happened. No one expected that a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would do something like that. Tianer, I know you want revenge, however, it's best if you don't expose yourself before you're powerful enough to take them down. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qing Yang surely won't let this matter slide when he returns. Don't take unnecessary risks, Duan Rufeng solemnly said. He was worried his son would act rashly out of anger and rush to the Luo River heaven to seek revenge. However, after he finished speaking, he felt that his worries were unfounded. After all, his son had much more experience in the Devata realms compared to him. Even without his reminder, his son was certainly aware of all the things he had mentioned. Father, I know what to do. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian said. At this time, a frown could be seen on Han Shui Nai's face. She asked, Brother Ling Tian, can we take a look at the Greenwave Han Mansion? The Greenwave Han Mansion was where Han Shui Nai came from in the Saint Province realm. Now that a few hundred years had passed, she was clueless about her family's situation. She was naturally worried. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was reminded that Han Shui Nai's hometown was not located in the Ten Great Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian flew in the direction of the Greenwave Han Mansion following the route in his memory. He wondered if Han Shui Nai's family members were still alive. After all, her family members had rather high cultivation bases so they could live for a long time if nothing untoward happened. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Greenwave Han Mansion, he discovered that the Greenwave Han Mansion, similar to the Ten Great Dynasty, was bathed in blood as well. No, impossible. Han Shui Nai looked at the ruins of the Greenwave Han Mansion in disbelief. Pain flashed in her eyes. Her family, her home, everything was gone. Brother Ling Tian. Han Shui Nai rushed into Duan Ling Tian's arms and began to sob uncontrollably. Duan Ling Tian could empathize with her pain. He reached out and patted her back. Shui Nai, don't worry. A few hundred years have passed, it's possible that they've moved elsewhere. Duan Ling Tian's words were only meant to console Han Shui Nai. In fact, he thought it was likely that Han Shui Nai's family had met with a disaster. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's anger and hatred towards Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect, grew so much that they almost overwhelmed him. After Duan Ling Tian became a celestial emperor, he had never once felt he was extremely powerful even if he possessed the 5 divine elements. After all, there were too many elites. However, it had been a long time since he had felt so weak and helpless. When he was still in the mundane realm, he was already aware of the existence of the realms of gods. He knew celestials from Devata realms were no match for those from realms of gods at all. For example, just the servant of Yun Qing Yan, the young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, was able to force Feng Qing Yang to escape to the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Shui Nai, don't worry, if something really happened to them, I promise I'll capture the culprit for you to kill. Duan Ling Tian promised Han Shui Nai in a low voice. Since Meng Luo was aware of Duan Ling Tian's power and potential, he knew Duan Ling Tian was not making empty promises. Perhaps, if another titled Celestial, who was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's strength and potential, were present, they would think Duan Ling Tian was talking nonsense. After all, Duan Ling Tian was only an ordinary celestial emperor. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was only average among all the heavenly emperors, she was still a 7-star god of war. How could an ordinary celestial emperor capture or kill someone like that? It sounded like a joke. After consoling Han Shui Nai and sending her back to his little world, Duan Ling Tian asked, Senior Meng Luo, since the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven knows you intervened and that this is where Master came from, she won't dare to act rashly, right? That's right, Meng Luo said confidently. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief upon hearing these words. Although the places he knew and the descendants of the people he knew were gone, the Saint Province realm as a whole was his hometown. It was only natural that he did not want disaster to befall the Saint Province realm. After Duan Ling Tian and Meng Luo returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he discovered that everyone was incredibly focused on cultivating, unlike before where they would take breaks and chat with each other. It was obvious that the massacre in the Saint Province realm had placed a huge pressure on his loved ones. In the past, they were under the illusion they would be able to live a peaceful and safe life in the mundane realm. After all, even if they were only average in Devata realms, they would be invincible in the mundane realms. However, this matter made them realize they were not 100% safe even if they chose to live in a mundane realm. There were many factors that they did not account for. In the end, they realized that they would not be fully in charge of their own fates unless they grew stronger and stronger. This matter weighed heavily on their hearts, hence, they began to focus on their cultivation. Even Mu Yi, who was affected by the atmosphere, began to cultivate. By the look of things, most of them should be able to become celestial lords and celestial emperors soon. After checking up on his family in his little word, Duan Ling Tian focused on his cultivation as well. Similar to the others, he felt the pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. 2 heavenly emperors appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he cultivated. Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Yang Yunshao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven Yang Yunshao. He could not wait until he was strong enough to kill the former and force the latter to hand over Kong Yuyi's father, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Every once in a while, Elder Huo would send over some celestial pills and celestial fruits suitable for a celestial emperor to Duan Ling Tian. Celestial pills and celestial fruits were not very popular in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, so there were not many of them in the heavenly palace. Perhaps, it was because Feng Qing Yang had never had a true disciple before. Naturally, the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven possessed these things. However, since these were part of their personal belongings, they would naturally give them to their respective disciples. How could they freely give them away to Duan Ling Tian? For this reason, Elder Huo looked for these titled celestial emperors and traded with them fairly for the celestial pill and celestial fruits that would be useful to Duan Ling Tian. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian and his loved ones improved at a shocking speed. While Duan Ling Tian cultivated, he did not forget to continue learning how to fuse his profundities from the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. As expected, his comprehension speed was incredibly fast with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. During this time, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven did not change much. After all, 200 years were not long for celestials in Devata realms. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating in his room, heard Elder Huo calling out to him. Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating and left immediately. Elder Huo, what's the matter? During the first 100 years, Elder Huo would visit him frequently. However, as time passed, the frequency of visits had dropped. After all, celestial pills and celestial fruits were not endless even in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as Elder Huo saw Duan Ling Tian, he said with a smile, "Young master, our Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned." Duan Ling Tian, who had assumed Elder Huo had come to give him celestial pills and celestial fruits like before, was stunned. Soon after, a delighted expression appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, "Truly? He's returned from the Asura hell?" "That's right," Elder Huo nodded with a smile on his face. Lord Heavenly Emperor just returned today. When he heard you're in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he asked me to bring you over to meet him. A hint of reverence could be heard in his voice when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. Let's go, Duan Ling Tian said excitedly. He was finally going to meet his master, Feng Qingyang. Ever since he ascended to a Devata realm and learned that Feng Qingyang did not perish in the Asura hell, he had been looking forward to meeting Feng Qingyang. Now, the day had finally arrived. Chapter 34-31 Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was the first successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the Saint Province Realm's 7 Absolute Sect. Duan Ling Tian was the second successor. When Duan Ling Tian was still in the Saint Province Realm, he had stumbled upon Feng Qingyang's legacy by chance and had mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword. For this reason, his journey in the Saint Province Realm had been smooth sailing. It could be said that the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to grow so powerful was due to his mastery of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Back when he was still in the Saint Province Realm, he had wondered more than once if he would be able to meet Feng Qingyang, whom he considered his master. When he finally arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and was acknowledged by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he knew he would be able to meet Feng Qingyang. However, he did not expect that he would have to wait for more than 200 years before he would finally be able to meet Feng Qingyang. For most celestials, 200 years were not a long time, but for him, 200 years was almost half of his life. He was only more than 500 years old now, after all. During the journey to meet Feng Qingyang, Elder Huo felt rather nostalgic and began to reminisce about the past. Young master, our Lord Heavenly Emperor watched you when you were going through the heavenly tribulation in the mundane realm through a mirror image formation. At that time, I'd just left you not too long ago. In just a blink of an eye, almost 500 years have passed since then. He watched me undergo the heavenly tribulation through a mirror image formation. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned. This was his first time hearing about this. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to have paid attention to him since such a long time ago. Back then, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, and I accompanied Lord Heavenly Emperor to watch you pass the heavenly tribulation. It's a pity that Kuang Ling is no longer with us, Elder Huo sighed. Duan Ling Tian had previously learned from Elder Huo that Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, perished when Feng Qingyang fought the servant of Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering realm. At that time, Yun Qingyang's servant had a higher grade divine artifact. Not only was the grade of his weapon higher than the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, but even his sword soul was stronger than Kuang Ling. In the past, Elder Huo had vanished so suddenly because Feng Qingyang had ordered Kuang Ling to bring Elder Huo to the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang had done so because he was worried he would be overly reliant on Elder Huo and the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, causing him to slack off in his cultivation. Based on this, one could see Feng Qingyang truly cared about Duan Ling Tian and paid attention to his growth. Meng Luo, Feng Qingyang's most trusted subordinate, thought so as well. Otherwise, he would not have been so respectful toward Duan Ling Tian. After staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for more than 200 years, Duan Ling Tian had explored most of the places in the palace. Therefore, he was rather familiar with his way around. However, at this moment, as he followed Elder Huo to meet Feng Qingyang, the path suddenly seemed different to him. The short journey seemed much longer than it should be. Apart from excitement and joy, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel slightly awkward as well. At this moment, Elder Huo came to a stop and said, "This is where our Lord Heavenly Emperor stays at the moment." A small floating island above a lake was right in front of Duan Ling Tian. This place was one of the forbidden places in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Only a handful of people were allowed in. As Feng Qingyang's true disciple to be who had been approved by Meng Luo, Duan Ling Tian had been to this place a few times in the past. The lake beneath the floating island was located in a quiet mountain valley in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The entire place was like a world of its own. The scenery was lush, flowers bloomed amidst the birds' chirpings. Although this was not Duan Ling Tian's first time here, he felt completely different from before. In the past, he would take time to enjoy the beautiful scenery. However, at this time, all his attention was focused on the small floating island above the lake. He knew there was a spacious courtyard with a room at the back on the small floating island. However, he did not know it was where Feng Qingyang stayed in the past. under Elder Huo's lead, Duan Ling Tian flew onto the floating island. Before descending into the courtyard. Following that, Elder Huo bowed in the direction of the room at the back and said respectfully, "My Lord Heavenly Emperor, the young master is here." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he stared unblinkingly in the direction of the room. A wave of majestic mustard color energy swept out from the room as soon as Elder Huo's voice fell. Duan Ling Tian could tell that the energy was from the law of earth. Following that, he saw something shocking. The mustard energy began to solidify in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Initially, they converged in a humanoid form. Following, the figure became cleared and clearer before it solidified into a tall and handsome young man dressed in a green robe. His expression was solemn and dignified. His eyes, which were framed by a pair of sword-shaped brows, were deep. It was as though he could see through everything with his eyes. At this moment, he smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I've seen you once through the mirror image formation many years ago. Unfortunately, that was the last time, until today, that I saw you. You still look the same even though your bearing has changed." With these words, Duan Ling Tian snapped back to his senses. He hurriedly bowed and said somewhat nervously, "I'm Duan Ling Tian." "Greetings, Senior Feng Qingyong." The handsome young man cocked an eyebrow and asked teasingly, "You're still referring to me as Senior Feng Qingyong?" Elder Huo reminded Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, clearly amused, "Young master, you should address the Lord Heavenly Emperor as master." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian hastily said, "Greetings, master." Duan Ling Tian had thought there would be ceremonies and formalities to go through before he officially became Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Therefore, he did not want to be presumptuous and address Feng Qingyang as his master before anything else. However, it seemed like his master did not care much about formalities. Feng Qingyang chuckled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's new way of addressing him. "We finally met. Since I entered the Asura Hell, I hardly received any news about you. I sent my men to look for you in the mundane realm at that time. However, when they failed to find you, I figured you must have ascended to one of the Devata realms. I didn't expect you only took a few hundred years to become a celestial emperor." At this time, Elder Huo had tactfully left Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian alone so they could speak. "I had a few fortuitous encounters." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Soon after, a guilty expression appeared on his face as he said, "Master, I want to apologize. It's all my fault that you were forced to go to the Asura Hell. You were even trapped in that place for such a long time. There's no need to apologize." Feng Qingyang shook his head. "Everything happens for a reason. After all, if I weren't trapped in the Asura Hell, I wouldn't have achieved the things I did." For Feng Qingyang, he had achieved many things after experiencing many near-death experiences. To a certain extent, he saw his time in the Asura Hell as an opportunity given by Duan Ling Tian. This was one of the reasons he was concerned about Duan Ling Tian's well-being and instructed his men to look for Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing those words, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Master, I heard, is it true that you've attained godhood?" "That's right." Feng Qingyang nodded. "This is a clone from the law of earth." "I see." Duan Ling Tian understood now why Feng Qingyang had solidified into being from the law of earth's energy. The world-cleansing divine water had once told him that once one attained godhood, one would gain a law clone from every law where all the profundities had been comprehended to the mastery stage. Law clones could exist away from one's physical body. They also contained divine energy and the full force of the law that had been comprehended. "I wasn't aware that you've mastered the law of earth as well." Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Based on what he knew, Feng Qingyang was famous for his comprehension of the law of destruction. The strongest law he comprehended was also the law of destruction. Moreover, the law of destruction was compatible with the sword Tao. He knew that Feng Qingyang's sword Tao contributed to his comprehension of the law of destruction as well after years and years of perfecting his sword technique. Needless to say, Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the law of destruction was one of the best in the Devata realms. "I've mastered both the law of destruction and the law of earth," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. The duo continued chatting for a while before Feng Qingyang finally asked about what happened back then. "That person chased after me back then and only said he wanted to kill me because of you. He said I have to pay with my life because you inherited my legacy. That person is an immanent god. The law and profundities he comprehended were no weaker than mine at that time. In addition, his divine artifact was more powerful than mine. I wasn't a match for him at all." I remember him saying he's from the realm of gods called the divine offering land. How did you offend someone like that? Feng Qingyang was curious how Duan Lingtian, who was still in the mundane realm at that time, managed to offend someone from the realm of gods. Master, it was because of my wife, Ka. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Feng Qingyang. After he recounted everything, he said, that person who attacked you is merely a servant of the Yun clan in the divine offering realm. I didn't expect so many twists and turns. Feng Qingyang said. Realization seemed to dawn on him as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked, is that why you progressed so quickly in just a few hundred years? You're planning to save your wife once the passages from the Devata realms to the realms of gods open. It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to figure out Duan Lingtian's motivation for cultivating so hard. However, he slightly regretted asking that question since he felt it was no different from pouring salt on his disciple's wound. Therefore, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and swiftly changed the topic. His eyes shone brightly as he said, I've heard about what happened in the Saint Province realm. Do you want to come with me to the Luo River Heaven? Chapter 34-32 Situ Zuqing, Show Yourself. By putting himself into Duan Lingtian's shoes, Feng Qingyang could understand how Duan Lingtian felt. Back then, he thought that if even someone like him faced such danger that time, he could only imagine how dangerous it had been for Duan Lingtian. For that reason, he was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's survival at that time. One of the reasons he had sent his men to look for Duan Lingtian in the mundane realm instead of personally going to the mundane realm himself was due to the fact that he thought Duan Lingtian had died. He only wanted his men to confirm his thoughts. Although his men failed to find Duan Lingtian, they also did not hear any news about Duan Lingtian's death. Therefore, he began to feel hopeful again. However, deep down inside, he thought it was just his wishful thinking. After all, the person Duan Lingtian had offended was someone from a realm god. Let alone a cultivator from the mundane realm, even celestials were no match for those from the realms of gods. If Duan Lingtian was like an ant to celestials from Devata realms, what about those from the realms of gods? Feng Qingyang was also greatly infuriated after hearing about what Duan Lingtian had gone through. He did not expect there were those who would go so far and act so viciously. The Luo River Heaven, Duan Lingtian, who had grown emotional upon hearing Feng Qingyang's question, perked up when he heard Feng Qingyang's following words. Although it was not his first time talking out the past, he was no less upset about it now. Humans were not emotionless like trees after all. Moreover, the one who was trapped in the divine offering land was his wife, Ka. Nevertheless, Feng Qingyang's words managed to divert his attention. That's right, Feng Qingyang nodded. Although Feng Qing's expression was one of indifference, Duan Lingtian could see the coldness flashing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. The look in Feng Qingyang's eyes was fierce and unyielding like a sword. It was rather mesmerizing. When he regained his senses, he said apologetically, Master, what happened at the Saint Province realm is my fault. I didn't know the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven would vent her anger on the Saint Province realm when she couldn't find me, the person who killed her daughter. Duan Lingtian still felt guilty over what happened in the Saint Province realm. After all, he was the one who destroyed the soul of Feng Jianshui, the daughter of Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, to save Mu Yi, and thus, incurring her wrath. I heard about what happened. It's not your fault, Feng Qingyang said as he shook his head. If I were you, I would do the same. How can the body of a member of our 7 absolute sect be taken by another person? His eyes shone with killing intent when he finished speaking. It was as though he could devour someone whole. Situ Zuqing wanted to massacre all the inhabitants in a mundane realm for her own selfish desires. She did not even spare the beasts. She truly thinks there are no consequences, Feng Qingyang said frostily. It's unfortunate she picked the wrong mundane realm. Is the mundane realm where I, Feng Qingyang, came from a place where she could do as she pleases? Is this the speed of a god? Duan Lingtian was still in awe when he arrived at the Luo River Heaven. He was stunned by Feng Qingyang's speed when Feng Qingyang brought him to the transportation site in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although he was aware there was a difference in strength between a god and a celestial that was like the difference between heaven and earth, witnessing it with his own eyes was completely different. Moreover, this was just his master's law of Earth's clone. The law of Earth could be said to be the slowest among all the laws, but he was certain that even the fastest titled celestial emperor was slower than his master. After Feng Qingyang removed his energy from Duan Ling Tian, he asked, I know the Luo River sect is the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven, but I've never been there. Do you know the way there? The first and only time Duan Ling Tian went to the Luo River sect was to look for Mu Yi. At that time, he had been excited to have found another one of his friends. Unfortunately, he had arrived too late. Even after he had rescued her, she was in a bad shape. The old Mu Yi would never return. If it weren't for me, junior sister Mu Yi wouldn't be in such a state. Duan Ling Tian sighed when his thoughts wandered to Mu Yi. Please don't blame yourself. You're only the reason. The fault lies with Yun Qing Yan from the Divine Offering Land's fault, Feng Qingyang said to console Duan Ling Tian. He understood his disciple's feelings. Perhaps, both of them had looked forward to meeting each other for such a long time that as soon as they met, their rapport was so good even though it was their first meeting. It was as though they had been master and disciple for years. Since Duan Ling Tian met Mu Yi outside of the Luo River sect's estate when he first came here, he knew the way to the sect. With Duan Ling Tian giving directions and Feng Qingyang's speed, they arrived at the Luo River sect in just a blink of an eye. Feng Qingyang did not waste time. He roared, Situ Zuqing, show yourself. Feng Qingyang's way of doing things brought a sense of familiarity to Duan Ling Tian. It was similar to the way he did things. Initially, he assumed his master would be courteous first. After all, his master was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and Situ Zuqing was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Instead, his master had acted bluntly and yelled at Situ Zuqing to show herself. Needless to say, Feng Qingyang's voice caused a huge commotion in the Luo River sect. Who's that? How dare he addresses our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name? His voice seems to have come from above the estate. Are the disciples and elders on guard duty deaf and blind? Didn't they know there's an intruder? Hey, since he dares to address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by name and even asked her to show herself, I think he's not simple. Many elders in the Luo River sect were furious by the lack of respect. However, there were a few who were calm and observant. These few people knew that the person who shouted for their sect leader, also the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, to show herself must not be simple. For someone to be able to do something like that, they had to be insane or possess heaven-defying strength. If that person was insane, he would not have been able to enter the Luo River sect's estate at all. Many high-ranking officials in the sect began to feel wary after thinking about it. Nevertheless, they still mustered up their courage to face the intruder. Soon enough, roughly a dozen high-ranking officials appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang who were standing side by side. The duo looked at the people in front of them with an indifferent gaze. At this moment, one of the Luo River sect's titled Celestial Emperor stepped forward nervously and asked, Sir, are you looking for our Lord Heavenly Emperor? Suddenly, one person from the group of high-ranking officials in the Luo River sect widened his eyes in horror. He cried out in disbelief, Why you, your Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? Do you know me? Feng Qingyang looked at the old man who recognized him in surprise. After all, this was his first time in the Luo River heaven. At the same time, the others from the Luo River sect looked as though they had been struck by lightning after hearing the old man's words. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was here to look for their heavenly emperor. Moreover, based on his tone earlier and his attitude now, it did not seem like he was here for friendly reasons. With this thought in mind, chills ran up their spines immediately. All of them knew that heavenly emperors were not equal in strength. It was likely that Feng Qingyang was stronger than Situ Zuqing before he even entered the Asura hell. Now that he had grown stronger, how could Situ Zuqing be a match for him? Lord Heavenly Emperor, the old man who recognized Feng Qingyang bowed and said respectfully, My friend is a titled celestial emperor in the pavilion shaft heaven. I had the fortune to meet you once when I was visiting my friend in the heavenly palace of the pavilion shaft heaven. I see. Indeed, he had visited the heavenly palace of the pavilion shaft heaven many times due to his friendship with Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. Their friendship stemmed from both their love for sparring. Needless to say, he had not been to the heavenly palace of the pavilion shaft heaven after leaving the Asura hell. However, that did not mean he had not met Gongsun Xuanyuan. Since before, Feng Qingyang and Gongsun Xuanyuan had an arrangement to take turns meeting at each other's heavenly palaces. Accordingly, it was supposed to be Feng Qingyang's turn to go to the heavenly palace of the pavilion shaft heaven. However, when Gongsun Xuanyuan heard about Feng Qingyang's return, out of concern, he took the initiative and invited himself to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven instead. Needless to say, after seeing that Feng Qingyan was fine, Gongsun Xuanyuan began to spar with Feng Qingyang as usual. Alas, he was thoroughly beaten. He did not expect Feng Qingyang being forced to enter the Asura hell would be a blessing in disguise. Most importantly, Feng Qingyang attained godhood due to his time in the Asura hell. In the past, although Feng Qingyang's law of earth was powerful, Feng Qingyang had to use the law of destruction as well to be evenly matched with him. However, Feng Qingyang managed to thoroughly defeat him in their latest sparring session even though Feng Qingyang was only using the law of earth's clone. The heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly. He vaguely remembered Elder Huo saying that Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, was also from Yanhuang planet, otherwise known as Earth, in Yanhuang realm. Duan Ling Tian soon recalled Gongsun Xuanyuan had ascended to the Jade Emperor heaven in the past. He grew powerful really quickly, and it was not long before he went to challenge a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. After defeating that heavenly emperor, the name of the Devata realm was changed to the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, and he became its heavenly emperor. Chapter 34-33. Is this how you ask for an explanation? Lord Heavenly Emperor, is there a particular reason you're looking for our Lord Heavenly Emperor? The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang first asked respectfully. The old man, and everyone present on the scene, knew Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, was not a match for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on Feng Qingyang's tone, it was obvious that he did not come looking for Situ Zuqing for friendly reasons. If Situ Zuqing had truly offended Feng Qingyang, the old man thought that he must sever his ties with the Luo River sect as soon as possible to avoid being dragged into the matter. I'm here to settle some scores, Feng Qingyang replied indifferently. Although he could search the entire Luo River sect with his divine consciousness, he would not be able to find Situ Zuqing. After all, he was not familiar with her. Even if he sensed her aura, he would not be able to recognize that it belonged to her. He could sense quite a few 10-direction celestial emperors in the Luo River sect's estate. Put aside those who were not present, almost half of the people before him were 10-direction celestial emperors. It would be difficult for him to find Situ Zuqing's aura among so many 10-direction celestial emperors since he was not familiar with her. The old man's eyes widened in fear. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Similarly, the other members of the Luo River sect were shocked and frightened as well. After all, the heavenly emperor standing in front of them had killed another heavenly emperor just to avenge his subordinate. Was he here to kill their heavenly emperor? Lord Heavenly Emperor, an old lady stepped forward at this moment and asked with a bitter smile, "Are you here to kill our Lord Heavenly Emperor because of something that happened 200 years ago?" The Luo River sect members looked at the old lady in confusion and shock. So it was true that their heavenly emperor had offended Feng Qingyang. Moreover, whatever she did was so serious that Feng Qingyang personally came to kill her. All of them wondered if Situ Zuqing had gone insane for provoking Feng Qingyang. "So you know," Feng Qingyang said as he looked at the old lady intently. "To be honest, I don't know, Lord Heavenly Emperor," the old woman continued to say with a bitter smile. "However, our Lord Heavenly Emperor and the saint girl left the sect about 200 years ago. Up until now, they have yet to return. They left without saying a word. Nobody knows where they went. The longest time our Lord Heavenly Emperor has been away from the sect was less than 30 years. Her long absence this time is very abnormal. She left 200 years ago." Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes immediately. The corners of his lips curled up into a sneer as he said mockingly, "She's really smart to flee so quickly. However, does she think I won't be able to do anything just because I can't find her here?" Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Situ Zuqing had fled the Luo River sect in the Luo River Heaven 200 years ago. He was aware that it was the same time as when he and Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial, went to the Saint Province realm. This meant that Situ Zuqing fled as soon as she found out she had offended Feng Qingyang by sending her people to kill all of the inhabitants in the Saint Province realm. He thought to himself in awe, "Heavens! Just Master's name and reputation alone is so fearsome. She fled as soon as she found out she had offended Master. Isn't she a heavenly emperor? Isn't her behavior too embarrassing?" Duan Ling Tian was truly shocked and in awe that Feng Qingyang's name and reputation alone could strike so much fear into people's hearts. Moreover, not many people knew for sure his master had attained godhood. It was just an unconfirmed rumor after all. Despite that, they were still so afraid of his master. After thinking about it for a moment, he thought it was reasonable that Situ Zuching would flee. After all, even before his master entered the Asura Hell, Situ Zuching was already not a match for his master. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered a middle-aged man, who was standing among the members of the Luo River sect, staring intently at him. He thought the middle-aged man recognized him. After all, when he first came to meet Mu Yi at the entrance of the Luo River sect's estate, he did not disguise himself at all. Therefore, he was certain the disciples who saw him that day must have provided information to the saint girl so they could draw his portraits and give them to those who were sent to hunt him down. Duan Ling Tian asked the middle-aged man, "Do you recognize me? Were you part of the group the saint girl sent to hunt me down?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, the Luo River sect members turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Previously, all of their attention was on Feng Qingyang, so all of them had overlooked Duan Ling Tian even if they found him vaguely familiar. "Why, you are Duan Ling Tian? You're the one who kidnapped the saint girl's disciple, Mu Yi." An old man exclaimed in shock and disbelief. He did not expect the person their sect saint girl wanted to hunt down was someone by Feng Qingyang's side. Moreover, based on how Duan Ling Tian was standing next to Feng Qingyang, it was clear Duan Ling Tian was not just a subordinate. "So you know me," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. "However, I didn't kidnap your saint girl's disciple, I rescued her. Your saint girl allowed her twin sister, Feng Jian Shui, to possess my junior sister's body. When I found out about it, I brought Yi Yi away and destroyed Feng Jian Shui's soul that was occupying Yi Yi's body. That's why your heavenly emperor and your saint girl hate me so much and sent people to kill the inhabitants of a mundane realm. It was all for revenge." Twin sister. Apart from a few who were in the know, the other members of the Luo River sect were shocked by this revelation. None of them knew the saint girl had a twin sister or that their heavenly emperor had another daughter. "Unfortunately, your heavenly emperor didn't know that mundane realm was where my master, Feng Qingyang, came from as well. She only knew he came from that mundane realm after the heavenly savage celestial emperor put a stop to the massacre there. Coincidentally, that happened 200 years ago as well." Duan Ling Tian grew angrier and angrier as he spoke. Unfortunately, although the heavenly savage celestial emperor intervened, many of the inhabitants had already been killed. "We arrived too late. As a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, she actually stooped so low because of her selfish desires and ordered for the helpless inhabitants of a mundane realm to be slaughtered. She deserves death." Duan Ling Tian's frosty voice sent chills running their spines. The dozen of titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect were stunned. As it turned out, this was how their heavenly emperor had offended Feng Qingyang. What was even more shocking was that Duan Ling Tian was Feng Qingyang's disciple. With all these revelations, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes darted around nervously. They were worried Feng Qing would kill all of them with just a wave of his hand out of anger. At this moment, the old man who had recognized Feng Qingyang earlier said respectfully, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I truly didn't know about this nor do I have anything to do with it. Please show mercy and don't vent your anger on me." As soon as the old man's voice fell, the other members of the Luo River sect began to speak up one after another to plead for their lives. All of them were drenched in cold sweat. They were afraid Feng Qingyang would vent his anger on them. After all, the main culprit had escaped, so there was no way for him to seek revenge for now. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang and said through voice transmission, "Master, why don't we use me as bait? We can lure Situ Zuching out this way. She hates me to the bones, so she'll definitely come for me once she discovers my whereabouts." "There's no need for that." Feng Qingyang rejected Duan Ling Tian's suggestion. "She won't fall for it. Perhaps, news of you being my disciple has already spread in the Luo River sect. It's just a matter of time before she finds out as well. Although there are 81 Devata realms for her to hide in, she won't be able to hide forever. Moreover, I'm not interested in wasting my time hunting her down. Let's wait for her to show up. I'll definitely kill her as soon as she shows up." Duan Ling Tian could sense his master's contempt for Situ Zuching. He nodded. "You're right, master. Indeed, it's a waste of time for us to look for some like her. She's not worth our efforts. Like you said, We should wait for her to show up. Moreover, if possible, I'd like to kill her with my own hands. Killing intent shone in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He could not wait to kill Situ Zuqing for destroying his hometown and killing the descendants of his friends, including Shui Nai's family. Alright, we'll put this matter aside for now. There's one more matter to deal with. We still have to go to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted coldly as he said, I've heard about what happened there from Elder Huo. Although Yang Yunxiao could be considered a friend, he has to give me an explanation. Due to Feng Qingyang's words, even after they arrived at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Duan Ling Tian assumed Feng Qingyang was going to listen to the explanation from Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. However, he was shocked when he saw spatial tears appearing in the void due to a terrifying energy as soon as Yang Yunxiao showed up. Before Yang Yunxiao could even speak, a giant sword that seemed invincible and indestructible shot toward Yang Yunxiao. Duan Ling Tian was stunned speechless. Is this what his master meant when he said Yang Yunxiao had to give him an explanation? How was this considered asking for an explanation? Chapter 3434 The Mighty Feng Qingyang. Yang Yunxiao tried to block Feng Qingyang's sword attack in a haste. However, it was not enough to stop the sword that was boosted by the mustered energy from the law of earth. The sword struck him, sending him flying into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. His ruddy complexion was gone, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you've not improved at all even after so many years have passed, Feng Qingyang said as he narrowed his eyes. A faint smile could be seen on his face as though he was speaking to an old acquaintance instead of someone he had just injured. Despite the indignant expression on Yang Yunxiao, he could not hide the fear in his eyes. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you've attained godhood. Despite the rumors swirling around in all of the 81 Devata realms, there was no confirmation that Feng Qingyang had truly attained godhood. However, Yang Yunxiao, who had just suffered a blow from Feng Qingyang's attack that was boosted by the law of earth, had sensed a terrifying and deadly energy from the earlier attack. The energy was something that surpassed the celestial origin energy, it was the divine energy. After a 10-direction celestial emperor attained godhood, his celestial origin energy would change into a superior energy called the divine energy, also known as the force of gods. Feng Qingyang nodded in response. Yang Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He was not angry that Feng Qingyang had injured him. After all, he knew it would be easy for Feng Qingyang to kill him if that was Feng Qingyang's intention. In the past, we were evenly matched when the law of destruction was the only law you're skilled with. Now that you've attained godhood, just the law of earth is enough for you to defeat me. Indeed, the difference between a god and a celestial is like heaven and earth. How could Yang Yunxiao possess the courage to be angry when faced with a god who could crush him like an ant? Although he was a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, Feng Qingyang could kill him with just a thought. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, finally regained his senses. His master was really a badass. Feng Qingyang did not even bother greeting Yang Yunxiao and instantly attacked Yang Yunxiao. The latter did not even dare to show his dissatisfaction and could only grin and bear it. With this and the fact that Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, fled as soon as she realized she had offended Feng Qingyang, one could further see how fearsome Feng Qingyang was. I can be like this as well if I become a god. Duan Ling Tian yearned to become a god at this moment. His heart sank as he continued to think to himself, even if I attain godhood after 1,000 years, it'll still be difficult for me to rescue Ka in the divine offering realm. It'll be different if I can attain godhood earlier and have time to improve my strength as a god. At this time, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yunxiao and said, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you should know that I'm not here to reminisce about the good old times with you. Don't you think you should give me a satisfactory explanation regarding that matter with my disciple? How could Yang Yunxiao not know the purpose of Feng Qingyang's visit when he saw Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian together? However, it was out of his expectations that Feng Qingyang would attack as soon as he appeared. With that attack, Feng Qingyang had made his stance very clear. Yang Yunxiao sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, he told his second disciple, Kong Fen, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, to leave back then. Otherwise, he would not have a choice but to hand Kong Fen to Feng Qingyang today. What matter are you referring to? Yang Yunxiao feigned ignorance. It would be foolish if he openly acknowledged that he had intentionally let his second disciple go. Only 200 years have passed, but it seems like Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunshao's memory has deteriorated. Feng Qingyang sneered at Yang Yunshao. Yang Yunshao feigned confusion for a moment before he cried out in surprise, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you referring to that matter from 200 years ago when my second disciple, Kong Fen, and his son tried to kill junior nephew Duan? Without waiting for Feng Qingyang's reply, he continued to say, it's all the fault of my second disciple's useless son. I've already killed him in front of junior nephew Duan. As for my second disciple, I've punished him rather severely since he was tricked by his son into being an accomplice. Punished him rather severely? Duan Ling Tian was stunned by these shameless words. He said with a sneer, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunshao, you only confined your second disciple for a few hundred years. How's it that you punished him rather severely? Do you treat my master and me as fools? Junior nephew Duan, Yang Yunshao said apologetically, you didn't object to this punishment back then, so I didn't know you're dissatisfied. You should have spoken up back then if you have objections. If you'd told me you wanted him dead, I would have killed him back then. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian scoffed. Do you not believe me, junior nephew Duan? Yang Yunshao shook his head and said, I'll summon my second disciple, Kong Fen, here at once. If junior nephew Duan wants him dead, I'll kill him personally. If you prefer to kill him with your own hands, I'll hold on to him for you. Feng Qingyang watched in slight confusion as Duan Ling Tian scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, your second disciple should have already left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven a long time ago. Are you putting on a show for my master? You're really cunning, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunshao. Even the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhu Qing, was terrified of Feng Qingyang and fled the Luo River Heaven. How would Yang Yunshao's disciple, an ordinary titled celestial emperor, dare to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? In the past, Elder Huo and Duan Ling Tian clearly knew that Yang Yunshao wanted to protect his second disciple. How could Duan Ling Tian not know that Yang Yunshao probably asked his second disciple to leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven as well? A hint of panic flashed in the depths of Yang Yunshao's eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He laughed nervously before he said, Junior nephew Duan, how could you think so badly of me? At this moment, Feng Qingyang interjected in an icy voice, Yang Yunshao, I'll wait for Yuan. Your second disciple in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You have 1 month to show up. Otherwise, you can wait for your death here or you can bring your people and run away. Yang Yunshao's expression changed drastically. Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered with Yang Yunshao and left him standing there with a complex expression on his face. There's no doubt that Feng Qingyang has become a god. I didn't expect him to care about his disciple to this extent. It seems like I have to bring Kong Fen to him. Fortunately, I didn't tell Kong Feng that Feng Qingyang will kill him. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for me to find Kong Fen. Duan Ling Tian assumed it would be difficult for him to catch Kong Fen since Kong Feng had fled the heavenly palace of the floating island. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would directly threaten to kill Yang Yunshao and demand Yang Yunshao to bring Kong Fen to the heavenly palace of the solitary destruction within the month. Naturally, there was a chance that Yang Yunshao would flee along with his disciple as well. Master, do you think he'll choose to flee? Duan Ling Tian asked. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, since Yang Yunshao was willing to offend him for his second disciple's sake 200 years ago, it was clear Kong Fen held weight in Yang Yunshao's heart. Therefore, it was not entirely impossible for Yang Yunshao to flee. Impossible. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Although I'm not overly familiar with Yang Yunshao, based on our few interactions in the past, I can tell he's more concerned about his status than his disciples. He'll never abandon his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Before bringing Duan Ling Tian away from the floating heaven, Feng Qingyang said, let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and wait for him there. A hint of anticipation shone in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He could not wait for the day Yang Yunshao would bring Kong Fen to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Yang Yunshao did not waste time and sent a message to Kong Fen, the almighty wind celestial emperor, who had left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Kong Fen, I just returned from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, is satisfied that I killed your son and has decided to let the matter go. You can return now." Yang Yunxiao knew he could tell his disciple the truth. Otherwise, his disciple would never return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. After Kong Fen left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he would wander near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven every so often in hopes of catching Duan Ling Tian alone. Alas, he was not presented with such a chance even after 200 years. Due to the futility of his actions, Kong Feng spent the last 100 years in the floating heaven. "I can return now." Kong Fen's eyes lit up the moment he received the message from his master. Chapter 34-35 Feng Qing Yang's Heaven-Defying Sword Dao. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, Kong Fen, did not feel suspicious about the message from his master, Yang Yunxiao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. He trusted Yang Yunxiao because Yang Yunxiao had protected him despite the risk of offending Feng Qing Yang in the past. Therefore, he quickly made his way back to the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven after receiving the message. After Kong Fen left the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven, he could only wander the Floating Heaven alone. He could not join any of the heaven-grade forces in the Floating Heaven since he was well known among higher-ranking officials in heaven-grade forces as the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. It would have been better if he could temporarily join one of the heaven-grade forces so he could cultivate in a better environment. However, since he was afraid Feng Qing Yang would find him if he did that, he could only keep to himself. Over the past 200 years, he had grown incredibly frustrated by his poor cultivation environment. Therefore, as soon as his master said he could return to the heavenly palace since Feng Qing Yang had decided to let the matter go, he rushed to the nearest transportation site immediately. It did not take long for Kong Fen to arrive at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. As soon as he returned, he looked for Yang Yunxiao. He said apologetically, "Master, I'm sorry for making you worry." Yang Yunxiao looked at Kong Fen and let out a sigh. "Kong Fen, you wouldn't have to suffer if you didn't simply indulge your son back then." Kong Fen was taken aback by Yang Yunxiao's ominous words. They were clearly not in line with the message Yang Yunxiao had sent earlier. The foreboding feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He did not hesitate and turned into a gust of wind to flee. Following that, Kong Fen felt a powerful energy pressing against him from all directions before he could successfully escape, easily restraining him. He asked, bewildered, "Master, why?" Kong Fen would have lived in vain for so many years if at this point he still could not figure out that Yang Yunxiao had lied to him to lure him back to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. "Kong Fen, I have no choice." Yang Yunxiao sighed. "Feng Qing Yang is too strong. When he brought Duan Ling Tian to the heavenly palace today, he severely injured me before he even said anything. When he discovered you'd left the heavenly palace, he demanded I bring you to him. Otherwise, I can only wait here for my death or flee with the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. He has already attained godhood and can kill me with just a wave of his hand. I hope you don't blame me. If you need to blame someone, you should blame your son." Heavenly Emperor Feng Qing Yang has attained godhood. Shock flashed in Kong Fen's eyes as fear crept into his heart. He did not expect the rumor about Feng Qing Yang to be true. He also did not expect Feng Qing Yang would threaten his master just because of Duan Ling Tian. After all, Feng Qing Yang and his master were on good terms. Why is he like that? Is your friendship with him that insignificant? Kong Fen was unresigned even if he knew there was no way for him to escape once his master had caught him. He felt unwilling. He wanted to live. Friendship. Yang Yunxiao shook his head and said, "We're mere acquaintances." At first, I assumed he wouldn't do anything extreme since we're acquainted. Alas, I overestimated our relationship and underestimated his care for his true disciple. He highly values and cares about Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted that way. Upon hearing these words, Kong Fen fell completely into despair. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian stayed by Feng Qing Yang's side to learn from Feng Qing Yang. Since you have the Sovereign Heart Sword as your foundation and have roughly similar experiences as me, it shouldn't be difficult for you to comprehend the law of destruction. However, since the law of space you comprehended as one of the four supreme laws just like the law of destruction, you can continue focusing on the law of space. If you have spare time, you can comprehend the law of destruction. Yes, Master, Duan Ling Tian responded. He knew Feng Qing Yang's advice was for his own good. He knew not to bite off more than he could chew. Regarding the matter of your wife being trapped in the realms of gods, When the passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopen, I'll try my best to help you with all my might, Feng Qingyang continued to say. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, a sense of warmth surged in his body. Thank you, Master. Feng Qingyang was aware that Duan Ling Tian's wife and the young master of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, were from extraordinary clans in the divine offering land, a realm of gods, and yet, Feng Qingyang was still willing to help him. How could he not feel touched? Following that, Feng Qingyang swiftly changed the topic. In regards to the laws alone, without considering other factors, it's best to focus on completely mastering one law before you move on to another one. However, it's rather different if you consider the sword Dao. For example, the law of destruction allows me to use my sword Dao to its full potential. I have to admit it's still extremely deadly even when used with the law of earth. However, it still can't compare to my fused profundities from the law of destruction. I dare say that in all the Devata realms, those who have the same level of comprehension as me in comprehending the other three supreme laws are at least 30% weaker than I am in regard to offensive strength. This is all because of my sword Dao. I will teach you everything I know, but what you can understand depends on your capability. If you can fully grasp my sword Dao, it'll increase the force of your law of space up to 30%. He was very confident when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian could not help but inhale sharply upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. His eyes widened. It'll increase by 30%. Duan Ling Tian was no longer the naive young man who just ascended to the Devata realm. He was a celestial emperor now, and his knowledge had expanded as well. The profundities of a law played a rather huge part in contributing to one's overall strength. Usually, it would be considered a feat if one could raise one's strength by 10% through other techniques. How could he not be moved when he heard his master say that his strength would improve by 30% as long as he fully grasped the sword Dao? With such an increase, he would be able to crush opponents who were evenly matched with him. Thank you, Master, Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude immediately. He felt he could see a ray of hope now. After all, his main focus was to grow stronger. Previously, he could only raise his strength by further comprehending the law of space by using the supreme powerhouse divinity. He was delighted he found another way to increase his strength. You may return now, rest for a few days. I'll teach you my sword Dao the next time you come over, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, Master, Duan Ling Tian responded and bade farewell to Feng Qingyang before he left. After Duan Ling Tian left, he spoke about Feng Qingyang's sword Dao to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. The world-cleansing divine water stayed silent for a moment when it heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, it said, if what he said is true, then, he's truly a peerless genius. A person like him is as rare as a phoenix feather even in the realms of gods. A person with such an innate talent is generally considered to be imminent supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Didn't you say there are only two ways for one to become a supreme powerhouse? First is to completely master one of the four supreme laws and fuse all its profundities. Second is to obtain one of the five divine elements and evolve it to its ultimate form. It's true one can become a supreme powerhouse with those two ways, the world-cleansing divine water said. However, there's another way as well. That's to create and comprehend your own Dao. It sounds vague to say one should comprehend one's Dao, but it's actually not the case at all. Among the laws between heaven and earth, apart from the law of the five elements, the derivative laws, and the four supreme laws, there are also the law of light, the law of darkness, and the law of destruction. You know that, right? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Yes, Duan Ling Tian responded. He naturally knew these laws. Between heaven and earth, all of those who became supreme powerhouses through comprehending their own Dao had either comprehended the law of destruction, law of light, or law of darkness. The other way to become a supreme powerhouse is to comprehend one's Dao. Since your master has comprehended the law of destruction and his own Dao, he has a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. However, he'll have to rely on himself to live up to his full potential, the world-cleansing divine water said. Since he's willing to teach you the sword Dao, this proves you're very important to him. However, it's extremely difficult to fully grasp a Dao created by another person. It'd be shocking if you can even grasp 70% of it. However, if you're gifted, there's a possibility of you forming your own Dao by learning his sword Dao. Chapter 3436 The Sword-Marked Canyon. Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had been shown the door to a new world after listening to the world-cleansing divine water. He was also shocked when he discovered Feng Qingyang had of becoming a supreme powerhouse even though Feng Qingyang did not possess any of the divine elements or comprehend one of the four supreme laws. Instead, it was because he had comprehended his own Tao. Actually, even without the five divine elements, those who comprehend the laws of the five elements can also become a supreme powerhouse through the comprehension of their own Tao. It's not unprecedented for someone to become a supreme powerhouse through this method, but it's really rare. Those who manage to become supreme powerhouses through the comprehension of their Taos are all peerless geniuses. How can those who rely on the five divine elements or the four supreme laws compare to those who completely rely on themselves? A hint of reverence could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water as it praised Feng Qingyang's outstanding talent and abilities. The fact that your master is capable of comprehending his own sword Tao to such an extent, he can be considered a first-rate peerless genius even in the realms of gods. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly shocked. In the past, while he was still in the mundane realm, he had possessed extraordinary power after inheriting Feng Qingyang's legacy, the sovereign heart sword. Following that, he knew that Feng Qingyang was no ordinary person and even learned that Feng Qingyang was a legend in the Saint Province realm. Even after he ascended to a Devata realm, he discovered Feng Qingyang was truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, he did not imagine Feng Qingyang was so monstrously talented that he even comprehended his own sword Tao. Even those with similar cultivation bases and comprehension levels of the laws with his master were no match for his master. To think the world-cleansing divine heavens even said someone like Feng Qingyang was as rare as a phoenix feather even in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang, who was known as the invincible sword celestial by the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, truly lived up to his moniker. Creating and comprehending my own Tao, Duan Ling Tian was lost in the world of Tao after listening to world-cleansing divine water. He was fascinated by it. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his courtyard, he assumed he would have to wait a few days before he would see Feng Qingyang again since Feng Qingyang had told him to rest for a few days. To his surprise, he received a message from Feng Qingyang a day later. When he finally saw Feng Qingyang, he finally discovered why Feng Qingyang had summoned him over. Xianxia, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Next to him was a person who was tightly bound. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I've done as you've asked me to. A hint of helplessness could be seen in Xianxia's eyes at this moment. If this were in the past when he was still on par with Feng Qingyang, perhaps he might have a chance at protecting his second disciple. However, now that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood, it would be as easy as killing a chicken for Feng Qingyang to kill him. Therefore, he could only hand his second disciple over to Feng Qingyang after being threatened. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, looked at Kong Fen expressionlessly. He looked at Kong Feng as though he was looking at a stranger instead of an enemy. This was because he had no doubt Kong Fen would die soon. This is him. Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Ling Tian for confirmation. You can kill him yourself, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, master, Duan Ling Tian responded. He said to Xianxia as he strode forward, Heavenly Emperor Xianxia, please restrain him carefully while I kill him. If he manages to retaliate and injure me, my master will be displeased. He smiled widely after he finished speaking. Xianxia fumed in anger inwardly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's arrogant words. Despite his anger, he could only nod with a smile on his face in fear of angering Feng Qingyang. Rest assured, junior nephew Duan, he won't be able to harm you as long as I'm here. Duan Ling Tian, Kong Fen suddenly called out. The gloomy expression on his face had eased somewhat, and his eyes were rather bright as he continued to say, I, Kong Feng, am willing to be your slave forever if you spare my life. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is willing to be my slave. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly at Kong Fen's cowardly attempt to preserve his life. His eyes glinted coldly as he killed Kong Fen without any hesitation. Since Kong Fen was restrained by Xianxia, there was nothing he could do to defend himself against Duan Ling Tian. After Kong Fen died, Xianxia looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you satisfied now? Feng Qingyang nodded slightly. Since Xianxia did not want to stay a moment longer in this place, he left immediately after bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian further realized the importance of being strong. Xianxia, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, who ruled over one of the Devata realms, could only lower himself in front of Feng Qingyang. He was even forced to hand his disciple over to be slaughtered. If Xianxia was stronger or even on par with Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian would not have a chance to kill Kong Fen. Following that, Duan Ling Tian rested in his courtyard and further comprehended his fused profundities from the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. After a few days, he was awakened by a message from Feng Qingyang asking him to join him for cultivation. After arriving at Feng Qingyang's residence, Duan Ling Tian was brought to a barren canyon located in a forbidden area in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian had passed by this area before. Not only was there no human activity, but the canyon was so still that there seemed to be no sign of life at all. Even birds could not be seen flying in the sky. When they arrived at the canyon, a surge of terrifying energy appeared in the sky above the canyon when Feng Qingyang raised his hand. Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spine when he felt the energy in the sky. He felt as though he was about to enter a sea of fire. Let's enter. As Duan Ling Tian followed Feng Qingyang deeper into the canyon, he saw something he would never forget for the rest of his life. There were sword marks on every surface in the canyon. There were all kinds of sword marks: deep, shallow, horizontal, vertical, crisscross, and so on. Each and every marking spoke of terrifying strength. This canyon is where I practice my sword skill. Since you're going to learn my sword Dao, you should spend some time here to see if you can gain any insight, Feng Qingyang said. Apart from me, you're the first person to come to this place. There's a formation that can only be deactivated by me. If the formation is somehow broken, the canyon would automatically self-destruct. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian realized the importance of the canyon. It reminded him of the place in the mundane realm where he had inherited his master's legacy, where the word, sword, was carved into a mountain. My sword Dao can be used with any laws. Different laws will be able to display different facets of my sword Dao, but the strength varies with the laws as well. For example, my sword Dao when used with the law of destruction is far superior to when used with the law of earth. Since the law of space you comprehended as one of the four supreme laws and also an offensive law, its offensive power should be similar to the law of destruction when used with my sword Dao. You can gain insight into my sword Dao here. Perhaps, you might even be able to come up with your own sword technique here. Each law is different, and my sword Dao has many styles. It's up to you now how much you can comprehend. You can stay here as long as you want. Once you're done, let me know, and I'll come get you. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he vanished from the canyon immediately. Before Feng Qingyang vanished from sight completely, Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Qingyang waving his hand once. He knew Feng Qingyang must have reactivated the formation again. Master's sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian was fascinated by the sword markings around him. Each mark carried a different meaning and a different aura. Some of the auras were terrifying, some were suffocating, and some were violent. After Feng Qingyang returned to his residence, he sat in front of a stone table as he gazed in the direction of the canyon and murmured to himself, how much he can comprehend depends on him now. If he's able to comprehend it and fuse the profundities from the law of space well enough, I might be able to bring him to that place in the Asura hell. He might be able to have a fortuitous encounter there since I managed to attain godhood in that place. Chapter 3437 The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. After Feng Qingyang entered the Asura hell, not only did he manage to survive, but he even managed to attain godhood there after stumbling across a place. That place was the only safe place in the Asura hell. Outside of that safe place, the Asura hell was deadly even to ordinary gods, let alone celestials who had yet to attain godhood. Normally, no celestial would have been able to survive the Asura hell. However, it had to be said that Feng Qingyang surviving the Asura hell had more to do with his sword Dao than him just being lucky for stumbling upon the only safe place in the Asura hell. His sword Dao had saved him after all. Otherwise, he would have died before he even found that safe place. Since Feng Qingyang had gotten familiar with the Asura hell, it was possible for him to bring another person with him there. In the past, he had also brought Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, to that place. Alas, perhaps, it was due to Meng Luo's limited talent or comprehension skill, it did not take long before the Asura hell took a toll on Meng Luo. Therefore, Feng Qingyang could only send Meng Luo out. Meng Luo's innate talent and comprehension skills aren't bad, but he can't compare to Duan Ling Tian. Feng Qingyang clearly had a lot of confidence in his disciple. Duan Ling Tian, who was busy in the sword-marked canyon, was naturally unaware of Feng Qingyang's thoughts. Apart from cultivating and comprehending the law of space, staring at the sword marks around him was all he did. Since one would become easily exhausted if one spent too much time on one thing, and as a result would affect the results, he switched between the 3 tasks to ensure his progress would not be hindered. I've neglected the Sovereign Heart Sword for too long. After I picked up the Sovereign Heart Sword again recently, I've gained a different insight on these sword marks, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the sword marks around him. Previously, he had studied the sword marks for a long time but did not gain any insight. Eventually, he recalled the Sovereign Heart Sword that he relied on during his time in the mundane realm. The Sovereign Heart Sword was the legacy Feng Qingyang left in the mundane realm. Since he was trying to comprehend Feng Qingyang's sword Dao, he felt that Feng Qingyang's sovereign sword heart that he had learned in the mundane realm would help him gain insight here. The Sovereign Heart Sword had helped him tremendously when he first ascended to the Devata realm. However, as his cultivation base improved, the Sovereign Heart Sword was soon replaced by celestial methods and divine abilities. When he started to comprehend the profundities of the law, the Sovereign Heart Sword became useless to him. All in all, it had been 400 years since he had last used the Sovereign Heart Sword. Therefore, although he had mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword in the past, due to the 400-year neglect, it took him a while to familiarize himself with the technique again. After he familiarized himself with the Sovereign Heart Sword, he discovered he could somewhat understand the marks around him, helping him to slowly grasp the mysteries they contain. Duan Ling Tian practiced the sword skills he learned from the sword markings in his surroundings. Whenever he practiced with his sword, he looked like a sword celestial. His sword rays that were boosted with the law of space were as dazzling as the sun. Since Duan Ling Tian specialized in the law of space, he learned to fuse profundities such as the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional profundity with the sword styles he learned through the sword markings. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian continued to progress. Sometimes, he would reach a bottleneck, but he would persevere until he achieved a breakthrough. His comprehension skills are indeed good. During this time, Feng Qingyang would frequently check in on Duan Ling Tian. In order to avoid disturbing Duan Ling Tian, he would only observe from outside of the formation. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that his master had been watching frequently. In just a blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. Since Duan Ling Tian had fully immersed himself in cultivating, he had lost all track of time. His only contact with the outside world was when Feng Qingyang came to deliver celestial fruits and celestial pills. At this moment, Feng Qingyang suddenly appeared. He said, "Stop cultivating for now, come with me. There's a special event in the Tidal Temple. I'll bring you with me to join the fun." Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang, bewildered. "Master, what event are you talking about?" "The Tidal Temple will hold an event called the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. It only happens once every 1,000 years. Many geniuses below the age of 1,000 will gather at that time. The Tidal Temple will reward the winner of the Battle of the Geniuses with an exploding element celestial fruit. Your cultivation speed is shockingly fast, and you're now a 9 palaces celestial emperor. With the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial emperor in a matter of days." Feng Qingyang said with a smile on his face. An ordinary celestial emperor can break through 3 stages with the exploding element celestial fruit. In fact, not only is the exploding element celestial fruit extremely valuable in the Devata realms, but it's considered valuable even in the realms of gods. I didn't expect the Tidal Temple would use it as a reward for the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Feng Qingyang continued to say as his eyes lit up, "If I'm not mistaken, there'll be many outstanding geniuses during this time's Battle of the Geniuses. Otherwise, the Tidal Temple won't be so generous with their reward. In my opinion, they must be planning to use the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses to gather outstanding talents. I bet they won't expect that the most outstanding talent under the age of 1,000 years old is with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." He sounded very confident when he spoke about Duan Ling Tian. Although Feng Qingyang was not completely clear about Duan Ling Tian's current strength, since Duan Ling Tian was already capable of heavily injuring and killing titled celestial emperors 300 years ago, how could Duan Ling Tian be weak now? Although Feng Qingyang had been keeping an eye on Duan Ling Tian's progress over the past years, he was not sure how many types of fused profundities from the law of space Duan Ling Tian had comprehended. However, based on how flawless Duan Ling Tian's control over each of the profundities was, he knew Duan Ling Tian must have made tremendous progress with the law of space. The exploding element celestial fruit. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had heard about the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses from Hong Fei, his sixth junior brother, while he was still in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was a prestigious event in the Devata realms that was held once every 1,000 years. He had first heard about it a few hundred years ago. In just a blink of an eye, it was almost time for the battle of the geniuses to start. It was said that only outstanding geniuses under 1,000 years old would all participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. For example, there were many prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace under the age of 1,000. However, in the long history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, not one of their prodigious disciple managed to rank in the top 1,000 in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace was considered a mediocre heaven-grade force in the Devata realms, they had the support of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. One could only imagine how outstanding the participants were that not one of the prodigious disciples from the Heaven Pool Palace managed to enter the top 1,000. Only the top 100 participants would be rewarded by the title temple. The Devata realm battle of the geniuses will commence in a year. Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Qingyang, Master, in which Devata realm will the battle of the geniuses be held this time? Based on what Duan Ling Tian knew, the 81 Devata realms would take turns to host the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses in their respective heavenly palaces. This was a tradition of old. The title temple and the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had existed for so long that it predated many of the 81 heavenly emperors. The primeval heaven, Feng Qingyang replied. The primeval heaven. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as the memories from 300 years ago flooded into his mind. At that time, he had brought Elder Huo with him to various Devata realms in search of his family and friends. When they were in the primeval heaven, Elder Huo had said, Young Master, do you remember when you obtained the elementary devouring tactic? I told you that it's the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. I even told you that one of the Devata realm's heavenly emperor specializes in the advanced devouring tactic. That heavenly emperor is a divine beast. Some suspected he has already attained godhood, but nothing has been confirmed. He's the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Chapter 3438 The Five Divine Elements Exposed. Duan Ling Tian naturally remembered the elementary devouring tactic. When he was in the mundane realm, he had relied on the elementary devouring tactic a lot to increase the might of the sovereign heart sword. During the time when he was searching the Devata realms for his family and friends, Elder Huo's words had stirred up his memories. Now that Feng Qingyang mentioned the primeval heaven, his memories were stirred up again. He sighed at how small the world seemed. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heave was one of the top 3 strongest heavenly emperors until Master came out of the Asura hell. Moreover, there are also rumors that Master has already attained godhood, causing the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven to drop to 4th place. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Elder Huo. Feng Qingyang was the 3rd strongest heavenly emperors. One of the 2 heavenly emperors above him was confirmed to have become a god while the one was, similar to Feng Qingyang, suspected to have also attained godhood. Although the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was also suspected to have attained godhood, he was ranked 3rd previously because he was weaker than the heavenly emperor who was ranked 2nd. As for why he was pushed down to 4th place even if he and Feng Qingyang were both similarly suspected to have attained godhood, one had to understand that Feng Qingyang had emerged from the Asura hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, unscathed. In the history of all Devata realms, not one titled celestial emperors, from 1-star god of war to 8-star god of war, had walked out alive from the Asura hell. Since there were no known accounts of 9-star gods of war entering the Asura hell, some people debated there was a possibility they could survive the Asura hell, but most people thought it was unlikely since the Asura hell was dangerous even to ordinary gods. At this time, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian, there's still a year left. During this time, come live with me. If you don't understand anything, you can speak to me. I didn't disturb you over the last 100 years because I hope you'll be able to create and comprehend your own Tao based on my sword Tao and the sword marks I left behind. I used my sword Tao along with the law of destruction, therefore, it's impossible for you to replicate my sword Tao completely unless you comprehend the law of destruction as well. However, that will take a long time. Although you can certainly use my sword Dao along with the law of space you comprehended, my hope is that you'll be able to create and comprehend your own Dao with the law of space based on my sword Dao. I have a strong feeling that if you succeed, the might of your sword Dao might even be stronger than mine. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws, after all. Moreover, along with the law of time, it's known to be notoriously hard to comprehend. Feng Qingyang continued to say, in the following year, there's no need for you to comprehend my sword Dao. Let's focus on creating and comprehending your own Dao based on my sword Dao. Naturally, if you feel my advice doesn't suit you, you should choose to walk the path you're comfortable with. After all, I can't guarantee 100% that my advice is suitable for you. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was obvious he had given much thought to his matter. He was not rigid and understood that Duan Ling Tian had his own path to walk. He knew that his path could not be replicated and could only serve as a guide. Yes, Master. Duan Ling Tian easily agreed to Feng Qingyang's suggestion. In fact, even if Feng Qingyang did not speak, he knew he had to walk on his own path. He had spoken to the 5 divine elements previously and discovered he could not perfectly comprehend his master's sword Dao because of the law of destruction. After Duan Ling Tian moved in with Feng Qingyang, he spent most of his time cultivating. When he was not cultivating, he would seek Feng Qingyang out for advice. Some of the questions were not recent, and he had those questions for a long time. After Feng Qingyang patiently answered Duan Ling Tian's question, Duan Ling Tian discovered it was just as Feng Qingyang had said before. Feng Qingyang's advice was only half suitable for him. Therefore, he had to forge a new path for himself. As the days passed, Duan Ling Tian's Dao that was created with the law of space gradually took shape. Feng Qingyang was filled with praise when he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed of improvement. He said to Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid all the peerless talents under 1,000 years old will only serve as your foil during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Inwardly, he thought to himself, this includes that peerless genius from the Tidal Temple. Following that, Feng Qingyang muttered to himself as his eyes flashed, the Tidal Temple intends to recruit peerless geniuses with the exploding element celestial fruit. Alas, I'm afraid they'll suffer a loss this time and lose the fruit to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Master, when are we setting off? Duan Ling Tian asked. He was ready to leave. Since his family and friends were in his little world, there was not much preparation he needed to make. Tomorrow, Feng Qingyang said, there's something I need to discuss with Meng Luo today. In the afternoon the next day, after Duan Ling Tian stepped into the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heavenly with Feng Qingyang, he asked, Master, this is your first time in the primeval heaven. Duan Ling Tian discovered this was the first time Feng Qingyang had come to the primeval heaven. Nevertheless, they did not have a problem finding their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Master, when is the exact date of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. I'm not sure about the specifics as well. We'll find out once we reach the heavenly palace. It'll take some time for everyone to arrive after all, Feng Qingyang said. As they continued their journey to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, Feng Qingyang suddenly said words that scared the soul out of Duan Ling Tian's body. It's good that you possess the 5 divine elements, but you shouldn't be overly reliant on them. Duan Ling Tian quickly regained his composure and calmly asked, Master, what do you mean? Naturally, Feng Qingyang could see through Duan Ling Tian's calmness. He said with a smile, there's no need to be nervous. When I first met you, I've already sensed the auras of the 5 divine elements on you. Moreover, their forms shouldn't be low either. Most importantly, most people only have 1 divine element, but you actually have all 5 divine elements. Apart from that, I can also sense a strong vitality energy. If I'm not mistaken, your little world must contain a supreme treasure that holds frightening heaven and earth spirit energy. This treasure should be able to help one comprehend the law of life as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Master, how did you find out? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. After one's cultivation base has reached a certain stage, one would be able to sense many things that are usually hidden. In my opinion, only a powerful god will be able to sense the auras on you. You're a celestial emperor now. After all, the reason I'm able to sense the auras is due to a treasure I managed to refine during my time in the Asura hell. This treasure has no other use but to increase my power of perception by more than 10 times. Despite Feng Qingyang's modest words, Duan Ling Tian knew how terrifying it was for one's perception to be so high. One's perception was connected to one's divine consciousness, but it was separate from one's divine consciousness. If it had been 100 years ago, Duan Ling Tian might not have understood the power of perception. However, he knew now that with such keen senses, it meant that every slight change in one's surroundings would be in one's grasp. If one were in a battle, one would be able to easily grasp the opponent's weakness. I didn't expect Master to have such a fortuitous encounter, Duan Ling Tian said. He smiled wryly. He did not expect his master to see through him completely. I would not have mentioned this originally. Feng Qingyang shook his head. In fact, I didn't plan to mention this. However, we're going to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, and the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is organized by the tidal temple. I'm afraid there'll be gods among us, therefore, I wanted to advise you to cut off your little world from the outside world while we're in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Like I said, ordinary gods are unlikely to sense the auras from your little world, but who can guarantee they don't have a treasure or technique like me that allows them to see through everything? Duan Ling Tian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Feng Qingyang's warning. He had thought he had hidden everything very well, but it seemed like he had been at risk of exposure all this time. With this warning, he spoke to his family and friends in the 5 divine elements, explaining the matter to them, before he cut off the connection between his little world and the outside world. Once Duan Ling Tian cut off the connection, the people in his little world would no longer be able to observe the outside world, nor would they be able to leave unless they managed to forcefully break their way out. Apart from that, they would not be able to communicate with Duan Ling Tian at all. Finally, during this time, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Chapter 34-39 Special Privileges for the Heavenly Palaces. Master. After cutting off his little world from the outside world, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang. It was as though he wanted to say something but was hesitating. Let me guess. You want to know why I didn't kill you and snatch the 5 divine elements from you, right? Feng Qingyang asked, seemingly able to guess Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Although it was clear to Duan Ling Tian now that his master was not going to kill him out of greed, he was indeed curious about why his master was disinterested in the 5 divine elements. With his master's strength and potential, after killing him, the 5 divine elements would likely have no problem acknowledging his master as their new host. Despite his curiosity, he still could not help but feel awkward when he heard his master's blunt words. Feng Qingyang replied, although the 5 divine elements are undoubtedly precious, so precious that even gods covet them, in my eyes, they're nothing more than external power. Not to mention that I have no interest in external power that might interfere with my sword Dao. Even if I'm interested in them, I'll never snatch them from you. After all, you're my disciple, the person who inherited my legacy. That makes you no less than my son. How can I, Feng Qingyang, behave so unscrupulously? Feng Qingyang's frank and sincere words touched Duan Ling Tian. He felt guilty as well. After all, he had hidden the 5 divine elements from Feng Qingyang because he assumed Feng Qingyang would covet the 5 divine elements. He realized how petty he was for making assumptions about Feng Qingyang. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, master. There's no need to apologize. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Being cautious isn't a bad thing. If I were you, I would have done the same. If it were not for the risk of exposure in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I wouldn't have said a word. I only wanted you to be vigilant. After all, if you don't cut off your little world from the outside world, you run the risk of exposure. You need not apologize. After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian naturally became even more cautious. He decided that unless he was sure he was in an absolutely safe environment, he would not re-establish the connection of his little world to the outside world. He shuddered when he thought about what could have happened if Feng Qingyang did not warn him. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was like most heavenly palaces. It was located on a huge floating island that looked like a humongous ancient beast from afar. The surroundings of the floating island would flash with light every once in a while. The terrifying aura of the light, which kept people from rashly approaching, was from the multiple formations that shrouded the floating island. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, Master, the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is open to extraordinary geniuses under the age of 1000, right? Does this mean that even geniuses without a sect can participate as well? Of course, not. Feng Qingyang shook his head. If everyone is allowed to come and participate, it would be chaotic. Moreover, most of the extraordinary geniuses have outstanding backgrounds. After all, without a good environment and resources, how can there be extraordinary geniuses? Therefore, more than 90% of the participants belong to heavenly palaces, heaven-grade forces, or the title temple. The number of sectless geniuses is very small. The sectless geniuses who are able to participate undoubtedly have very shocking fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he asked again, then, do these sectless geniuses just show up at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven? Does the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven select these sectless geniuses on the spot? Of course, not. Feng Qingyang shook his head. First, in order to participate, these sectless geniuses have to be celestial emperors and have strength almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Apart from that, they must also comprehend a double fusion profundity. Those who fulfill these conditions can then apply to participate in the title temple. If they're selected, the title temple will bring them to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Feng Qingyang continued to say, as for those who come from heavenly palaces, they're given special privileges. They don't need the approval of the title temple and directly participate. For example, I've already instructed Meng Luo to bring our heavenly palace disciples here. Senior Meng Luo is bringing the other disciples here. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he had been wondering about this matter since earlier. There must be other young geniuses in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but he was curious why no one else had come with him and Feng Qingyang to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. As it turned out, Meng Luo was escorting the others here. As for those from heaven-grade forces, they usually have connections with their respective heavenly palaces so they can bring their disciples here to participate. On the other hand, those without a connection from heaven-grade forces must also obtain the title temple's approval, Feng Qingyang explained. After listening to Feng Qingyang's explanation, Duan Ling Tian realized only the title temple and the 81 heavenly palaces of Devata realms did not need approval to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. There may be gods from the title temple in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts wandered to Feng Qingyang's earlier reminder about the risk of exposing the 5 divine elements in his little world. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang in the air. Lord Heavenly Emperor. When Duan Ling Tian looked up, he saw a muscular middle-aged man approaching them from the far left. It was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Apart from that, he saw 3 people, 2 young men and a woman, trailing behind Meng Luo. One of the young men was dressed in a light cyan robe and carried a sheathed longsword on his back. Although his appearance was ordinary, his gaze was sharp. At this moment, he looked at Feng Qingyang with a fervent gaze as he said, "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." The other 2 people, a young man with a scholarly appearance who was dressed in a navy robe and a sweet and beautiful young woman who was dressed in a long light green robe, greeted Feng Qingyang respectfully as well. Feng Qingyang nodded in response before he looked at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven and said, "Since you're all here, let's go in together." Meng Luo and the other 3 moved to walk behind Feng Qingyang while Duan Ling Tian walked next to Feng Qingyang. As Duan Ling Tian walked, he could feel intent gazes boring into his back. In fact, he could acutely feel that one of the gazes was filled with ill will. He turned around slightly and discovered the person who was looking at him with ill intent was the young carrying a longsword on his back. The young man's gaze was brimming with resentment when he looked at him. Meng Luo, who could sense the tension between Duan Ling Tian and the cyan-clad young man, sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian introducing the 3 people. "Young master, the young woman is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. The young man dressed in a navy robe is a descendant of a titled celestial emperor from our heavenly palace. Both of them are less than 1,000 years old, and they're almost as strong as a titled celestial emperor." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "As for the cyan-clad young man, he's from our solitary destructive heavens mystic sword sect, a heaven-grade sect. Since I'm somewhat acquainted with the sect leader of the mystic sword sect, he has requested me to bring this young man along so they don't have to go to the title temple to seek approval." Meng Luo continued to say through voice transmission, "Among these 3 people, the cyan-clad young man is the strongest. Although he has yet to obtain a title, his strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Therefore, he can be considered as a 800-year-old titled Celestial Emperor. Perhaps, he's so conceited because of his talent. I've told all of them that you were traveling with our Lord Heavenly Emperor because you're our Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple. I'm sure his hostility stems from jealousy. After all, after our Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Asura Hell, the Mystic Sword sect had brought him over and requested our Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as a disciple. I'm sure you can guess, but our Lord Heavenly Emperor rejected that request. After listening to Meng Luo's words, how could Duan Ling Tian not understand that the cyan-clad young man was hostile and jealous because he was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Chapter 3440 The Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Duan Ling Tian was rather taken aback when he heard the cyan-clad young man was a celestial emperor whose strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor despite only being slightly over 800 years old. Among the people he knew, only his eldest senior sister from the Heavenly Pool Palace could be considered a rare genius. Even then, she only possessed such strength when she was past the age of 1000. Although she progressed tremendously after passing the age of 1000, to the point where she was as strong as the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, her achievements before the age of 1000 could not compare to the cyan-clad young man from the Mystic Sword sect at all. Young master, despite his jealousy and resentment, I believe he's not evil. You should just ignore him, Meng Luo said. He was acquainted with a few elders of the Mystic Sword sect, hence, he hoped the cyan-clad young man would not provoke Duan Ling Tian. After all, he knew how much Feng Qingyang cared about Duan Ling Tian. Rest assured, Senior Meng Luo, I'm not such a petty person, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission and nodded slightly as he shifted his gaze away from the young man. At this moment, the green-clad young woman chuckled before she asked in a soft voice, Zhang Tianyu, weren't you making a fuss earlier about challenging the Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple to a duel earlier? Why are you so quiet now that you've met him? Zhang Tianyu was the name of the Mystic Sword sect's genius disciple who had strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor despite only being slightly over 800 years old. Upon hearing the young woman's words, Zhang Tianyu glanced at Feng Qingyang's back fearfully. His gaze turned stern as he shifted his gaze back to the young man. He knew the young woman was only teasing him, but how could he dare to act presumptuously in front of Feng Qingyang? At this time, Feng Qing had already led the group to the mountain entrance of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. Although Feng Qingyang and the others were stopped by the guards by the entrance, the guards did not dare to be negligent since he could sense Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary bearing. A guard asked respectfully, My lord, may I know who you are? Feng Qingyang glanced at the guard and replied, Inform the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven that Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, has brought his people here to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The people from the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval standing near the entrance looked up in shock when they overheard Feng Qingyang's words. They were surprised that the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was just a young man. After all, the young man was the person who surpassed their Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven in the Devata Realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven was ranked third in the ranking. However, after Feng Qingyang returned from the Asura Hell, many people were convinced he had already attained godhood. Following that, he also replaced the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven and took over the third place on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking. The Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven did not seem to have any objection about the change in the ranking despite being famous for being a hothead. In the past, he had challenged a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm because he was not convinced of the Heavenly Emperor's ranking. After he defeated that Heavenly Emperor, the title temple changed the ranking accordingly. Since the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking was not based on hard data like the results of a battle, the ranking was just a loose opinion-based ranking, which was not very accurate. After all, there were certainly some Heavenly Emperors who hid their real strength and were not bothered about the Heavenly Emperor's ranking. On the other hand, there were also Heavenly Emperors who placed a lot of importance on their ranking. Those who were dissatisfied with their ranking would challenge those above them just to obtain the rank they felt they deserved. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven had challenged another Heavenly Emperor to a duel due to his dissatisfaction with his rank, the fact that he did not challenge Feng Qingyang could be seen as him acknowledging Feng Qingyang as being stronger than him. There were a few people who suspected he had challenged Feng Qingyang but was defeated. Meanwhile, after the guard learned that the person in front of him was not just an ordinary heavenly emperor but the renowned heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was even more respectful. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I'll inform our heavenly palace's elders immediately to pass on the message to our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Feng Qingyang nodded slightly and waited with the others from the solitary destructive heaven. After a dozen breaths, a loud and husky voice rang from the distance. Little brother Feng, I remember you have my soul pearl. Why didn't you just contact me personally so I can personally receive you? Soon enough, a tall and muscular old man dressed in a loose gray robe appeared. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were the color of snow. He greeted Feng Qingyang enthusiastically as though they were old friends. He should be the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Does Master have a close relationship with him? Up until recently, Feng Qingyang had never mentioned the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven before. After a few moments, he even recalled Feng Qingyang saying that it would be his first time meeting the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. At this time, the people of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven greeted in unison, "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." With this, Duan Ling, Tian and the other speculations were confirmed. Elder brother Ding, Feng Qingyang greeted the old man with a smile on his face. I would have sent you a message through your soul pearl as soon as I arrive since I don't know the way to your heavenly palace. However, the spatial ring that contained your soul pearl was destroyed while I was in the Asura hell. As soon as Feng Qingyang's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian and the others widened their eyes in shock. Even the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven widened his eyes imperceptibly. How could they not be shocked when they learned that Feng Qingyang's spatial ring had been destroyed? Spatial rings were forged from materials so tough that even extraordinarily powerful titled celestial emperors might not be able to destroy them. One could only imagine what kind of terrifying things lived in the Asura hell that were capable of destroying Feng Qingyang's spatial ring. In the end, the old man said with a wry smile, "Little brother Feng, I heard you returned to the Asura hell again after coming out. The Asura hell is one of the 7 deadliest places, but you go in and out, treating it like your backyard." After he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and asked, "This must be Duan Ling Tian, your true disciple, right?" 100 years had passed since Duan Ling Tian had met Feng Qingyang. Since Feng Qingyang had formally acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as his true disciple, it was only natural for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to announce their heavenly emperor had accepted a true disciple. This news created an uproar in all the Devata realms when it spread out. This was also how Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, Ding Fu, learned about Duan Ling Tian. "Little Tian, this is senior uncle Ding," Feng Qingyang introduced Duan Ling Tian to Ding Fu. "Your senior uncle Ding is one of the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. His advanced devouring tactic is remarkable. Not only can he devour his opponent's celestial origin energy, but he can even devour the force from their laws." "Greetings, senior uncle Ding," Duan Ling Tian said as he stepped forward to greet Ding Fu. Inwardly, he was shocked when he learned that Ding Fu was capable of devouring celestial origin energy and the force from a law with the advanced devouring tactic. After all, when he mastered the elementary devouring tactic, he could only devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to temporarily boost his strength. He did not expect the upgraded elementary devouring tactic, the advanced devouring tactic, to be so much more powerful. "Junior nephew Duan, don't listen to your master. He's so much stronger than I am. When I learned he had taken over my ranking, I was dissatisfied so I challenged him to a duel. In the end, I only managed to embarrass myself," Ding Fu said modestly as he shook his head. Although there were such rumors swirling around before, this was the first time Ding Fu had confirmed the rumors. Previously, apart from Feng Qingyang and him, only his 2 disciples were privy to this matter. The guards of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven looked at each other in shock when they heard Ding Fu's words. As it turned out, their heavenly emperor challenged Feng Qingyang and lost. "I won because I had an unfair advantage," Feng Qingyang replied modestly as he shook his head. In his opinion, even if Ding Fu was close to becoming a god, Ding Fu still fought using the celestial origin energy. He felt he had an unfair advantage since divine energy was undoubtedly superior to celestial origin energy. Chapter 34-41 Champion. "Little brother Feng, you won fair and square. I admit defeat. I won't deny I was initially dissatisfied with the ranking, but I'm convinced after our duel," Ding Fu said magnanimously, "I wouldn't have accepted it myself if I were still ranked higher than you." I would have knocked some sense into the title temple if that were the case. Duan Ling Tian's first impression of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was rather good due to Ding Fu's straightforward personality. Little brother Feng, please follow me. I've set up a special area for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Those from the title temple, heavenly palaces, and the heaven-grade forces are gathered there. However, I've also arranged for your accommodation if you want to rest while you wait for the Battle of the Geniuses to begin. Ding Fu said. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, Meng Luo, Zhang Tianyu, and the others knew Ding Fu was only so courteous and enthusiastic because of Feng Qingyang. Elder brother Ding, there's no need to go to all this trouble. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, we can wait with the others. Moreover, it's good to let these young ones socialize with the other participants before the Battle of the Geniuses commences. Little brother Feng, you have a point, Ding Fu said with a smile. He did not try to persuade Feng Qingyang otherwise. The chaperons and the participants from the title temple, heavenly palaces, and heaven-grade forces were placed in different areas. Hence, before Ding Fu left with Feng Qingyang and Meng Luo, he instructed his men to lead Duan Ling Tian and the others to the area where the participants were gathered. The person that was leading Duan Ling Tian and the others to the designated area was a skinny young man dressed in a long and loose gray robe. Despite his average appearance, his eyes were bright and lively. You must be junior brother Duan, right? My master has told me to take great care of you. Despite his ordinary appearance, Duan Ling Tian knew the gray-clad young man was a powerful titled celestial emperor. I remember Elder Huo saying the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven is a top 8-star god of war, and his 2 disciples are 7-star gods of war with strength comparable to those weaker heavenly emperors. Senior brother Wei Qi, thank you for your hospitality. Duan Ling Tian thanked the gray-clad young man sincerely. He had taken note of the gray-clad young man's name when the gray-clad young man greeted Feng Qingyang earlier. He knew the gray-clad young man was one of Ding Fu's true disciples since Ding Fu had used the gray-clad young man's title earlier. The gray-clad young man was Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor. Through Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian learned that Wei Qi was far stronger than Elder Huo and was comparable to Meng Luo. Apart from being Ding Fu's true disciple, Wei Qi was also one of the strongest titled celestial emperors under Ding Fu's command. In fact, he was only second to Ding Fu in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven due to his strength and status. Wei Qi had a junior sister, Ding Fu's other true disciple, who was also a 7-star god of war, but she was slightly weaker than Wei Qi. While they were making their way to their destination, Wei Qi said, Junior brother Duan, based on what I know, Junior Uncle Feng hadn't accepted a true disciple after he ascended to a Devata realm. He refused many geniuses who wanted to be his disciples. If you don't mind me asking, how did you end up becoming Junior Uncle Feng's true disciple? The ears of Zhang Tianyu and the others perked up when they heard Wei Qi's question. All of them stared at Duan Ling Tian's back intently, clearly curious about the answer. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, my master and I came from the same mundane realm. I was fortunate enough to inherit my master's legacy in the mundane realm. That's how I ended up becoming his true disciple. The same mundane realm. Wei Qi was briefly taken aback. When he regained his senses, he said with a smile, no wonder Junior Uncle Feng accepted you as his true disciple. As it turns out, the connection between both of you started such a long time ago. After a brief pause, he continued to say, Junior brother Duan, you're really lucky. Do you have any idea how many people dream of becoming Junior Uncle Feng's disciples? After he returned from the Asura hell, even more people wanted to acknowledge him as their master. There were many elders from heaven-grade forces in various Devata realms who brought the younger generations to visit Junior Uncle Feng in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hope that he'll accept them as disciples. Alas, Junior Uncle Feng refuses most of them. He only accepted a few nominal disciples because he felt indebted to some of the elders who had helped him a lot in the past. Indeed, I'm quite lucky, Duan Ling Tian replied and no longer commented on the matter. After all, what else could he say? He could not say the others were rejected because they were inferior to him, could he? So that's why our Lord Heavenly Emperor accepted him as a true disciple. The green-clad young woman, one of the 3 participants from the solitary destructive heaven, said. The girl who was also the granddaughter of Meng Luo's friend looked at Zhang Tianyu meaningfully and asked, Zhang Tianyu, I think he's really lucky. What do you think? Wang Ting, you can stop trying to instigate me, Zhang Tianyu said tonelessly, I know you want me to challenge him to a duel so you can see his strength. Don't think I don't know you plan to challenge him if I win. I'm not a tool you can use. Moreover, all the participants will have a chance to fight each other during the battle of the geniuses. Even those who lost will be given a chance to challenge the winners. Wang Ting did not expect Zhang Tianyu would expose her thoughts so thoroughly. She was embarrassed and angry. At this time, Wei Qi, who overheard the conversation, chuckled before he said, "Junior brother Duan, it seems like they're very curious about your strength. Are you here just to watch, or are you participating in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses as well?" "I'm here to participate," Duan Ling Tian replied as his eyes glinted. He was not bothered by Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting's words. He had no doubt the duo was talented since they were chosen to participate in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses, but his improvements over the last 300 years were tremendous. Apart from furthering his comprehension of the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity, he had also become a 9 palaces celestial emperor and was not far away from another breakthrough. Even without the help of the 5 divine elements, he was confident he could kill an ordinary titled celestial emperor with just a strike. To be blunt, Duan Ling Tian did not think Wang Ting or Zhang Tianyu would be a match for him at all. Most of the participants were at the same level as Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting. In his opinion, only those few who were stronger than the others were his opponents. Even then, he did not think they would be a threat to him. He thought to himself resolutely, "I, Duan Ling Tian, will be the champion of the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses this time. The reward from the title temple, the exploding element celestial fruit, will be mine. Even the geniuses from the title temple can forget about competing with me. I'll defeat all of them even if they have secret weapons." Wang Ting raised her brows slightly when she saw Duan Ling Tian did not react even after he overheard their conversation. She really could not figure out if Duan Ling Tian was truly talented or just lucky. If Meng Luo did not tell her that Duan Ling Tian was strong, she would have challenged him by now. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply, Wei Qi's eyes lit up. "You're here to participate, junior brother Duan. What rank do you hope to place?" "From what I know, this time there are at least 2,000 participants in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. I heard from my master that among the participants this time, there are descendants from powerhouses who live in seclusion. According to him, some of these powerhouses are even more powerful than heavenly emperors. Many of them are top 7-star and 8-star gods of war. In fact, my master knows for sure one of them is a 9-star god of war who's not a heavenly emperor." Duan Ling Tian was only slightly surprised by Wei Qi's words. After all, there were some who preferred to live quiet lives and cultivate in seclusion and did not wish to become a heavenly emperor. After a beat, he replied to Wei Qi calmly, "First place." Chapter 34-42 First on the Devata Realms Heavenly Emperor's ranking. First place. Wei Qi, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and the navy-clad young man were stunned speechless by Duan Ling Tian's declaration. They thought he was crazy. How unrealistic. Zhang Tianyu, who was the first to regain his senses, could not help but say sarcastically, "I guess you really don't know anything about the participants of the Devata Realms battle of geniuses, do you? If there are 2,000 participants from all Devata realms, this means each Devata realm has less than 30 participants. Only the most talented geniuses under the age of 1,000 will participate in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Even those who live in seclusion will participate because the reward is too tempting. Moreover, apart from the reward, the winner will be allowed entry into the Title Temple's secret room of laws that has been around since ancient times to cultivate in there. Since the laws and their profundities exist in the form of energy in the secret room of laws, how much one improves depends on how much energy one is able to absorb. This is much easier compared to the usual way one comprehends the law. Therefore, the Title Temple guards this place tightly. Even those in the Title Temple aren't allowed to enter as they please. Only those rare geniuses are allowed entry. In the past, winners were not given permission to enter the secret room of the laws. Despite the rewards that included rare treasures, not many would participate in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. Therefore, to arouse the interest of talented individuals, the temple decided to grant entry to the secret room of laws to the winner of the battle. Needless to say, it's a success. Due to the secret room of the laws, many talented geniuses under the age of 1,000 are keen to participate in the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "You won't be able to imagine what it's like when all these talented geniuses gather under one roof. 30% of the participants are like me, they're celestial emperors under the age of 1000 with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Participants like Wang Ting and He Jianyi are only here to join the fun and gain experience. If they're lucky and make it into the top 1000, they'll receive consolation prizes as well. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Ting and the navy-clad young man whose name was He Jianyi. Zhang Tianyu continued to solemnly say, "The participants for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, let me tell you, those who can make it into the top 100 can defeat He Jianyi with just a strike in under 10 breaths. Even I, Zhang Tianyu, the top genius of the Mystic Sword sect, can only hope to rank in the top 500, but you dare to confidently say you want to rank first. You must be dreaming. Put aside the person who ranks first, those in the top 30 can defeat me within 3 moves. I'm afraid I won't even be able to endure a single blow from those in the top 10. Based on Zhang Tianyu's words, it was obvious he had done his research. Wang Ting and He Jianyi subconsciously nodded in agreement as they listened to Zhang Tianyu's analysis. Seeing how you dare to say you want to rank first, you must not have done any research at all on the previous Devata Realms battles of the geniuses. Zhang Tianyu looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully and said, "My strength is comparable to a new titled Celestial Emperor or a 1-star God of War in the 9 Serenities battlefield." During the previous Devata Realms battle of the geniuses, the top 500 participants were at least 1-star gods of war, the top 300 participants were at least 2-star gods of war, the top 100 were at least 3-star gods of war, the top 30 were at least 4-star gods of war, the top 10 were at least 5-star gods of war. As for the previous champion, he was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the limitless cloud heaven. He was a top 5-star god of war. After 1000 years, he had just recently risen to a 6-star god of war. You have no idea how strong a 6-star god of war who's not even 2000 years old is. Duan Ling Tian remained mostly indifferent as he listened to Zhang Tianyu's words until he heard about the 6-star god of war who was not even 2000 years old. He recalled that Xu Yaxi, his eldest senior sister in the Heavenly Pool Palace, was also a 6-star god of war under 2000 years old. This meant Xu Yaxi was comparable to the previous champion of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. During the journey to the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven, Duan Ling Tian's master, Feng Qingyang, had mentioned the previous champion of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Therefore, he knew that the outstanding person was also the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the limitless cloud heaven. Duan Ling Tian had also learned from Feng Qingyang that the Heavenly Emperor of the limitless cloud heaven was ranked first in the Devata Realms Heavenly Emperor's ranking. He was someone who had confirmed his godhood. After listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, Duan Ling Tian was once reminded about how remarkable Xu Yaxi was. It seems like eldest senior sister must have had some fortuitous encounters, otherwise, it's impossible for her to become so strong regardless of how talented she is. Wei Qi thought Duan Ling Tian doubted Zhang Tianyu's analysis since Duan Ling Tian remained silent for such a long time. Hence, he said, "Junior brother Duan, his analysis is quite objective. There are many outstanding geniuses who usually keep to themselves participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Let alone us, even my master hasn't been to the secret room of laws, it'd be amazing being granted entry to the secret room of laws. Senior brother Wei Qi, have you participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "Unfortunately, no," Wei Qi shook his head and said with a sigh, "everyone only has one chance to participate. When the Battle of the Geniuses was held during my time, I was only slightly over 200 years old. However, even if I were a celestial emperor with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor, it'd still be difficult for me to enter the top 1000. I wasn't lucky. Everyone only has a chance to participate in the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses in their lifetime. When the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses was held during the time I was qualified to participate, I was only slightly over 200 years old. Of course, before 1000 years old, my cultivation level had reached the Celestial Emperor level and was comparable to a titled Celestial Emperor. However, just as Zhang Tianyu mentioned earlier, even if I had participated in the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses at that time, it's hard to even make it into the top 1000. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "However, senior brother Wei Qi, your current achievements should have surpassed those participants who ranked in the top 10 in the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, right? Perhaps, only a few of them are a match for you." Wei Qi smiled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. I'm only lucky because I have a great and responsible master. It's true that half of the participants who ranked in the top 10 in the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses and are still alive today aren't a match for me. The remaining are on par with me, and the strongest among them is now a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm who's, needless to say, much stronger than me. A lot of people are extraordinary before reaching the age of 1000, and their progress would slow down after. There are also those who are ordinary during their first 1000 years but improve tremendously later due to some fortuitous encounters. All in all, the possibilities are endless. Junior Brother Duan, even if your ranking is mediocre, under Junior Uncle Feng's tutelage, you'll definitely be outstanding. It's entirely possible for you to attain godhood as well. He looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly when he mentioned the matter of attaining godhood. Based on the way Wei Qi looked at him, Duan Ling Tian knew Wei Qi must be aware that his master had already attained godhood. In the end, he shook his head and said with a smile, "It seems like senior brother Wei Qi has no confidence in me as well. Junior brother Duan, don't take this wrongly. It's just that you might be too ambitious. It's not as easy as you think to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, this time, the title temple is putting up the exploding element celestial fruit, a peerless celestial fruit, as a reward. This means they're confident that the geniuses representing them will win. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put up such a precious fruit as a reward. It's likely the geniuses representing them are at least top 5-star or 6-star gods of war." Chapter 34-43 Tang San Pao, a 6-star god of war. Although Duan Ling Tian was prepared for this, he was still shocked by Wei Qi's words. In the past, the most outstanding genius he had encountered was Xianxia, his eldest senior sister in the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace. She was a top 6-star god of war who had not even reached 2000 years old with strength comparable to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, although Xianxia was outstanding, he knew she was not the only outstanding person in the Devata realms. It was just that people like her were rare. With the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses drawing close, it dawned on him that he would soon meet many geniuses under the age of 1000 from all the Devata realms. Needless to say, it was difficult for celestials under the age of 1000 to have many big achievements, but it did not mean they were not outstanding. Moreover, due to the title temple's decision to grant the winner access to their secret room of laws, many disciples of hermit cultivators were keen to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. These disciples were not inferior to those who came from heavenly palaces or famous heaven-grade forces. In fact, they might be even stronger. As it was mentioned earlier, there were 81 Devata realms. If there were roughly 20 participants from each Devata realm, there would be roughly 2000 participants in total. How could any of the 2000 participants be mediocre? For the 20 people to be selected out of so many people in a Devata realm, they had to be extraordinary. This time, Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Tian, and He Jianyi would be representing the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Excluding Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Tianyu with strength comparable to an ordinary titled celestial emperor was the strongest. His strength was between that of a 1-star god of war and a 2-star god of war. As for Wang Ting and He Jianyi, both were only almost as strong as a titled celestial emperor. Naturally, there were others from the solitary destructive heaven who were participating in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses as well. It was just that instead of being part of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's entourage, they came with the title temple. A rare genius under the age of 1000 was measured by their innate talent and comprehension skills. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, there were many descendants and disciples of titled celestial emperors. These people did not lack cultivation resources or a good cultivation environment, but their innate talent was not high enough for them to participate in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. There were also those with extraordinary innate talent and comprehension skills but were too young to display their strength in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. These people were somewhat unfortunate because the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses was held when they were younger than 500 years old. Nevertheless, they would definitely become outstanding figures in the future. At this moment, Wei Qi asked curiously, "Junior brother Duan, how old are you?" Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian upon hearing this question. Meng Luo had told them the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive was younger than them, but he did not reveal his age. Younger than 700 years old. Due to the long years, Duan Ling Tian had forgotten his exact age. Younger than 700 years old. Junior brother Duan, you're probably one of the youngest participants this time. From what I know, participants who are younger than 800 years old are really rare. After all, even if one has high innate talent and comprehension skills, one still needs time to build up one's strength. That's why those who are extraordinary but too young don't bother participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Wei Qi said with a sigh as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan, you're really unlucky. The best time for one to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is when one is around 900 years old. After discovering Duan Lingtian's age, Wei Qi felt even more strongly than before that Duan Lingtian's goal to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was nothing more than a dream. How was it possible for someone who was not even 700 years old to rank first? Wang Ting, who was walking at the back, looked at Duan Lingtian contemptuously as she said, based on what I know, in the history of the Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses, the youngest person to have ranked first was also over 900 years, right? I heard about that as well. He Jianyi nodded. To be precise, he was only 906 years old when he ranked first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The youngest person to rank first in the history of all the Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses was 906 years old, and yet Duan Lingtian was not even 700 years old, thought he could rank first. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi all shared the same thought. Even our Lord Heavenly Emperor, a rare monstrous genius, couldn't have ranked first at such a young age. Even if Duan Lingtian is more outstanding than our Lord Heavenly Emperor at this age, it'd still be impossible for him to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wei Qi, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, none of them thought Duan Lingtian could rank first. Duan Lingtian was naturally aware no one believed him. He could even sense the contemptuous gaze of the trio walking behind him. In the past, he had endured mocking gazes and words from people who looked down on him, so he had long gotten used to it. He was no longer bothered by such things, so he did not bother to explain himself. We've arrived, Wei Qi said after he led them to a vast flatland with rows and rows of exquisite wooden houses. Many people could be seen gathering outside of the wooden houses. When Duan Lingtian and the others, they caught everyone's attention immediately. Junior brother Duan, you can choose to stay in any of the unoccupied wooden houses. To prevent others from disturbing you, you can set up a formation by carving inscriptions on the wooden door, Wei Qi said with a smile. Then, he handed a soul pearl to Duan Lingtian before he continued to say, Junior brother Duan, this is my soul pearl. Feel free to contact me if you need my help. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, Wei Qi bade farewell and left. Before Duan Lingtian managed to take a step, Wang Ting, who had been staring intently at him, called out, Duan Lingtian. She continued to say, Zhang Tianyu said he planned to fight you during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, unlike him, I want to challenge you to a duel now. As soon as Wang Ting discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 700 years old, she could no longer suppress her urge to challenge him to a duel. In her opinion, this was her only opportunity to defeat the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. She knew very well that it would be too late for her to defeat him in the future, since he had Feng Qingyang's guidance. In the future, Duan Lingtian would greatly surpass her. You're not my match, Duan Lingtian said indifferently before he vanished out of sight. Duan Lingtian reappeared above the rows of wooden houses. Finally, his eyes landed on a door of a wooden house that was free of inscriptions. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter the wooden house, a tall and burly young man flew toward Duan Lingtian. He asked with a smile, My friend, where do you come from? Duan Lingtian was slightly startled by the young man's sudden appearance. Nevertheless, he replied, The solitary destructive heaven. The solitary destructive heaven. The burly young man's eyes lit up. Then, he said excitedly, What a coincidence. I've heard so much about the solitary destructive heaven, and I can't wait to visit it. I also heard your heavenly emperor has attained godhood and is ranked third on the Devata Realms heavenly emperor's ranking. He's known as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven, right? I heard he'll attend the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses as well. I'm so happy that I can finally meet my idol. Duan Lingtian smiled politely. He did not expect to meet a fan of his master here. My friend, my name is Tang Sanpao, what's your name? The tall and burly young man became even friendlier after discovering Duan Lingtian was from the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian was about to excuse himself and enter the wooden house, when Tang Sanpao asked enthusiastically, "My friend, since you're from the solitary destructive heaven, have you met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang?" An envious expression appeared on Tang Sanpao's face immediately. "I haven't even met the Heavenly Emperor of the Devata realm I came from." His voice grew solemn as he continued to say, "Nevertheless, I'll surpass him sooner or later." Chapter 34-44 Amagu, the 8-star god of war. "Alright, all the best." Duan Ling Tian nodded at Tang Sanpao and strode into the wooden house he had chosen. 3 figures appeared in front of Tang Sanpao as soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the wooden house. "I think they came with Brother Duan." With this thought in mind, Tang Sanpao greeted the trio enthusiastically. "Hello, you came with Brother Duan, right? Are all of you also from the solitary destructive heaven?" "Yes," He Jianyu replied curtly as he nodded. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting ignored Tang Sanpao completely. Tang Sanpao asked again, "Are you here with the title temple or with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" "The heavenly palace," He Jian answered. "So Brother Ling Tian didn't lie to me. He has really met the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." "Does this mean the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has already arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven?" Tang Sanpao muttered to himself with bright eyes. "He has met our Lord Heavenly Emperor." Wang Ting, who had overheard Tang Sanpao's words, looked at him. She chuckled and said, amused, "Hey, don't you know that Duan Ling Tian is the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor? Don't you think it's funny that you asked someone if they had met their master?" Even Zhang Tianyu and He Jianyi could not help but look at Tang Sanpao with an amused expression on their faces. "What?" Tang Sanpao was dumbstruck. He is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Tang Sanpao had heard that the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted a true disciple several decades ago. At that time, he had wondered about the lucky person who was chosen to be the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He did not expect the person whom he had just met earlier was the lucky person he had been curious about. The true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Wang Ting and Tang Sanpao's voices were not loud, those in the surroundings had overheard their conversation. For cultivators, it was not hard for them to hear over such a distance. With this revelation, many eyes immediately shifted to the wooden house Duan Ling Tian occupied. No one expected the person they had seen earlier to be the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, who ranked 3rd on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven didn't have a true disciple before this. He's the first true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, right? Since Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang accepted him as a true disciple, his innate talent and aptitude for cultivation must be remarkable. I wonder how powerful he is. He has to be quite strong to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. That's a matter of course. It's only natural that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple is remarkable. The people in the surroundings clearly admired Feng Qingyang, and their admiration extended to Duan Ling Tian, who was Feng Qingyang's true disciple as well. Wang Ting sneered coldly after hearing the discussions on her surroundings. "It seems like all of you are unaware that our Lord Heavenly Emperor only accepted Duan Ling Tian as his true disciple because Duan Ling Tian obtained his legacy in a mundane realm. Moreover, do you know he's less than 700 years old this year?" Wang Ting had been stewing in anger ever since Duan Ling Tian responded dismissively to her challenge earlier. She had felt humiliated. It was obvious that Duan Ling Tian looked down on her and did not think she was a worthy opponent. Regardless of her strength now, she was one of the top geniuses among the younger generation in the solitary destructive heaven. How could she stomach such a humiliation? Wang Ting's words successfully stirred up a commotion. He's not even 700 years old. As it turns out, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only accepted him because he was fortunate enough to come across Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. With Wang Ting's words, many people began to think they had overestimated Duan Ling Tian's ability. Moreover, due to his young age, they did not think he was that strong. After all, no matter how highly talented one was, how strong could one be at such a young age? In the end, he's just lucky. At this time, most people were of the opinion that Feng Qingyang had only accepted Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple because of fate. Duan Ling Tian was just extremely lucky for coming across Feng Qingyang's legacy in a mundane realm. Everyone knew Feng Qingyang did not leave his legacy in any of the Devata realms, that was why he did not have a true disciple until recently. With this, people began to look down on Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, the only exception was Tang Sanpao. I have a feeling there's more than meets the eyes with Brother Duan. Tang Sanpao had gone to the Title Temple to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. No one had heard of him because his master had always cultivated in seclusion. His master was very powerful as well. In the past, before he joined his master had once defeated Feng Qingyang. A few hundred years ago, when news of Feng Qingyang being lost in the Asura hell spread, Tang Sanpao knew his master had felt upset. His master kept muttering about how he had lost a good opponent. When Feng Qingyang emerged from the Asura hell unscathed, bringing with him rumors that he had attained godhood, his master had rushed to the solitary destructive heaven to visit his old friend, Feng Qingyang. Tang Sanpao knew his master was not just visiting Feng Qingyang, he knew his master was definitely going to ask Feng Qingyang to spar after hearing the rumors of Feng Qingyang attaining godhood. When Tang Sanpao saw his master returning with a gloomy expression, he knew his master must have lost to Feng Qingyang even though his master did not say anything. It was then that he began to slowly idolize Feng Qingyang. In his memory, his master was the strongest person in the world. Among all hermit cultivators, his master could be considered the strongest. There was only a handful who was a match for his master. It was the first time he had seen his master defeated by his opponent. Since his master had always been very strict with him, he felt as though his grievances had been washed away when he saw his master's gloomy expression after being defeated. With that, he admired Feng Qingyang even more. I didn't expect Brother Duan to be Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple, Tang Sanpao thought to himself as his fighting spirit rose. If I can defeat Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's disciple in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, that old fart will definitely be happy. After all, if he can't defeat Feng Qingyang, he'll feel happy if his disciple can defeat Feng Qingyang's disciple. If I manage to Duan Lingtian, it can be considered that I've surpassed my master, right? The heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had prepared more than 3,000 wooden houses, but only 1/3 was occupied for now. This showed that many participants had yet to arrive. Half a month after Duan Lingtian's arrival at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, a large group of people arrived as well. The group was led by a black-clad old man. He was flanked by 2 black-clad men while the others trailing behind them were energetic young men and young women. When the guard at the entrance asked for the black-clad old man's identity, he said hoarsely, "Temple Master Amagu of the Wind Prop Heaven's Title Temple." "Greetings, Temple Master Amagu." The guards from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven bowed as soon as they heard the black-clad old man's reply. The Temple Master of a Devata realm's title temple was not inferior to a heavenly emperor. There were temple masters who were 8-star and 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The group from the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple was led by Amagu, their temple master, and the 2 vice temple masters. The group of young geniuses they had brought here consisted of 13 young men and 3 young women. Shortly after, someone came out to receive Amagu. It was none other than Wei Qi, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who led Duan Lingtian and the others to their accommodations previously. "Temple Master Amagu, please come in." Although the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was the host of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, the heavenly emperor of the primeval rarely made an appearance so far. He would only personally receive those who were stronger than him or on par with him. Although Amagu was an 8-star god of war who was much stronger than many heavenly emperors, he was not powerful enough for the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven to personally receive him. Amagu did not seem to feel slighted that the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven did not receive him personally. He smiled at Wei Qi warmly. "Greetings, Skeleton Dragon Celestial Emperor. I'll have to trouble you to bring me and my 2 vice temple masters to meet your heavenly emperor after the little ones are settled." "All right," Wei Qi nodded with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 34-45 Duan Lingtian's Friends. Wei Qi looked at the 16 young people standing behind Amagu, the temple master of the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple. Then, he asked with a smile, "Temple Master Amagu, are all of them participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses?" "Almost all, but not all," Amagu replied with a faint smile. "We have another one, but he likes wandering off on his own. He should be arriving in the primeval heaven soon. When he arrives at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I'll have to trouble you to receive him, Skeleton Dragon Celestial Emperor." Wei Qi's eyes glinted. Is he someone cultivated by the title temple? Amagu only smiled wryly and said, how's that possible? If he was cultivated by the title temple, do you think I'd let him wander off on his own when the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses is about to start? I would have insisted he come with me when he insisted on going off on his own if he were cultivated by the title temple. Wei Qi looked at Amagu knowingly as he said, he must be outstanding for Temple Master Amagu to be so lenient with him. He must be a 3-star god of war at least, right? A young 3-star god of war below the age of 1000 was strong enough to rank in the top 100 of the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses. If he was stronger, he might even rank in the top 50. In Wei Qi's opinion, the young man had to be a 3-star god of war at least for Amagu to give preferential treatment. Amagu smiled ambiguously and said, Skeleton Dragon Celestial Emperor, please allow me to keep this secret to myself for now. You'll be able to watch his performance when the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses commences. Wei Qi was slightly taken aback by Amagu's reaction. Based on Amagu's expression, it seemed like the young man was stronger than he had estimated. When he regained his senses, he did not persist and only said, I'll wait to watch his performance then. Following that, Wei Qi led Amagu and his 2 vice-temple masters to their accommodations while he instructed his subordinate to bring the 16 geniuses to the place where the other young geniuses were staying. Before his subordinate left, he had sent a voice transmission asking his subordinate to speak to the 16 young geniuses to see if he could glean any information from them. Based on Amagu's reaction, it seemed like that person had to be a 4-star god of war at least. After 15 minutes, Wei Qi received a reply from his subordinate. Lord Wei Qi, I've tried probing the young ones, but it seems like all of them don't know much. All of them aren't a match for him, so he's the strongest in the group. Since there are 2 2-star gods of war in the group, that person has to be a 3-star god of war at least. However, they did tell me his name. He's called Ling Ju-yun. In a barren mountain somewhere in the primeval heaven, the sounds of sword rays sailing in the air resounded through the entire place. Soon after, a huge figure fell to the ground. When the dust settled, it could be seen that the huge figure belonged to a gigantic celestial beast. At the same time, a young man dressed in a long gray robe with a sheathed sword at his waist hovered in the air. His expression was one of determination as he stared at the celestial beast on the ground. After a moment, he muttered to himself, it's about time for me to head to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Temple Master Amagu should have arrived by now. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would have recognized the young man as Ling Ju-yun, the former young master of the Lin clan in the Divine Offering Land. He had managed to avoid death and escape to a Devata realm with the help of his sister's artifact soul, Wanzher, after the Lin clan was annihilated. Since the passages to the realms of gods were sealed after that, he managed to buy time for himself. Over the years, he had only been focused on cultivating in various Devata realms. He had met Duan Ling Tian in the spirit overarching heaven when Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword was still without a soul. After leaving the Ling Ju-yun left the spirit overarching heaven back then, he went to the Jade Emperor heaven. Subsequently, he went to a few other Devata realms. When the title temples in all 81 Devata realm begin to receive applications to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, Ling Ju-yun was in the wind prop heaven. Therefore, he applied to join the Devata realms battle of the geniuses at the wind prop heaven's title temple. At that time, Ling Ju-yun was selected to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses even though he restrained much of his strength. He had even caught Amagu's attention at that time, resulting in Amagu attacking him to get a feel of his strength. After his participation was confirmed, he had told Amagu he had no intention of quietly waiting in the wind prop heaven's title temple until the day of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. He planned to cultivate by himself in the primeval heaven and told Amagu he would meet Amagu at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven when the time came. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will be participating in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses as well. A hint of joy and anticipation could be seen in Ling Ju-yun's eyes at this moment. It's been several hundred years since I've seen him and Sister Wanzher. With his talent and aptitude for cultivation, I'm sure he has grown much stronger than before. I hope I'll be able to see him at the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. The chances should be quite high. After all, this is the only time we can join the battle of the geniuses. When the next round of the battle of geniuses arrives, we'll be much too old to join it. A person could hide their aura, but they can't fake their bones. Therefore, it was difficult to fake one's age. Naturally, those old souls who possessed a young body were not counted. However, it still would be fair because despite their knowledge, they would not be able to retain their original cultivation bases in their new and younger bodies. The strength of their souls would be forced to match that of their physical bodies. Nevertheless, due to their rich combat experience and knowledge, they made for terrifying opponents. Therefore, this was the only time Ling Zhuyun and Duan Ling Tian could participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses unless they possessed a younger body in the future to participate in it. I'll leave for the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven in a few more days, Ling Zhuyun said to himself before he flew away from the mountain, in the Jade Emperor Heaven's title temple in the Jade Emperor territory. All of you will be coming with me to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. I hope none of you will slack off when we're there. Use the 6 months you have left to improve your strength so you can rank higher. The temple master of the title temple in the Jade Emperor Heaven was an old woman dressed in a long black robe. She was skinny and wore a perpetually fierce expression on her face. Most of the 19 young people standing in front of her would instinctively look down as soon as they met her gaze. Only a handful of people did not flinch and remained unaffected. The old woman was rather satisfied by the reactions of those who were not intimidated by her. This small group of people was also part of the few top outstanding young geniuses in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After a moment, she said, "Let's go." Following that, along with a vice temple master, the old lady led the young people to a transportation formation that would bring them to the primeval heaven. All the outstanding geniuses will be participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. If nothing untoward happened, Duan Ling Tian should be there as well. Among the group of young people from the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was another person whom Duan Ling Tian knew as well. This person was one of those who had gained the old lady's approval earlier. This person was none other than Su Li. When Duan Ling Tian met Su Li in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Su Li's strength was on par with Duan Ling Tian's. Over the past few hundred years, Duan Ling Tian continued to improve his strength while Su Li was also carefully cultivated by the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, which has a solid foundation. In addition to learning the secret technique that re-emerged in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect after 10,000 years, he had also improved at an outrageous pace. With his talent and achievement, he was naturally selected to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware that he would be meeting more than one of his friends here. He was focused on comprehending his law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity at this moment. Apart from that, he was trying to fuse all his profundities before sending their energies into his sword as he fought, creating his own Dao. The foundation of his Dao was his master's sword Dao. Currently, he had already made it through the toughest part of forming his own Dao. Chapter 3446 A Legendary Heavenly Emperor. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses drew closer and closer. The heavenly palace of the primeval heaven grew livelier as well. Naturally, the lively places were only the place where the young geniuses were staying and the place where the heavenly emperors and the title temples were staying. The other parts of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven were still as quiet as usual. Nevertheless, everyone in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was looking forward to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, at the vast flatland where the young participants were staying, many people's attention was focused on a young man who had just arrived. Their eyes were bright as they looked at the young man whom they had only heard about but had never met. That's Shu Kunhu. He's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the constant cloud heaven. I heard that he is already a top 3-star god of war despite only being over 800 years old. The young man was slender and looked frail. His appearance was androgynous and could be easily mistaken for a woman. With his long jet black hair that was swept to the back, if he were not dressed in a man's robe, he might have been mistaken for a woman. Even if he were mistaken for a woman, he would be mistaken for a stunning woman. So he's Shu Kunhu. Heavens, although he's only over 800 years old, he's already a 3-star god of war. There's no doubt he'll make it into the top 100 this time. If he were luckier, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses should begin in another 100 years. At that time, he would be even stronger. Perhaps, he'd be a 4-star god of war at that time. Well, nothing can be done about this. The Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses are fixed to happen once every 1,000 years. Nothing can change this. Upon sensing everyone's gazes, Shu Kunhu smiled at the crowd amiably. His charming smile captivated many people in just an instant. Why am I infatuated with a man? Heavens, is he really a man? The commotion only died down after Shu Kunhu entered a wooden house. Not long after, someone cried out, "Look! Is that Meng Fangui, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's Heaven-grade Profound Dream sect? With that, everyone's eyes fell on a black-clad young man who possessed a pair of exceptionally bright eyes despite his average height and average appearance. That's Meng Fangui. He killed a top 3-star god of war a few decades ago, right? It's so hard to believe he's not even 1,000 years old. Rumors have it that he's already a 4-star god of war. A 4-star god of war. That'll easily allow him to enter the top 30, right? Meng Fangui garnered even more attention compared to Shu Kunhu. Perhaps, he was not as famous as Shu Kunhu in the past. However, after he killed a top 3-star god of war, his fame had skyrocketed. In fact, he had become even more famous than Shu Kunhu. In comparison to Shu Kunhu, Meng Fangui was rather aloof. He ignored the commotion around him and entered a wooden house directly. The profound dream sect that Meng Fangui comes from is skilled at illusory techniques. Coupled with the mysterious law of darkness, I believe Meng Fangui should be the best in using illusions among all the participants of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. That's right, I can only imagine how powerful he is. After all, not many people can kill a 3-star god of war with just illusory techniques. Don't be so certain. There are so many Devata realms. Moreover, even descendants and disciples of powerful hermits will be participating in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. You can't say for sure that he's the best at illusory techniques. You're right. Moreover, there are the mysterious young geniuses from the Tidal Temple. Not much is known about them as well. If you think about it, in the past, most of the people who performed brilliantly during the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses were not known. As more and more participants arrived, the participants' living area grew livelier and livelier. Naturally, those who were busily socializing and gossiping were mostly of average strength. They did not aim to rank high and only participated to join the fun and gain experience. Needless to say, these people were only considered average among the rare geniuses. After all, they were still selected by their respective tidal temples to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. All of them had strength almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor at the very least. Otherwise, they would not have been selected. These average participants thought it was better to socialize and perhaps get acquainted with the top geniuses. After all, there was no chance for them ranking high in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. They might as well focus on meeting these geniuses whom they had only heard about but had never met. When these people are in their respective territories, they were usually envied by others. Currently, they were the ones who were feeling envious. Hey, that's Tuo Bajung, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit overarching heaven. Everyone turned to look at a tall and handsome young man with a well-built body. Tuo Bajung is already a 4-star god of war despite being younger than 1,000 years old. 20 years ago, someone saw him kill 2 3-star gods of war consecutively in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the 2 3-star gods of war did not join forces, it still proves Tuo Bajung is a 4-star god of war. How remarkable. That's why he's a true disciple of a heavenly emperor. Soon after, someone spoke up, changing the direction of the conversation immediately. Speaking of heavenly emperor's true disciples, I'm most interested in the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven is the most popular heavenly emperor now. Everyone was shocked when he emerged unscathed from the Asura hell and was further shocked when he accepted his first true disciple. After emerging from the Asura hell, he rose to 3rd place on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. It seems likely the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven who used to be ranked 3rd acknowledged heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's strength since he didn't dispute the new ranking. Senior Feng Qingyang is also known as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. However, those from other Devata realms, he's known as a legendary figure since it took him only about 10,000 years to reach such great heights. That's right, if the rumors are true, he attained godhood in just about 10,000 years. There's only a handful who were capable of this in the history of all Devata realms. I wonder if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple has arrived. At this time, those who arrived earlier began to chime in one after another. He's arrived, but he hasn't left the wooden house since he arrived. What's he like? He must be remarkable since Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang accepted him as his true disciple. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only accepted him because he came across Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in a mundane realm. You can say he's just really lucky. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang probably felt sentimental and accepted him as a true disciple. He's only over 600 years old now. Even if he's highly talented, how powerful can he be? It's impossible for someone so young to achieve anything during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. With these words, many people fell silent. They did not expect the legendary Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven would accept someone so unremarkable as his true disciple. Moreover, he only accepted his true disciple based on chance. Many people sighed in disappointment. As it turns out, there's not much to look forward to regarding Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple. I thought Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple would be someone incredibly remarkable. Who knew it'd turn out like this? What a waste. Chapter 3447 A reunion between friends. The appearances of young geniuses who were already famous in several Devata realms would naturally attract everyone's attention. On the contrary, those who were unknown, whose strength was not inferior to the famous young prodigies, did not make a splash with their arrivals. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that two of his friends would also be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He was also unaware that the general opinion was that he was only participating to gain experience. No one thought he would do well in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses due to his young age. As was human nature, where there were a lot of people, conflict would certainly arise. Fights broke out almost every day in the accommodations for the participants of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. There were group fights and individual fights, and as long as no one died, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven tasked with supervising the participants would not intervene. Although the young geniuses were all younger than 1,000 years old, they were all the cream of the crop in their respective Devata realms. The strongest among them was comparable to a 5-star god of war. Therefore, the person from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven tasked with supervising the participants was a 6-star god of war. Only someone of that level, at least, would be able to control these young and arrogant geniuses. At this time, a genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven and a genius from the Lofty Garden Heaven were bickering. Our Jade Emperor Heaven has a young genius who's only a little more than 600 years old. He passed the Title Temple's test and obtained a place to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Does your Lofty Garden Heaven have anyone like that? Not wanting to be outdone, the genius from the Lofty Garden Heaven said with a sneer. Perhaps, the passing standard for the Title Temple in the Jade Emperor Heaven is just really low. The passing standard is low. The genius from Jade Emperor Heaven scoffed. He seemed ready to fight as he continued to say, Su Li is one of the strongest among us. You dare say he was only selected because of the low passing standard? Do you want to fight? Let's fight then. It's not like I have anything to fear. Just like that, a fight broke out between the geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Lofty Garden Heaven. In the end, their fight ended in a draw. Both of their strengths, which were almost equivalent to a titled celestial emperor, were similar. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had grown numb to fights breaking out were surprised by the words of the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven. There was someone in the Jade Emperor Heaven who was only a little more than 600 years old but was among the strongest among the young geniuses. Did this not mean that person possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor despite being only slightly more than 600 years old? Can you imagine someone who's just a little more than 600 years old possessing the strength of a titled celestial emperor? Heavens! In the history of all Devata realms, there are only a few people with that kind of strength at that age, right? To think such a genius appeared in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Is it true though? The words of the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven caused quite a stir, and it did not take long before word of it began to spread. With that, a few pieces of information were made known as well. Most people, at this time, knew that the genius, who was only a little more than 600 years old but possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor, was called Su Li. Su Li. As soon as Duan Lingtian left his wooden house, he overheard the conversation about the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven who possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor despite only being a little more than 600 years old. It seems like Su Li has improved tremendously. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. Naturally, it did not take long for him to figure out his good friend, Su Li, was the person everyone was discussing. Su Li already had a breakthrough during Duan Lingtian's visit to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Jade Heaven Emperor's Nando territory. With the cultivation resources and environment in the Thousand Tribulations Sword, He had no doubt Su Li's cultivation would soar if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect seriously nurtured Su Li. At that time, before Duan Ling Tian left the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he had heard from Zhuge Feng, the master of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Ganjiang progeny, that the sect was planning to pour all their resources into someone who was capable of leading the sect to greater heights in the future. The person who had been selected was none other than Su Li. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had high hopes for Su Li. They hoped that Su Li would be able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven in the future and take over as the new Heavenly Emperor. This would naturally allow the sect to rise to the highest peak in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Meanwhile, as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared, he had caught many people's attention as well. Hey, isn't that Duan Ling Tian, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? He's handsome and has an extraordinary bearing. However, he's only a little more than 600 years old, so how powerful can he be? The difference between him and Su Li is really big. Although both of them are only slightly over 600 years old, Su Li can easily crush him. Due to the duo's similar age, many people began comparing them. Most people, if not all, were convinced Duan Ling Tian was much weaker than Su Li. Duan Ling Tian, who overheard this discussion as well, was not bothered at all. Instead, he asked for directions to the wooden houses where the participants from the Jade Emperor Heaven were staying. The group of participants from the Jade Emperor Heaven had picked wooden houses next to each other. They watched as Duan Ling Tian made his way over. They were aware of his identity. After all, they were not deaf and had heard about him being the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They also learned that the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was only a little more than 600 years old. Despite the Jade Emperor Heaven having someone who was only slightly older than 600 years old but possessed the strength of a titled Celestial Emperor, they did not believe there would be another person like that. After all, such a person like Su Li was incredibly rare. What was the possibility of having two of such a genius in the same generation? Excuse me, do you know where Su Li is staying? Duan Ling Tian asked politely with a smile as he looked at one of the young geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven. You're looking for Su Li? The young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven frowned as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He shook his head and tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I understand it must be upsetting to hear about powerful Su Li as when you're both the same age. Perhaps, it's even more upsetting because you're the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's best you forget about challenging Su Li to prove your worth so as to save yourself from the humiliation of defeat. After all, Su Li's stronger than new titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless when he heard the other person's words. He knew the other person had misunderstood his intention. However, his eyes lit up when he heard the latter part of the other person's words. Su Li's stronger than new titled celestial emperors. Doesn't this mean he's a two-star god of war, at least? You've misunderstood me. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven and said as he shook his head, I'm not here to challenge Su Li. I want to see him because he's a friend of mine. Su Li's your friend? The genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Su Li to be acquainted with the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words, considering Duan Ling Tian's identity. Moreover, Su Li might be stronger now, but Su Li's status could not compare to Duan Ling Tian's status. Therefore, the genius from the Jade Emperor Heaven hurriedly led Duan Ling Tian to Su Li. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw Su Li. As soon as Su Li saw Duan Ling Tian, he laughed heartily. I heard about you as soon as I arrived. However, I heard you haven't left your wooden house at all since you arrived. I didn't come to see you since I was afraid of disturbing your closed-door cultivation. Come, let's catch up inside. Some of the geniuses from the Jade Emperor Heaven watched in surprise as Su Li led Duan Ling Tian into his wooden house. It seems like Su Li and Duan Ling Tian are really good friends. You're right, they look like old friends. I wonder how Su Li got to know the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian took a seat in front of the wooden table in the wooden house. The wooden house was spacious enough to accommodate the duo. After taking a seat, Duan Ling Tian said, It's been several hundred years since we last met. How have you been all these years? I've been well, Su Li replied with a smile. The sect has given me everything they had because they have high hopes for me. However, I can't help but feel even more pressure because of that." His smile turned slightly bitter at the end of his sentence. "You know what their expectations are, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. During his last visit to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Zhuge Feng, the master of the Ganjiang progeny, had said that the future of the sect rested on Su Li's shoulders. The sect's wish was for Su Li to defeat the current Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor and take over as the new Heavenly Emperor. However, at that time, Su Li was still unaware of the sect's intention. Zhuge Feng had even told Duan Ling Tian to keep the matter from Su Li since he did not want Su Li to feel pressured. "Based on your question, it seems like you know about it as well." Su Li smiled wryly. Duan Ling Tian said sheepishly, "Well, I learned about it during my last visit. However, I was asked not to mention it to you to avoid you feeling pressured. I was afraid it'd negatively impact you if I told you about." Su Lu sighed and shook his head. "There's no going back now. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has given me so much, I can only try to fulfill their wish to repay them." "I know you can do it," Duan Ling Tian said encouragingly. "I'm sure I'll have a Heavenly Emperor for a friend in the future." Chapter 34-48 A surprising message. That's a distant dream. Su Li seemed even more dejected after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. After a moment, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously and said, "No matter how hard I work, if I succeed, perhaps, I'll be the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. My success isn't guaranteed. However, currently, you're already the true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Do you have any idea how many people are jealous of you? Everyone's saying that with the legendary Heavenly Emperor as your master, even if you're not talented, you'll still be able to grow quickly under his tutelage. After all, he's the legendary Heavenly Emperor who's known for his meteoric rise to the top." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Su Li stared at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say excitedly, "Duan Ling Tian, speaking of which, I am also an avid admirer of your master. When will you bring me to meet him? I've long wanted to meet this mighty figure who came from the same mundane realm as us and achieved so much in such a short time." Due to Duan Ling Tian, Su Li had long heard of Feng Qingyong. He knew Feng Qingyong was the first successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the Seven Absolute sect, which was famous in the Saint Province realm, 10,000 years ago. As a sword celestial, he admired Feng Qingyong from the bottom of his heart as well. "Let's see if my master has the time now." Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Feng Qingyong after he heard Su Li's words. After that, he said with a smile, "I've spoken about you to my master in the past. He praised your talent and luck as well. No matter what, I can't compete with you," Su Li said with a wry smile. "I was brought to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect from the mundane realm, whereas you ascended to a Devata realm through your hard work and determination." Su Li was aware that he had an easier time compared to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had come this far because of his diligence and determination. In comparison, he was brought to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and was quickly given the best cultivation resources. Although he was sent out of the sect to gain experience, he was still relatively safe. He was never in any danger of dying like Duan Ling Tian. After receiving Feng Qingyang's reply, he rose to his feet and said with a smile, "My master asked us to meet him now." Su Li's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked, slightly nervous, "Duan Ling Tian, should I tidy up a little and fix my appearance before meeting your master?" After Su Li finished speaking, he looked down to inspect his clothes and appearance anxiously. When Duan Ling Tian saw Su Li so nervous as though he was going to go on a pilgrimage, he said reassuringly, "Su Li, my master is an easygoing person. There's no need for you to worry about trivial things such as appearances." "Nevertheless, I still can't help but feel nervous," Su Li said with a nervous smile. "After all, I'm going to meet the invincible Sword Celestial, the legendary Heavenly Emperor." Before entering the Asura Hell, which is one of the 7 deadliest places in Devata realms, Feng Qingyong was known in the solitary destructive heaven as the invincible Sword Celestial. After emerging from the Asura Hell, he was known as the invincible Sword Celestial in all Devata realms. Most people agreed that there were no other Sword Celestials who would be a match for him. Since there were many who were certain Feng Qingyong had attained godhood, they thought he should now be known as the God of Sword instead of the invincible Sword Celestial. Nevertheless, Feng Qingyong was someone who united Sword Celestials from different realms. as a sword celestial, how could Su Li not feel nervous about meeting the legendary invincible sword celestial? He only managed to calm down slightly when he saw Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Senior Feng Qingyang." Su Li bowed respectfully as soon as he saw Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang nodded and smiled in response. "Su Li, I heard about you from Little Tien. It's remarkable that someone from our Saint Province realm is able to come so far." Although there were quite a number of cultivators who managed to ascend to a Devata realm from the Saint Province realm, many had met with accidents and died after arriving at a Devata realm. There were very few who really stood out. When Feng Qingyang first ascended, he did not realize how scarce outstanding talents from the Saint Province realms were. As time passed, and he had more people, he finally realized there were not many outstanding cultivators from the Saint Province realms. Nevertheless, he was not too surprised. After all, there were so many mundane realms, and the Saint Province realm was not even considered a big mundane realm. In fact, there were many mundane realms that did not produce any outstanding cultivators, just like the Saint Province realms before the appearance of Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, and Su Li. Among all the large mundane realms, there were only a few famous ones. This included the Yanhuang realm. For example, the Yanhuang realm had powerful titled celestial emperors and influential forces that originated from the Yanhuang realm. Even the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was from the Yanhuang realm. The other famous mundane realms were similar to the Yanhuang realm. They all produced many mighty figures and influential forces. "Senior Feng Qingyang, you're too kind with your words." Su Li smiled wryly when he heard Feng Qingyang praising him. He said with a sigh, "I was only lucky that I came across the legacy of a senior from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and was brought to the sect as a result to be nurtured. Otherwise, I probably won't be where I am today even if I managed to ascend to a Devata realm by cultivating on my own. I'm not like you and Duan Ling Tian who achieved everything through sheer will and diligence." "Su Li, I disagree." Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "Your luck is also part of your strength. There were so many people in the Saint Province realm. Why do you think you were chosen out of so many people to inherit the legacy and was brought to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven? It's your luck and your fate. Moreover, if you don't have the capability, even if you're lucky to come across the legacy, you won't be able to come so far." Feng Qingyang did not wait for Su Li's reply and continued to say, "In fact, I only began to gain fame after a few fortuitous encounters left by sword celestials in Devata realm that allowed me to perfect my sword Dao. If it weren't for luck, I wouldn't be where I am today as well." Su Li seemed enlightened after listening to Feng Qingyang's words. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior Feng Qingyang. I understand now." Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "It's nothing. If you have nothing to do before the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, you can stay here so I can have a look at your sword skills if you want." "Thank you, Senior Feng Qingyang." Su Li was overjoyed. With those words, Su Li knew the legendary invincible sword celestial intended to give him some pointers. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as well, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." In fact, Feng Qingyang did not doubt Feng Qingyang would treat Su Li well and give Su Li advice. After all, Feng Qingyang knew Su Li was a good friend of his. With this, Duan Ling Tian left Su Li with Feng Qingyang and returned to his wooden house. "Duan Ling Tian, are you here?" Duan Ling Tian received a message. Based on the sender's voice, it seemed like the sender was not in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. He found the owner of the voice familiar and strange at the same time. Nevertheless, it did not take him to identify the person who sent him the message after he recalled a few distant memories. After identifying the voice, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Where are you?" The other person replied, "I'm on my way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven." "Are you participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes, let's catch up when I arrive." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. Apart from Su Li, he had another friend who would also be participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The person was none other than Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian considered Ling Juyun as one of his few good friends. In the past, they had gone through a few life or death situations together. Although the time he had known Ling Juyun was not as long as the time he knew Su Li, he still treated Ling Juyun as an important friend. Therefore, he was delighted to hear from Ling Juyun after so many years had passed. Not only that, but he would also be able to meet Ling Zhuyun, who would also be participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses that was held every 1,000 years. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, it has been so long, I wonder how powerful he has gotten. Following that, Duan Ling Tian informed Wanzhe, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword Soul, about Ling Zhuyun. Wanzhe, Ling Zhuyun is coming here. He's also participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wanzhe, who had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as her master, remained indifferent when Duan Ling Tian mentioned Ling Zhuyun. She only said, that's good. It means he's improved significantly during these years. As soon as Wanzhe finished speaking, a voice rang from outside of the wooden house. Duan Ling Tian, show yourself. Under normal circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to hear voices from outside the wooden house due to the soundproof formation. However, since the person had spoken using his divine consciousness, he could hear the other person's voice. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Who was it? He was not familiar with the voice at all. Chapter 3449 The Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. A hint of hostility could be heard in the person's voice. Duan Ling Tian, who could not ignore the voice that disturbed his cultivation, left his wooden house. When he walked out of the door, he discovered a crowd had already gathered in front of his wooden house. All of them were staring at a tall and burly young man who was dressed in a long blue robe with golden trimmings. The young man had a jade-like complexion and thick bushy eyebrows. His expression was solemn as he asked, "You're Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong of the solitary destructive heaven?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the young man. He did not reply to the question. Instead, he asked in return, "What brings you here?" Duan Ling Tian was rather puzzled. He did not know why the young man was hostile when they did not know each other. Since he had never met the young man before, he could not have offended that young man. "I'm Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. My master brought me here to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses," Tong Tu said indifferently. "I came to challenge you to a duel today. I'm curious what kind of true disciple the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted. Even my master can't understand why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong would accept an inferior true disciple." Although the young man's tone remained dull and flat, Duan Ling Tian could sense something amiss with the young man's emotions. "I, Tong Tu, am slightly over 700 years old. We're about the same age, so people won't say I'm bullying the young," Tong Tu continued to say. Meanwhile, the crowd gasped when they discovered the young man's identity. "I was wondering earlier who would be so bold as to provoke Duan Ling Tian. As it turns out, it's one of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's true disciples. I've heard of Tong Tu, the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. A few decades ago, he was already close to being as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. After so many years have passed, he's likely already a titled Celestial Emperor or possessed strength on par with a titled Celestial Emperor. If someone like him has yet to become a titled Celestial Emperor, I'm afraid those with strength weaker than a titled Celestial Emperor won't be a match for him at all. His master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, is remarkable as well. Most importantly, he's a sword celestial as well. For this reason, after Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong rose to fame, the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven would draw a comparison to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong. In the past, the two Heavenly Emperors apparently dueled, and the fight ended in a draw. Well, that's all in the past now. Since Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong survived the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his strength has surpassed the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Is this why the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's true disciple is dissatisfied and unresigned? Does he want to prove his master is a better teacher by defeating Duan Ling Tian? Although he said he's not bullying the young since they're roughly the same age, it's still unfair since they were accepted as true disciples at different times. From what I know, Tong Tu has been in the Heavenly Palace of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven since he was a child. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong 100 years ago. The majority of the crowd felt it was fair for Tong Tu to challenge Duan Ling Tian to a duel even if they were roughly the same age. After all, Tong Tu had been cultivating with the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven since childhood, while Duan Ling Tian had only met Feng Qingyong when he was over 500 years old. They thought Tong Tu was rather shameless for declaring he was not taking advantage of Duan Ling Tian. Do you think Duan Ling Tian will agree to the duel? Soon after, many people began to wonder if Duan Ling Tian would accept Tong Tu's challenge. Most of them felt Duan Ling Tian would refuse Tong Tu since he was at a clear disadvantage. Only a fool would accept a challenge knowing he would lose. Moreover, since the duel was clearly unfair, no one would shame Duan Ling Tian even if he were to refuse the challenge, nor did he have to worry about embarrassing his master. Meanwhile, Tong Tu, who had a keen hearing, frowned when he heard the hushed conversation in his surroundings. He was displeased that the crowd seemed to think it was fine for Duan Ling Tian to reject his challenge. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian would refuse him, so he said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Let me tell you, although I grew up in the heavenly palace of the pavilion Shaft Heaven, I only started to cultivate with my master when I was over 300 years old. If you think the duel is unfair, I won't use any celestial weapon during our duel." Tong Tu's words caused an uproar among the crowd. With that, they began to fervently discuss among themselves again. No one expected Tong Tu to say such words. Moreover, based on his confidence, it was likely he was already a titled celestial emperor. Tong Tu is willing to forfeit his celestial weapon during the challenge. Don't you think he's too arrogant? He's clearly looking down on his opponent. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard Tong Tu's words. "What are you laughing at?" Tong Tu's expression darkened. He said disdainfully, "Are you so timid? I've already compromised so much, and yet, you're still afraid. You're an embarrassment to your master. Do you really want to challenge me to a duel?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. "Would I joke with you with so many people around?" Tong Tu sneered. As soon as Tong Tu's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly and vanished into thin air. The crowd could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. All they heard was a loud boom before they saw Tong Tu, who was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian, flying back like an arrow being released from a bow. Tong Tu spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew back hundreds of meters before he could finally stabilize his footings. His expression was unsightly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Despicable. To think the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven would launch a sneak attack. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to reply, he continued to say, "I'll see you during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses." With that, Tong Tu rushed away. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events. At this time, someone said, "How shameless." These words pulled the others back to their senses. Everyone present could tell Duan Ling Tian's strength was at least on par with Tong Tu. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch Tong Tu off guard and injure him. It was obvious that once Tong Tu realized this, he had run away in fear. After all, he would likely only fight to a draw with Duan Ling Tian if he was not injured. Now that he was injured, how could he possibly defeat Duan Ling Tian? Someone asked in a hushed voice, "If any of you were in Tong Tu's shoes, do you think you could react in time when Duan Ling Tian attacked?" The crowd collectively fell silent, mulling over the question. After a moment, most of them shook their heads. "Hey, it seems like we can now confirm the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven's true disciple has the strength of a titled celestial emperor. He's as strong as a titled celestial emperor even though he isn't even 700 years old. I feel quite embarrassed. Didn't we think it was due to luck that he was accepted as a true disciple by heavenly emperor Feng Qingyong? Speak for yourself. Previously, I said the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven wouldn't have accepted a mediocre true disciple just because of a past connection. Do you know how many peerless geniuses he had rejected in the past? That's not what you said. Brother, can you just shut up? News of Duan Ling Tian being as strong as a titled celestial emperor despite being less than 700 years old, just like Su Li from the Jade Emperor heaven, spread like a wildfire, stirring up a commotion. After Tong Tu was injured by Duan Ling Tian, he did not return to his wooden house. Instead, he looked for his third senior brother, Yu Dongfang, who was an outstanding genius. Yu Dongfang was over 900 years old. He had obtained the title of a 3-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield many years ago. Hence, most people suspected he was now as strong as a 4-star god of war. Tong Tu lowered his head and said with an aggrieved tone, "Third senior brother, I went to challenge Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven's true disciple." Yu Dongfang was a young man with a medium build. He was dressed in a long black and gray robe. Despite his ordinary appearance, he had a pair of bright and attractive eyes. Although he was shorter than Tong Tu by half a head, his icy aura completely overpowered Tong Tu. "You're injured. He attacked when I was unprepared," Tong Tu said with a sour expression. "Since he managed to catch you off guard and injure you, it seems like his strength was on par with yours at least," Yu Dongfang said. After a beat, he asked, "Let me ask you, do you think someone without the strength of a titled celestial emperor is capable of injuring you or catching you off guard?" "No," Tong Tu smiled bitterly. He was naturally aware of this. It was why he had felt unresigned. Perhaps, he would have accepted his defeat if Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. However, in his opinion, his strength was on par with Duan Ling Tian's, therefore, he felt humiliated that he was injured by Duan Ling Tian's unexpected attack. "He's not even 700 years old, but his strength is on par with yours. Moreover, it's said that he only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang about 100 years ago. It's unfortunate he's so young. Otherwise, he might have been a worthy opponent for me," Yu Dongfang said as he shook his head. Chapter 3450 Ling Juyan's arrival. Soon enough, news of Duan Ling Tian injuring Tong Tu, the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, spread from the young geniuses from various Devata realms to the members of the Heavenly Palaces and Title Temples branches in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. Perhaps, if it were another person, the matter would not have caused such a big commotion. However, since Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, it became a hot topic among the Celestials. While most of the young geniuses were curious about Duan Ling Tian's true strength since Feng Qingyang had accepted him as a true disciple, the high-ranking officials from various Heavenly Palaces and Title Temples branches finally understood why Feng Qingyang had accepted a nobody as his true disciple. Apart from those who came from the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the only one who was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian injured Tong Tu with just a strike, even if Duan Ling Tian had caught Tong Tu unprepared. In the past, Duan Ling Tian joined the Heaven-grade Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the maternal grandfather of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, so he naturally knew Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. After all, back then, the merciless Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace had suffered at Duan Ling Tian's hands. After he found out Duan Ling Tian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple, he even asked his grandson about Duan Ling Tian, the other side that Feng Qingyang was fortunate to have accepted such a monstrously talented true disciple. Even someone legendary like Feng Qingyang did not have Duan Ling Tian's strength at his age. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely be another prominent figure under Feng Qingyang's tutelage. In fact, it was possible that Duan Ling Tian could surpass Feng Qingyang's achievements. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was unaware of everyone's thoughts, was cultivating while waiting for Ling Juyan's arrival. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian received a message from Ling Juyan. "I've arrived." Duan Ling Tian left his wooden house as soon as he received Ling Juyan's message. When he saw Ling Juyan, he discovered Ling Juyan looked physically the same since they last met. However, after a few hundred years of cultivation, Ling Juyan had a more mature air about him. "Where did you come from?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he led Ling Juyan into his wooden house. He had not asked Ling Juyan about his whereabouts before meeting him. "I was already in the primeval heaven before I sent you a message. Before that, I was in the wind prop heaven. Did you come together with the members of the Heavenly Palace of the Wind Prop Heaven?" Duan Ling Tian asked. In his opinion, it would be easy for Ling Juyan to join the Heavenly Palace of the Wind Prop Heaven and be accepted as the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Wind Prop Heaven due to his innate talent and comprehension skills. "No," Ling Juyan shook his head. "I took the test in the Wind Prop Heaven's Title Temple to qualify for the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. You know my secret. I don't plan to acknowledge a master in the Devata realms since I'm from a realm of gods. I grew up surrounded by gods. Even some of the stronger servants in our estate were gods. Do you think it's possible for me to acknowledge a celestial in a Devata realm as my master? Let alone an ordinary heavenly emperor, even a heavenly emperor who has attained godhood might not necessarily be worthy of becoming my master." Although Ling Juyan's words sounded arrogant, they were not unreasonable. As the young master of a well-known clan in a realm of God, how could he simply acknowledge a master? Although his clan had been annihilated, he would have disgraced his clan if he had acknowledged a celestial as his master. The people from the Wind Prop Heaven's Title Temple had arrived earlier. I told them I'd meet them here since I prefer traveling alone. When I arrived earlier, the Vice-Temple Master of the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple in Weiqi, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, received me earlier at the entrance, Ling Juyun said. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. You must have grown a lot stronger for the Vice-Temple Master of the Wind Prop Heaven, title temple to come out and receive you. He's showing you quite a lot of respect. How could he not? Ling Juyun smiled faintly. 17 participants, including me, were selected to join the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses by the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple. To put it bluntly, even if those 16 people join forces, I'm confident I can kill all of them. Perhaps, I'll sustain minor injuries at most. You're still as arrogant as before. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Ling Juyun said with a smile, I heard you're doing pretty well yourself. Weiqi and the Vice-Temple Master of the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple mentioned you earlier when they led me here. They said you're as strong as a titled celestial emperor at least, and that most people underestimated you before this. I knew since I managed to grow so strong, even if you're weaker than me, you won't fall behind by too far. Weaker than you, Duan. Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. It seems like you're very confident with your current strength. If that's the case, are you up for a duel? I would have agreed if this were half a month ago. However, I've recently gained an insight and need more time to master it before the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses starts. Ling Juyun shook his head and said, let's wait for the Battle of the Geniuses to duel. I heard that we have another 6 months before the Battle of the Geniuses begins. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised since he had heard about this earlier from his master, Feng Qingyang. In the end, he said, all right, then. If there's nothing else, you should select a wooden house of your own. Let's meet during the Battle of the Geniuses. Wait, I'm not in a rush, Ling Juyun said. He took a deep breath before he continued to say, I'd like to meet Sister Wanger. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile bitterly. Are you sure? You'll be disappointed. I feel at ease when I hear these words. A rare smile could be seen on Ling Juyun's face when he spoke. This means Sister Wanger has become one with your divine artifact. As a native of a realm of the gods, Ling Juyun naturally knew the changes that would occur in a soul after completely merging with a divine artifact. When Duan Ling Tian summoned Wanger out, Ling Juyun's cold and aloof eased. His eyes shone with a trace of excitement as he said, Sister Wanger, I know that you've grown indifferent toward me due to the merging process. However, I want to tell you that I didn't let you down, and I've been cultivating diligently all these years. Alas, Ling Juyun's sincere words were only met with a cold, oh. After Ling Juyun left, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wanger and said with a wry smile, Wanger, you didn't have to be so cold, his elder sister was your former master. Moreover, you watched grow up as well. Master, I know what you mean, Wanger shook her head and said, however, I can't control the way I feel. Although I still retain memories from the past, I feel like a bystander now when I recall them. What's important to me now is master. This means I'll do anything for you without regrets even if it costs me my life. This was the unfortunate destiny of a divine artifact soul. They only lived for their masters. Alright, although the situation did not sit right with Duan Ling Tian, there was nothing he could do about it. He could order Wanger to be warmer toward Ling Juyun, but it would not work since Ling Juyun knew Wanger had an aloof personality to begin with. After Wanger returned to his body, Duan Ling Tian took out the formation compass his master gave him and used some celestial crystals to communicate with his family in his little world. After being warned by his master, Duan Ling Tian had cut off his little world from the outside world. At that time, his master had given him an intricate formation compass that could conceal one's aura. The formation could even temporarily stall a god from seeing one's aura. With this, it could buy Duan Ling Tian some time to sever his little world from the outside world. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was not worried about being exposed with the formation compass. At this time, he discovered everyone was deep in their cultivation except for his parents who were chatting. After catching up with his parents for a while, he severed his little world's connection to the outside world again. While he waited for the arrival of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he did not slack off and tried to fuse his law of space with the sword Tao he learned from his master. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, Duan Ling Tian improved every day. After half a month, his progress was obvious. Half a year passed by in just a blink of an eye. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was just around the corner. Chapter 34:51 Sizing each other up. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held every 1,000 years, and the heavenly palaces would take turns hosting it this time. It was hosted by the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. Since the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven would host the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses every 81,000 years, a battleground was already prepared for the event. The battleground was usually sealed with a formation when it was not in use, and it would only be open to the public during the Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. The battleground had been around almost as long as the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In fact, this battleground had watched several generations of heavenly emperors rule over the primeval heaven. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven had arranged for the participants from the 81 Devata realms, including Duan Ling Tian, to sit in a spectator area where the seats surrounded the battlefield and were arranged in an ascending manner. Some participants sat alone and some sat in groups, some sat in the assigned seats and some did not. There were so many seats that even after all the participants had taken their seats, there were still many empty seats left. Meanwhile, there were many miniature floating islands suspended around the battlefield. Each small island held a few tables and chairs. Apart from that, a beautiful attendant was assigned to each small floating island, setting up the table with exquisite teacups and teapots. The young participants looked around curiously. The battlefield is really big. Look, the seats and tables on the small floating islands must be meant for the high-ranking officials from the various heavenly palaces and title temples branches. At this time, all the participants had arrived, but the high-ranking officials of the various heavenly palaces and title temples branches had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun sat together. After Duan Ling Tian's introduction, Ling Juyun and Su Li had quickly hit it off since both of them were straightforward people. The other three young geniuses from the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, were currently sitting at the row behind Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were rather complex when they stared at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though this was the first time they were meeting him. Among all the participants, they were the first to look down on Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, one of them was responsible for perpetuating the rumor that Duan Ling Tian was mediocre by telling everyone he was not even 700 years old and that he was only accepted as a true disciple due to luck. The trio realized how greatly mistaken they were when they discovered Tong Tu, the fourth disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, was heavily injured with just a strike after challenging Duan Ling Tian to a duel. It was at that time that they realized although he was only 700 years old, he was comparable to a titled celestial emperor if he had yet to obtain a title from the title temple. The trio had also been surprised when they heard Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with Su Li, who was also less than 700 years old and had strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Before they found out about Duan Ling Tian, they were of the opinion that Su Li had the highest potential among the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Meanwhile, the other participants sitting nearby were also looking at Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. Look, he's Duan Ling Tian, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven's only true disciple. That's the genius, Su Li, from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They're acquainted. It's not just that, it seems like they're old friends. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the middle of a casual conversation with Su Li, suddenly sensed a piercing gaze trained on him from the opposite direction. When he looked up, he saw Tong Tu, whom he injured half a year ago. Tong Tu did not shift his eyes from Duan Ling Tian as he said something to the young man sitting next to him. The young man sitting next to Tong Tu immediately shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian. He nodded slightly and smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking back at him. Seeing as the young man was polite, Duan Ling Tian nodded in return. "Do you know them?" Su Li asked as he looked in the direction of Duan Ling Tian's gaze. The muscular young man is Tong Tu, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven's fourth true disciple, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "I see," Su Li said. Then, he furrowed his brows and said, "That person next to him doesn't seem simple considering how respectful Tong Tu is to him." Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian had already noticed this as well. "I don't know who he is." As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, Wang Ting, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, promptly chimed in. "That's the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. He's Tong Tu's senior brother, Yu Dongfang. It's said that Yu Dongfang is comparable to a 4-star god of war or stronger." Earlier today, when Duan Ling Tian arrived, the trio had apologized to Duan Ling Tian for their behavior half a year ago. Since Duan Ling Tian did not take it to heart, he naturally accepted their apologies. Moreover, since the trio represented the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it meant they had a connection to the palace. As the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, how could he be petty toward his people? He might be stronger than a 4-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian could not help but glance at Yu Dongfang again upon hearing Wang Ting's words. Even Su Li instinctively turned to look at Yu Dongfang again. At this moment, Ling Juyun, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's gazes. Fighting spirit burned in his eyes as he looked at Yu Dongfang. At the same time, Yu Dongfang, who was sitting across from the trio, sensed the trio's gaze. He asked Tong Tu as he shifted his eyes from Su Li to Ling Juyin, Su Li aside, who's the other person sitting next to Duan Ling Tian? It seems like he's quite close to Duan Ling Tian. Although there was some distance between them, Yu Dongfang could sense Ling Juyun's fighting spirit. It was obvious that Ling Juyun had learned about his identity and was eager to test his strength against him. Such a person had to be extraordinary. With this, his interest was piqued. Tong Tu said with a hint of fear, "He's from the Wind Prop Heaven. He was selected to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses by the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple. He's the strongest among the group of participants selected by the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple. The others are comparable to a 3-star god of war, but he defeated all of them with just a move. That's why there are rumors going around that he's comparable to a top 3-star god of war or a 4-star god of war. Does that mean there's a possibility he's comparable to a 5-star god of war?" Yu Dongfang's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. "I haven't heard any rumors about that. Usually, the number of participants who have strength comparable to a 5-star god of war never exceeds 10, Tong Tu said as he shook his head. It was clear he did not think Ling Juyun had strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Interesting, it seems like I have another worthy opponent. Yu Dongfang's eyes glinted as his fighting spirit surged as well. Meanwhile, Tong Tu clenched his fists as he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. His expression changed slightly. He was determined to challenge Duan Ling Tian during the Battle of the Geniuses since they were evenly matched to redeem himself. Previously, when Tong Tu was injured by Duan Ling Tian's sneak attack, no one was on his side and mocked him for being unable to hold his ground against the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who was younger than him. He was certain his strength was on par with Duan Ling Tian, hence, he felt he would be able to redeem himself if they were to battle again. After a moment, Tong Tu furrowed his eyebrows as though he had just recalled something and asked skeptically, "Third senior brother. Throughout the history of the battles of the geniuses, there were at least 10 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war each time. I know there were a few battles of the geniuses that had more than 10 participants with strength comparable to 5-star gods of war. This time, there are 5 people, if we count Ling Juyun, who are suspected to be as strong as 5-star gods of war. Do you really think the others with strength similar to a 5-star god of war are those unknown geniuses? It's unlikely, right?" Yu Dongfang shook his head and said, "Junior brother, there are so many Devata realms and so many powerhouses. Many of these mighty figures prefer to live in seclusion, so don't make the mistake of underestimating them. There are some powerhouses who live in seclusion with strength comparable to our masters. They definitely have disciples below the age of 100 with strength similar to a 5-star god of war. The question you should ask is how many of such disciples are participating in the Battle of Geniuses this time." Chapter 3452 The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven appears. "Brother Duan, do you still remember me?" At this moment, the person sitting next to Zhang Tianyu on the row of seats behind Duan Ling Tian suddenly greeted Duan Ling Tian enthusiastically. When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he recognized the tall and burly handsome young man who was smiling innocently at him immediately. He smiled and nodded. "I remember you, Tang Sanpao, right?" Although half a year had passed since their first meeting, Duan Ling Tian still remembered the young genius who struck up a conversation with him when he had just arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The young man had asked for his name at the time and took the initiative to offer up his name as well. Hence, he remembered the young man's name was Tang Sanpao. "You're right," Tang Sanpao nodded happily with a bright smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to remember me. Are you here alone? Where are your friends?" Duan Ling Tian looked around briefly and saw that Tang Sanpao seemed to be sitting next to Zhang Tianyao alone. He thought perhaps Tang Sanpao only came over to greet him. "I don't have any friends here." Tang Sanpao shook his head. I went to the title temple alone to take the test and followed them here. I'm not familiar with the other participants who were selected as well. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. After all, he remembered how Tang Sanpao had approached him when they first met. You should have no trouble making friends, right? You're so outgoing after all. Tang Sanpao smiled sheepishly. I used to stay in the mountains. Therefore, I get excited whenever I meet people outside of the mountain. However, whenever I greet them, they would ignore me. Some people even scolded me. In fact, you're the first person who returned my greeting, he sighed at the end of his words. Duan Ling Tian smiled in response. He did not think Tang Sanpao was lying, but he could tell the people Tang Sanpao greeted or approached were extraordinary people. It was not surprising that these extraordinary people were arrogant and would not bother with strangers approaching them. In fact, he had been rather impatient as well with the chatterbox when they first met. Brother Duan, when the group of young geniuses said you must be weak since you're too young, I didn't agree with them, Tang Sanpao said as he glanced at Zhang Tianyu and the others, causing them to feel embarrassed. His eyes shone as bright as the stars as he continued to say excitedly, how could the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven be ordinary? Indeed, you didn't fail to meet my expectations. You even defeated the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven with just a strike. I'm really excited about the battle of the geniuses. I can't wait to battle you, Brother Duan. You can't wait to battle me. Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned. Based on Tang Sanpao's words, it was not hard to guess Tang Sanpao's strength was that of a titled celestial emperor at least. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu and the others looked at Tang Sanpao in shock. They did not expect the burly young man to be so strong. He wants to battle Duan Ling Tian. Su Li turned and glanced at Tang Sanpao. He shook his head and smiled but did not say anything. Tang Sanpao must have thought Duan Ling Tian's strength was like that of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. As for Ling Zhuyun, he did not even spare Tang Sanpao a glance. Although he had yet to see Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he knew even if Duan Ling Tian was weaker than him, the difference would be slight. How can an ordinary titled celestial emperor like Tang Sanpao be a match for Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, someone from the nearby seats cried out, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven is here. Duan Ling Tian and the others instinctively looked up. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, flew in the sky with a group of people following closely behind him. Among the group of people was a face Duan Ling Tian was familiar with. It was none other than Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor, who had led him to the wooden houses where the participants were staying when he had just arrived at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. He was also one of the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven's true disciples. That's the heavenly emperor of the wandering heaven. The heavenly emperor of the devoid of hatred heaven is here as well. That's the temple master of the 10,000 beasts heaven's title temple and the 2 vice temple masters. All the heavenly emperors and the temple masters of the title temple branches from the 81 Devata realms are here. A commotion broke out at the venue with the appearances of the heavenly emperors and all the important figures. The young geniuses continued staring at the entrance intently. Most of them were most interested in the heavenly emperors and their entourages compared to the temple masters. Duan Ling Tian had just looked away when someone cried out, Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, is here. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately as he looked up at the sky. A beautiful woman wearing a smile on her face appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. She did not look like someone who had been hiding and on the run for years. Next to her was a burly middle-aged man with a jade-like complexion. The duo was smiling as they conversed. Isn't that person next to her the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven? Yes, it's Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven. He ranks 5th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. They seem rather close. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes that gleamed coldly. She actually dares to make an appearance here. Is the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses important to her, or does she think the heavenly emperor of the equally heaven will protect her? Previously, Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, had sent her men to annihilate the Saint Province realm where Duan Ling Tian came from for the sake of revenge. After she discovered his master, Feng Qingyang, had also come from the Saint Province realm, she had fled the Luo River heaven. I'm sure after Master and I went to the Luo River sect, she must have found out about our relationship. What gives her the confidence to show up here? Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. He could not figure out why Situ Zuqing dared to come here when she must have known Feng Qingyang would be present as well. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian. They were aware of his conflict with Situ Zuqing since their elders had a good relationship with the members of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. They were also aware that she had fled in fear when she realized she had offended Feng Qingyang. He Jianyi could not help but ask, Duan, young master, why do you think she dares to show up? Isn't she afraid of our Lord Heavenly Emperor? Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion as well. They wondered if Feng Qingyang had decided to let Situ Zuqing off. He Jianyi bluntly asked, did our Lord Heavenly Emperor, you, and her resolve the conflict? He Jianyi asked bluntly. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he looked at Situ Zuqing coldly. I guess she must have found someone to support her, or perhaps, she thinks Master won't cause a commotion during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Won't cause a commotion? The trio exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Perhaps, an ordinary Heavenly Emperor might be restrained themselves and not cause a commotion. However, was the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven an ordinary Heavenly Emperor? At the same time, those who were privy to the conflict between Feng Qingyang and Situ Zuqing also had the same questions as Duan Ling Tian and the others. Most of them thought the duo had resolved the conflict. Otherwise, Situ Zuqing definitely would not dare to show her face here. Didn't the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven flee the Luo River Heaven in fear? How dare she show up? Isn't she afraid of running into Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is here as well, isn't he? Could it be that they've resolved the conflict? Soon enough, news of the conflict between Feng Qingyang and Situ Zuqing spread slowly among the spectators. Those who did not know about the conflict learned from those who were in the know. The Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven sent her men to annihilate the mundane realm where the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven hailed from. Why would a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm stoop so low? Even the gods would be displeased with what she did. If Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang decides to make a move here, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven and members of the Tidal Temple branches won't intervene, right? I don't think she'd show up without considering the consequences. Perhaps, they've already resolved their conflict. Meanwhile, Situ Zuqing maintained a smile on her face as she and the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven descended on one of the floating islands. She seemed fearless. Duan Ling Tian's eye flashed coldly. Why is Situ Zuqing so confident? I don't think the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven alone is a match for Master, right? Chapter 34:53 You're not worthy. As words began to spread among the crowd, more and more people turned to look at Situ Zuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, Situ Zuqing remained unbothered and fearless. At this moment, she suddenly shifted her gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian speculated someone must have informed her about his identity through voice transmission. He met her gaze fearlessly and sneered. Following that, an indifferent woman's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. You must be Duan Ling Tian. I'm Situ Zuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. You're the reason for the conflict between me and your master, Feng Qingyang. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't find you, the Saint Province realm wouldn't have been implicated. How about this? If you persuade your master to let this matter slide, I won't hold you accountable for killing my daughter as well. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he replied through voice transmission, Heavenly Emperor Situ Zuqing, what can you do even if you hold me accountable? Do you dare to attack me? Duan Ling Tian did not believe Situ Zuqing would attack him, especially with so many people around. Although his master had yet to make an appearance, the people here would not watch and let her attack him. This included the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Not only was Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, the host for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses this time, but he was also a good friend of Feng Qingyang. He was also ranked 4th on the Devata Realms Heavenly Emperor's ranking, which meant he was stronger than Situ Zuqing and Zhou Bingwu, the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, who was sitting next to Situ Zuqing. Zhou Bingwu was only ranked 5th after all. Situ Zuqing said threateningly through voice transmission, Brat, do you think you can stay by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's side and hide in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven forever? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Heavenly Emperor Situ Zuqing, Did it not cross your mind that you might not be able to leave this place alive once you show up? Are you unaware that my master is in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven as well? As soon as Duan Ling Tian sent his voice transmission, a commotion broke out among the crowd. It's Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. I finally get to see the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's just as the rumor said, he's handsome and mighty. It's said that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is the youngest among all the Heavenly Emperors of the Devata realms. Not only that, but he only ascended to a Devata realm about 10,000 years ago. He's really terrifying to have achieved so many things in just 10,000 years. 10,000 years was not a long time for a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm. After all, a Heavenly Emperor had lived for tens of thousands of years, some even lived for more than 100,000 years or a few 100,000 years. Cultivation would only get progressively more difficult. For example, the young geniuses who participated in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Every Battle of the Geniuses would have monstrously talented participants who were 5-star gods of war under the age of 1,000. However, most of these monstrous talents would gradually stop progressing as time passed. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, their improvements were slight. Only a small number managed to improve continuously. Similarly, some cultivators had remarkable comprehension skills in the early stages in regard to comprehending the laws. However, after comprehending the laws to a certain stage, they would reach a bottleneck. For example, some titled celestial emperors could fairly easily fuse 3 fused profundities, but they were unable to fuse the 4th fused profundities even after they spent tens of thousands of years trying. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to discuss heatedly among themselves when they saw Feng Qingyang hovering wordlessly in front of the floating island for a moment where Situ Zuqing and Zhou Bingwu were sitting. Feng Qingyang was looking at Situ Zuqing coldly. The legendary Heavenly Emperor has been looking at the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven since his arrival. It seems like they haven't resolved their conflict. To think the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven dares to show up here. Does she have a death wish? At this moment, Feng Qingyang's icy voice resounded clearly through the venue even though his volume was not loud. Situ Zuqing, how dare you show up after hiding for so many years? Master. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. While Situ Zuqing looked at Feng Qingyang fearfully, the burly middle-aged man sitting next to her rose to his feet and said, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. The burly middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Bingwu, the Heavenly Emperor of the equally prosperous heaven who was ranked 5th on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking, behind Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven. Ding Fu, who was ranked 3rd previously, fell to 4th place after Feng Qingyang returned from the Asura Hell, one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. Zhou Bingwu looked at Feng Qingyang and said politely, I've heard of the enmity between you and the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. The conflict arose because your disciple killed her daughter. At that time, she let her anger get the best of her, resulting in her killing many inhabitants in the mundane realm you came from. After listening to Zhou Bingwu's words, Feng Qingyang glanced at him and asked, Do you intend to protect her? Zhou Bingwu replied with a smile on his face, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I hope you'll let the matter slide for my sake. For your sake? Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted coldly. Who do you think you are? The crowd did not expect Feng Qingyang to be so domineering with his words. Although Zhou Bingwu was ranked 5th, the gap between their strength should not be too wide. They could not help but wonder if the rumor of Feng Qingyang attaining godhood was true. Even Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect his master, who was always kind and friendly to him, had this domineering side as well. Situ Zuqing and Zhou Bingwu's expressions changed drastically. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you trying to start a fight? As soon as Zhou Bingwu's voice fell, a scorching aura suddenly surged out from his body and shrouded the floating island before spreading to every corner of the battleground. Start a fight? Apart from Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven, the other Heavenly Emperors widened their eyes imperceptibly when they realized a fight might break out at any moment. Do you think you're worthy? Feng Qingyang asked nonchalantly. Silence descended as soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking. The legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was truly domineering. At this time, Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian, said excitedly, Brother Duan, your master is so domineering and cool. As expected of my idol. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu and the others were staring at their Heavenly Emperor, the invincible sword celestial, rapturously. Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor, who was standing behind Ding Feng, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said in shock, "Master, I didn't expect Junior Feng Feng to have this side to him as well." "I didn't expect this either." Ding Feng shook his head and said with a sigh, "Little brother Feng has always been courteous with me. Although I've heard he previously killed a heavenly emperor because of the heavenly savage celestial emperor, I didn't expect him to be domineering and unyielding. Every generation has a new group of heroes who replace the old." Feng Qingyang was more than 100,000 years younger than Ding Fu. In the early years, when Ding Fu dominated the Nine Serenities battlefield with many disciples following him, Feng Qingyang was not even born yet in the mundane realm. Nevertheless, this young legendary heavenly emperor who was only slightly over 10,000 years old had surpassed him. Similarly, the other heavenly emperors present on the scene were shocked by Feng Qingyang. For him to be so confident, they wondered if he had truly attained godhood. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingwu's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, rumor has it that you've already attained godhood. I'd like to find out for myself if it's true." At the end of his words, Zhou Bingwu flew up. Flames surged from his body, as bright and hot as the sun. A heatwave rolled into the surroundings, trapping the crowd in extreme heat. Everyone could feel Zhou Bingwu's terrifying aura. It felt as though anything or anyone who came in contact with him would melt at this moment. "Like I said earlier, you're not worthy." Feng Qingyang shook his head. Following that, a mustard energy surged from his body and transformed into a giant sword. Everyone was confused upon seeing the mustard energy. Isn't that the law of Earth? I thought he specialized in the law of destruction. He's going to use the law of Earth against the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven." Chapter 34-54 Situ Zuqing's threats. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was famously known for his law of destruction and sword Dao in all Devata realms even before he entered the Asura hell. Everyone knew he specialized in the law of destruction. Hence, no one expected him to attack using the law of Earth. Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, was ranked 5th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. After all, this meant he was stronger than 76 other heavenly emperors. Everyone wondered if Feng Qingyang's law of Earth was enough to defeat Zhou Bingwu. On the other hand, a few heavenly emperors, including Zhou Bingwu, were even more convinced that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood when they saw him using the law of Earth. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically as soon as he saw Feng Qingyang's mustard energy. He could sense the terrifying aura of the giant sword. Although this was only the second time he had sensed such an aura, he would never forget it. There was no mistake, the aura was the divine energy, the energy of the gods. There was no more doubt that Feng Qingyang had truly attained godhood. Hence, he did not hesitate to plead with Feng Qingyang. "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, please show mercy." Zhou Bingwu shuddered. Although he was on the brink of a breakthrough and becoming a god, the strength difference between him and a god was like heaven and earth. Even without using fused profundities, a god could easily defeat him. After all, the divine energy was far superior to the celestial origin energy. As someone who was close to attaining godhood, he knew this better than everyone. Before Zhou Bingwu could finish his words, he was interrupted by a series of loud explosions. With this, Zhou Bingwu knew Feng Qingyang was not moved by his words at all. Therefore, he hastily mobilized his energy. The flames on his body surged higher and shrouded him, making him look like the blazing sun in the sky. Alas, not only did the giant easily breach his defenses, but he was also struck the ground. The giant sword disappeared after Zhou Bingwu fell to the ground heavily. He was in a miserable state as he struggled to his feet. Panic and fear flashed in his eyes. There was nothing he could do against the divine energy. The venue was as silent as a graveyard for a moment before the crowd broke out in an uproar. Heavens! Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood. His strength is really terrifying. It's said that the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven who ranks 5th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking is close to attaining godhood, and yet, he couldn't even defend himself against heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang at all. Most importantly, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang didn't even use the law of destruction that he specializes in. I've never heard anything about him comprehending the law of Earth prior to this. Can you imagine how stronger he is if he had used the law of destruction earlier? This was the first time Feng Qingyang had publicly used the divine energy. With this, everyone was able to confirm that he had truly attained godhood. The rumor was true. Little brother Feng, although Ding Feng, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, knew from before that Feng Qingyang had already attained godhood. He was still shocked when he saw how easily Feng Qingyang had crushed Zhou Bingwu. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he realized Feng Qingyang had been restraining his strength during their duel. At that time, he could not help but wonder if the divine energy was as powerful as rumored. After all, although he had lost, he could still somewhat hold his ground against Feng Qingyang during the duel. As it turned out, Feng Qingyang had been holding back most of his strength during their duel. Meanwhile, Tang Sanpao was indescribably excited. The awe and reverence in his eyes intensified as he stared at Feng Qingyang, who was standing in the distance. So this is the power of the divine energy. Amazing. Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, was exhilarated. The excitement in his eyes intensified as he gazed at Feng Qingyang, who was in the distance. In comparison to the others, Duan Lingtian and Ling Zhuyun were relatively calm. Duan Lingtian had learned about the differences between gods and celestials previously from Feng Qingyang, after all. Moreover, he had also met the servant of the Yun clan in the past who managed to force Feng Qingyang to escape into the Asura hell in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as the others. As for Ling Zhuyun, who had grown up in a realm of gods and was surrounded by gods since birth, how could he not know how powerful gods were? Moreover, he knew that a few temple masters of the title temple branches in a few Devata realms had already known that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood. Otherwise, how could they rank him third on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking? Moreover, only gods could leave the Asura hell alive. Since Feng Qingyang survived the Asura hell, it was not surprising at all that he had attained godhood. The crowd's attention was all on Feng Qingyang at this moment. His strength is too terrifying and domineering. The heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven is heavily injured with just a strike of his sword. No wonder the legendary heavenly emperor said the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven isn't worthy. He wasn't lying at all. At the same time, a few heavenly emperors and temple masters of the title temple branches arrived at the venue. However, since everyone's attention was focused on Feng Qingyang, no one noticed their arrival. Feng Qingyang said icily and determinedly, "Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu, if you insist on intervening on behalf of Situ Zuqing, you'll die." Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, thought Situ Zuqing was doomed. Clearly, as Feng Qingyang had demonstrated, even if Zhou Bingwu insisted on intervening, Zhou Bingwu would only fail miserably. Feng Qingyang shifted his eyes to the gloomy Situ Zuqing and said, "Situ Zuqing, do you think I won't find out that you've inserted a small part of your soul into the wishful celestial wood? Do you think you're safe from me just because you sent your clone here?" Realization dawned on the crowd when they heard Feng Qingyang's words. As it turned out, this was not Situ Zuqing's real body. "I heard the wishful celestial wood will produce a clone if you send a small part of your soul into it. Although the clone doesn't possess the full strength of the original body, the clone is almost indistinguishable from the original. Perhaps, one would only be able to detect it with one's divine consciousness if one is very strong." So the heavenly emperor of the river Luo heaven showed up using a clone from a wishful celestial wood. The wishful celestial wood is extremely valuable even in the Devata realms. Nevertheless, it's not surprising that a heavenly emperor possesses a wishful celestial wood. Finally, Situ Zuqing rose to her feet. She looked at Feng Qingyang with a grave expression as she said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, although you've attained godhood, you're not invincible. To be honest, my partner is a god in a realm of gods. He'll be coming to the Devata realms once the passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods reopen in 300 years. Let me warn you, he's not an ordinary god. If you do anything to me, he definitely won't let you go." Situ Zuqing knew it would be futile to plead for mercy. Therefore, she decided to intimidate Feng Qingyang by mentioning her partner who was a god in a realm of gods. Once again, a commotion broke out among the crowd. No one expected Situ Zuqing's partner to be a god from a realm of gods. Although they knew she had a daughter, the identity of the father had always been a mystery. The rumors in the past said that another heavenly emperor or a mighty celestial living in seclusion had fathered her child. It was only recently that people found out Situ Zuqing had 2 daughters instead of 1 and that Duan Lingtian killed one of her daughters. Situ Zuqing continued to say threateningly, "My daughter, whom your true disciple, Duan Lingtian, killed, was his biological daughter." At the end of Situ Zuqing's words, the crowd shifted their attention back to Feng Qingyang. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has only recently attained godhood, whereas Heavenly Emperor Situ Zuqing's partner must have been a god for a long time now since he's from a realm of gods. Therefore, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang might not be his match. How shocking! I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's partner to be a god. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple killed a god's biological daughter. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Situ Zuqing's words. Similar to the others, he did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's partner to be a god. Most people assumed Feng Qingyang might take a step back out of fear, so they were shocked when they heard him say, "So what?" As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, tens of thousands of sword rays shot out of his body and fell on Situ Zuqing like torrential rain. The wishful celestial wood was destroyed immediately. Most people felt distressed when they saw such a precious item destroyed. Nevertheless, they knew such a precious item was nothing to Feng Qingyang. In fact, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was likely to have planted the wishful celestial wood. After all, wishful celestial wood would normally grow in land where supreme-grade celestial crystals were found. Most heavenly palaces and some strong heaven-grade forces were built on top of these supreme-grade celestial crystal mines. Chapter 3455 The Jade Emperor and Rulai. In the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven. Damn it! Situ Zuqing's original body was in the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven. Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of the equally prosperous heaven, allowed her to seek refuge in his heavenly palace because not only did he know Situ Zuqing's partner was a god, but he had also seen her partner in action. Her partner was the only reason he had taken her in. At that time, Situ Zuqing's partner was smitten with her. Nevertheless, he did not return after he left because he already had a family back in the realm of gods. Situ Zuqing was merely a lover, someone he had encountered while wandering outside of the realm of gods. Alas, things did not turn as Situ Zuqing had hoped. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not care that her partner was a god at all and did not hesitate her clone that was created by the wishful celestial wood. Feng Qingyang, you asked for it. The corners of Situ Zuqing's robes fluttered as a terrifying energy surged from her body. The ornamental hairpin on her head broke into two as anger overflowed in her heart. Her bloodshot eyes that were brimming with hatred made her lose her elegance. She looked more like a madwoman at this moment. After the passages between the Devata realms and realms of gods reopen, I'll look for him. Even if he doesn't care about me, I believe he'll avenge our daughter, Situ Zuqing muttered to herself as flames of fury burned in her eyes. After she calmed down, she replaced the broken hairpin with a new hairpin. Situ Zuqing sent a message to her daughter, Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of Luo River sect after she calmed down. We can't stay in the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven anymore, we must leave immediately. Since Feng Qingyang now knew of her close relationship with Zhou Bingwu, there was a chance he would come looking for her in the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ended. At that time, it would be too late for her to run away. 300 years aren't that long, I can wait. Feng Qingyang, let's see if you're still so domineering after 300 years. When Situ Zuqing brought Feng Jianyu away from the heavenly palace of the equally prosperous heaven, her eyes were still burning with anger despite her calm expression. As the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, how could she adapt to living on the run and hiding? If she was content living in seclusion, she would not have fought for the position of a heavenly emperor. Alas, it was impossible for her to return to her glorious days as the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven for now because of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, in the venue of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The crowd was still in shock after they watched Feng Qingyang destroying Situ Zuqing's clone even after he knew her partner was a god from a realm of gods. On the other hand, the other heavenly emperors finally realized how strong Feng Qingyang had become. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, who survived the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, has proven his strength once again. He's even not afraid of a god from the realm of the gods even though he only recently attained godhood. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's pride is truly amazing. Perhaps, his unyielding and fearlessness are the reasons he was able to achieve such remarkable feats in such a short time. When the heavenly emperors heard that Feng Qingyang was forced to flee to the Asura Hell, most of them thought they would rather fight to the death if they were in his shoes. Fleeing to the Asura hell was not an option since they knew they were not strong enough to survive the Asura hell. After all, it was a known fact in all Devata realms that those who had yet to attain godhood would not be able to survive the Asura hell. In fact, even gods would not wander into the depths of the Asura hell since there was a possibility that they might die. It was rumored that only supreme powerhouses could easily survive the Asura hell. Naturally, no one could confirm if this rumor was true. After killing Situ Zhu Qing's clone, Feng Qingyang brought Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, with him and flew to the floating island where Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was seated. One could see Ding Fu had high regard for Feng Qingyang based on the fact that he had personally greeted Feng Qingyang and invited Feng Qingyang to sit with him. The other heavenly emperors were not given such treatment. Meng Luo, and descended on the floating island where the heavenly emperor of the primeval sat. Heavenly Emperor Feng, there are very few people that I, Ding Fu, respect. Today, you can count yourself one of them, Ding Fu praised Feng Qingyang. If he were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, he would not have provoked Situ Zhuqing, knowing Situ Zhuqing's partner was a god. After all, the passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods would only close for 1,000 years every 10,000 years. This time, there were only 300 to 400 years left before the passages opened again, allowing celestials and gods to travel freely. In fact, gods and celestials rarely traveled to the others' realms. For celestials, it was too dangerous for them to travel to realms of gods since gods were much powerful than them. As for the gods, there was not much reason for them to travel to the Devata realms where the inhabitants were significantly weaker than them. Moreover, they were prohibited from simply killing heavenly emperors of Devata realms and members of the title temples. This was a rule set by the supreme powerhouses. Gods who violated this rule would be punished by the supreme powerhouses. In the past, the servant from the Yun clan from the realm of gods could attack Feng Qingyang without any consequences because that servant had yet to attain godhood. Therefore, his actions did not violate the supreme powerhouses' rule. Since Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan, was already a god at that time, he could not attack Feng Qingyang. Therefore, he had sent his servant to do the dirty work. Feng Qingyang shook his head when he heard Ding Fu's praise. He said with a smile, "Brother Ding Fu, you flatter me too much." Needless to say, at this moment, Feng Qingyang was the focus of everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian, Senior Feng Qingyang is really amazing. You're really lucky to have become his true disciple. Not only was Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Ling Tian in awe, but even Su Li was in awe of Feng Qingyang. Before the start of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Su Li had spent some time with Feng Qingyang. After Feng Qingyang had given him a few pointers, his sword skills had improved, and he had learned a lot. Soon after, the crowd's attention finally shifted away from Feng Qingyang as other heavenly emperors continued to arrive at the venue. Look, that's Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven's name was Yu Haotian, he was better known as the Jade Emperor. He's the Jade Emperor. Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look upon hearing the discussion in his surroundings. Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, was a tall middle-aged man. His complexion was jade-like, and his eyebrows made him look valiant. His expression was dignified, befitting a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. He was ranked 8th on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with the Jade Emperor who was a famous mythical figure on Earth. However, according to ancient legends on Earth, the Jade Emperor did not possess power since there were no instances of him displaying his might. Based on the book, Journey to the West, when Sun Wukong caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace of the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Jade Emperor did not take action. Instead, Gautama Buddha had dealt with Sun Wukong instead. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian had always believed the Jade Emperor, the leader of the heavenly court, was not without power. Based on the fact that the Jade Emperor was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was right. His ranking proved that he was at least on par with Sun Wukong. That person following behind the Jade Emperor must be Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor. Soon enough, people shifted their attention to the young man trailing closely behind the Jade Emperor. The cold and aloof young man who was dressed in silver armor had a third eye on his glabella, making him look rather strange. The Erlang god, Yang Jian. Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped heavily. He did not expect he would be able to meet two legendary characters from Earth. I wonder if Sun Wukong will show up as well. However, I think it's unlikely. Duan Ling Tian, who was still lost in his thoughts, widened his eyes slightly when he heard the crowd's discussion. Look, it's the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, Ru Lai. Duan Ling Tian was shocked as he looked at the tall and burly young monk dressed in purple and golden robes. A few monks followed behind the young monk as he flew into the venue. Ru Lai. Duan Ling Tian was shocked and confused because Ru Lai was the name of Gautama Buddha. Why is he in the pavilion shaft heaven? Soon, Duan Ling Tian obtained the answer to his question. It's said that Ru Lai was one of the decision makers in the Jade Emperor heaven before he was invited to become the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven. I heard about that as well. It's said that he was invited to become the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven because he can facilitate better communication between the title temple and the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven since he's good friends with the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven. Chapter 34:56 Another God. It's not that just, but Ru Lai, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, came from the same mundane realm as the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven and the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven. It's said that they are all good friends before they even ascended to the Devata realms. Wow, if that's true, the mundane realm they came from is truly amazing. Of course, the mundane realm they came from is one of the most famous mundane realms in all Devata realms. It's called the Yanhuang realm. Yanhuang realm, I'll definitely visit that mundane realm if I have a chance. You can visit all you want, but don't do anything stupid. If you dare to do anything like the heavenly emperor of the Lu River heaven did, you'll be dead for sure. Although the conversations in the surroundings were not loud, Duan Ling Tian heard every word clearly due to his exceptional hearing. With that, he confirmed that Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion shaft heaven, was the same Ru Lai that was famous on earth. However, his appearance was different from what was depicted on earth. Shortly after, the heavenly emperor of pavilion shaft heaven arrived as well. Obviously, based on their consecutive arrivals, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven, Ru Lai, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, and the heavenly emperor of pavilion shaft heaven had come together. Everyone watched as the trio took their seats on the same floating island. Gongsun Xuanyuan, Duan Ling Tian's eyes quickly found the heavenly emperor of pavilion shaft heaven. He had been eager to meet Gongsun Xuanyuan, who was not only a legendary figure on earth but also his master's past opponent. Finally, he was able to see Gongsun Xuanyuan today. After the trio's arrival, a few more heavenly emperors arrived. However, they did not cause too big of a commotion since they were not ranked in the top 10 of the Devata realm's heavenly emperors ranking. After a while, the crowd was stirred up again. That's Heavenly Emperor Di Huang from the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He's ranked 6th on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking. Heavenly Emperor Di Huang is from the Qilin clan. He is a divine beast, the Chaos Divine Qilin. Moreover, he's born with the Chaos Divine Flame, that's one of the 5 divine elements. I've met that man behind Heavenly Emperor Di Huang once when I was with my seniors. He's the clan leader of the 10,000 Beast Heaven's Qilin clan, Di Hong. Apart from being ranked 6th on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking, Di Huang was one of the few in the Devata realms who was known to possess a divine element. Even gods would be moved by any of the 5 divine elements, let alone celestials from Devata realms. Although there were quite a few people who were stronger than Di Huang, none of them dared to openly snatch the Chaos Divine Flame from him. This was because of the existence of a supreme powerhouse from the Qilin clan. If something were to happen to Di Huang, the clan's supreme powerhouse would definitely intervene. After all, the supreme powerhouse had left a mark on Di Huang. If anything were to happen to Di Huang, the supreme powerhouse would find out immediately. With this, who would dare to openly challenge Di Huang for the Chaos Divine Flame? Supreme powerhouses were even stronger than gods. With just a flick of their fingers, they could easily kill a god, let alone the celestials from the Devata realms. It would not take any effort at all for them to kill the strongest titled celestial emperor, a 9-star god of war. So the Chaos Divine Qilin possesses the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Ling Tian looked at Di Huang warily. Fortunately, Feng Qingyang had reminded him to sever the connection between his little world and the outside world to completely hide his 5 divine elements auras. Otherwise, Di Huang would definitely be able to sense the auras. Even if Di Huang could not snatch his 5 divine elements away due to his master's presence, who knew if Di Huang would ask for help from the Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse? His master could not contend with a supreme powerhouse at this time. If the others could hear Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, they would laugh at him for thinking too much. Supreme powerhouses did not usually intervene in the lives of celestials. Perhaps, they would protect one or two descendants they valued. Even if they protected one or two of their descendants, they would not actively intervene in everyday affairs. So long as the Qilin clan was not completely destroyed, it was likely that the clan's supreme powerhouse would not intervene at all. For example, if Di Hong died, the clan's supreme powerhouse would not act at all. It was a different story if it was Di Huang facing death. Nevertheless, the clan's supreme powerhouse would not intervene in Di Huang's growth even if he cared about Di Huang. For this reason, it was impossible for the clan's supreme powerhouse to help Di Huang snatch the 5 divine elements from another person. Unless necessary, supreme powerhouses would not interfere in celestials' and gods' lives. Even if they had their own agendas, they knew when to draw the line. Following Di Huang's arrival, a few heavenly emperors who were ranked in the top 10 of the Devata realm's heavenly emperors ranking arrived as well, catching everyone's attention. After that, almost everyone's attention was focused on the heavenly emperors who ranked first and second on the Devata realm's heavenly emperors ranking, the only 2 heavenly emperors who were ranked ahead of Feng Qingyong, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If the heavenly emperor who's ranked second doesn't reveal his strength by the end of the Battle of the Geniuses, it's likely that the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven will rise to the second place. That's right, previously, both of them were only rumored to have attained godhood. However, today, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyong has proven the rumor true. If the heavenly emperor of the great barren heaven doesn't prove that he's also a god, his place on the ranking will be taken over heavenly emperor Feng Qingyong. You're wrong, even if proves that he's a god, he'll still rank third. After all, since heavenly emperor Feng Qingyong confirmed his status as a god first, the second place will go to him. The only way for him to retain second place is to defeat heavenly emperor Feng Qingyong in a duel. The crowd's excitement and the commotion seemed to reach their peak with the arrival of the heavenly emperor of the heavenly gift heaven and the heavenly emperor of the great barren heaven who was ranked first and second respectively on the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. Excited shouts and exclamations rang in the air thunderously. The heavenly emperor of the great barren heaven was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a square and determined face. At this moment, he looked at Feng Qingyong and said with a smile, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, it seems like you'll be replacing me on the heavenly emperor's ranking after today. Heavenly Emperor Kong, you're welcome to take back the position when you see fit," Feng Qingyong replied with a smile as well. Everyone's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. How could they not be excited? Kong Ji, the heavenly emperor of the great barren heaven, laughed and said in a carefree manner, "I don't care much about rankings to be honest." Then, he looked at Feng Qingyong again and said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, since you've exposed your cultivation base, I'm afraid the title temple will demand you step down from your position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." After Kong Ji finished speaking, he looked at the few title temples meaningfully. Feng Qingyong replied nonchalantly, "I'm also looking forward to the day the title temple sends their powerhouse to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." The title temple had prohibited those who became gods from holding onto their positions as heavenly emperors of Devata realms. Usually, they would send a powerhouse of their own to challenge the heavenly emperor who had attained godhood. Following the defeat of the heavenly emperor, they would let other titled celestial emperors fight for the position of the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Naturally, this was only if the title temple's powerhouse was able to defeat the heavenly emperor who had become a god. It seems like heavenly emperor Feng Qingyong is very confident. "I'll be paying attention to the development of this matter then," Kong Ji said with a quick smile when he regained his senses. He had been briefly stunned by Feng Qingyang's words. He did not expect Feng Qingyong to be so confident. On the other hand, the temple masters of the title temple branches in various Devata realms frowned slightly. Some of their gazes turned cold when they looked at Feng Qingyong. Most of them thought Feng Qingyong had grown too arrogant after attaining godhood and needed to be taught a lesson. At this moment, a clear voice that radiated righteousness rang in the air. Amitabha. Following that, Ru Lai, the temple master of the title templar in the pavilion Shaft Heaven's title temple and the great sun celestial emperor, rose to his feet with his palms joined together. He said to Feng Qingyong, "After the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses ends, I wish to challenge you to a duel in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." These words caused everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, to break out in another commotion. All of them could hear the implications of Ru Lai's words. Does this mean Ru Lai has attained godhood as well? Obviously. Otherwise, do you think he can be so confident when challenging Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong, who has attained God? Heavens! There's another god among us. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven, who was ranked first on the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking and had confirmed his status as a god a few thousand years ago, laughed. His eyes glinted as he looked at Feng Qingyong and Ru Lai and said, "Please inform me when both of you are going to duel. I'd like to witness it." Chapter 3457. The Vice Temple Master of the Main Title Temple. In the Devata realms, there were only a few who had been confirmed to be gods. There are only a handful of gods who are known by the others in the Devata realm. Prior to today, the only known god in the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor's ranking was Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven. After today, there was also Feng Qingyong, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Apart from Ru Lai, the Temple Master of the Title Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, who had been confirmed to be a god, many people were certain there were other gods in the Title Temples as well, even though there was no confirmation. Otherwise, how could they maintain order over so many Devata realms for such a long time? Since Feng Qingyong had confirmed he was a god, it was not surprising that Ru Lai, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor and the Temple Master of the Title Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, challenged Feng Qingyong to a duel. After all, according to the Title Temple's rules, Heavenly Emperors who had become gods were not allowed to hold on to their positions as Heavenly Emperors. Gods belonged in realms of gods, which were superior to Devata realms. Accordingly, those who had attained godhood should go to a realm of gods instead of staying in a Devata realm. If a god wanted to stay in a Devata realm, they had to maintain a low profile. The Title Temple was in charge of overseeing this matter. Had been. Looks like the Title Temple isn't wasting any time in trying to dethrone Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven now that it has been confirmed that he's a god. Well, this is to be expected since it's said that this was the main reason for the Title Temple's existence. There were only a few young geniuses who were privy to the Title Temple's rules, most of them were clueless. If that's the case, why didn't the Title Temple take action when Heavenly Jiyu of the Heavenly Gift Heaven has been confirmed to be a god for a long time now? He has held onto his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven for such a long time and is even continuously ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor's ranking without any consequences. That's right, Heavenly Emperor Jiyu has long attained godhood. Why is he still the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven? On the other hand, the Title Temple is attempting to remove Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong from his position as soon as it's revealed that he has attained godhood. Why is it so unfair? It's not that the Title Temple is deliberately being unfair. I heard from my elders that the Title Temple sent a few gods to challenge Heavenly Emperor Jiyu, but none of them could defeat him. Therefore, there's nothing they can do to remove him from his position. Is that so? Shouldn't that be a great secret then? How do you know about it? Someone asked skeptically. My master is the Heavenly Emperor of the Rain Embodiment Heaven. Oh, I apologize. I didn't know you're a disciple of a Heavenly Emperor. There were also those among the crowd who had heard of a completely different rumor regarding Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven. I heard the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven only manages to sit on his throne until now because he has the support of his ancestor who's a supreme powerhouse. Well, if that's true, then it's no surprise he's still the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Gift Heaven even after he attained godhood. Doesn't this mean if the Heavenly Emperor of 10,000 Beasts Heaven attains godhood, the Title Temple will be helpless against him as well? After all, it's a well-known fact that the Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse supporting them. There were many theories going around about Jiyu, but only one thing remained certain. Despite attaining godhood a long time ago, the Title Temple could not remove Jiyu from the throne. I wonder if the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven will be able to hold onto his title and position. It's a pity we won't be able to witness the fight between him and Temple Master Ru Lai. I'm willing to give up 100 years of my cultivation just to watch them fight. I can cultivate again if I lose 100 years of my cultivation, but I won't be able to watch such a fight again in my lifetime. That's right, although I'm a little more than 800 years old, I'm willing to give up 200 or 300 years of my cultivation just to watch the fight. Many people wished they could witness the battle between Feng Qingyong and Ru Lai. Even if they could catch a god's movements, they still wished they could witness a battle between gods. After all, they wanted to see who would emerge victorious or if any of the opponents would perish. Being able to witness a battle between gods was something they could boast about for a lifetime. Master, Duan Ling Tian frowned deeply. Although he was confident about his master's strength, he still could not help but worry. After all, for Ru Lai to challenge his master, Ru Lai must be confident and have some tricks up his sleeve. Gautama Buddha is almost invincible in the legends from Earth. Moreover, when he challenged Master earlier, he was completely calm. This shows his confidence to a certain extent. Many thoughts flitted through Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. This time's Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was destined to be talked about for a long time to come with so many incidents. There was Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang who confirmed his status as a god by displaying his strength when he defeated Heavenly Emperor Zhou Bingwu, who was ranked 5th on the Devata Realms Heavenly Emperor's ranking. Not only that, but Feng Qingyang also destroyed Heavenly Emperor Situ Zuqing's wishful Celestial Woods clone. Following that, Ru Lai, the temple master of the Tidal Temple in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, even challenged Feng Qingyang to a duel to remove Feng Qingyang from his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. With that, Ru Lai also inadvertently confirmed that he had also attained godhood. Feng Qingyang and Ru Lai had stolen the limelight from the young geniuses before the commencement of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this time, a thunderous voice resounded in the venue. To all the participants, please pay attention. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in an hour. Following these words, the person who had spoken hovered in the air, overseeing everything, as he introduced himself. I'm Shu Konghai, the Vice Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple. Shu Konghai was a young man with a head full of white hair, even his sword-like eyebrows were white. He was tall and well-built, he had an extraordinarily handsome face. The location of the main Tidal Temple remained a mystery to everyone. Some thought it was located in one of the Devata realms or mundane realms, while some were of the opinion that it was located in an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although the Tidal Temple branches in the various Devata realms had a lot of contact with the main Tidal Temple, none of the members were privy to the location of the main Tidal Temple. After all, whenever the temple masters went to the main Tidal Temple, they were directly transported there by a special transportation formation. Shu Konghai's introduction surprised some of the young geniuses. The Vice Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple. So the rumors are true about the main Tidal Temple sending someone over to preside over every Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I heard that there are many gods in the main Tidal Temple. Apparently, even an ordinary elder is on par with a temple master of a Tidal Temple branch. I can only imagine how powerful the Vice Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple is. It's highly likely the Vice Temple Master of the main Tidal Temple is a god as well. The young geniuses stared at Shu Konghai curiously. Among the people present, perhaps, only a few temple masters of the Tidal Temple branches had met the mysterious Shu Konghai before. Most, if not all, of the heavenly emperors had never met Shu Konghai before as well. Perhaps, only 1 or 2 heavenly emperors who had lived for a long time had met him before. With 1 hour left to go before the commencement of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the young geniuses calmed down and began to close their eyes to meditate and prepare for the battles ahead of them. After all, their opponents were all the cream of the crop. Even the slightest distraction might spell their defeat. Naturally, there were some young geniuses who remained at ease, chatting with those around them. At this time, Su Li, who had clearly done his research, said, Duan Ling Tian, according to the previous battles of the geniuses, about 1,000 participants will be disqualified during the first round. Following that, the remaining participants will proceed to the second round. The battles during the second round will continue until only 300 participants are left. The participants who are disqualified during the second round will be given 3 chances to challenge any of the 300 participants who make it to the third round. This is where the fiercest battles lie, in the early rounds. After all, not all of those who are disqualified are weak, and there are bound to be participants who only make it to the third round by relying on others. Therefore, these challenges exist to weed out the weak and to give a chance to the worthy. I've heard about this as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His master, Feng Qingyang, had mentioned this to him. He knew the fights would get progressively harder once he entered the third round. The battles would continue to intensify during the fourth round. The fourth round was where the participants' ranking would be determined. Needless to say, the reward for each rank was different. The higher one ranked, the better the reward would be. Those who were eliminated earlier, naturally, would not receive any reward. An hour passed in just a blink of an eye. As soon as the time was up, Shu Konghai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, announced, "I now declare the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses starts now." Although Shu Konghai did not speak very loudly, his voice sounded thunderously loud in the participants' ears. Chapter 3458. The end of the first round. Shu Hongkai, the vice-temple master of the main title temple, said, "Now, every participant must be hovering 10 meters above the ground by the 10th count. Those who aren't in the air will be eliminated." As soon as Shu Hongkai's voice fell, the young geniuses began to rise in the air. From afar, the young geniuses looked like a swarm of bees rising in the air. Since there were so many of them, it made for a rather impressive sight. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Ling Ju-yun had also risen in the air. Those who aren't in the air after the 10th count will be eliminated. It seems like this is a test. Although Duan Ling Tian knew 1,000 participants would be eliminated during the first round, he did not expect the test was to maintain their flight. He had assumed they would battle each other immediately. "This is like the test I went through to join the Heavenly Pool Palace." Duan Ling Tian still remembered one of the tests he and Huiner had to go through was similar to this. At that time, all the participants had to maintain their flight while the person in charge, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, exerted pressure on them. After 10 breaths, when all the participants were hovering 10 meters in the air, Shu Konghai narrowed his eyes imperceptibly and said, "I will now exert pressure on all of you. Those who can't maintain their flight and fall to the ground will be eliminated. I will continue exerting pressure until 1,000 participants are eliminated. You have 10 breaths starting from now to prepare yourselves." The young geniuses' expressions turned solemn immediately when they heard Shu Konghai's words. Energies with a variety of colors appeared in the air as they prepared to resist the pressure. All of them took the test seriously despite its simplicity. After all, the person exerting pressure on them was the vice-temple master of the main title temple, who was suspected to be a god. Naturally, they knew he would not use all his strength. Otherwise, the pressure would certainly crush them to death. However, even a fraction of his strength was enough to pressure them. Most of the young geniuses held their breaths in anticipation of the incoming pressure. Perhaps, only a few hundred young geniuses remained calm at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Ju-yun, Tang Sanpao, and Zhang Tianyu were among these people. The participants who maintained their composure at this moment were mostly those with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors. After all of them were confident they would not be eliminated in the first round. Those who had high chances of being eliminated were those who had yet to possess strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. For example, Wang Ting and He Jianyi, who were hovering next to Zhang Tianyu. The duo seemed nervous and grim, as though they were facing a life or death situation. Shu Konghai did not move as a wave of energy surged toward the participants and pressed down on them. More than half of the participants began to tremble as soon as the pressure descended on them. After some time, some spat out blood. There were participants who began to bleed from their eyes, ears, and noses. All of them looked as though they were going to fall at any moment despite resisting the pressure with all of their might. When the pressure intensified the second time, it injured a little more than 100 people. When the pressure intensified the third time, more than 100 participants fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Apart from that, another few hundred participants were injured, barely able to hold on. Another few hundred participants fell to the ground like dumplings falling into a pot of boiling water when the pressure intensified the fourth time. Many of those who fell to the ground and were eliminated could only smile bitterly. "I'm eliminated. I thought I'd be able to make it past the first round at least. I didn't expect to be eliminated so soon. I didn't think things through. I didn't resist the pressure with all might because I thought I should conserve my energy for when the pressure grows even heavier." The fourth time the pressure intensified took down more than 500 participants. The rate of elimination is really high and fast. "I'm almost as powerful as a titled celestial emperor, and yet, I was so easily eliminated." At this point, among the participants still in the air, half of them were barely holding on. It was clear they were on their last leg. As for the others, they seemed capable of withstanding the pressure despite their pale faces. One of the heavenly emperors who was observing the test said, "I think the first round will end after Vice Temple Master Shu intensifies the pressure the fifth time." "Based on what I can see, I agree," another heavenly emperor nodded. As soon as these words fell, Shu Hongkai intensified the pressure for the fifth time. The expressions of a few participants with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor turned grave immediately. Some of them even began to tremble under the crushing pressure. Naturally, There were also those who remained completely unaffected like Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao. Similarly, Yu Dongfang, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven's third true disciple, was unaffected by the pressure. On the contrary, Dong Tu, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven's fourth true disciple who was hovering next to Yu Dongfang, wore a tense expression on his face. It seemed like the pressure was beginning to take a toll on him. Junior brother, it seems that the solitary destructive heaven's Duan Lingtian is stronger than you, Yu Dongfang said after he glanced at Duan Lingtian. With his eyesight, it was easy for him to see Duan Lingtian was not affected by the pressure at all. Dong Tu instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian upon hearing Yu Dongfang's words. Just as Yu Dongfang had said, Duan Lingtian looked indifferent as he withstood the pressure. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew Duan Lingtian was stronger than him after witnessing Duan Lingtian's composure. Nevertheless, he would not admit this out loud. Hence, he said, third senior brother, you can't say that for sure. Perhaps, he just has a strong defense or he has mastered a technique that can help him withstand the pressure. Yu Dongfang only shook his head in response and did not say anything else. He knew his junior brother very well, so he knew his junior brother was just denying this fact outwardly. At this time, unlike the participants with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors who were unaffected or were affected, but were still able to hold on, those with strength weaker than a titled celestial emperor were on the brink of falling down. Soon enough, a few hundred participants vomited blood and fell to the ground. Among those who struggled, only a few managed to persist. Alas, they did not manage to persist for long before they fell to the ground like skydivers as well. At this moment, He Jianyi, who was behind Duan Lingtian, said to Wang Ting with a pale face, encouraging her, Wang Ting, I can't hold on any longer, I'm sure you can do it. Among the trio from the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, whose strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor, was the strongest. Even after the pressure intensified for the fifth time, he was only a little red in the face. Wang Ting, who was hovering next to Zhang Tianyu, trembled violently, looking as though she was going to fall. However, she seemed to gain some strength to hold on a little longer after listening to He Jianyi's words of encouragement. Wang Ting, just hold on a little longer. You'll be able to pass the first round as long as you hold on for a little longer, Zhang Tianyu said after he looked around and discovered there were only a little more than 1,000 participants left. You only have to wait for less than 100 people to get eliminated before you advance to the second round. After listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, Wang Ting inhaled deeply and continued to withstand the pressure. At this moment, it seemed like she had unlocked her hidden potential. A soft noise rang in the air as two profundities from the law of water began to fuse and spread out. The fused profundity seemed to help Wang Ting tremendously. She stopped trembling and color gradually returned to her face. Following that, a determined expression appeared on her face. She broke through. Zhang Tianyu looked at Wang Ting in shock. Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in front of the duo, had also noticed Wang Ting's breakthrough. It seemed like she was now as strong as an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Apart from Wang Ting, another young man managed to break through under these circumstances as well. Needless to say, the duo caught many people's attention. They actually had a breakthrough under these circumstances. I can't believe those two little ones managed to break through under the crushing pressure. Meanwhile, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, smiled when he saw Wang Ting's breakthrough. After all, Wang Ting's grandfather was his friend. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said with a smile, Brother Feng, this girl representing your heavenly palace is quite talented. It's rare for someone to be able to break through under such circumstances. Feng Qingyang nodded in agreement. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as well. After Wang Ting and the young man's breakthroughs, they felt pressure becoming more bearable. After sighing in relief, they began to observe the remaining participants. They watched as participants continued to fall one after another. Shortly after, an exclamation rang in the air, I finally broke through. Another young man had also managed to break through under the crushing pressure. When 1,000 participants had been eliminated, Shu Konghai withdrew his energy and said, Congratulations. All of you have made it past the first round. Those who did not possess strength comparable to titled celestial emperors but somehow managed to pass the first round heaved a huge sigh of relief before delighted expressions appeared on their faces. Chapter 3459. The second round begins. In fact, those who did have strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor were already mentally prepared to be eliminated. They participated only to gain experience and also to meet other young geniuses. Some also participated in hopes that the tests would help stimulate them and help them break through. A breakthrough was a good enough reward for them even if they could not rank in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Those who were eliminated looked enviously at Wang Ting and the two young men who had a breakthrough and now possessed the strength of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. I thought I could break through here. In the end, I still failed. Me too. I was so close to breaking through, but I couldn't hold on any longer. Those three are really lucky to be able to break through at such a critical moment. Now they're as powerful as an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Perhaps, if it weren't for the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, it would be difficult for them to have another breakthrough before reaching 1,000 years old. There were naturally a small number of participants who were jealous and unresigned. So what if they had a breakthrough? Even if they pass the first round, they won't be able to pass the second round. Most people did not bother responding to comments like this. After all, given a choice, they would also like to have a breakthrough. At this time, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, said again, "The first round of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses has come to an end. The participants who passed the first round have 2 hours to recuperate before the commencement of the second round." As soon as Shu Konghai's voice fell, the participants descended to the ground and returned to their seats. Those who were eliminated were not separated from those who passed the first round. With so many powerhouses around, no one would dare to cheat. Those who did such a thing were only seeking death. After all, there were so many powerhouses around. It would be easy for them to single out cheaters. In the past, there were participants who tried to cheat during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Those who cheated were all killed without any exception. Even true disciples of heavenly emperors were not spared. Cheating was a challenge to the title temple's honor. After all, apart from that, the temple masters or representatives of the title temple branches would record the names of all the participants from their respective Devata realms, regardless if they were representing the title temple or a heavenly palace, every time they passed a test. At this time, the vice temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven, who was recording the names of participants who would advance to the next round, said with a smile, "In addition the 4 from the heavenly palace, our title temple brought 19 participants here. Out of 23 participants from the solitary destructive heaven, 13 managed to pass the first round. This number is quite good." The temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven nodded in agreement. "You're right, the number is quite good. Out of those who made it to the next round, I'm most surprised that the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang managed to pass the test due to his age. Moreover, even when the pressure intensified the 5th time, he was clearly unaffected. This isn't possible for someone with only the strength of an ordinary titled celestial emperor." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the vice temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven turned solemn. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's only true disciple has strength comparable to a 2-star god of war at least. He's truly talented. He's only a little over 600 years ago, but he already possesses strength comparable to a 2-star god of war or stronger, the temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven said. When his gaze shifted to the young man standing next to Duan Ling Tian, he continued to say, "That young man next to Duan Ling Tian is Su Li. He's from the Jade Emperor Heaven is called Su Li. He's about the same age as Duan Ling Tian, and his strength should also be that of a 2-star god of war at least." These two young men should have the biggest potential and highest innate talent among the participants of this time's Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. 2 hours flew by quickly. The young geniuses managed to recover some of their energies. After all, they were not engaged in intense battles earlier and had only used their celestial origin energies to withstand the pressure. Most of them would be able to fully recover their energies in an hour. 2 hours were more than enough time. In fact, many of them had begun to chat after the 1-hour mark. At this time, Shu Konghai's voice rang in the venue again. "Those who passed the first round, please enter the ring." The 1,000 young geniuses did not waste time and did as they were told and flew into the heart of the venue. When the 1,000 young geniuses were gathered, Shu Konghai lifted his hand and sent a ball of energy into the ground. Following that, a pillar of light shot into the air before it formed a light shield around the ring, keeping the participants inside the ring. Since the battle ring was quite spacious, it was not crowded even though there were 1,000 people gathered in the ring. Subsequently, Shu Konghai continued to say, I believe most of you are aware of the specifics of the second round. Nevertheless, I'll explain the second round to those who might be unaware. For the second round, the 1,000 participants will engage in a battle royale. The 300 participants who remain standing at the end will then advance to the third round. All of you will be given a jade token. If you decide to surrender, you can crush the jade token, and it'll transport you out of the battle ring. After Shu Konghai finished speaking, with just a wave of his hand, he distributed the jade tokens to all the participants. The jade token was like a life-saving token. Although the battle was not a fight to the death, accidents might happen. Once you crush your jade token, you're considered eliminated. Apart from that, leaving the light shield, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, will also cause you to be eliminated. All the participants, including Duan Ling Tian, surveyed their surroundings immediately, gauging the size of the ring to make sure they did not accidentally leave the range of the light shield. With this, there were quite a few people who complained about the size of the battle ring. The space is quite small. Isn't it too restrictive for 1,000 of us to fight in such a small space? Regardless, the complaints were useless and did not change anything. You have 15 minutes before the battle starts, Shu Konghai said again, pulling the participants back to their senses. I will tell you when 15 minutes are up. Following that, many of the young geniuses sprung into action. Many of them looked for people to team up with. Some teamed up with friends while some teamed up with strangers. No matter what, I must advance to the third round. I don't care if I get eliminated in the third round, but I can't get eliminated in the second round. A young man dressed in fine robes said, I'm looking to team up with those who possess the strength of a titled celestial emperor to get me through this round. Even if I get eliminated during the third round, I can still boast about passing the second round. Well, it's true that there's a huge difference between being eliminated in the second round and being eliminated in the third round. Many participants shared similar thoughts. Most of these participants looked for people to team up with to increase the chances of them advancing to the third round. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly puzzled. Not a single person had approached him to team up. Even Dong Tu, the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Pavilion Shaft Heaven, who had lost to him, was approached by multiple people to team up. Whether he agreed to it or not, should there not be people asking to team up with him? Naturally, there were some people who only approached Dong Tu because of his third senior brother, Yu Dongfang, since his third senior brother would make sure he advanced to the third round. Duan Ling Tian, it seems most people think we don't stand a chance of advancing to the third round. Su Lu shook his head and smiled wryly. At this point, it was clear that nobody wanted to team up with them. Perhaps, they thought teaming up with Duan Ling Tian and friends would attract danger. In the end, someone did approach the trio, but that person only wanted to team up with Ling Juyun. Since he came with the Wind Prop Heaven's title temple, he knew about Ling Juyun's strength. However, Ling Juyun had rejected his request. After that, no one else approached Duan Ling Tian and the others. After 15 minutes, Shu Konghai's voice rang thunderously. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses starts now. Chapter 3460 Ling Juyun Strikes. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses begins now. Before Shu Konghai announced the start of the second round, most of the young geniuses in the ring were tense as they looked at their opponents warily with grim expressions on their faces. A few people like Duan Ling Tian and most of the people in his group remained indifferent. Only Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, who were in Duan Ling Tian's group, were slightly tense. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and even Tang Sanpao remained calm. However, as soon as Shu Konghai's voice fell, chaos broke out immediately. Energies with a variety of colors sailed in the battle ring immediately. With this, the battle royale had begun. Duan Ling Tian's group stood at a corner of the battle ring. They did not make a move and observed the fights around them as though they were above the fights. It did not take long for the fights to turn violent. Many had already crushed their jade token to escape from life-threatening attacks. In just a short while, there were no less than 20 participants who had given up. Miserable cries could also be heard intermittently from those who did not crush their jade tokens in time. Perhaps, it was due to their drive to advance to the next round. They were slow to crush their jade tokens and were killed as a result. For a time, there was only one death in the second round. However, as time passed, the death toll began to rise. This served as a warning to the others, so most people would crush their jade tokens to surrender rather than take the risk. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, looked warily ahead, slightly to the right, before he suddenly said, "Someone is heading in our direction." Although Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting did not formally ask to team up with Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian did not say anything when the duo followed him. Seeing this, both of them were relieved and were determined to pull their weight in the team. Therefore, Zhang Tianyu was quick to alert the others when he saw someone approaching them. When Duan Lingtian and the others looked up, they saw a group of 7 participants approaching them. The leader of the group was the first to kill a person in the battle ring. Based on his performance, his strength should be comparable to a 2-star god of war at least. He was a young man with an average appearance and an average build. Lightning bolts flashed around him, making him look like the god of thunder. His aura was fierce as well, capable of striking fear into the hearts of weaker opponents. That's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If I can eliminate him, I'll be able to boast about it for the rest of my life. The leader of the group of 7 said. Clearly, he intended to eliminate Duan Lingtian. As for the remaining 6 people, all of them possessed strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Out of the 6, 2 of them seemed rather strong. Not only are you the true disciple of a heavenly emperor, but I heard you possess the strength of a strong titled celestial emperor despite only being a little over 600 years old. Please show me, Lin Wei, how powerful you are. The young man, who called himself Lin Wei, brought a gigantic hammer that was flashing lightning bolts. Without any more words, he brought the hammer down toward Duan Lingtian and the others. The sky seemed to change color as the hammer fell with a huge destructive force. Meanwhile, when Duan Lingtian saw Lin Wei's profundities that flashed brightly, he could tell Lin Wei had strength comparable to a top 2-star god of war. He also determined Lin Wei should be the strongest in the group. Duan Lingtian had heard Lin Wei's words earlier, so he knew Lin Wei had intentionally targeted him to make a name for himself. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, since when did I, Duan Lingtian, become an easy target in people's eyes? As Lin Wei drew closer, a cold scoff rang in the air. Ling Juyun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, sneered. At the same time, a clone of him with blood-red eyes from the Law of Death appeared. As soon as the clone appeared, it shot toward Lin Wei like a streak of red light. You're seeking death. Lin Wei smiled mockingly. Duan Lingtian was his target. He would mercilessly kill and destroy everyone and everything that stood in his path. So what if you have a clone from the Law of Death? I will crush it with my hammer. Lin Wei's hammer continued to fall like a meteor. The lightning bolts flashed in a frenzy as the hammer drew closer and closer to its target before they struck Ling Juyun's clone as though it was undergoing a heavenly tribulation. A series of explosions rang in the air as the hammer was about to land on Ling Juyun's clone. At the same time, the energy of Ling Juyun's clone skyrocketed suddenly. Its speed increased twice, and it easily dodged the hammer. It moved with the agility of a monkey as it reached out and grabbed Lin Wei's neck in just a blink of an eye. Lin Wei's expression changed drastically when he felt the hand closing in on his throat. He struggled and cried out, "No!" Just as Lin Wei was about to crush his jade token, with one hand tightly gripping Lin Wei's neck, the clone reached out and pressed its other hand down on Lin Wei's shoulder. In just a split second, it separated Lin Wei's head from its body with its bare hands. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a horrifying sight. At this moment, those who were fighting nearby froze for a moment, looking at Ling Juyun warily. We're sorry. We'll leave immediately. The 6 participants who came with Lin Wei wore terrified expressions on their faces as they watched the strongest person in their group being torn into 2. They hurriedly apologized and tried to scurry away. Ling Juyun ignored their words. His clone continued to move, and in just a moment, it ripped another 2 people apart. Blood splattered everywhere as severed limbs flew in the air. The remaining 4 participants were seized by terror as they watched the gory scene. They no longer dared to hesitate and crushed their jade tokens immediately despite feeling unresigned. How could they not feel unresigned? They had strength comparable to titled celestial emperors, and yet, they could only flee with their tails between their legs. Nevertheless, the lingering fear they felt when they saw their teammates being ripped apart tamped down their resentment and unwillingness. If it could have easily been them who were ripped apart, after all. After they were transported out of the battle ring, they looked at the gray-clad Ling Juyun who was standing next to Duan Lingtian warily. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian's friend to be so strong. Based on his performance so far, he has to be as strong as a top 3-star god of war at least. In fact, there's a high possibility he's comparable to a 4-star god of war. Up until now, Ling Zhuyun's attacks could be considered the most fearsome and violent among all the participants. Even if there were those who were stronger than him, their attacks were not so gory and violent, and they would not go for the kill as soon as they attacked. It did not seem like he was in competition, it seemed more like he was killing his enemies. Wow, he is so powerful. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, who were standing behind Ling Zhuyun, shared the same thought. Chills ran up their spines as they watched him kill the 3 young geniuses, whose strength was similar to theirs, with just one move. When they shifted their eyes back to him, their eyes were filled with wariness. They could not help but wonder to themselves, who's Duan Ling Tian's friend? He has to be as strong as a top 3-star god of war at least, if not a 4-star god of war. Ordinary 3-star gods of war won't be a match for him at all. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and the participants from the Wind Prop Heaven's Title Temple who were aware of Ling Zhuyun's strength, the others were shocked and grew wary of Ling Zhuyun. I don't think I've heard of him before. His mastery of the law of death is flawless. His comprehension of the law of death is extraordinary, and he's decisive. It's not too bad if he's merely a 3 or 4-star god of war. It'd be troublesome if he were a 5-star god of war. Many people thought Ling Zhuyun was bloodthirsty and cruel. He did not even give his opponents a chance before he killed them. Naturally, in a competition like this, one could only oneself for one's death. The rules had been set, and one could leave with the jade token at any given time. If one persisted and refused to crush one's jade token, no one would feel sorry for one's death. Meanwhile, the heavenly emperors on the floating islands only glanced at Ling Zhuyun for a moment. Based on the current strength he displayed, he was still not worthy of their attention. There were also quite a number of heavenly emperors who disliked Ling Zhuyun's cruelty. Currently, those who died or surrendered totaled up to more than 200 people. This meant there were still more than 700 participants in the ring. The battles continued in the ring. However, since Ling Zhuyun's display of strength, no one else dared to challenge Duan Ling Tian and the others. They fought and killed among themselves but treated Duan Ling Tian's group as though they did not exist. At this time, the sound of flesh being torn rang in the air. The crowd had another person to fear as they watched a young man dressed in blood-stained robes kill indiscriminately with his saber. The young man had a medium build, and his expression was a mix of iciness and determination. His gaze was piercing and fierce as he fought. If one were to look closely, one would see that his blood-stained robe used to be dark gray. The young man did not avoid the blood splattered everywhere when he killed his opponents. It was as though the blood that dyed his robes a red was a badge of honor. Chapter 3461 Gongsun Xuanyuan. The other young geniuses were shocked by the cold and brutal performance of Ling Zhuyun and the young man who was drenched in blood. They did not hesitate to crush their jade token as soon as they felt the slightest sense of danger. Although crushing the jade token meant they would be eliminated from the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, nothing was more important than preserving their lives. Even if they could become famous if they did well in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, everything would be for naught if they lost their lives. Moreover, since most of them were talented individuals, even if they did not do well in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they would still be able to make a name for themselves in different ways. I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving. It's too dangerous here. I'll lay low for now and make a comeback during the 3rd round. 3 against 1. How embarrassing. I'll leave first. If either one of you makes it to the next round, I'll challenge you to a duel and kill you. One after another, the young geniuses crushed their jade tokens and left the battle ring when they saw another group that was attacked. Since there were so many participants, it would naturally take a long time for the said number of participants to be eliminated. However, after Ling Zhuyun and the young man who was drenched in blood made a move, it seemed to cause a chain reaction. In the end, the 2nd round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses ended in less than 2 hours with 300 people advancing to the next round. Among the 300 young geniuses, more than 90% of them were comparable to titled celestial emperors. Most of them had strength comparable to a 2-star god of war at least. On the other hand, there was a small number of participants among the 300 who only managed to advance to the 3rd round by bribing stronger participants to help them. Although these few people were not very strong, they came from famous and wealthy clans. Hence, they had many rare treasures that tempted other participants into helping them. Nevertheless, they knew it would be inevitable for them to get eliminated in the 3rd round. At this time, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, made another announcement. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses has come to an end. The third round will commence a month later. The title temple will release the names of participants who made it to the third round in 3 days. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated during the second round can decide if they want to challenge the 300 participants who passed the second round. Take this time to study your opponent. You have 3 chances to challenge your opponents. The 700 people who were eliminated in the second round would be given a chance to advance to the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses if they could defeat any of the 300 participants that passed the second round. A month. Su Li was slightly surprised. I didn't expect the third round would only take place after a month. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, in my opinion, this 1 month is for the sake of the 700 participants who were eliminated today. It's so they can study the participants they want to challenge. At this time, Zhang Tianyu and Wan Ting approached Duan Ling Tian to express their gratitude. Thank you, Duan Ling Tian. The duo knew they would not have been able to advance to the third round if it were not for Duan Ling Tian. Nevertheless, instead of feeling happy, they felt rather pressured after passing the second round. This was because they knew many people would challenge them to a duel after a month. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There's still a month to go. Both of you should prepare yourself to accept the challenges that will come your way. The duo smiled bitterly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. After the barrier was removed from the battle ring, the participants left the venue and hurried back to their respective wooden houses to cultivate, unwilling to waste even a minute. Meanwhile, just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave with Su Li and Ling Juyun, his master, Feng Qingyong, sent him a voice transmission. Little Tian, stay back for a moment. I have an old friend who wishes to meet you. With that, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Su Li and Ling Juyun before he left to meet Feng Qingyong, who was with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Master, Senior Uncle Ding, Duan Ling Tian greeted Feng Qingyong and Ding Fu as soon as he arrived. Then, he looked at Wei Qi, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor, who was standing behind Ding Fu, and greeted Wei Qi as well. Senior Wei Qi, we meet again, Wei Qi said with a smile. Junior nephew Duan, your friend was so ruthless and decisive that I didn't even get to see you perform. It seems like I'll have to wait until the third round to see you perform, Ding Fu said with a smile. The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses that will commence after a month gave the 700 participants who were eliminated today a chance to redeem themselves. As the only true disciple of Feng Qingyong, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, there was no doubt Duan Ling Tian would be receiving many challenges. Although there were some participants who feared Duan Ling Tian, there were also many who felt they were stronger than him. After all, up until now, the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed was only comparable to that of a 2-star god of war. Nevertheless, for someone who was not even 700 years old to possess the strength of a 2-star god of war was impressive. Even Ding Fu was shocked by this. After all, those participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war who were over the age of 900 were not as strong as Duan Ling Tian when they were his age. Perhaps, only those with strength comparable to a 6-star god of war before reaching the age of 1000 had strength like Duan Ling Tian at his age. Junior nephew Duan, I look forward to watching your performance in a month, Ding Fu said. Then, he bade farewell to Feng Qingyong and left with Wei Qi. He could tell Feng Qingyong wanted to speak to Duan Ling Tian privately. Not long after Ding Fu and Wei Qi left, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. One of them was Tong Tu, whom Duan Ling Tian had injured with just a strike previously. Although it was his first time meeting the other 2 people, he knew who they were: Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, and his third true disciple, Yu Dong Fang. The tall and burly Tong Tu dwarfed the medium-built Yu Dong Fang when they stood next to each other. However, due to Yu Dong Fang's extraordinary bearing, he did not look weak when he stood next to Tong Tu. Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, was an elegant middle-aged man who was dressed in golden dragon robes. His complexion was jade-like, and he looked valiantly handsome with his sword-like eyebrows. At this moment, he looked at Feng Qingyong and said with a sigh, Heavenly Emperor Feng, the strength of your Law of Earth's clone has grown stronger. Previously, when rumors about Feng Qingyong attaining godhood had spread after he returned from the Asura Hell, Gongsun Xuanyuan had visited Feng Qingyong. Although the duo did not spar and only exchanged a blow, Gongsun Xuanyuan could sense how far behind he was compared to Feng Qingyang. Just Feng Qingyang's clone alone was enough to restrain him. In the past, he was evenly matched with Feng Qingyang even when Feng Qingyang used the law of destruction that he specialized in. Based on this, one could imagine how strong the divine energy of the gods was. Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan, you flatter me too much. All I did was learn to fuse the profundities of another law, Feng Qingyang said as he shook his head and smiled. Then, he gestured to Gongsun Xuanyuan to take a seat. At this time, Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu, who had followed Gongsun Xuanyuan here, bowed in unison and greeted Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Following that, Duan Ling Tian greeted Gongsun Xuanyuan with a bow as well. Duan Ling Tian greets Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan. Gongsun Xuanyuan was better known as Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan instead of Heavenly Emperor Gongsun, even though his surname was Gongsun. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this fact and had only followed his master's example. Junior nephew Duan, your achievements are impressive considering you're only slightly over 600 years old, Gongsun Xuanyuan said amicably. Your future achievements will definitely be comparable to your master's. He did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply before he asked Feng Qingyang, what do you think, Heavenly Emperor Feng? Feng Qingyang laughed and said confidently, I believe his achievements will surpass mine. Gongsun Xuanyuan was slightly taken aback by Feng Qingyang's words. After all, he had expected a modest reply from Feng Qingyang. Who knew Feng Qingyang would confidently say his true disciple's achievements would be greater than his? When Gongsun Xuanyuan regained his senses, he called out tonelessly, Tong Tu. Tong Tu obediently stepped forward. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes as he cupped his fists together and said apologetically, Junior brother Duan, I apologize for being rude to you previously. Duan Ling Tian could naturally tell Tong Tu's apology was not sincere and that Tong Tu had only apologized out of fear of Gongsun Xuanyuan. He shook his head and looked at Tong Tu meaningfully as he said, there's no need to apologize. After all, I didn't even have a scratch from our exchange that day. You. Tong Tu's expression turned unsightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words and seeing Duan Ling Tian's slightly mocking gaze. Just as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it suddenly vanished. He recalled Duan Ling Tian's performance during the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses that clearly indicated Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Duan Ling Tian ignored Tong Tu, who was fuming with anger, and shifted his attention to Gongsun Xuanyuan. In fact, he was inwardly excited about being able to meet Gongsun Xuanyuan. After all, the person sitting in front of him was the legendary figure from ancient myths on Earth who was known as one of the 3 monarchs and 5 emperors. Chapter 3462 Yan Huang Entity. Duan Ling Tian could barely conceal the excitement in his eyes when he looked at Gongsun Xuanyuan. Gongsun Xuanyuan, who could see Duan Ling Tian's excitement, asked curiously, Junior nephew Duan, have we met before? Gongsun Xuanyuan could see the purple-clad young man looking at him as though they had met before. However, he was certain he had not met the purple-clad young man before. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he said, Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan, what I'm about to say sounds fantastical, but it's the truth. Although my current physical body comes from the same mundane realm as my master, my soul is from planet Yan Huang in Yan Huang realm. Therefore, I grew up listening to stories about you. Not only Gongsun Xuanyuan and his 2 true disciples were surprised by this revelation, but even Feng Qingyang was shocked. This was especially true for Feng Qingyang. He did not expect his true disciple to have such a past. Although it was not unheard of for a soul from a mundane realm to travel to another mundane realm and possess the body of someone who was on the brink of death, it was only a rumor that had not been confirmed. Feng Qingyang did not doubt his true disciple's words at all. When you were on planet Yan Huang, were you extraordinary? Gongsun Xuanyuan asked. Although he had been surprised, he did not seem to have trouble accepting Duan Ling Tian's words. Extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian pondered on Gongsun Xuanyuan's question for a moment. He recalled the memories from his past life on Earth. Based on his capabilities and his achievements, it was not an exaggeration to say he had been quite distinguished. Nevertheless, he asked, Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan, what do you mean by extraordinary? Were you outstanding and stood out from the ordinary? Gongsun Xuanyuan said, I don't know if I can be considered outstanding, Duan Ling Tian said before he explained his background and the era he came from. He also revealed his achievements and his job on Earth before his death. If you're telling the truth, then it's an understatement to call you extraordinary. You were peerless, Gongsun Xuanyuan said with a sigh. I thought you died in the divine land and your soul traveled to another mundane realm. I didn't expect your soul to be able to travel even though you didn't die in the divine land. This only happens if someone is considered peerless. Duan Ling Tian did not understand Gongsun Xuanyuan's words at all. He asked, Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan, it seems you know why my soul traveled to another mundane realm after my death. Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes glinted with excitement as he said, I'm not 100% sure, but my theory probably isn't too far off. You have 99 heavenly veins, right? Not only Gongsun Xuanyuan's 2 true disciples were stunned, but Feng Qingyang was stunned as well. Feng Qingyang instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. He was unaware that Duan Ling Tian possessed 99 heavenly veins until now. How do you know this? Duan Ling Tian asked, surprised. No one would be able to prove him with their divine consciousness unless they were gods. Could there be a god who had probed him earlier and informed Gongsun Xuanyuan about his 99 heavenly veins? No, it did not seem likely. After all, his master had left a mark on him. Although the mark could not stop a god from probing him, it could stop the god for a while, and his master would also be alerted. Gongsun Xuanyuan laughed happily. Then, he said, Junior nephew Duan, please wait for a moment. I'll invite the 2 old men over before I explain how I guessed you possessed 99 heavenly veins after you revealed your soul traveled to a different mundane realm. It did not take long before 2 figures appeared. They were Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, and Ru Lai, the temple master of the title temple in the pavilion Shaft Heaven. Despite being familiar with the duo, this was Duan Ling Tian's first time meeting them. After everyone exchanged greetings with the 2 newcomers, Gongsun Xuanyuan called out, Hao Tian, Shijia. Ru Lai was also known as Shijia Moni. Before Gongsun Xuanyuan ascended to the Devata realm, he had also addressed Ru Lai as Shijia. Perhaps, only those from planet Yan Huang knew Ru Lai's full name was Shijia Moni. Gongsun Xuanyuan turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, I think Heavenly Emperor Feng's only true disciple is the Yan Huang entity from our planet Yan Huang. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Gongsun Xuanyuan's 2 true disciples were confused by these words. On the other hand, Yu Hao Tian and Ru Lai did not seem confused. Instead, a hint of surprise could be seen in their eyes as they shifted their gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, when Gongsun Xuanyuan sent them a message, he had only said he wanted them to meet someone urgently. Xuanyuan, are you sure? Yu Hao Tian asked solemnly. There's no mistake, Gongsun Xuanyuan said, his experiences are that of the Yan Huang entity. Moreover, he has also confirmed that he possesses 99 heavenly veins. I didn't think I'd be able to meet the Yan Huang entity after so many years have passed. To think, he's already comparable to a titled celestial emperor at such a young age. Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes shone brightly whenever he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After confirming Duan Ling Tian possessed 99 heavenly veins, it was as though he was looking at a rare treasure. Duan Ling Tian could not help the chills that ran up his spine when he saw Gongsun Xuanyuan's burning gaze. He even began to regret revealing the fact that his soul came from Yan Huang planet in the Yan Huang realm. He had easily revealed the past since he did not think it was something he had to keep a secret. After all, many strange and wonderful things such as reincarnations and possessions happened in the Devata realms all the time. He did not expect Gongsun Xuanyuan, Yu Hao Tian, and Ru Lai would find his past shocking. Most importantly, it seemed like the trio was aware of something that he was unaware of. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. He felt it was not good to catch the trio's attention. The Yan Huang entity, Ru Lai murmured to himself before he shifted his gaze to Feng Qingyang and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng, I, Ru Lai, have accepted various disciples in my life, but I have yet to accept a true disciple. I want to accept your true disciple as mine. Are you willing to part with him? Feng Qingyang glanced at Ru Lai and answered lightly, You'll have to ask for disciple's opinion. At the same time, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Although I have no idea what the Yan Huang entity is, there's no doubt it's special. Otherwise, they wouldn't show so much interest. Since Ru Lai has attained godhood, it's best if you stay away from him for your safety. I've heard of many special physiques in the Devata realms, but I've never heard about the Yan Huang entity. Based on what I know, many heavenly emperors and titled celestial emperors covet those with special physiques. After all, These people with special physiques would certainly grow to become gods as long as they don't prematurely. I've heard of a rumor in the past about how humans with 99 heavenly veins and special physiques have potential comparable to that of a divine beast. Previously, Feng Qingyang did not mention this matter to Duan Lingtian because he was worried Duan Lingtian would slack off in his cultivation after learning about his high potential of becoming a god. After all, there were many who would not cultivate as diligently after finding out they had high chances of becoming a god. Feng Qingyang explained, I didn't mention this previously because I was afraid you'd grow complacent. Master, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. After listening to his master's words, he knew what he needed to do. Before Ru Lai spoke again, he said, Temple Master Ru Lai, I, Duan Lingtian, only acknowledged one master in my life, and he's my current master, Feng Qingyang. Even if I encounter gods or supreme powerhouses in the future, I won't acknowledge them as masters as well. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to kill all of Ru Lai's thoughts of accepting him as a disciple. Ru Lai's eyes flashed briefly, but his expression remained calm upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply. He said, Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. Then, he said to Feng Qingyang, Heavenly Emperor Feng, 10 years after the end of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, I'll head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you'll have to step down as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. An imperceptible hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Chapter 3463 The reason behind Duan Lingtian's transmigration. You can come whenever you like, Feng Qingyang said as he raised his head lazily and glanced at Ru Lai. Farewell. Ru Lai nodded at Duan Lingtian after he shifted his gaze away from Feng Qingyang and left. As soon as Ru Lai left, Duan Lingtian felt a formidable divine consciousness sweeping over him before shrouding him. He felt like a lonely boat being tossed by the waves in the middle of the ocean. The next moment, he felt a heat on his glabella before a gray sword mark suddenly appeared. This was the mark his master had left on him. Following that, countless divine energy swords shot out belatedly from the sword mark. The divine consciousness seemed to have deliberately avoided the sword mark. Therefore, it had entered Duan Lingtian's body and roughly probed him, discovering the 99 heavenly veins, before the sword mark appeared. He's truly the Yan Huang entity. Ru Lai's voice echoed from the distance. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Gongsun Xuanyuan and Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperors of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven and the Jade Emperor respectively, looked slightly embarrassed by Ru Lai's actions as well. Clearly, they did not expect Ru Lai would act so impetuously. Did he forget Duan Lingtian's master, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was also a god? A scoff rang in the air as a gray divine consciousness shot out of Feng Qingyang's glabella and formed a sword before shooting toward Ru Lai's divine consciousness. The sword formed by the divine consciousness looked invincible, as though it could destroy everything that stood in its path. Shortly afterward, a low voice that contained a hint of anger rang from afar. Feng Qingyang, I'll see you at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in 100 years. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Earlier, did Ru Lai, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, not say that he would challenge his master to a duel at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven 10 years after the end of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Why did Ru Lai suddenly change it to 100 years? On the other hand, Gongsun Xuanyuan and Yu Haotian inhaled sharply when they heard these words. They knew Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness must have injured Ru Lai heavily, causing him to delay his duel with Feng Qingyang. At the very least, Feng Qingyang must have injured Ru Lai's divine soul. Otherwise, there was no need to push the duel 100 years back. If you dare to show up after 100 years, I'll still cut you down like I did today, Feng Qingyang replied indifferently. Ru Lai no longer responded, he had already left. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang stared at Gongsun Xuanyuan intently and asked, Heavenly Emperor Xuanyuan, can you tell us more about the Yan Huang entity you mentioned? Gongsun Xuanyuan smiled wryly. How could he not tell that Feng Qingyang was displeased? He said, Heavenly Emperor Feng, I didn't expect Ru Lai to act in such a manner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited him over. The grave expression on Feng Qingyang's face eased when he heard Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. Gongsun Xuanyuan continued to say, after many years of researching special physiques in Devata realms, we, powerhouses who came from the Yan Huang planet, discovered what we called the Yan Huang entity. We discovered those with special physiques shared many similarities. As we researched, we discovered some of these humans had been affected by some formations. After many years of research, we returned to our home planet, Yanhuang planet, in the Yanhuang realm. At that time, we laid a formation that would bring about a Yanhuang entity. However, since we only have partial knowledge of the entire matter, we did not know when or how the Yanhuang entity would be born. There were various humans who became Yanhuang entities in the past, who possessed incredibly strong souls, through different ways. However, after ascending to the Devata realms, most of them could not move past the great overarching golden celestial stage. They died in the celestial ascension pool after they ascended. They weren't attacked. It was as though the energy from the celestial ascension pool repudiated their bodies and souls, reducing them into ashes immediately. Even those we brought to the Devata realm ahead of time suffered the same death once they became great overarching golden celestials. Gongsun Xuanyuan glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he said again, the Yanhuang entities have remarkable innate talents, comprehension skills, and possess the 99 heavenly veins. Strangely, all of them died as soon as they became great overarching golden celestials. We concluded that there must be something wrong with the formation we cast. After all, it was only a duplicate of an incredibly complex formation. In the end, we had no choice but to give up on this matter. In just a blink of an eye, a few thousand years have passed since then. I didn't expect I'd meet a Yanhuang entity here. This is also the first time I heard of a soul of a Yanhuang entity transmigrating to another mundane realm. Perhaps there are precedents, but I know nothing about it. Who knows? Perhaps such a person died or is somewhere in the Jade Emperor heaven now. After Gongsun Xuanyuan finished speaking, he instinctively turned to look at Yu Haotian, who was also one of the minds behind the creation of the formation that would bring about Yanhuang entities. Needless to say, Ru Lai was one of them as well. Transmigration. Duan Ling Tian had been wondering for a long time about how and why his soul left Earth and transmigrated to the Saint Provini realm. He asked, those Yanhuang entities who were created through the formation you duplicated, their souls transmigrated as well? There were a few. Gongsun Xuanyuan nodded slightly. However, their souls did not transmigrate to another mundane realm. There seems to be a specific place that the formation we left behind would send the souls to. It's completely different from your situation. My guess is your transmigration to another mundane realm was also caused by the defective formation we left behind. He looked somewhat sheepish at the end of his sentence. As it turned out, the transmigration of Duan Ling Tian's soul was caused by the formation Gongsun Xuanyuan and his friends left behind on Earth. However, it was an accident and an anomaly that he was sent to another mundane realm. When you spoke about your soul traveling to another mundane realm earlier, I was reminded of the formation we left behind. That was why I asked if you possess 99 heavenly veins to verify if you're the Yanhuang entity, Gongsun Xuanyuan continued to say. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched. He did not expect that his miraculous transmigration was a result of Gongsun Xuanyuan's faulty experiment. However, this is a blessing in disguise for you. Gongsun Xuanyuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed, since you're a Yanhuang entity, as long as you don't slack in your cultivation, you'll definitely attain godhood. It's not easy for celestials to attain godhood, there's a threshold to cross. However, that doesn't apply to you. As long as you continue to cultivate after becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor, it's only a matter of time before you become a god. In fact, you might even attain godhood before Yu Tian and me. Gongsun Xuanyuan looked at the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven, Yu Haotian after he finished speaking. A hint of envy flashed in Yu Haotian's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Gongsun Xuanyuan's fourth disciple, Tong Tu, was green with envy as well. As for Yu Dongfang, Gongsun Xuanyuan's third disciple, he barely concealed the shock in his eyes. As though he had just recalled something, a hint of fear flashed in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, although you're a result of our experiment, we won't request anything of you. After all, it's your own efforts that brought you so far. I just hope if there's a day when we need your help, you'll lend us a helping hand to return the favor. He seemed to hesitate slightly when he was nearing the end of the sentence. That's naturally not a problem. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he was only a product of Gongsun Xuanyuan and his friends' failed experiment, it remained a fact that he would have died on Earth back then if it were not for them. Since he never liked being indebted to people and Gongsun Xuanyuan had taken the initiative to bring the matter up, he would naturally not refuse. Following that, Gongsun Xuanyuan and his two disciples, Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu, and Yu Haotian bade farewell to Feng Qingyong and Duan Lingtian before they left. As Duan Lingtian watched Gongsun Xuanyuan and Yu Haotian's retreating backs, he muttered to himself, how can these prominent figures in the Devata realms carry out such experiments for the sake of researching special physiques? On the other hand, after Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu parted ways with their master and returned to their respective wooden houses, Yu Haotian looked at the Gongsun Xuanyuan and asked, Xuanyuan, why did you ask for a favor? Are you afraid that old Baldy will lose to him? Chapter 3464 The World of the Undead. Or are you afraid he'll lose to the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Yu Haotian asked. Both. Gongsun Xuanyuan sighed. His gaze was complex at this moment. You and I know Ru Lai isn't the same as before. His mind is under the control of that old monk we met in the world of the undead. That's also one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. That old monk is evil by nature. After he forcibly merged with Ru Lai's soul, Ru Lai became more temperamental and violent. I think he probed Duan Lingtian earlier to confirm that Duan Lingtian is a Yanhuang entity because he wants to possess Duan Lingtian's body. After all, he doesn't have complete control over Ru Lai, he has about 60% control over Ru Lai. I feel that if the chance arises, he'll leave Ru Lai's body for a body that he would have complete control over. It seems like the temptation of the Yanhuang entity we created is so great, even that Baldy, who seems to be a god in his past life, wants to possess Duan Lingtian, Yu Haotian said with a sigh. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he asked, if he leaves Ru Lai's body, doesn't that mean Ru Lai's soul will be able to heal? Gongsun Xuanyuan nodded. Yes, however, it'll take thousands or even 10,000 years for him to recover. After all, his soul was gravely injured by a divine soul. Moreover, since he also has a divine soul, it'll take a long time for him to recover. Why didn't you explain the situation to them and ask them to be merciful? Yu Haotian asked. How can I explain this to them? Gongsun Xuanyuan shook his head. I can't tell them that Ru Lai isn't the same as before, can I? If that old monk successfully possesses Duan Lingtian, it means Ru Lai will regain his freedom. Moreover, if Feng Qingyong decides to act against the old monk, Ru Lai will be affected as well. No one will be able to dispose of that old monk or extricate his soul from Ru Lai's body without harming Ru Lai as well, except for supreme powerhouses. Ru Lai and Gongsun Xuanyuan were old friends. He naturally could not bear to watch his good friend come to harm. Therefore, he chose to conceal the truth from Feng Qingyong and Duan Lingtian. Although he had a rather good relationship with Feng Qingyong, it was not comparable to his and Ru Lai's friendship. As for Duan Lingtian, it was only his first time meeting Duan Lingtian today. So, in case things go south for that old Baldy, you plan to call in the favor from Duan Lingtian to save Ru Lai. You didn't tell them about Ru Lai being possessed because you hoped Ru Lai would be able to regain his freedom. Yu Haotian nodded as realization dawned on him. If he were in Gongsun Xuanyuan's shoes, he would have done the same as well. I don't wish to hurt anyone, but I'm left with no choice in this situation, Gongsun Xuanyuan said as a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Let's just go with the flow. If that old monk fails, we'll ask Duan Lingtian to spare him for Ru Lai's sake. It's really unfortunate his life and death are tightly intertwined with Ru Lai's now. As Ru Lai's friends, we can only try our best to help him as much as we can. If the old monk succeeds in possessing Duan Lingtian, we'll have to bear the responsibility and make sure his family and friends are well taken care of in the future and let them live a carefree life. This is the only way we can redeem ourselves, Yu Haotian said with a sigh. I agree. Gongsun Xuanyuan nodded. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the two heavenly emperors' private conversation. After Gongsun Xuanyuan and Yu Haotian left, Duan Lingtian did not leave immediately. This was because Feng Qingyong would have to leave another divine mark on him since the energy of the previous one had been depleted. I have a feeling that Ru Lai wants something from you even though I don't know what it is he wants. However, don't worry, with the divine mark, I'll be alerted as soon as he attacks you. It'll help me stall for time, giving me enough time to protect you. Moreover, it's unlikely he'll attack you while we're in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After all, if a temple master of a tidal temple branch attacks a young genius during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, the consequences would be heavy, Feng Qingyong said to Duan Lingtian. Then, his eyes glinted coldly as he continued to say, Moreover, the attack from my divine consciousness earlier had gravely injured his divine soul. Even with the help of rare treasures, it'll still take him at least 100 years to recover. As long as I'm around, he's unlikely to attack you. The divine mark is just a precaution. When Duan Lingtian returned to the area where the young geniuses were staying, he saw a group of young geniuses gathering outside of the wooden houses, engrossed in a heated discussion. Their eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. Hey, how strong is the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven's only true disciple? A lot of people said he's on par with a 2-star god of war. I'm not sure. However, the gray-clad young man with him earlier who comprehended the law of death is definitely comparable to a 3-star god of war at least. That gray-clad young man's name is Ling Juyun. He came with the members of the Tidal Temple in Wind Prop Heaven. According to some of the participants who came with him, he's stronger than a 3-star god of war. Doesn't that mean he's comparable to a 4-star god of war? The discussion grew livelier as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared. Even after he returned to his wooden house, they were still discussing him. During the third round of the Battle of the Geniuses, there'll be many people who want to challenge him. At that time, we'll have a clearer grasp of his strength. I heard even those with strength of a 3-star god of war are keen on challenging him. I can't wait to watch that. I wonder if Duan Lingtian is a match for a 3-star god of war. The name list of the participants who advanced to the third room appeared in the sky. It was naturally powered by a special formation. Many people left their houses to look at the names in the sky. These are the names of the participants who passed the second round. Their names were arranged in no particular order for now. Accompanying the names of the participants were the Devata realms they came from and the forces they belonged to. Even their level of strength was on display. For example, the following words were written behind Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun's names respectively. Over 600 years old, from the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, not affected during the first round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, and is suspected to be stronger than a 2-star god of war. Over 600 years old, from the Jade Emperor Heaven, a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, not affected during the first round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, and is suspected to be stronger than a 2-star god of war. From the Wind Prop Heaven and is suspected to be stronger than a 3-star god of war based on the second round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The descriptions of the 300 participants varied in length. The descriptions are quite lengthy. It seems like the Tidal Temple paid quite a lot of attention to the participants and recorded everything. Su Li, who had called Duan Lingtian over, was taken aback by the detailed and lengthy description. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're right. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction where Su Li pointed and saw the description for Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Yu Dongfang's description read as follows. From the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, killed a 3-star war of god in the past, suspected to be stronger than a 4-star god of war but has only revealed the strength of a 2-star god of war so far. Below Yu Dongfang's name were Tongtu's name and description. The description was, from the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, the fourth disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, was previously gravely injured with a single blow by Duan Lingtian's sudden attack, and his strength is slightly below that of a 2-star god of war. After reading Tongtu's description, Su Li said teasingly, they even listed how Tongtu was injured by you. The members of the Tidal Temple are making more foes for you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He did not expect the Tidal Temple would even list out such a trivial thing. Soon after, the sound of laughter rang in the air when a few young geniuses read Tongtu's description. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian felt a cold and hostile gaze on him. He instinctively turned around and saw a burly young man staring at him with a darkened expression from afar. The burly young man was none other than Tongtu. Standing next to Tongtu was Yu Dongfang, who was as calm as usual. He nodded and smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian looking in their direction. Chapter 3465 The Third Round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Tang San Pao is from the profound mystery heaven. Duan Lingtian shifted his eyes away from the heavenly emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven's two true disciples when he heard Su Li's exclamation. He looked in the direction of Su Li's gaze and read Tang San Pao's description. The description read, from the profound mystery heaven, based on his performance during the first round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he's speculated to be stronger than a 2-star god of war. there were many among the 300 participants whose descriptions were very brief, making them seem rather mysterious. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the young man who struck up a conversation with him during his first day here was pretty extraordinary. After briefly glancing through the 300 names and descriptions, he also discovered there were at least a dozen participants who were speculated to have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war. However, there was no mention of participants with strength comparable to a 5-star god of war or stronger. Naturally, Su Li realized this as well. There doesn't seem to be anyone who has strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. However, since the strength of the participants in the descriptions is just speculations, it's likely that some of those who have strength comparable to a 4-star god of war are hiding their strength and have strength comparable to a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Those who know their true strength are probably dead or helping them keep it a secret. While Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were conversing, the others were fervently discussing among themselves as more and more people began to gather around the list of names in the sky. As it grew more crowded, Duan Ling Tian gestured to Su Li to leave. On the way back, they ran into Tang Sanpao, who looked upset. Tang Sanpao asked unhappily, "Why didn't you ask me to come along to look at the list of names? You didn't say anything about it." Su Li replied with a perfunctory smile on his face. Tang Sanpao did not say anything else and left after he glared at Su Li. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li returned to their respective wooden houses and waited 27 days for the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, which would last much longer than the first and second rounds, to begin. A month passed in just a blink of an eye. The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would begin as scheduled. During the third round, those who passed the second round would be challenged by 700 participants who were eliminated. Needless to say, during the past month, there were some participants who were eliminated in the second round who had been carefully studying the list of 300 participants provided by the Title Temple. Most of them did not have much confidence in themselves, hence, they spent a lot of time studying the list of names. During the third round, not only participants who were eliminated would be given a chance to challenge the 300 participants who passed the second round, but the 300 participants who lost a challenge could also challenge others if they were defeated. The number of people who would advance to the next round would still be 300, but there was no guarantee which 300 participants would advance to the next round. The round would only end once no more challenges were issued. 10 duels will take place simultaneously during the third round, and yet, it'll take a few days before it ends, Tang Sanpao muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to the same seats they had chosen a month ago. Even He Jianyi, who had been eliminated, was present. He Jianyi had mentally prepared himself. He knew he would not go far in the competition. Therefore, he decided to treat this as a way to gain experience and observe the extraordinary young geniuses from various Devata realms. Moreover, he knew this was a rare opportunity. Not everyone was allowed to watch the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Naturally, He Jianyi was not the only one with such a thought. There were many geniuses who were here to watch and learn as well. At this moment, Shu Konghai, the vice temple master of the main title temple, appeared in the air above the venue. After surveying his surroundings, he said, "The third round of the Battle of the Geniuses will begin today. 300 participants will be selected to advance to the fourth round. Unlike the second round, you can only depend on your own strength during the third round. Those who relied on others' strength to pass the second round won't pass this round since it'll be a one-on-one battle. I believe all of you are already familiar with the rules, so I won't mention them anymore." Shu Konghai raised his hand after he finished speaking. The list of 300 names appeared immediately in the sky. The young geniuses shifted their eyes to the list of names immediately. Shu Konghai continued to say, "This list of names is conjured by the members of the Title Temple using the mirror image formation. The names on the list will change every moment, depending on the results of the duels. Everyone can issue a challenge thrice. Those who lost all 3 challenges won't advance to the fourth round of the Battle of the Geniuses." Meanwhile, the heavenly emperors of various Devata realm and the high-ranking officials of the Title Temple branches, who had yet to see the list of names, were looking through the list as well. There's no one who's suspected to have strength on par with a 5-star god of war. It seems like these kids are quite skilled at hiding their strength. Based on the previous battles of the geniuses, this one should be interesting as well. These kids who hid their strength will definitely show their true strength now. The duels will be exciting to watch. Most of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms had participated in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses when they were young. Most of them were rather excited to watch the third round. At this time, Shu Konghai's voice rang in the air again. 10 participants may now make their way to the battle ring and call out the participants they want to challenge. As soon as Shu Konghai finished speaking, one of the young geniuses flew out. His lips were curled up in a sneer as he looked at a group of 3 participants sitting in the spectator seats. I, Huang Bin, from the spirit overarching heaven, challenge Chu Yunjin from the wandering heaven to a duel. The 3 young men's expressions darkened immediately. When Chu Yunjin did not respond, Huang Bin scoffed and said, "Weren't you very brave when you ganged up on me? Are you afraid now?" At this time, one of the participants exclaimed, "I remember those 3 people. One of them is slightly weaker than a titled celestial emperor while 2 of them are comparable to an ordinary 1-star god of war. On the other hand, Huang Bin is comparable to a top 1-star god of war if I'm not mistaken." The other participants began to discuss among themselves upon hearing those words. That's right, during the second round, the trio joined forces and eliminated him. It seems like he can't wait to seek revenge. Which one is Chu Yunjin? Is he the one whose strength is slightly weaker than a titled celestial emperor, or is he one of the 2 who have strength comparable to an ordinary 1-star god of war? If I were him, I'd definitely challenge the weakest one among the trio. While the participants were discussing among themselves, Shu Konghai said loudly, "Once a challenge has been issued, the participants who are challenged have 10 breaths to enter the battle ring. Otherwise, they'll be considered forfeiting the duel. Chu Yunjin, you have 5 breaths left to make up your mind." One of the 3 young men scoffed and said, "How shameless for someone with strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor to challenge someone who's weaker." Huang Bin sneered, "What a hypocrite, were you not being shameless when you ganged up on me previously?" In the end, Chu Yunjin forfeited and Huang Bin took over Chu Yunjin's place on the list of 300 names in the sky. Before Huang Bin returned to his seat, he looked at the trio and said icily, "If it weren't for the rules, I would have eliminated all 3 of you. Of course, if you have the guts, you can challenge me after this." The trio could only fume in anger. After returning to his seat, Huang Bin said to the participants around, "Hey, guys, you can challenge them. Their strength is only that of an ordinary 1-star god of war." The trio was further infuriated upon hearing Huang Bin's words. As expected, the remaining 2 were challenged and defeated soon after. The 2 participants who defeated the 2 participants with strength on par with an ordinary 1-star god of war smiled at Huang Bin and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, brother Huang Bin. Brother, thank you." Once a duel ended, another would start immediately. There would always be 10 duels going on simultaneously. After 15 minutes, a young man in a dark yellow long robe flew out and pointed in the direction where Duan Lingtian and the others were seated as he said, "I, Sikong Yu Fang from the Swift Blessing Heaven, challenge Wang Ting from the Solitary Destructive Heaven to a duel." Wang Ting, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, remained calm, but her gaze was solemn. It looked like she was prepared for this. When she flew out, more and more people recognized her. "Wang Ting, she's that woman who achieved a breakthrough during the first round, right?" Chapter 3466 Challenging Duan Lingtian. During the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were a few who had a breakthrough under the pressure. Therefore, they were eyed by many participants. "Ah, why didn't I think of challenging these fellows?" A young participant who had just won a duel said regretfully, "I forgot about them. If I had challenged any one of them earlier, I wouldn't have struggled so bitterly during my duel. Even if they just had a breakthrough and gained the strength of a titled celestial lord, they still aren't too strong. Hey, this person is quite cunning. Out of all of them, he picked the only woman. He probably thinks Wang Ting is a pushover." As the discussion continued to spread, many began to scour the list of names for the participants who had just had a breakthrough recently. Naturally, there were also those who were already prepared to challenge Wang Ting and the others but had yet to have a chance to. As soon as one of the 10 duels ended, a participant swiftly flew into the battle ring and called out the name of one of the participants who had only recently broken through. "Damn it, he's fast. Now there's one fewer person to challenge." Many participants began to curse. Wang Ting had just stepped into the battle ring when another duel ended. With this, dozens of figures hastily flew out of their seats like bolts of lightning toward the battle ring. All of them rushed to the battle ring, hoping to challenge the remaining few who had only recently broken through. There was a sense of urgency since 2 of those people had already been challenged. As soon as the fastest participant entered the battle ring, the remaining participants were sent flying back with a wave of Shu Konghai's hand. However, the energy that swept them away was rather gentle, like a gentle wave carrying them unhurriedly back to their seats. All of their expressions were rather unsightly. "Damn it, I lost. How's that kid so fast?" The participant who beat the others and entered the battle ring first was a young man dressed in blue robes. Needless to say, he challenged one of those who had just broken through during the first round with a triumphant expression on his face. A loud noise attracted everyone's attention. They saw the participant who had challenged Wang Ting flying out of the battle ring after exchanging a dozen moves with Wang Ting. He seemed to be heavily injured. "Damn you, you were holding back earlier." The young genius who had been injured by Wang Ting cursed with an unsightly expression on his face. Earlier, Wang Ting had been at a complete disadvantage the entire time. After seeing how weak she was, he grew complacent, assuming that she had used her full strength. He did not expect she would erupt with strength at the crucial moment and injure him. Although he was no longer careless after being injured, he was still defeated in the end. After all, that strike had injured him heavily. If he was not injured, even if he could not defeat Wang Ting would not be able to defeat him as well. At the very least, it would end in a draw. "You're too cunning." The young man glared at Wang Ting with hatred flashing in his eyes before he stormed off. On the other hand, Wang Ting did not seem affected by her opponent's attitude at all. She kept to herself and unhurriedly returned to her seat near Duan Lingtian. At this time, the other participants regained their senses and began to discuss among themselves again as they looked at Wang Ting. Someone sighed. "She just had a breakthrough, but she's already this strong. She's not as simple as she seems to be. That guy underestimated her and thought she was a pushover. Situ Yufang is too careless as well. If he wasn't injured, at least he could have fought to a draw with her instead of being eliminated." Most people were shocked by Wang Ting's strength. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect her to be so strong when she had only broken through recently. She was a lot stronger than ordinary one-star gods of war despite her recent breakthrough. He Jianyi laughed happily when Wang Ting returned to her seat. He said excitedly, "You're amazing, Wang Ting. Your strength is really surprising considering you've just broken through recently. It seems like you won't have a problem advancing to the fourth round." "I think it'll be difficult," Wang Ting said as she shook her head, clearly not confident despite her win. After all, there were many highly talented participants who hid their strength. Despite the amazing feat of achieving such strength when she just had a breakthrough, with her strength that was only comparable to an ordinary one-star god of war, it would be exceptionally difficult, if not impossible, for her to advance to the fourth round. "Wang Ting, I didn't expect your strength to be on par with mine when you've just broken through so recently," Zhang Tianyu said with a sigh. After Wang Ting's duel, he knew their strength was similar. If they fought now, it would probably end in a tie. At this moment, Tang Sanpao said, "With Wang Ting serving as an example, you can see the other two challengers are no longer complacent and aren't holding back their strength anymore." Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian and the others looked at the two battle rings. Indeed, the two challengers no longer dared to underestimate their opponents now. One defeated his opponent after exchanging 10 or so moves while the other defeated his opponent after exchanging 30 or so moves. Both of them won their respective duels. Amongst the three who had a breakthrough during the first round, only Wang Ting won her duel. Naturally, Wang Ting knew there would be others challenging her again. After a few more duels ended, a scholarly young man gazed at Duan Lingtian from afar and loudly said, "I, Sima Zongging from the Wandering Heaven, challenge the solitary destructive heavens Duan Lingtian to a duel." These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. They shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian immediately. All of them were interested to see Duan Lingtian's fight. Up until now, the strongest challenger only had strength comparable to top a one-star god of war, hence, the duels so far were not really exciting. Somebody actually challenged Duan Lingtian. Since he dares to challenge Duan Lingtian, he has to be as strong as a two-star god of war at least. Finally, someone with the strength of a two-star god of war has issued a challenge. Based on the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, one could tell those who passed without any change in their expression had strength comparable to a two-star god of war at least. Tang Sanpao laughed as though he could not wait to see the excitement. "Duan Lingtian, who would have thought that you'd be challenged first among all of us?" Meanwhile, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms and high-ranking officials of the tidal temple branches were mostly chatting with each other and occasionally glancing at the battle rings. After all, the duels were too boring. However, at this moment, all of their attention was now focused on one of the battle rings since someone finally challenged Duan Lingtian. Brother Feng, I didn't expect someone to challenge junior nephew Duan so soon. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said to Feng Qingyang, who was sitting across from him, and said with a faint smile, "It seems like this person is trying to probe junior nephew Duan's strength." Feng Qingyang faintly nodded. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip before putting the teacup down. His head was lowered as though he was lost in his thoughts. Ding Fu no longer bothered Feng Qingyang and turned his attention to Duan Lngtian, who had just flown out of his seat into the battle ring. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, looked at the scholarly young man indifferently and said, "Let's start." Duan Lingtian, I know you're also a two-star god of war. I only challenged you today because I'm curious about the ability of the legendary heavenly emperor's only true disciple. As soon as Sima Zongjing finished speaking, flames surged out of his body immediately. Obviously, he had comprehended the law of fire. Sima Zongjing seemed to have turned into a ball of flames as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he cast his fused profundity. His celestial origin energy looked like a flaming dragon as it flew toward Duan Lingtian. Just as Sima Zongjing's attacks were about to land, Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air. When Duan Lingtian reappeared behind Sima Zongjing, a sword cry rang in everyone's ears. Following that, they saw blood dripping from Sima Zongjing's neck to the ground. As for Sima Zongjing, his body had broken out in cold sweat, and he was frozen to his spot. When he discovered he had only suffered a superficial wound to his neck, he almost collapsed from the relief that threatened to overwhelm him. A look of delight appeared on his face upon discovering he was alive. He looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully and said with a bow, "Thank you for showing mercy." Sima Zongjing's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. After all, fear still lingered in his heart when he thought about how there were no restrictions about killing during the duels. Even if Duan Lingtian had decapitated him earlier, no one would say a word. Duan Lingtian nodded faintly with an indifferent expression on his face before he returned to his seat under everyone's terrified gazes. Chapter 3467 The Space Sword Dao. After Duan Lingtian returned to his seat, the crowd finally broke into an uproar. His speed was really fast. I didn't even see his swords, I only heard the sword cry. That's right, his sword's movement is too fast. No matter what, I'm a two-star god of war, but I couldn't even catch the sword's movement. At the same time, Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Xuanyuan, the heavenly emperor of the pavilion shaft heaven, wore a grave expression on his face. He could not see Duan Lingtian's sword as well. As for Tong Tu, his body had broken out in cold sweat. He finally realized how much Duan Lingtian had restrained himself previously. If Duan Lingtian intended to kill him, Duan Lingtian did not even need to launch a sneak attack to do so. Not only could he not see Duan Lingtian's sword, but he could catch Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity as well. Based on all this, he could tell Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was significantly higher than his. He was only a 6-combo celestial emperor, but based on Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, Duan Lingtian was at least an 8-trigram celestial emperor or 9 palaces celestial emperor like his third senior brother, Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang muttered to himself. He did not use any fused profundity from the law of space. Upon hearing this, Tong Tu's expression changed drastically. After all, Duan Lingtian's opponent had used a fused profundity from the law of fire earlier. Tong Tu had witnessed this with his own eyes earlier. How could he not be shocked to find out Duan Lingtian did not even need to use the law of space's fused profundity to deal with his opponent's fused profundity? He found this difficult to accept. Although the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, it could not have been so heaven-defying that Duan Lingtian could seriously injure his opponent without using a fused profundity. For Duan Lingtian to be capable of such a feat only meant that there was a huge gap between Duan Lingtian and his opponent's cultivation bases. There's such a big difference in their cultivation bases? Tong Tu asked grimly. Their cultivation bases play a part as well, but the gap shouldn't be too big. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian is a 9 palaces celestial emperor while his opponent is an 8 trigrams celestial emperor. Even with the law of space, he shouldn't be able to injure his opponent to this extent since there's only a level of difference between them. Yu Dongfang analyzed the earlier battle. Then, what's the reason for it? Tong Tu asked, bewildered. No matter how much he racked his brain, he could not figure out the reason for Duan Ling Tian's domineering performance. Don't tell me that you've already forgotten that whenever Master speaks about Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong of the solitary destructive heavenly, what is it that he admires the most? Yu Dongfang asked as he looked at Tong Tu meaningfully. Tong Tu inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. His eyes widened as he said, "Third senior brother, you mean to say Duan Ling Tian has already created his own Tao like Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyong?" Whenever Gongsun Xuanyuan mentioned Feng Qingyong to his true disciples, even more so than Feng Qingyang's feat of attaining godhood, Gongsun Xuanyuan admired Feng Qingyang's feat of creating his own Tao the most. After all, he wished more than anything to successfully create his own Tao. He was also very close to creating his own Tao. How could he not admire Feng Qingyong, who had already successfully created his own Tao? Master once said that if he could successfully create his own Tao, it won't be long before he attains godhood as well. Yu Dongfang said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes. It's said that Duan Ling Tian only met Feng Qingyong about 100 years ago. To think his sword Tao has already reached such a high level. His achievements in the sword Tao aren't inferior to Master's. Yu Dongfang knew that for Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful, Duan Ling Tian must have learned how to create his own Tao from Feng Qingyong. Although Duan Ling Tian had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy back in the mundane realm, which helped him build a stable foundation, Duan Ling Tian's progress was still terrifying. With this serving as an example, he realized how important it was to walk on the right path. Although his master was also a genius in his own right, he had wasted a lot of time due to several mistakes in his cultivation. Nevertheless, he believed his master would be able to successfully create his own Tao given more time. Similar to Yu Dongfang, many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the titled temple branches were also analyzing Duan Ling Tian's performance. Is that Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao? No, it seems different. Duan Ling Tian's Tao contains the law of space instead of the law of destruction. Now I finally see why Feng Qingyong accepted Duan Ling Tian as his true disciple. Duan Ling Tian is simply a sword genius. How old is he? To think he's already so close to creating his own space sword Tao after studying Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao. All he needs is time to completely master his sword Tao. At that time, he'll be like another Feng Qingyong. No, based on his untraceable attack alone, if he masters his space sword Tao, it's likely he'll even surpass Feng Qingyong. The heavenly emperors looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as they discussed among themselves. This was especially true for Ru Lai. Feng Qingyong actually taught his own sword Tao to Duan Ling Tian. Does this mean once I possess Duan Ling Tian, I'll be able to grasp Feng Qingyang's sword Tao as well and create my own Tao? Duan Ling Tian is just a mere celestial emperor. It'd be as easy as flipping a coin to possess his body, right? His strength is far weaker than Ru Lai's as well. I can't completely destroy Ru Lai's soul, but I should have no problem destroying Duan Ling Tian's soul after possessing Duan Ling Tian's body. Duan Ling Tian will definitely help me to progress in my journey to become a supreme powerhouse. Ru Lai's gaze grew even more intense with these thoughts in his mind. Meanwhile, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyong in shock. A complicated expression could be seen on his face as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, you actually taught him your destructive sword Tao. Most importantly, he's already grasped the essence and begun to create his own space sword Tao." Feng Qingyong nodded slightly in response. The corners of his lips curled up into a small smile as he said, "I supposed his space sword Tao is passable for now." You consider it passable for now? Ding Fu felt like vomiting blood upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. Then, he glared at Wei Qi, who was standing next to him, and said unhappily, "Do you see this? Your junior uncle Feng's disciple is so outstanding. When you were his age, if you were to fight him, he would have easily defeated you." Wei Qi only smiled bitterly in response to his master's words. He, the skeletal dragon celestial emperor, was made to sound so weak by his master. He did not dare to retort since he treated his master like his father. Moreover, although his master's words sounded hurtful, his master was telling the truth. If he had faced Duan Ling Tian when he was Duan Ling Tian's age, let alone one move, it was likely he would be unable to withstand half a move from Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the titled temple branches were also looking at Duan Ling Tian in shock. To have mastered the rudimentary stage of his own sword Dao through studying Feng Qing Yang's destructive sword Dao, this Duan Ling Tian is truly a monstrous genius. In my opinion, he should be able to catch up to Feng Qing Yang in just a few thousand years. That might not be the case. After all, while he's improving, Feng Qing Yang will continue to improve as well. Don't forget that Feng Qing Yang has already attained godhood. Well, at the very least, Duan Ling Tian will possess Feng Qing Yang's current strength in a few thousand years. Needless to say, compared to the young geniuses, the powerhouses could glean more details from Duan Ling Tian's performance. Most of the young geniuses were rather clueless, only a small number of them could vaguely figure out Duan Ling Tian's strength. When did the law of space become so heaven-defying? My friend also comprehended the law of space, but he's only slightly stronger than me. Isn't Duan Ling Tian's law of space too exaggerated? What tricks did he use? How could he defeat a two-star god of war without using any fused profundity? That's right, his opponent is a two-star god of war, not some rookie. Out of everyone present on the scene, perhaps, the person who was most shocked was Ling Juyun. As someone from the divine offering land, a realm of gods, he had heard his elders talk about the laws in creating one's own Tao. Everyone was capable of comprehending a law, but not everyone was capable of creating their own Tao. Just like possessing the 5 divine elements could help one become a supreme powerhouse, creating one's own Tao also helped in the journey of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, if one failed to complete the creation of one's own Tao or evolve one's 5 divine elements to their highest form, one would still fail to become a supreme powerhouse. I didn't expect you to have begun creating your own Tao. Did you learn it on your own? Ling Juyun asked solemnly with a gleam in his eyes. If Duan Ling Tian truly learned to create his own Tao without any help, he would be a peerless genius in all Devata realms, considering his age. Even supreme powerhouses would want to accept a disciple like Duan Ling Tian if that were the case. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.